Dawn, roaring thunder. The sound of rain clashing against the pavement echoed. I settled down while being curled up in the open draped curtain. Raindrops slid down the translucent veil, seeming to become one with the window as they froze. I kept staring at the scene endlessly. 3 days. It was already the third day. No matter how much thought I tried to put into it, I have somehow transmigrated into the game Magical Night of Marchen, a game which I had been playing for the past 7 years. Even worse, it was as a third-rate extra who had nothing to do with either the hero or any of the other main characters. It truly was an obvious cliché. I don't even know whether or not I'm in a stable period right now. It was all too vague, being suddenly dropped back to the start of my student life. When I saw the piles of books stacked taller than my own height, I felt a sense of dread and hopelessness. Perhaps this was a punishment. I had wanted to re-experience the story after ignoring it for a long time. Not wanting to bother with grinding, I went ahead and tried to leisurely start a new game after applying the Stat 100 cheat code, the only one that works in the game. Being a hardcore veteran, I definitely shouldn't have done that. That's probably why I transmigrated. Haha, that would be crazy. I'm really starting to think of all sorts of things. However, it was an undeniable fact that I have transmigrated into Magic Night of Marchen. After living in this world for the past 3 days, I was able to confirm that this was the Marchen Academy that I had seen in the game, and that today is the day of the entrance ceremony, the event that marked the beginning of the game for the player. When I first opened my eyes in the student dormitory, I used the Academy's own currency, which I received as a freshman benefit, to pay for my meals. Other than that, I did nothing but wander around in silence day after day. With how realistic it all felt, I had no choice but to accept this absurd reality. In addition, I had gained the ability to use magic by manipulating mana with my senses. This ice curtain I'm using as an umbrella was proof of that. Well, it's not exactly a funny situation I found myself in. As I was lost in my own thoughts while absent-mindedly listening to the sound of rain, I suddenly realized something terrible. This is its hell-level difficulty, isn't it? Magic Night of Marchen begins with a selection of 3 different difficulty levels: easy, normal, and hard. You can choose the extreme difficulty after beating the game once, and the infamous Hell difficulty after beating the game a second time. The game's atmosphere in Hell difficulty changes dramatically from the start. Today was supposed to be a clear and sunny day from start to finish, as usual. It was a good day to mark the beginning of the main character, Ian Fairytale's chaotic life at the Academy. The refreshing music playing in the background and bright atmosphere of that time were still etched in my memory to this day. However, if you were to select Hell difficulty instead, the game begins with heavy downpour and gloomy weather. I still remember just how gloomy the beginning of the Hell difficulty was, with the opening cutscenes being void of any kind of background music, and only the sound of rain remaining. It was almost as if it was foreshadowing the difficult road ahead. And it was in this difficulty that Ian is forced to fight an enemy before the entrance ceremony even began. Even though I got transmigrated, Hell difficulty, as its name would suggest, boasted an insane difficulty level. It was natural for the enemy's level to randomly increase or for their pattern to become more complex, and with the story itself being changed as well, enemies that had never appeared in any of the previous difficulty settings make an appearance every now and then. It was a challenge that only the most hardcore of veterans could overcome, but when I tried to check the status window, a translucent window suddenly materialized in front of me. It was an interface that I had seen often in fantasy games. Status. Name Isaac. LV 20. Gender male. Year first. Title freshman. Mana 280-300 mana. Recovery speed D. Stamina D. Strength D. Intelligence D. Willpower B. Potential details. Combat skills. Elemental Series 1. Ice. Elemental Firepower D. Elemental Efficiency D. Elemental Synergy C. Elemental Series 2. Locked Own Skills. Active 1 Ice Generation D. 2 Ice Curtain C. 1 Cold Divergence C. 1 Basic Protection Magic E. Passive. None Skill Tree. Details Unique Attributes None. Even for a third-rate extra, these were disastrous stats. First and foremost, my level was at a measly 20. The average level of freshmen, from what I can recall, was around 40 at this time. Other than a few exceptions, the present students should all be in this category. In this game, level 20 was the level that you would get during the Hell difficulty version of the tutorial. However, it was too low. Even if my willpower stat is high, it will only end up increasing my resistance to illusion-type magic. It's not a stat that would be of much help in combat. What kind of life did this guy lead to not even be at the basic level? The same goes for my skills. Considering that the worst grade is E, it's easy to guess just how garbage the level of my elemental firepower degrade is, which is directly responsible for the power of my skills. Just how did a trivial character such as this manage to make it into somewhere as prestigious as the Mechan Academy? If I were to think back to how difficult the contents of this game were, it was an obvious conclusion to make that I had passed the overwhelming entrance exam with my theoretical skills, rather than my practical skills. If that was the case, then what was I supposed to do now? No matter how hard I tried to recall this body's memories, my head remained blank. Rather than the past, I now had to worry about my plans for the future. I still didn't know if I would ever be able to return to my own world later on, or if I would have to live here for the rest of my life. The worst-case scenario was if the world had a bad ending as a result of the death of the main character, Ian Fairytale, and I died along with everyone else. So under the assumption that I can't return to my own world, what would be the safest countermeasure to take? Of course, it would be to clear this game. It's lucky that the cheat is still valid. After thoroughly checking the status window for the past 3 days, I was able to confirm that the stat 100 cheat had been applied to me as is. While it has no direct effect on my stats, it can be used to invest in my potential growth. Therefore, it was difficult to expect dramatic effects right away. The main problem is that this Isaac character not only had terrible specs but awful growth potential as well, ice generation. The ball of ice that had just been created mid-air with my mana was only the size of a soccer ball. It was the result created by squeezing out every ounce of mana I have in order to make a single block of ice. Ice generation ice element 1. Once I finally released the mana holding the ice sphere in place, the physics-defying mass could no longer resist the force of gravity and immediately fell to the ground. Really, really weak. Why didn't I create the ice using the liquids inside of another person's body in combat, you ask? Sadly enough, it was simply not possible. This game had a setting where it was impossible to generate any form of magic within another person's body because of an inherent mana force field that all living beings have. To put it simply, my only power was the ability to drop ice cubes. Knowing that, I now needed to make sure with my own 2 eyes before doing anything. Is the main character, Ian Fairytale, capable enough to get through this hellish difficulty appropriately on his own? Magic Knight of Mechan had a new boss fight at the start of the game exclusive to the Hell difficulty, Trevian the Evil. He is supposed to meet the main character today, just before the entrance ceremony begins. In the future, the main character, Ian Fairytale, will end up facing countless enemies. It was a result of the special powers that Ian holds. The rain has stopped. The time has come. I took a glance over at the clock tower placed in the center of the academy. Right now, the time is 800 a.m. The sunlight was finally pouring through the cracks of the gradually receding dark clouds. I immediately began heading into the Josna forest that was located just outside the academy's main gate, while reliving my past memories of playing the game to find my way. After climbing up the hill, I would be able to find a small dormitory where the main character, Ian Fairytale, had stayed for a period of time while traveling to the Mechan Academy. Ian is supposed to leave the dormitory today, finally making his way towards the academy. My destination was a glade that would appear midway through a forest trail lined with trees. It was the place where Ian was supposed to be while on his way to the academy. It's here. I stopped in my tracks the moment I reached my destination. A black-haired man could be seen leaning against a tree, his head facing downwards. He was dressed similarly to me, and a stream of blood licked down his chin. Seeing his oh-so-familiar face, I was immediately able to recognize who he was, Ian Fairytale. He was the main protagonist of Magic Knight of Mechan, Ian Fairytale. LV30. Race human. Elements light. Danger X. An information window suddenly materialized and identified the black-haired man before me as Ian Fairytale, confirming my suspicions. After having completed the tutorial in Hell difficulty, your level will be automatically set to 30. The main character, who had been knocked out over there, seemed to have already finished the tutorial, and standing before the fainted protagonist was a dark-skinned man. The limbs of the dark-skinned man were eerily limp. His hands, both of which appeared nearly bent in their opposite directions, were twisted, pure white, curly hair. The infamous first boss that had driven countless players into the depths of despair right from the start of the Hell difficulty. Trevian the Evil. LV80. Race Diamond. Elements darkness, water. Danger highs. It was Trevian the Evil, level 80 its Hell difficulty for sure. Appearing right after starting the game is the enemy who can see into the future, Trevian the Evil. He was level 80 on Hell difficulty. On the other hand, Ian's level was a pitiful 30. In his current state, if Ian were to get a direct hit from just one light attack from Trevian, he'll immediately fall into a moribund state like right now, and if he were to get hit by a second attack, he'll die instantly. As a result of the Hell difficulty, the enemy level was extremely high. Even after defeating it, the amount of experience gained wasn't much more than the other difficulties. The development team's gloomy intention for players to not even consider beginning the Hell difficulty without already having a high level of control seemed excessive. It doesn't make sense when coming from a plot standpoint for the current Ian to be able to defeat Trevian. Eventually, in the middle of the fight, Kyer Astrian, the second seat of the freshman class magic department, would make an appearance and subdue the enemy herself. So in the end, the goal in this fight was to keep holding on. By the way, Ian, just what are you doing at a time like this? Did you run out of stamina right away? It can't be. Please no. Of course, the Hell difficulty requires an amount of control only attainable after training, until you feel like dying from the very beginning, but even so, this is not. Trevian slowly began to approach the currently knocked out Ian. Black orbs of water floated in the palm of each of his hands. It was a type of magic that combined the two elements of darkness and water, and so, from the first day of the entrance ceremony, this world was already on the verge of a bad ending. What would happen to me if I were to die here? What will happen to me when there is a bad ending? Would I be sent back to reality, or do I die permanently? Ominous. I had no idea what to do to salvage this situation. The only thing most likely to guarantee my safety is to clear this game. At the end of the story, it is said that Ian became a magic knight and went on to win countless wars. Furthermore, as Mechan Academy is the most prestigious academy on the continent, you could easily live in this world with just one of their diplomas. However, in order to do that, you must first defeat the final boss, Nephid the evil god. Naturally, this game couldn't be completed without the help of that unconscious bastard with the so-called title of the main character. Let's hurry up and try to think of a solution. Now, the best way to solve this crisis is, the cheat, the 100 stat bonus cheat. I quickly opened the status window and clicked on the potential details section. The 100 stat bonus cheat I had entered a while back was successfully applied without any problems. The UP button was active for each potential because there were stat points available. The potential that already had points allocated by default seemed to be innate to Isaac himself. Anyway, ignoring everything else, I immediately poured all of my stat points into Versus Demon Combat Power. Potential Versus Demon Combat Power has been improved from E-Class to S-Class. You have acquired the unique trait Hunter. Versus Demon Combat Power highest level. This gave you the unique trait Hunter. It was only natural to put everything into this particular potential in this situation. That's because of its effect of temporarily increasing stats when dealing with demons. As a matter of fact, nearly all of the official villains in Magic Knight of Mechan are demons. Therefore, the more you invest in Versus Demon Combat Power, the more specialized you become in boss battles. And Hunter is a unique trait that is only obtainable after fully maxing out Versus Demon Combat Power. It is a trait that vastly enhances the effectiveness of Versus Demon Combat Power. As a result, I will be able to exert overwhelming strength when fighting against demons like Trevian from now on. Finally prepared, I headed into the open space. Then, as Trevian approached Ian, he finally noticed my presence and directed his gaze toward me. Dark purple eyes, a human-esque face, an elongated body that looked as if it had been stretched out. The moment he spotted me, he grinned wide enough to tear apart the corners of his lips. Frankly speaking, it was a bizarre appearance. 1. AI made. Hello? Trevian's head twitched as he greeted me with a squeaky voice. It was because of this particular trait that many players had given him a nickname. It was Hello Man. Trevian was a demon that can only say hello. Hello, 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 hello. He swayed back and forth and suddenly approached me with frightening speed. Without any time to hesitate, I stretched out my right hand towards Trevian. It was a traditional stance for using magic. What kind of effect will it have? Fear and anticipation intertwined as they swirled within me. Then suddenly my heart started beating strongly as if it was gripped by a vice. My blood boiled and the surrounding flow of mana grew intense. The demon has been recognized as an enemy. The unique trait Hunter is activated. The level and stats are temporarily greatly enhanced. The skill tree temporarily becomes +10. Status. Willpower SO levels and abilities rose sharply. Unlike before, it felt as if I had an unlimited amount of energy at my disposal. I willfully surrendered myself to that feeling. Trevian swung his arms, causing a strange mana mixed with darkness and water to begin spiraling in my direction. At that moment, I released the cold air that had been flowing throughout my body with my right hand. A geometric pattern composed of a bright blue light manifested itself in front of my outstretched right hand. Then the cold magic exploded. Frost Explosion Ice Element 5. Bang! Whoa! As if exploding from a cannon, a ball of ice burst straight out of my hand and proceeded to devour Trevian's magic. The vast mana made up of ice spread outwards in a motion akin to a fan all at once and overwhelmed the glade in an instant. It easily swallowed up Trevian and then soared diagonally towards the sky as if it were bouncing off the ground. A huge block of ice formed in no time, looking like an incredibly magnificent sculpture. With the cold air blowing around it, that block of ice gave the illusion of having been transported to the North or South Pole. Trevian stood trapped in the block of ice with a painful expression as if he had been frozen in time. Fortunately, the main character, Ian Fairytale, was barely outside the range of the ice block, so he had ended up suffering no damage from my attack. It was probably because the ice ball had flown into the sky before it reached him. I heaved a deep sigh of relief, my breath visible in the cold air. From the palm of my right hand, where the magic had come from just now, pure white cold air was flowing out, similar to smoke leaking from a pistol's muzzle after firing a bullet. Just a few moments ago, I was only able to make a block of ice the size of a soccer ball. On the other hand, the iceberg that had formed before my very eyes, with various thorns poking out in every direction, was on a different level entirely. So this was the result of upgrading Versus Demon combat power to its maximum level. I vaguely sensed that it was possible to get rid of my magic's aftermath by releasing the mana holding it together. As if I had simply pressed a button on a remote control, I naturally released the mana flowing through the massive ice block. As one would expect, the sharp and huge chunk of ice began cracking apart. Crack! It broke down with an explosion of ice, suddenly turned into a light blue-colored powder, and then started to be blown away by the breeze. I guess you could say it was freezing off. No longer frozen in ice, Trevian collapsed while covered in blood. His wounds were formed from the countless ice shards aggressively flung at him when the skill frost explosion had occurred. Is it fine? It wouldn't be an issue even if I had to fight any further. I thought I could win with ease. After a period of intense silence, Trevian collapsed on the ground while still uttering the word, "Hello, hell." A powerless voice scattered in the wind, as Trevian turned into ashen dust and faded away. Footnotes, one AI made. Congratulations, you've defeated the demon Trevian, the evil LV80, and gained EXP. Level up. Your level has increased to 25. You have unlocked the achievement Beginning of a Legend. You have gained an additional 15 bonus stat points. Oh, a sudden increase of 5 levels all at once. Also, along with every level up, each of my stats were increased by 2. The rewards for achievements appear to have been awarded as it normally would. By the way, the overly high level of the enemy just now was because of this scenario being on the hell level difficulty setting. In other words, even if the level difference between us was extreme, a wild explosion in levels would not occur. Willpower B looks like my mana has increased by 20. Meanwhile, all of my other stats are the same as before. A unique characteristic of Magic Knight of Mechen was that, unlike most fantasy games, the player's level up didn't have any kind of direct effect to their stats. Sure, the higher the level, the higher the limit of the character's stats were, but it was not a mechanic for me to concern myself with. In the end, you needed to start training desperately if you wanted to actually raise your stats. The stat points that were accumulated from a level up can be invested in a character's growth efficiency, so as the game progressed, the stat level began to curve upward. Therefore, it could be said that Isaac's stats would start to see a sudden rise. Putting that aside, another game mechanic was that the higher the opponent's level was, the less damage it would end up taking. However, seeing as Trevian was only level 80 while I was level 120 at the time, the damage I had given him seemed to have been fully applied. Oh, does it also give party experience? I glanced at Ian, who was still knocked out on the ground. A sudden increase of 1 level. In Magic Knight of Mechen, allies who fought together in battle received experience points according to their performance. If the character was a damage dealer, it would be based on how much damage they dealt. If the character was a healer, it would be based on how much health they restored, and so on. Additionally, the more characters in a party, the higher the total amount of experience would be. Therefore, it wasn't the type of system where the experience points were split between party members. It looks like the party experience system was the same as before, even after the unpredictable event where I had got myself transmigrated into this game. The first bad ending has been prevented, and now I should hurry up and head to the entrance ceremony. The fact that I was still stuck in this world after 3 days no longer fazed me. It was a necessity for me to properly face all of the events that are going to happen in the future and to sort out each of them myself. Oh right, Kaya. Come to think of it, Kaya Strian hadn't shown up yet. Plot-wise, Kaya Strian was supposed to appear while Ian was in the middle of holding out against Trevian. I tried looking around but couldn't sense or see her anywhere, however. When I thought about it more, it made sense. In the game, Kaya had only appeared after Ian held on for a while, but I had already killed Trevian in an instant. In other words, Kaya must not have arrived here just yet. I'm glad. I felt relieved that I didn't get caught in the middle of the fight. Had Kaya, the second seat of the entire freshman class, seen me obliterate a level 80 demon in one attack, I couldn't even imagine how things would have turned out. If I were to continue living within this world, I would have to prevent any possible bad endings in the future. I shouldn't have such a setback in my plans this early on as a result of accidentally revealing my true abilities. First of all, I had ended up making a lot of noise when casting Frost Explosion, so it would be better to quickly get away from the scene before I get noticed. After sorting out my thoughts, I began walking back towards the academy for the entrance ceremony. Wait, what? Kaya Estrian, who was currently hiding behind a tree, couldn't keep her mouth shut from shock. While wandering around Josna Forest, she had suddenly sensed a dense source of mana and quickly flew over with her wind magic. Once she arrived, she saw that there was a confrontation between a strange-looking demon and a single man. To begin with, the random appearance of demons is normally considered to be a natural disaster. There was nothing all that strange about the sudden appearance of demons in a remote place like this. Feeling the amount of mana he was emitting, it was clear that he was quite a dangerous demon. But in that case, just what the hell was that man who had slaughtered such a demon in an instant? His appearance was that of a young male student with silver blue hair and a pair of crimson eyes which had a bluish aura attached. His height seemed to be about average, and the overall impression he gave was cute. However, the moment he fought, his eyes turned cold. It was a dramatic shift in his atmosphere, akin to flipping one's palm. It looked as if the air surrounding him became freezing cold. Sure enough, it was quite an impressive attack. Frost Explosion, a 5-star ice spell. With that much power, it was clear that his skill level was extremely high as well. Rather than feeling jealous, his skill was at a level worthy of admiration. Furthermore, at the moment when that man cast Frost Explosion, Kaya had sensed from him an amount of mana far greater than her own. The amount of her mana was something that Kaya was particularly confident in. She was so talented in that regard that she was admitted to the magic department of the prestigious Mädchen Academy as the second seat in her class. But that guy, who the hell is he? Looking at his uniform, it looks like he's a freshman like me. He was clearly wearing the academy uniform. A silver-rimmed navy blue cape was neatly draped over his shoulders, and the small brooch attached to his tie was scattering the red light that symbolized the first grade. At a glance, you could tell that he was a freshman like herself. Could he be the top seat? Seeing the clear difference between them, Kaya suddenly realized that she was a frog in a well. The days when the people around her praised her while saying that she was a genius born with magical talents flashed through her mind. A strong skepticism regarding those claims now engulfed her. Breathed, she let out a gasp when she saw that the silver-haired man began to move. Kaya Strian quickly turned around and crept behind a tree. Her light green hair, tied to both sides into a twin tail, fluttered for a moment. She had been holding her breath. Kaya found the man's strength to be terrifying. The silver-haired man, on the other hand, leisurely left the glade, as if he had never noticed her in the first place. The entrance ceremony in reality was similar to the one in the game. It took place in the middle of a sunny day after the heavy rain had finally cleared up, while having the students gather up in an outdoor plaza. Standing behind the podium was Luce Eltania, the top seat holder of the Magic Department's freshman class, and Kaya Estrian, the second seat beside her, who were currently in the middle of receiving their awards together. For some odd reason, Kaya was looking back and forth between the second seat and the students sitting in the audience, wearing a suspicious expression on her face. Was she still in shock from being in the second seat rather than the first? It was impossible to tell if that was originally the case, because the faces of the first and the second seat were hidden in this cutscene, but I never knew they could have that kind of expression. It felt fresh, in a way. Fortunately enough, the main character, Ian Fairytale, was able to arrive at the entrance ceremony on time. Seeing how his physical condition was intact, it was clear that Kaya Estrian had quickly healed him with healing magic after I left the scene. Then, after casually talking about this, and that with his savior, he would suddenly exclaim that he needs to get to the entrance ceremony as soon as possible. By the way, I can't believe that the main character is having this much trouble from the get-go. An ominous feeling slowly crept down my spine. Although the main story hadn't even started yet, Ian Fairytale had already gotten his ass beat by Trevian the Evil. In other words, it's impossible to know whether he would be capable enough to beat any of the numerous enemies that will appear in the future. With my soul having been transmigrated into this world, I have no idea what kind of disastrous fate would befall me if Ian Fairytale were to die and cause a bad ending to occur. With all of this in mind, the most certain way for me to avoid an untimely death is to go ahead and clear the main story of Magic Knight of Mädchen, while struggling through this hellish difficulty level to prevent a bad ending. It's a bit of a complicated feeling, though. Alongside a feeling of anticipation, the fear of the unknown crept up as well. The feeling I had right now was similar to what I felt back when I had bought up all of the stocks of a certain electronic company in the hopes that the stock price would end up rising to 100,000, all while the price chart gradually continued to drop. It was the kind of feeling that made me feel both anticipation and anxiety at the same time, the kind that made me feel unable to move on as I told myself things like, "It will rise again someday." The orientation for freshmen was scheduled to take place directly after the entrance ceremony. After checking the bulletin board inside the building's entrance and finding my name, Isaac, listed underneath the provisional third class, I began heading over to the lecture hall for the provisional third class. It was a terraced lecture hall reminiscent of what you would find in a university. Looking around, there were about 50 students who had already taken their seats. Even then, around 10 more seats will be filled in the future as well. The magic department in this academy had a maximum capacity of 300 students per grade, with a total of 5 provisional classes each. I roughly pushed my way through the crowd and sat down in one of the seats in the center. Ian Fairytale, the main character, still hadn't arrived just yet, but even then there were a couple of familiar faces I could spot. Matteo Giordana, who would end up playing the role of an early villain in the story, acting as a stepping stone for Ian Fairytale's development. His brown bangs were greased back, revealing his clenched forehead, which he paired with his muscular physique to make for an intimidating figure. Then there was Tristan Humphrey, a vain aristocrat who had a hobby of looking down on those he considered weak as well as the commoners he saw as inferior. He was the typical blonde-haired aristocrat who wore an arrogant smirk on his lips at all times. The second seat of the freshmen and one of the game's heroines, Kaya Strian, was here as well. She gave a cute impression with 2 black ribbons tied to her light green hair in the style of pigtails. Wait, just why am I getting embarrassed now that we're actually face to face? Am I shy? Anyways, Kaya Strian had the personality of a kind-hearted and broad-minded individual. Sure, there were some edges to her personality here and there, but they were more like defense mechanisms she used to hide her shyness and embarrassment. She also tended to follow those she admired, like a lost puppy. She's the number 1 type of girl who should be protected from pseudo-religion propagandists at all cost. She's also very good at making a mountain out of a molehill. She was a cute heroine who would attach a deeper meaning to each and every action Ian would make without putting much thought into them and would often get excited on her own. Whoa, having seen all of the characters from the game I always used to enjoy in the flesh, my heart was strangely feeling overwhelmed all of a sudden. Welcome, prospective wizards. Eventually, the front door of the lecture hall was opened, and our professor entered the room. As he appeared, many of the female students started making various exclamations like, oh my God, and so handsome. The professor finally arrived in front of the podium amidst the commotion, staring at the students with a chilling glare as he stood in silence. Unlike the silver-rimmed student uniform, the gold-rimmed navy blue uniform was the attire that the academy professors would wear. His well-groomed silver hair, blue eyes, and tall stature exuded the aura of a professional. Fernando Frost. He was a cold individual who wore an emotionless poker face at all times, as if not even a single drop of blood or tears existed within his body. In reality, however, he was a selfless humanitarian whose mind was always on the safety of and concern for his students. Level 98. Although he was definitely at a higher level than most of his students, as a wizard, it was around average. For reference, the level of the characters in this setting was determined based on their direct combat power. The level of their knowledge is also involved to a certain extent, but in the end, the most important factor was their ability to use magic well. If the setting of the criteria for a character's level was to be theory-oriented instead, Fernando's level would have been much higher. In fact, that would be the case for most of the professors here. I am Professor Fernando Frost. I am the professor in charge of the provisional third class for this week. Professor Fernando said as such in a smooth, calm tone. The girls in the class seemed to be dying because of the slick charm he possessed. I'm sure he was aware of how handsome he was. This kind of reaction would be normal for someone like him. I envy him. Let's stop talking about any unrelated personal matters and just get straight to the point. Orientation will be held over the course of the next week. Then, when the class placement evaluation is completed and the classes have been properly divided, the lessons will finally start in earnest depending on the level of each class from then on. Professor Fernando continued to speak with the same impassive attitude as before. With that said, for the sake of the future evaluation, and to make sure that you are aware of your current level, I will be measuring the amount of everybody's mana from this point forward. Our mana, oh right, the amount of everybody's mana gets measured during the first orientation class. It's a minor part of the story, so I always skimmed through the event whenever I played through the whole episode later on, which caused me to forget about it entirely. Either way, the results of the mana evaluation will end up being useful for my future tests. When the story begins, the main character, Ian Fairytale, is rated in the test as an E rank, the absolute lowest level when it comes to mana, so he ended up becoming an outcast among the students. But later on, as Ian grows rapidly over the course of the story, the students increasingly start to reevaluate him. Alright, come out one at a time when your name is called. Following the guidance of Professor Fernando, the students of the provisional third class were able to safely arrive at the training ground along with everybody else. It was a spacious training ground lined with seats for spectators and fine sand making up the floor. In addition to the provisional third class I belonged to, several provisional classes all came out to the field as well. Ian and the heroines had caught my eye in particular. Here I will be measuring the mana of each and every freshman belonging to the magic department. Professor Fernando used a small stick with a loudspeaker enchantment cast on it to explain the rules to the crowd of freshmen enrolled in the magic department, all of whom were standing together in an orderly manner. Simply put, he was basically using a microphone, although it was called a loudspeaker spell here. Meanwhile, the other professors of the provisional classes were sitting in the stands in order to observe their potential students. First of all, take this. At his words, the assistants began handing out objects to the students that had an appearance similar to hand grippers. Of course, I accepted it as well. The translucent grip felt firm when I held it. This particular magic instrument is a tool that measures the maximum amount of mana of the user by looking at the concentration of their mana. All you have to do is hold it with a firm grip while allowing the mana within you to flow, and then your grade will automatically be displayed before you. That grade is what your current position will be within the academy, so this will be an important reference for any future evaluations. As usual, Professor Fernando gave his speech in a perfect deadpan. Whenever you let your mana flow while trying to measure the amount of your mana, magic commonly tends to come out as a result. With that said, for the sake of the student's safety, I will be doing the measurements in an open space where there are no people for this evaluation. In each class, 5 people should come out, one group at a time in order from the lowest number. Thus began our first mana evaluation. Students began emerging from each provisional class and formed a line for each group. After getting into their proper positions, they gripped their mana meter and let their mana flow in an empty direction. All of them emitted an elemental aura with respect to their individual elements. After being used, that aura would end up leaving something known as a mana trail. It was evidence that proved whether or not magic of a specific element had been used. In addition to elemental types and mana capacity, this mana evaluation also contained an additional hidden evaluation factor that tested students for their ability in something known as mana control. When mana is channeled, traces of magic could end up remaining as well, even more so with powerful individuals that possessed greater mana. In other words, what if, after having finished the evaluation of one's total mana capacity, that person obtained a high grade for their result, but there was a lack of a magic aura? It meant that the person in question would end up receiving a very good score for their mana control, which would be added onto their class placement evaluation score. After each person belonging to the first group of students finally finished their mana evaluation, Professor Fernando lifted the mana meters into the air using telekinesis magic, lined them up, and began to read each grade aloud. Provisional third class, first grade C, second grade C+, third grade C, fourth grade C+, fifth grade C. Of course, there wouldn't be any extra points for these guys. Even with that amount of mana, aura still ended up being released. Next. With that said and done, the mana evaluation continued on. Meanwhile, oh my, I couldn't control my dense, thick, limitless mana. The conceited noble, Tristan Humphrey, shook his head in an exaggerated motion as he cast his overwhelming wind magic. When said with such a confident face, it sounded more like a theatrical line than a serious statement. In the aftermath of his wind magic, both the hair and uniforms of the professors and students alike had been violently shaken. Some of the girls let out a grunt as they patted their hair neatly. Professor Fernando, on the other hand, remained as expressionless as ever. Tristan Humphrey's mana ended up being a grade B. At that level, he was already at the top level of the students belonging to the magic department. His cocky demeanor wasn't an empty bluff after all. Of course, his mana control in particular was a negative score. Matteo Giordana, who was an early villain in the game, also came out with a grade B. Only a bit of his rock elemental aura was released, which was worth a couple of extra points. Next up was this year's first seat, Luz Eltania, along with the second seat, Kaya Astrian. The noisy audience suddenly became quiet as the two girls overflowing with elegance made their entrance. It was to the point where even the air started to feel heavy from their aura. The students' attention were focused entirely on them. Whoa, I unconsciously exclaimed. It was because Luz was much more beautiful in person than in the game. Wide strings could be seen flowing down each side of her silky rose gold hair. She was wearing a unique headband that had been designed with a morpho butterfly in mind, with a deep blue color reflected within its intense black border. Her deep blue eyes, which seemed to contain the sea itself, were both clear and pure, and put together with her fair skin and graceful face simply radiated youth to anyone who watched. As I admired Luz along with everybody else, I willed her level to be shown, causing a system window to appear in front of me, level 110. It was a number that was completely overwhelming among freshmen. When it came to the characters of Magic Knight of Mechen, Luce was my second favorite. She was one of the game's official heroines, and she also ended up being paired with the main character Ian for the upcoming class placement evaluation in a few days. That's not to say that Kaya Estrian, the second seat, isn't beautiful as well, but sorry, I'm just more of a Luce person than a Kaya person. Of course, if my favorite character was here, Dorothy Hartnova, it would be a different story entirely. Let's just stop this nonsense and watch. Luce and Kaya, like the other students, clenched the mana meter in their hands and stretched their arm forward. In comparison to the other students who were releasing an elemental aura, the two girls seemed completely calm. Then, after a few moments of standing still in silence, Luce and Kaya simply lowered their arms as if nothing had even happened in the first place. The students who were unaware of the existence of any kind of hidden grading factor were perplexed, because they thought the visible release of an aura was a given when using magic. At that level of control, their mana control grade would have definitely received a perfect score. Just as he had done the previous times, Professor Fernando lifted the mana meters the students had been holding with his telekinetic magic. The amount of mana this time will not be announced separately because they are the first seat and the second seat respectively. After a quick explanation, Professor Fernando looked over the grades displayed on Luce and Kaya's mana meters and read them aloud. Luce Eltania, grade A+, Kaya Estrian, grade B+. The students watching from the audience were unable to keep their mouths shut in awe. The A+ grade, which not a single person expected to show up in this examination, had come out of the professor's mouth. Kaya, having become the second seat of the freshman class as well as having grade B+ mana, was already at the level of active wizards. It was a ridiculous feat for a freshman at the academy, but Luce's grade A+ had left such an overwhelming impression that it was left buried. The grade A+ score was widely considered to be the ceiling level for most wizards. With that much talent, becoming a grade S was a step that could easily be accepted as a realistic story. For example, the highest grade that an ordinary person born without any talent could achieve with an immense amount of effort is grade A at best. Grade S was a realm that couldn't be reached without talent. This was all part of the setting that I had read countless times while playing Magic Knight of Mechen. As Luce was both talented and a hard worker, she had already planned to become a grade S before her second year. Grade A+, wow, is she really a freshman like us? Are we really the same age? However, as of now, Luce Eltania was unable to deliver the full extent of her supposed grade A+ power. This was a result of the mana evaluation only measuring the maximum capacity, not the amount that could actually be used. She was constantly consuming a considerable portion of mana in order to suppress her familiar, Thunderbird Galia. Only after the conclusion of her struggle to subjugate the Thunderbird during her final exams would Luce be able to unleash her true power. So then, what was she supposed to do before the battle of the Thunderbird? Well, at that time, she should be helped by the main character who would be considerably active by then, but unfortunately, it was starting to look like he would be a dumbass. Anyway, amidst the ongoing gossip coming from the crowd of students, Luce and Kaya finally exited the stage. Kaya clenched her fist in frustration while shaking her head. It looks like she's angry. Over the course of the game, Kaya would continue to feel inferior when faced with the solid wall known as Luce. But later on, Kaya would grow strong enough to cast the 8-star ultimate spell Yggdrasil. In this world, the absolute highest rank of magic was 9-star, capable of world destruction. Even then, the lower 8-star magic was still powerful enough for large-scale battles. Despite that, Luce's defeat seemed unlikely. However, Kaya was not the kind of character who lived her life while harboring an inferiority complex after seeing someone better than her. In fact, she had a tendency to admire and blindly follow those who were vastly different and overwhelmingly strong, regardless of their status. As I mentioned before, if she were to ever be deceived into joining a cult, she was the type of person who would definitely get in trouble. Next, hearing the professor call for the next group, I readied myself. Now it was my turn. I stepped forward, mingled among the other students, and stood alongside them. Once I had one in my hand, I proceeded to stretch the mana meter forward. Currently, my maximum mana is 320. Now that I was thinking about it, I didn't know much about this world's mana grading standards. It was just a minor detail briefly mentioned when passing through the game's story. I wonder how my 320 mana will compare to the average. Start. At the professor's command, I began squeezing the mana meter and poured out all my mana. Controlling this is a little difficult, isn't it? As a result of my poor control, cold air flowed out from where I stood, forming small pieces of ice in the process. Soon, just as I heard a buzzing sound from the mana meter, I immediately cut off the flow of mana. Just what will my grade be? Ignoring my heart fluttering in my chest, I checked the grade displayed on the mana meter. It was grade E. The worst possible grade. You would have gotten a better outcome if you had simply grabbed a random bystander on the streets who lacked any prior experience or knowledge in magic and measured their mana. It's It's a little serious. Ah, I just remembered. Wasn't there another grade E other than Ian this year? Was that actually me? After Ian's turn in the game, I remembered hearing a student commenting something along the lines of, there are 2 grade E students this year. Now that I've figured that out, I finally remembered just what kind of character Isaac was. This guy was an extra among extras that ended up with a sense of inferiority towards Ian, despite having a weightless existence. At least Kaya, who felt inferior to Luce, had the tenacity of a second seat. On the other hand, Isaac, who felt inferior to Ian, was pathetic. With that said, at the beginning of the game's story, he became one of Mateo's lackeys and makes several attempts to harass Ian, who was a grade E just like him, but ended up easily getting robbed of that position soon enough. Besides his failed attempts at petty revenge, simply watching Ian's rapid growth made him frustrated to the point where he could only grind his teeth, and in the end, his weight turned to dust, forever being nothing more than a third-rate extra. His purpose was to be a small darkness that would add a halo to Ian's growth, and was commonly considered to be the weakest point in Magic Knight of Machen, Provisional 3rd Class, 21st Grade C, 22nd Grade C, 23rd Grade C, 24th Grade C, 25th Grade E. All the students whose names were announced, including me, headed back to our seats. When Professor Fernando came across my grade while checking the mana meter labeled number 25, his expression appeared to have become perplexed. Grade E? What? So what, Grade E? Wait, did he actually get Grade E? Really? How in the world did a Grade E manage to get accepted into the Machen Academy? That's ridiculous, isn't it? That's certainly one hell of a guy in a different sense, huh? Once my meager result was announced, the students' attention was inevitably drawn to me, student number 25. Some laughed at my misfortune while others were surprised. Rather than the surprise shown at Luce's result, this surprise was more along the lines of, how did you even get into this academy? It basically meant the same thing as mockery. This was Machen Academy, the single most prestigious academy on the entire continent. In other words, the fact that someone with a mana capacity equivalent to Grade E had managed to make their way into the magic department of the Machen Academy was akin to some sort of doubtful miracle. On the other hand, all I had was low-level ice magic, not a rarity at all. Perhaps the original owner of this body, Isaac, got accepted with his theoretical ability in the entrance exam. In that case, it was a shame that I didn't have any of his theoretical knowledge left in my head right now. Wait a sec, the more that I think about it, the more I realize I have nothing to offer, right? Wait, what about? While the students were indulging in their gossip, Professor Fernando suddenly intervened. If you were able to get into our academy with this amount of mana, your theoretical grades must be excellent. Your goal must be a scholar then. Of course, the role of a magic scholar is significant for the development of the magic system. You'll have to pull yourself together, but don't be discouraged by the others. He said it as if he were sure that being a scholar was my desired career path. Of course, it wasn't something to be angry about. This was Professor Fernando's own way of showing me consideration. At the very least, as long as my goal was known to be a scholar, even with my actual mana capacity being incredibly insufficient among the student body, I would be ridiculed less by the other students. As I recalled, Professor Fernando had said the same thing to Ian in the game as well. Ian then would become furious and exclaim, "My dream is not to be a scholar. My dream is to become a magic knight." After making such an unrealistic claim, he would end up getting countless laughs from the other students in response. Grade E, Iha, how dare such an inferior being stand in the same line as one as superior as myself? It's funny, it's so funny. As expected, Tristan Humphrey, the conceited blonde aristocrat, made a gruesome mockery of my terrible score. The lines he said were funny, sure, but the one saying them was stupid. You bastard, excuse me. At that time, the second seat, Kaya Strian, suddenly raised her hand and shouted, "What was it this time? I don't think I've ever seen an event like this happening in the game. Have there ever been any cases where an error occurs in the process of evaluating the amount of mana? For example, a case where the grade is measured incorrectly?" What both Professor Fernando and the students responded to her question as if they couldn't understand. I was the same. Perhaps this was a question stemming from pointless doubts such as, even though somebody as strong as myself is a student at the Machen Academy, does it make sense for a grade E to be in the same year? I have no clue. I see. First of all, there is nothing wrong with the mana evaluation method. Professor Fernando quietly answered her question in a calm fashion as he picked up my mana meter, which was supposedly the root of the issue at hand. The professor then began to pour his mana into the mana meter, undisturbed by the stares directed at him. Just as one would expect from a professor, no elemental aura was released in the process, and with a ping, the magic power was quickly evaluated on the device. Grade A. Professor Fernando confirmed the result and showed it to Kaya. As you can see, the mana meter is working just fine. According to the results of the inspection this morning, there were no abnormalities in the device. At the very least, there has never been a case of an incorrect measurement. If an error occurs, the operation itself won't work because of the device's structure. Is that so? Kaya now had an expression of disappointment on her face, as if Professor Fernando's answer wasn't the one she wanted to hear. Seeing the reaction he was given, Professor Fernando then proceeded to explain the second possible explanation. Of course, there are some cases where the evaluation ends up being wrong even without an error. Rare, but possible. Professor Fernando suddenly made an unfamiliar argument, confusing the students listening. Regardless of their confusion, the students soon understood after his next words. It is said that an archwizard has a level of control over mana beyond the realm of possibility, allowing them to deconstruct and reconstruct the flow of mana within their body. If that's possible, then they could control their mana output during the evaluation to achieve their desired grade. However, this is only possible for archwizards who have been blessed by the heavens and honed themselves through countless hours of meditation, training, and solitude, without exceptions. Like a method where, even without being an archwizard, you could adjust your magic level. I assure you, there are no exceptions other than this. If there was, they would probably be a superhuman who has already mastered all forms of magic. It would never happen at the student level, even if you were born with a level of genius talent that would be regarded as irrational by global standards. Regardless of any further objections, Professor Fernando continued to assert his point. That was the official setting, after all. An archwizard was perceived in this world as a transcendental being that lived outside the jurisdiction of natural law, and even the emperor would have to be wary of one. Is that so? For some reason, Kaya looked shocked by this well-known fact. Could she be flustered while thinking really, a grade E that actually exists at the same Mädchen Academy as myself? She certainly prided herself on being admitted to the prestigious Mädchen Academy. In other words, the grade E that lowered the overall level of the academy must have been a thorn in her eye. Oh, of course, this was just an exaggeration on my part. She was a good-natured person, so it was probably just at the level of a minor discomfort. It was definitely a shame, though. Even if you ignored me, Ian was still there as well. The fact that there was not just one, but two students with only grade E-level mana must have scratched her pride quite a bit. After 40 more minutes of testing, the mana evaluation was finally over. Just as I thought, the story progressed as normal. Ian was graded as a grade E-level mana, and after being mistaken for a scholar, ended up revealing his dream of becoming a magic knight to the entire student body, certainly showing off his presence as the main character as he made the students laugh. Facing the students of the Department of Magic, who had finally settled down and began standing in an orderly manner, Professor Fernando began to speak. The mana evaluation has concluded. Each of you should be aware of your own position, keep it in mind every moment, and use it as a stimulus for your devotion to magic. You may be aware of this already, but I will emphasize it here once more. The tradition of our Mädchen Academy is survival of the fittest. The strong consume the weak, and the weak are consumed. So be strong to the core if you want to avoid being consumed. Try as hard as you can in order to survive. That is all. I had experienced the harsh educational climate of the Mädchen Academy several times already while playing the game. The weakest, the grade E isn't that the perfect prey to be bullied in this environment. With that in mind, I thought that I would have to try to keep myself from standing out for a while. For some reason, I could still feel Kaya glaring daggers at me. I had been pretending not to notice her stare for a while now, but I was sure the reason for it was because of my grade E. It seemed like it would be a rough start from the very beginning. Mädchen Academy, the entirety of a vast, remote island located in the eastern part of the continent, was the Mädchen Academy itself. They had established their own independent economic system. First and foremost, the currency used was not the prevalent currency that was commonly used elsewhere. The only currency that could be used here was referred to as gel. The most common method for a student to earn gel was undergoing either a performance evaluation or another form of testing. It would then be distributed in varying amounts depending on one's grades or some other specific criteria. It was also possible to earn gel by working part-time, but it wasn't very efficient. It would be best to think of it as a supplementary measure when running low. Other than that, converting local money into gel was another valid method used by students. However, it was only possible before the start of each semester, at least until the first semester's tuition was paid for. If you had a lot of gel, you could even pay the tuition with it as well. What if I were to run out of gel? In that case, I would have no choice but to borrow some from somebody else, go to the academy bank for a loan, or try and work part-time. I would end up starving otherwise. This was a harsh place after all. At the beginning of the year, all of the freshmen who came to the academy were given 5,000 gel. With the textbooks and school uniforms already being fully provided by the academy, unless you overspent on anything unnecessary, you would definitely have enough to last until the next performance evaluation at the very least. Knowing that, I decided to use my gel in moderation at the student cafeteria for my lunch and dinner. Despite that, everything still ended up tasting delicious and I felt fully satisfied. What a strange feeling this was. Anyways, after defeating Trevian earlier in the day and personally experiencing the entire entrance ceremony and orientation, I was now fully convinced that I had been transmigrated into the world of Magic Knight of Mechen. I also made a trip over to the library to read an introduction to basic magic textbook that I believed to be appropriate for my current level. Fortunately enough, understanding the contents of the textbook was not too difficult, possibly due to my prior knowledge of the game. After confirming that fact, I also went ahead and took out an introduction to advanced magic textbook and began reading. Oh, it's more difficult than I thought. Physics, chemistry, I'm not quite sure which it was, being a liberal arts major myself, but it felt like I was seeing something similar. Just looking at the complicated formulas and equations made me start feeling dizzy, so I quickly closed the book and headed back to the dormitory. At Mechen Academy, there were a total of 4 dormitories. The dormitory you're assigned to is determined by grades each semester. As for myself, I resided in the Doris Hall, the lowest-ranking dormitory with relatively poor facilities as a result. The dormitories were assigned to each student based on their entrance exam scores. Just as you would expect, Doris Hall was a dormitory for the inferior students, a gathering place for those with the lowest grades in the academy. Ian Fairytale, the protagonist, also resided here for the time being. I entered my room. All of my belongings had already been transferred into my room: clothes, toiletries, disposables, writing utensils, and everything else I needed. In any case, it was quite a small room. Of course, by that, I meant that it was just small in comparison to the other dorms. As an experienced civil service exam taker who had been previously living in a 3-pyong studio in Sillim-dong, I was able to wholeheartedly attest to the fact that it was spacious, clean, and luxurious. For reference, the academy had purposefully made the facilities in here more narrow than the other dormitories for the purpose of motivating students to try and get out of here. Elitism, indeed. Even despite that, however, the showers were still extremely well equipped. I'm stuck in a place like this. What? That startled me. It sounded like somebody was shouting in the room next door, a cry filled with the strong will to escape. It seemed that a room like this must have been a sizable blow for the spoiled aristocrats, who had always lived their entire lives in an extremely nice place. I shut the door behind me and sat myself down on the bed. The single bed felt incredibly soft as it gently enveloped my buttocks. It had already been 3 full days since I transmigrated into this game. If I were to fall asleep tonight and still not end up back in my own reality, then just as I've thought to myself many times ever since I came here, my goal was clear. I needed to clear this game. The main problem currently was that Ian, the main character whose death would serve as the condition for a bad ending, was no better than a shitty newbie. Hell difficulty was obviously an extremely challenging experience, starting with the enemy's specs. As a result, the player was required to have excellent control abilities from the very start. On the other hand, Ian, this bastard, had already almost gotten a bad ending right at the beginning of the first day, and there was no guarantee that this would not continue to happen in the future. If that's the case, I just have to get stronger. If the protagonist is useless, then there is only me. An unpredictable variable with the ability to prevent the numerous bad endings of this world. According to the scenario, this was because Ian, despite being a human, was born with the light element, which was a demon's only weakness. As such, Ian would be able to defeat demons even with significant level differences between them. Normally, light elemental abilities and divine powers were only usable by the noble saintesses blessed by God. Simply put, it should have been impossible for Ian, an ordinary human, to have the light element from birth. However, it eventually came to light that within Ian flowed the mixed blood of a human and a heavenly being, who naturally wielded divine power. This is the full explanation of how he was born with the ability to wield divine power without a blessing. It was a backstory supposed to come out as a twist later on. Of course, both Ian and I must gradually improve our strengths together. The light element had many uses besides direct combat, and if he still couldn't use his divine power later on, demons with an invincible status would begin appearing regardless. When that time comes, Ian will have to dispel their invincible status by using the 8-star light element ultimate spell, Expelled from Paradise, along with his final weapon, Luminous Sword. In other words, it was necessary to at least be strong enough to properly progress the story. In the end, though, the biggest issue is still going to be the final boss. The game's final boss, Nephid, evil god of destruction. It was a damn tough boss. In hell difficulty, even if the player maxed out their specs, if they were hit even once, it would be game over. This was because Nephid could cast 9-star magic, a level of power capable of destroying the world. The magic circle for resurrecting the sealed evil god Nephid was engraved on the roof of Bartos Hall in Mechen Academy. However, it would be impossible to even see or touch the engraving because of a 9-star spell blocking absolute perception. what if you destroy the building? During a Q event for the game, a user had asked that exact question to the developers, and I certainly still remembered the answer to that question even now. The developers had responded by saying, it would be meaningless to destroy the building because the magic circle itself is actually engraved beyond time and space. In the end, the evil god Nephid was bound to be resurrected when the time came. Still, if I could just catch Nephid, that would end everything. The demons would no longer be a threat because Nephid was the one who had sent them to Ian in the first place. Nephid was still sealed away in the abyss and could only release a little bit of mana to the outside world at a time. The mana Nephid sent outside would be used to wake up the demons that lay dormant beneath the surface. It was this restriction that made him only able to send a few demons to kill Ian every once in a while. All this meant was that I needed to prevent the bad ending by defeating all the demons myself. In order to clear this game, I need to become strong enough to beat the final boss as well. As long as I was Isaac, the goal was clear. Where should I invest my stat points first? It's finally time to start thinking about the future. There will be a class placement evaluation soon, and around that time, another demon would appear. The problem was that, in order to catch that demon, there was a harsh condition attached where I would be forced to avoid elimination for about 5 hours in a battle royale against only those stronger than me. However, if I were to try and increase my immediate chances of survival by increasing my V's human combat power potential, I would end up being much further away from defeating the evil god Nephid in the long run. I definitely needed to level up even just a little bit faster. Then, I should give top priority to the physical training efficiency and magical training efficiency potentials. After making my decision, I proceeded to distribute 10 stat points to physical training efficiency and 15 to magic training efficiency. Ding. Potential physical training efficiency has increased from D+ to C. Potential magical training efficiency has increased from D to C. Even with this, I don't expect any dramatic effect until the upcoming class placement evaluation, but I hope it's at least as good as the figures show. Now that I've finished that, the next thing I need to do is make myself a training plan. With that said, I was starting to feel exhausted already. As I sat at my desk, unfolded the parchment, and began writing down my future plans, in the middle of that, I somehow fell asleep. Each and every room of the top-ranked dormitory of Mechan Academy, Charles Hall, was luxurious, truly befitting its splendid exterior. After all, this was a super luxurious facility where only the top 10 students from each department and year could stay. There were also facilities that could be used by employees. The academy itself had prepared high-quality human resources for students living at Charles Hall. It was there that Kaya Estrian, the prodigious second seat of the freshman class at the Department of Magic, was seated at her desk while resting her chin on her palms, deeply lost in her own thoughts. Inside a dark room, the soft light of an enchanted lamp quietly illuminated the figure of her in a luxurious nightgown. It really just doesn't make any sense at all. Kaya was reflecting on what she had witnessed earlier today. This morning, when that man with silver-blue colored hair defeated the demon, Kaya clearly felt an overwhelming amount of mana overflowing from within him. Yet at the time of the mana evaluation, the same man achieved grade E, the worst grade. It was an obvious contradiction. It could only mean that the mana meter he used was broken. Was it possible that the silver-blue-haired man just didn't let any of his mana leak out? Impossible. She already confirmed that there was elemental aura flowing out. Besides, even at that time, Kaya herself had even felt his feeble mana personally. There's no way that's true. After all, the ability that the silver-blue-haired man had showcased when he obliterated the demon was already at a level far superior to her own. It wasn't that she mistook his ability either, since Kaya knew how to manipulate wind and ice elements herself. Therefore, she had an eye for ice magic. The moment she saw his 5-star spell, Frost Explosion, she felt like she was watching a masterpiece that had been created by a master craftsman with great care for decades. How in the world could such an expert be classified as a mere grade E? She was about to burst into laughter when the topic first came up. Contrary to her expectation, Professor Fernando had insisted that the mana meter's results were impossible to get wrong. The silver-blue-haired young man, number 25, did not raise any objections to such a claim and just continued to stay silent, in spite of all the ongoing giggles and mockery of the surrounding students. It was almost as if he had known this would happen from the very start. An archwizard is in existence able to easily change their maximum mana at will. She couldn't help but think back to the words she heard before, to be able to fake their amount of mana by changing mana itself. How would that be any different from the absurd claim that each and every cell in your body could also be changed at will? No, in the first place, an archwizard was a being that would transcend common sense just by existing, so even if that's possible. It still didn't make any sense that a student the same age as her was successfully able to reach the level of an archwizard. An archwizard was an honorable title that was given only to those who have been recognized as the absolute best wizards across the entire continent. Even the most successful first-class wizards, such as the Tower Masters, the leaders of well-renowned and high-ranking guilds, or court wizards, were not even comparable to the size of a fingernail in front of an archwizard. Even Kaya's family, the ducal house of Astrian, with their high social status, would be forced to bow their heads in front of an archwizard. The level of an archwizard was at the point where whether it was heaven's blessings, an unparalleled talent, or bone-breaking efforts, all of it was required. In the first place, although the man who was number 25 had powerful mana when facing the demon, it was still a bit weaker than the first-class wizards Kaya had seen thus far. It was not enough power to confidently state that he had already reached the level of an archwizard. However, even thinking about it that way couldn't explain the inconsistency of his mana being grade E. I noticed that the black-haired man earlier didn't know about him either. After the silver-blue-haired man left, Kaya went and woke up the person named Ian Fairytale who was passed out in the clearing, and used healing magic to treat his wounds. His wounds actually recovered themselves surprisingly quickly, as if Kaya's healing magic only served as an accelerator. During the healing process, she asked Ian if he knew the man who defeated the demon. To her disappointment, he seemed to be completely unaware. In the first place, his attention at the time was focused entirely on the demon that had already turned to ashes and vanished by that point. She decided it would just end up being a waste of time to keep asking him, so Kaya stopped talking. Could it be a secret where I'm the only one who knows student number 25 is actually strong? She had already told Ian that she would report the issue of the appearance of a demon to the academy. After the mana evaluation was finally over, she decided to report it to Professor Fernando. She couldn't bear to see it be reported any later. Demons weren't known for their collective behavior and typically appeared as natural disasters. In other words, there was never any kind of rush to report it when the aforementioned demon had already been slain. However, after hearing the result of the mana evaluation of the person who defeated the demon, with Fernando's explanation added on top of that, Kaya reported the incident a little differently from the truth. She reported that the demon was already dying and disappeared soon after. That was why she didn't know the identity of the demon slayer. All because she had suddenly thought of an unbelievable possibility. Really, no, really, that's got to be nonsense. After the perception of the impossibility and possibility that had been layered on top of each other, slowly peeled away, the truth hidden underneath was finally revealed. Finally, Kaya voiced the possibility. If it's true that number 25 has reached the level of an archwizard, then what if he arbitrarily adjusted his mana when he defeated the demon earlier today? If that's the case, then, is that person a so-called genius among geniuses, surpassing all of the archwizards that have ever been recorded in history? What had long been considered an absolute, immutable truth could easily be overturned at any time, whenever an exception were to appear. This was something that humanity had only been able to deduce with inductive reasoning thus far. However, what if today, the very exception that had only been spoken of in theory had suddenly appeared? What if that exception was number 25, the man with silver-blue hair? That's amazing. Thrill, excitement. These were the emotions she felt when arriving at this conclusion. It meant that he was a being who would become a legend, and she was the first person to know his identity. It felt surreal. She felt as if she was facing a monumental truth that she shouldn't have known. Kaya began to tremble, and the corners of her mouth twitched upward. No, don't get ahead of yourself just yet. The professor already said it himself that it was impossible. Let's think carefully. When she calmed down and went over the details once again, it was clear that this was impossible. In fact, it was something no different from something in the realm of fantasy. But what if it's real? Really, what if it's really real? What if he went and entered the academy while hiding his true power for some unknown reason? Without realizing it, Kaya's thoughts had already reached this point. So then, under the assumption that this person was an important figure hiding their identity, her mind became focused on keeping quiet about his contribution to defeating the demon, seeing as he was pretending to be a weakling. I need to find out. In the end, Kaya resolved herself to speak to number 25 tomorrow. After class, I headed to the student cafeteria for lunch. Hey, that person. Is he that grade E guy from yesterday? Really, how did he get in here? He's not good enough. While sitting alone and eating my 50-gel lunch, I could hear the mocking remarks directed at me from another table. Considering their lack of subtlety, they clearly meant for me to hear everything they were saying. I felt it before, but it seems the fact that I was a grade E in mana was spreading among the students. The academy advocated for a system where the weak were oppressed by the strong, so naturally, students openly looked down on those ranked lower than them. As a grade E who scored even lower than Ian Fairytale, who also had the same grade E mana, this fate was inevitable since I was the weakest student. In other words, I can't beat anyone here. Let's just ignore it for now. Today was the fourth day since I came to this game world, and as expected, I couldn't go back to reality even if I fell asleep regularly. Seeing as I have to stay here, I shouldn't go and antagonize other students since it would make my academic life difficult. It was best to just ignore them. I didn't have time to worry about such trivial stuff anyway. I instead had to devote all of my time to training from now on, meaning I had no time to worry about anything else. This morning, I had some time before my classes for the day started, so I decided to jot down my plans for the future on a piece of parchment paper, recalling my previous memories of playing the game while doing so. As for my first priority, I was thinking of aiming for the top of this department. Grades were not only the easiest, but also the most indicative way to measure how strong an individual is, and since I needed to be the strongest to survive, it was imperative that I increased my grades. My ultimate goal was to eventually surpass the top seat loose, and I would do what needed to be done in order to achieve that goal. As a side note, getting low grades wasn't an option. If I failed repeatedly, I would be expelled, kicked out of the academy, and then this world would receive a bad ending. With that in mind, I planned to go and find the legendary weapon, Hilda's Frost Scythe. Hilda's Frost Scythe is the final ice element weapon, and in the original game, it could be obtained after the second year's second semester. But because I wasn't bound by the story of the game like Ian Fairytale, it didn't matter. I want to get it before the end of the first year if possible. To obtain Hilda's Frost Scythe, I needed to complete the trial given by Ice Dragon Hilda, but in order to even think of receiving said trial, I had to first raise my ice element resistance to 60 at the very least. I needed to become strong enough to get Hilda's Frosts as soon as possible. According to the setting in the original game, one person could only use up to 2 kinds of elemental magic, depending on whether or not they were compatible with it. The only exception to this was the power of fairies. I didn't know what element that Ian, who currently only used light magic, would choose from among fire, water, ice, lightning, rock, and wind in the future. That was because in the game, the second element of Ian was decided by the player, but now that wasn't the case. If he chooses the ice element, Hilda's Frost Scythe will be his final target. Sorry, that's mine now. I have nothing to give to a fucking newbie, so I could only hope that he wouldn't choose the ice element. I have to clear the game no matter what. I'm going to get as strong as I can in order to win this game. It was my specialty to achieve my goals through grit and hard work. It was an asset that I had acquired throughout my life studying for exams. I played Magic Knight of Mechen as both a break and a reward after a long day of studying. Although on my day off I would play it all day long, and this only continued after I passed the exam. I could have never imagined that I would be transported into Magic Knight of Mechen as an extra, and I could tell it would be a long and arduous battle before my final goal was achieved. I'll commit evil deeds without hesitation. Phew phew foo foo, phew foo foo. Hey, is that kid laughing? Oh, I burst out laughing without realizing it. I seemed to have been too engrossed in myself. I could hear someone comment when I laughed, but I didn't care. After the meal, I was walking toward the classroom. How are you? When suddenly someone greeted me from behind. I came to a halt and looked back. I saw a familiar female student with light green pigtails tied with black hairbands and 2 eyes that were a beautiful jade color, shining like emeralds. Kaya Astrian, the second-seat freshman in the Department of Magic, was dressed in her school uniform. Why is Kaya talking to me? Is it to give advice like an old man, to work hard because I'm an unimportant grade E? If it's Kaya, that could be the case since she's nosy. Number 25 of provisional 3rd class, right? Was it because of the impression that a grade E gave? She managed to remember my number. Ah yes, you remember my number. I just answered out of curiosity, but suddenly Kaya's shoulders trembled. I didn't remember it because I was interested in you. She turned her head sideways and answered in a timid tone. Her face grew red with embarrassment. Kaya had a shy personality, so she reacted to even a hint of embarrassment like this. One could even call it a defense mechanism. Wow, she's really familiar. Is it because I saw her in the game? I almost flashed her a smile that could only be described as fatherly. I had no reason to show such a smile, so I kept my mouth shut and looked at Kaya, waiting for her to speak. Kaya cleared her throat and looked back at me. Do you remember me? From the same provisional 3rd class, Kaya Astrian. Yes, because you're the second seat. Suddenly there was an awkward air. What is this feeling? Was there anything strange about what I just said? Oh right. Kaya Astrian was the second daughter of the Duke of Astrian, who was responsible for managing the western part of this country, Zelver. She was, in other words, a high-ranking aristocrat whose name was known by all. On the other hand, I was a commoner without a surname. Her status was too high for me to just say, I remember you because you're the second seat. It would have been natural if I had added something like, I remember you because you are from the Astrian family. Do I have to be polite now? It's an honor to talk to you. No, it's a bit too much. What is your name by any chance? Thank God. Kaya immediately blew away my worries by asking a single question. It's Isaac. Isaac. Kaya repeated my name twice as if to clearly engrave it into her mind. I was both flattered and thankful for her reaction. I felt like I had made a huge mistake by forgetting to add the daughter of the Duke's family part, but it seems like my worries were needless since Kaya was too kind to bully me. The real problem was the students who occasionally stole glances at me and Kaya as they passed. They tried to infer the contents of the conversation by reading our lips. Did Kaya just talk to a grade E commoner? Why? Is she here to call him pathetic because he's grade E? It's Lady Kaya. She probably came to say something because he was so pitiful. It seemed that their conversation was roughly going this way. The situation where the second-seat freshman of the magic department and the daughter of the Astrian family with grade B plus mana spoke to the weakest freshman with grade E mana and was a commoner was simply absurd. What should I do? It was unnatural, but would it be better to bow down at a right angle and say, "Nice to meet you, lady of the dignified Duke family. Isaac, I'll ask you straightforwardly, why are you hiding your identity?" Huh, what does she mean by that? What are you talking about? You can't hide it from me. You're hiding your identity, aren't you? Kaya looked nervous. What kind of bullshit is this? No way, wait a minute, I get it. Kaya must have witnessed me defeat Trevian the Evil. Could it be that then? The next memory that came to my mind was yesterday's mana evaluation. When Professor Fernando said something about an archwizard being able to deceive the maximum amount of mana, I remembered the look Kaya had on her face. If it was true that she witnessed the scene of me defeating Trevian, then the expression on her face was quite convincing. I showed overwhelming power in front of Kaya, yet according to the mana meter, my mana was only grade E. Anyone would look at the two events and think it was ridiculous. Wait, could it be that? Does she think I am a genius among geniuses who has reached the level of an archwizard? The realm of an archwizard, you can hide your own mana, right? Kaya asked quietly on purpose so that no one could hear. My head was throbbing. Kaya felt inferior to Luce, but she had a tendency to harbor admiration for people whom she found out of her reach. Perhaps I was seen as the latter. She was someone who blindly followed such people. Yes, this girl who appeared flawless was in reality a fool among fools. First of all, Kaya's misunderstanding was troublesome for me since I needed to be regarded as a weak commoner by people unconditionally in the beginning. But if she suddenly started saying things like, "Isaac is actually strong," people's perception of me might change. As Isaac, I need a reason to be Mateo's subordinate for a while. First, however, the most dangerous problem is whether or not the fact that I defeated the demon was reported to the school. If reported, it would be a very serious issue. I guess not, but I concluded immediately that it wasn't the case. If my contribution in defeating the demon had been reported, the Academy would have made a big deal out of it and rewarded me. In particular, Alice, one of the most powerful people in the Academy and the president of the Student Council, wouldn't have stayed still. If she had heard the news, she would have tried to approach me in any way possible. If you looked at the story of Magic Knight of Metchin, Alice couldn't touch Ian, the main character, rashly because he came from the fairytale Viscount family. But it wouldn't matter even if she killed an insignificant commoner like me at any time. In other words, Alice was unaware of the fact that I had defeated the demon. You didn't say anything. Why is that? Why, Kaya? Even if it would cause me a headache later, it seems I needed to go along with this fool's misunderstanding. A momentary silence descended upon us as I carefully thought of my next words. After closing my eyes and opening them, I sighed quietly and spoke with a serious expression. Did you tell anyone about me? An age-old cliché, a nerd that hides their power. In short, someone who pretends to be powerless. I decided to imitate that role. I didn't. Know that I reported it to the Academy the same day the demon appeared at the entrance ceremony, but I said I didn't know who killed the demon on purpose. I tried to endure the tingling of my hands and limbs and looked at Kaya. Perhaps understanding the flow of the atmosphere, Kaya was clearly nervous. She seemed to think that her guess was correct. Why? Because you seem to want to hide your power anyway. Thank God she noticed. It was a relief that Kaya was very perceptive in matters like these. She almost caused a game over without even knowing it. I could roughly guess how the Academy must have reacted to Kaya's report. In the setting of Magic Knight of Metchin, demons were regarded as natural disasters. If it had already been dealt with, there was nothing more to look at. The most important thing was student safety, and since everyone was safe beside the sole victim Ian, the only thing they would do is mark him for a few days and be done with it. The Academy's staff members got in a lot of trouble because so many demons appeared in Magic Knight of Metchin, thus holding the chairman accountable for the potential dangers of the situation and the inevitable commotion a demon brought. Nevertheless, the Academy's staff members somehow managed to solve every problem so that it doesn't interfere with the Academy's curriculum. They don't get much attention despite the amount of important and troublesome tasks they have to take care of. Alice must have been looking for the person who defeated the demon by now. She was unaware of how demons were created, so she didn't know when and where a demon would appear. However, she knew to an extent that it was Nephid's will that demons arose. Nephid had a simple goal in mind when creating demons, and that was eliminating any potential threats to them. So Alice had no choice but to look for the one who defeated the demon. Let's maintain this atmosphere for now. I closed my eyes and let out a deep sigh on purpose as I pretended to be annoyed. You said your name was Kaya, right? Why, yes. I opened my eyes and glared at her with a gaze that was even colder than death's embrace. Don't tell anyone about me. Kaya froze. She resembled a cornered deer, trembling before a beast trying to devour her. She was weak in front of someone who showed overwhelming skill that she wasn't even close to matching. Let's stop here. If the player took Kaya's lover route, she was imaginative enough to guess every word that would come from Ian's mouth, which naturally caused her to think badly of herself. I quietly left the place. I had to run away before Kaya regained her senses and said anything else, and now that it was like this, I shouldn't reveal my true identity. Luckily, she still had a frightened expression on her face. We spoke quietly, so the students watching us shouldn't have heard what we were talking about. But can I just leave it like this? Well, it'll probably be fine. I was right. Kaya trembled like an aspen tree as she recalled her interaction with Isaac. She shuddered like a lamb that felt the fear of death in front of a wolf. The strength in her legs was giving out, and it seemed like even the slightest touch would cause her to collapse. Her beating heart continued to race faster and faster as an intense fear rushed in like a tidal wave, gripping her entire body and preventing her from moving. A warning that was a warning. Isaac's red eyes were the vibrant color of blood. When the image of him crushing a powerful demon merged with the hostility she had seen earlier today, it became a source of fear for her. Isaac was definitely hiding his true identity, and judging from their earlier conversation, he must have been pretending to be weak for whatever reason. What should I do? Kaya blamed herself for trying to find out more about Isaac. To him, she had gotten on his bad side. In 3 days, there will be a class placement evaluation. It was an event where the main character, Ian Fairytale, and one of the heroines, Luce Altania, would get entangled. As for why they got involved, it was because a demon suddenly appeared. Right before Ian and Luce fought, a demon emerged and the two joined forces to fight the demon, and Ian ended up protecting Luce. Ian was just protecting Luce, thinking that she was caught off guard. Anyway, they succeeded in defeating the demon, and after the class placement evaluation was over, Luce started caring for Ian because of the memories they formed that day. The two of them end up dating because Luce was vulnerable to situations where she is being protected. Of course, none of this would matter if Ian were to lose again at the beginning. In the first place, there was no need for Ian to protect Luce. If Luce didn't take the lover route, she would live with "living my life my way" as her motto and instead become a supporting character who occasionally helped Ian. Even if Ian didn't protect Luce, there wouldn't be any problems with the story. My role was to simply defeat the demon without much thought. By the way, even if Ian was defeated and Luce was left alone, she could still defeat the demon. The problem with that, however, was that it led directly to a bad ending. So the key to that event was to defeat the demon as quickly as possible and prevent a bad ending from occurring. However, the class placement evaluation started at 200 p.m., and the demon wouldn't appear until 700 p.m. The class placement evaluation was a survival game where everyone was an enemy besides yourself. In that battle royale, I would have to survive for 5 hours until the demon appeared while being the weakest student. Firstly, physical training, secondly, magic training, then introduction to basic magic, and finally the study of elementary ice science. I started to move according to the training plan that I had drawn up in advance. As dusk descended, I arrived at the corner of the butterfly garden. The place I had arrived at was an open area. Under the dark and gloomy evening sky, I deeply inhaled the grassy air. Probably because the location was so large, it was easy to find a deserted place. Woo. From now on, I intended to use the 1-star spell Ice Generation like crazy. Basic elemental magic was very useful, and it was necessary to master it first because it was the basis of all magic. Ice Generation. I stretched out my hands into the air and let the ice mana flow. Ice Generation Ice Element 1. I repeatedly produced ice blocks the size of soccer balls before removing them through unfreezing. I used up almost all the mana I was able to muster, before patiently waiting for my mana to replenish itself, and then doing it all over again. Despite the cold weather, beads of sweat were dripping down my body. As if I was standing in the rain, the fatigue that I had been ignoring so far finally settled in, causing my energy to dwindle and blood to start flowing from my nose. Spending mana recklessly was more arduous than I thought. Then, after 2 hours had passed, I headed to one of the 7 gyms with an exhausted body. Most of the students in the Department of Magic aimed to become wizards, so they didn't feel the need to come to the gym. It was much more efficient to study magic theory or increase your magic proficiency while training your muscles in moderation for conditioning and health. I'd rather train according to the standards of this world, but in Magic Knight of Machen, having good stamina came with a variety of benefits, both in terms of growth and overall progression of the story. In other words, physical training was something that no one could deny the importance of. When I arrived at the gym, I saw students from the night department in sportswear exercising with great intensity, a party of steel for men. I felt like I was going to drown in all the testosterone that was radiating from their bodies. There really isn't anyone from the magic department, is there? Fortunately, I didn't see any students who seemed to be from the magic department after looking around for a bit. If there were, I would have been criticized for things like, he's a commoner with grade E mana, but doesn't train his magic and instead chooses to do outrageous exercises. It's clear that he doesn't understand what he's studying. Wouldn't I lose all interest in exercising? I started with the bench press. I put a collective 20 kg of iron on the left and right of a 20 kg iron bar for a total weight of 40 kg. I could feel the fit students of the night department glancing at me. It must have been a strange sight to see a normal-looking magic department student trying to exercise. Let's ignore it. Oog. Hoheya, gritting my teeth, I lifted the iron bar with all my strength. I managed to lift the iron bar up for 5 reps, then rested. I lifted it 5 more times, rest, then another 5 times, rest, blurch. I dropped it as is. I felt like I've already completely overworked my arm and chest muscles. Is this really my limit? I was staring at the ceiling for a moment when suddenly 4 muscular male students rushed towards me. Are you a student at the magic department? Oh man, it's intimidating to be surrounded by such muscular individuals. It was natural for them to notice that I was in the magic department, since the navy blue sweatshirt I was wearing right now was for the magic department. But what were students of the night department doing here? Yeah, what about it? Why exercise? Are you an aspiring magic knight? I wasn't able to think much because I was tired, so after taking a deep breath, I just told them the first thing that came to mind. I just want to become stronger. The eyes of the male students from the night department lit up. How did the atmosphere become like this? I know that feeling very well. To think there would be a person with such a wonderful mindset in the magic department. Yes, if you want to be strong in magic or whatever else, exercise is essential. Can we teach you how to properly exercise? What? Are you guys saying you want to become my personal trainers right now? Before I came to this world, I would frequently go to the gym, and I would always hear that getting a personal trainer was an effective way of helping you exercise, but they were too expensive for me to even think of hiring one. The students from the night department had better muscles than any personal trainer I had ever seen, so it seemed like a good idea to accept their proposal. I'd appreciate it if you could. Soon I would regret those words. The muscles all over my body were screaming in pain. I couldn't even walk properly. Ugh. The training of the night department students could only be described as hell. You're doing great, good, great, one more rep, one more rep. I forcibly lifted the iron while thinking I was going to die. The effect was certain as every single one of my muscle cells were aching. They wanted to see me again tomorrow. It seems they had fun teaching me how to exercise. Willpower be potential details. There was no immediate change in stamina and strength. It seemed that they would only increase after new muscle tissues were formed. My body had reached its limit. Seriously, I barely made it to the dormitory, after crawling like a drunk. I had to study now, but my stamina didn't last. As soon as I entered the room, I kicked the bucket and fell asleep on the floor before I even got to bed. It was difficult to expect dramatic changes in just 3 days, but I did grow a little. My abilities also increased and my mana was raised by 20. Mana recovery speed, stamina, strength, intelligence, elemental firepower, and elemental efficiency also rose by 1 level each. I'm seeing less growth than when I was playing the game. It seemed impossible for me to grow as fast as when I was playing the game as Ian. It was probably a matter of overall potential, so it would be clear to anybody that I was the weakest student at the academy with grade E mana. However, if I kept raising physical training efficiency and magical training efficiency, my growth rate would skyrocket later. The preparations are, I prepared for the class placement evaluation by buying 10 slingshots, magic pouches, a few magic tools, and a magic cloak of disguise. The slingshot was easily obtainable at the general store, and the magic tools at the magic tool store. However, the magic tools were a little on the expensive side. The cloak of disguise could only be bought at a secret shop, which required taking a secret route to find, since ordinary magic tool stores only sold perception-impairing glasses. Perception-impairing glasses only made it difficult to distinguish faces, but did not hide physique or voice. On the other hand, the cloak of disguise could completely change the physique and voice of the wearer, effectively making them look like a different person. The reason for this lied in the optical illusion cast upon it, which altered the perception of those who looked at it. If I wore this outfit, I would be able to hide myself in front of Luce's sharp eyes and photographic memory, since if she realized my true identity, she would report it to the Academy's office, and inevitably, it would reach the ears of the Student Council president. It's very expensive. Just like one would expect from the secret store, The magic cloak of disguise cost me a sizable 3,000 gels. Fortunately, I had just enough after eating nothing but a 10-gel piece of bread every day. I wouldn't have been able to afford it otherwise. In the end, I was robbed of all my fortune. However, depending on the results of the class placement evaluation, the gel allocated would increase, so I had no choice but to get a decent grade. We will start the class placement evaluation today. It was the day of the class placement evaluation. The midday sky was clear and blue. The Magic Department's provisional third class had arrived in front of a dense forest located on the west side of the academy. The forest was called Delphine Forest. There, Professor Fernando faced the provisional third class while standing in an orderly manner. The rules are simple. All you have to do is find as many mana grains as you can within the allotted time. They are hidden throughout the Delphine Forest, and if you bring the watch I gave you close to the mana grains, they will naturally attach themselves to it. The mana grains cannot be removed from the watch once they are attached. The contents of Mech and Academy's performance evaluations and exams changed every year, and they were all revealed on the same day. In other words, this was the first time the students heard the contents of the class placement evaluation. I looked down at the watch on my left wrist. The hour and minute hands indicated that it was currently 1:30 p.m. My name, Isaac, was engraved on the watchband in magical characters. I just have to bring this closer to the mana grains. Mana grains emitted weak mana, making them difficult to detect. In other words, the most important thing in this class placement evaluation was mana perception. For reference, mana could only be detected if it was emitted, meaning even a person with excellent mana perception couldn't detect mana from Luceltania when she wasn't using magic. Mana perception that was sensitive enough to detect mana that wasn't being released was in the realm of an archwizard. Mana perception, that's easy. It is simple, I am confident. The students listened to the exam contents, shrugged their shoulders, and started chattering. These were the students who would soon be terrified after hearing Professor Fernando's explanation, which would follow. Also, if the watch is removed from the wrist for any reason, a signal is sent to us immediately and the student is eliminated. It is also possible to steal another student's watch. A student who succeeds in stealing a watch will receive additional points equal to the level of the opponent's mana. In a word, it's a survival game. Any means of collecting points is acceptable, so be careful since all first-year students of the Magic Department will be participating. The students were startled and started whispering. Was it a survival game? What should I do? I'm weak. If I get caught by someone like Luceltania, won't I just die? It's all luck. On the other hand, if I get a grade E like Isaac, I will be lucky. No, even if you do catch him, his magic power is grade E, so you wouldn't receive a lot of extra points. If you caught Luceltania, who had grade A plus mana, or Kaya Strian, who had grade B plus, you will receive an enormous bonus. Then not only would you get into a good class, but you would also earn a lot of gel. Of course, there was no way I would be able to pull something like that off. On the other hand, Ian Fairytale, who had grade E mana, would only net you a small number of points if you caught him. Ian will be targeted by many students because he's grade E, but what about me? I can already see the dark future ahead of me. At least Ian's fighting skills and physical abilities were excellent, so he wouldn't be defeated easily. This was the reason he could hold out until 7 p.m. when the demon appeared. On the other hand, I was as good as doomed. Professor, what if an outsider breaks in during the exam? It's in the forest, so I'm afraid I might meet a strange person. A female student asked Professor Fernando. When all the students enter the forest, a barrier is set. No one will be allowed inside during the test, so don't worry about threats from the outside. That's right, the test was safe from external threats, except the demon came from within the forest. Besides, once you got eliminated and left the forest, you wouldn't be able to re-enter until after the exam had ended. Afterward, the question, what about the bathroom? Came up and Professor Fernando simply answered, do it yourself. Then you will enter in numerical order starting from the number 1. Student number 1 entered Delphine Forest, and with a bit of time difference between them, all the students started entering as well. Other provisional class students must have entered like this from the other side of the Delphine Forest. Finally, on number 25, I also entered the Delphine Forest. The class placement evaluation began at 200 p.m. and the demon will appear at 700 p.m. Let's do it. I have to endure for 5 hours in a survival game with only people stronger than me. Recalling that fact, I held my breath and maintained my tension. Before I knew it, a barrier was drawn around Delphine Forest, and a firecracker exploded in the sky. The class placement evaluation had begun. The class placement evaluation. In Mech and Academy, there were 4 classes, A, B, C, and D. The top scoring students were assigned to Class A, while the lowest scoring students were assigned to Class D. The results of the mana measurement and the class placement evaluation determined which class a student would be assigned to. As it was a test determining which class you would belong to for the entire semester, the class placement evaluation was of great importance. My top priority was defeating the demons rather than worrying about my ranking. Currently, all the first-year students of the magic department were in Delphine Forest. That meant the risk of meeting other students soon was high, meaning there was a high probability of an immediate battle. This was the ripple effect brought about by the word survival, mentioned by the professor. Most students knew that they had to fight when they run into each other. The sound of magic firing and smashing from all directions alerted everyone that the battle royale had begun. In such a situation, it was only natural for students to band together to not only gain a numerical advantage, but to also find mana grains more easily, which was the purpose of this test. However, there was no one merciful enough to team up with me, a person with grade E mana. If anything, I would be fortunate as long as they didn't try to take advantage of me. Can I at least rely on Kaya, who has a misunderstanding about my strength? No, there were far too many variables to consider. There was no guarantee that Kaya would help me, and there was also a high risk that my true nature would be revealed, as well as the possibility of her stabbing me in the back for being dangerous. If that was the case, I had only one choice. I think I'll just hide. I saw a tree with thick leaves that looked perfect to hide in. It was the place I decided on after looking around Delphine Forest in advance. I took a magic pouch out of my pocket. Magic pouch, a small pouch that stores many items using magic. Good portability. Rank Tier 6. Rank Tier 6. A tier was a unit of measurement for determining the rarity of an item, and the lower the number, the rarer it was. I took a water bottle from my magic pouch and sprayed water on the tree. In addition, I used the ice generation skill to create a crude ice staircase. My elemental synergy was at a rather high level compared to my other stats. The higher the elemental synergy, the greater the effect that would appear when my elemental magic overlapped with another element. I stepped on the ice staircase and finally climbed up the tree. It's comfy. As I sat on a thick branch surrounded by a cluster of leaves, I leaned my back against the tree and defrosted the ice staircase. This was the only strategy that I, the weakest student, could use. Fucking hold one. Yen, from what I understand, fucking hold, is a reference to StarCraft's Zerg burrowing mechanics. Basically, it means to persevere through anything. But what would I do if other students completely cleared out all the mana grains while I was hiding in a tree? Okay, so I overlooked something in this class placement evaluation. Mana grains are luminescent. When it gets dark, it becomes easier to distinguish with the naked eye. As someone with low mana perception, it would be better to go looking for the mana grains later anyways. I stayed still and focused on listening to my surroundings to check if there were any signs of people approaching. 20 minutes later, I felt a presence. Someone was coming this way. I reached for a frozen slingshot that I had placed out of sight within the tree. Slingshot, an ordinary slingshot made of wood and a rubber band. Weak durability. Rank Tier 9. The slingshot was fixed by attaching stones to a rubber band and freezing it while stretching the rubber band as far back as it could possibly go. A total of 10 slingshots were installed, and I memorized each location. Defrost. When I loosened the ice that was holding the slingshot rubber band, it turned into blue powder and scattered while the slingshot fired stones. Weak. The stone from the slingshot sliced through the air, cut through the grass, and landed on the ground. Who? I heard the surprised exclamation of a girl. She moved her gaze to the stone that had flown out from the grass and appeared to be rather confident in her abilities as she immediately prepared for a fight. There were now 9 slingshots left. Let's hold on. The constant tension kept me from getting bored. Please, I only hope that I can hold out until the time is right. The sky was dyed the color of the sunset. The sound of the students casting magic had long since faded away, and silence descended upon the forest. The current time was 6:30 p.m. and I was still alive, hiding in a tree. Should I sneak down now? Fortunately, the fucking hold strategy worked. I ended up using all 10 slingshots, but I didn't see it as a waste since each one performed their role faithfully. After taking out the water bottle from the magic pouch, I poured the remaining water from it on the tree and then used ice generation to create ice in a cascading fashion. As expected, it was difficult to control, so a sloppy staircase was created. I carefully climbed down the icy steps. Oh God, it felt like forever since I last put my feet on the ground, and my legs were trembling from sitting in the tree for 4 hours. It didn't help that I still had muscle pain from the gym yesterday. After massaging my legs, I dispelled my magic to remove the ice staircase. Now I had to get moving. Where are they? I didn't know where Ian and Luce would end up fighting the demon. In the game, you would get a cutscene after surviving the class placement evaluation. This was the scene where Ian and Luce first met, and the scenery changed automatically. I needed to find that location quickly. The sky above the barrier was gradually darkening as I moved forward with caution, trying to make as little noise as possible. I have to look for some mana grains. I was robbed of all my fortune in preparation for the class placement evaluation. If I couldn't earn enough gel here, I would have no choice but to starve or take out a loan from a bank and become a debtor. So finding any leftover mana grains was also important. did I mess up? Ah, damn it, not a single mana grain was visible. The students must have cleared them all out. My hope of easily finding any remaining mana grains after it had become dark was completely shattered. I had overlooked something. This was the prestigious Mechan Academy. It was only natural that the students had excellent mana perception. Please, I also need some mana grains. I became so engrossed in searching for mana grains that I had failed to recognize the sound of small footsteps approaching me. A woman's voice rang out in front of me, and in an instant my heart sank. I, who had been bending down while searching for mana grains, froze while a drop of cold sweat ran down my cheek. What do I do? What do I do? Let's think. I still had some magic tools I purchased before. If I fought using them, it would be possible to overcome the level difference to some extent. If the person in front of me had a level in the 30s or 40s, wouldn't it be worth trying? I slowly raised my head and looked at the female student standing in front of me, Kaya Astrian. LV 90s. Race human. Elements wind, ice. Danger X. What should I say? Wait, Kaya. How are you? Kaya seemed very frightened, as both her voice and body were trembling. She was the freshman's second seat. It was impossible for me to defeat her, even if I used every trick up my sleeve. However, she currently thought of me as a powerful man who had attained the level of an archwizard but was concealing his power. Let's think and act calmly. If I use that fact to my advantage, I might be able to get out of here safely. Move. I had always been confident in my acting skills. I consequently narrowed my eyes and spoke in a cold, authoritative tone, as if I were revealing my true colors. I acted as if I wasn't nervous at all. Yes, pardon me. Kaya trembled and moved out of the way. All right, I just had to move on like this. I started walking slowly. A feeling of relief washed over me. I'm glad nothing went wrong. Sir Isaac, suddenly Kaya called me. What is Sir Isaac? I didn't expect her to use such an embarrassing honorific, but then I thought it was only natural considering what Kaya thought of me. I quickly composed myself. I stopped and looked back at Kaya with a cold expression and heard, well, this is still a test, so why don't we fight? No, of course, to Sir Isaac, who has reached the level of an archwizard. Someone like me would be akin to an ant under the ground, but even then I still wish to fight you. No, don't do that. Relax your determined expression. Please do me this favor, Sir Isaac. No, don't deploy your magic circle. It's not like we already agreed to fight, so get rid of it, please. In another 20 minutes, the demon will appear. Before I knew it, the test clock was pointing at 6:40 p.m., which meant I needed to quickly find where the demon would appear. Despite my pleas, Kaya's light green magic circle deployed in the air was slowly spinning toward me. Even though she was afraid of me, the second seat was burning with a desire to fight against the gigantic existence known as an archwizard. I am weak. I have grade E mana, the lowest grade. I am the weakest student of the Department of Magic. No matter what I do, I can't win. Calm down for now, calm down and think. How could I get out of this situation? What could I tell her in order for her to dispel her magic circle? I couldn't just say that I was the one in charge of the demons. No matter how hard I try, I couldn't even imagine how much of a headache that would become for me in the future. Then what I can do, what can I take advantage of? I thought of something. I don't know if this will work, but let's give it a shot. Hugh, I started with a sigh. That magic circle looked dangerous, no matter how I looked at it, but I stared at Kaya with the most amused expression I could muster, and similarly, Kaya was looking at me with a dubious expression. Since this has already happened, it was all or nothing. I crossed my arms and looked at the pale green magic circle that Kaya deployed in the air as if it were pathetic. With only that kind of magic, Kaya's eyes widened in shock. What I said must have hurt her feelings. Only that kind. You're wasting your time right now. I turned my back. A terrifying, murderous feeling came from behind. Please don't kill me. I know you are an amazing person, but what you said just now ignores all the blood, sweat, and tears I've put in. I mean, for now, the situation changed quickly. I felt my life fading away. Perhaps Kaya was trying to figure out what I meant. You're close with Sylphia, right? Sylphia, the Emerald Fairy. It was the name of a fairy who used plant magic. How did you know that? Because I can sense the aura of Yggdrasil from you. Even though I didn't look at her, I could feel that Kaya was very surprised. The aura of Yggdrasil, what's that? I was just bluffing. How could I sense that when I couldn't even sense mana grains? Anyway, Kaya was on good terms with Sylphia, the Emerald Fairy. It was a secret that only she knew and couldn't be found out by anyone else. She also wore the seed of Yggdrasil she received from Sylphia as a necklace around her neck. Kaya had to keep the seed with her at all times in order to access its plant mana. At first glance, it appeared to be a regular seed, but unlike a regular seed, it was constantly condensing mana rather than emitting it, making it difficult to detect. After entering her second year, she became fully attuned to the plant mana. Later on, she was able to use the seed of Yggdrasil as a catalyst to cast the 8-star plant spell Yggdrasil, which contained both a fairy's power and the capability to destroy a nation. Only I, who was familiar with the future, could say this now. It seems to be quite recognizable. Did you know Sylphia? Of course not. But I didn't answer on purpose and kept my eyes closed, pretending to reminisce about a great past. Your true value will be revealed in the future. When that happens, if you become someone worth my time, I'll face you one day. After that, I started walking again. I didn't know what kind of expression Kaya was making behind me, and I didn't know what thoughts were racing through her mind. It didn't matter. What really mattered was the little noise caused by the magic circle subsided and then disappeared. Kaya had dispersed her magic circle. A smile leaked out from the corners of my mouth. It was relief at being alive. I was bluffing like a middle schooler, but I was glad things worked out anyway. Sir Isaac? Oh, not again. Why? I tried to pretend I hadn't heard, but Kaya called out once more Sir Isaac and forced me to a halt. Why are you here pretending to be weak? Certainly, that was a question worth asking, even though I was really just weak. But in Kaya's eyes, I was pretending to be a weakling. Well, that's easy. There was only one response I could give here. You don't need to know. That was it. In this situation, the typical response from the other person would be to just remain silent and nod. And then I started walking again. As expected, Kaya didn't call out to me again. After walking for a while, when I looked back, she was out of sight. I let out a very, very deep sigh of relief. Kia, I'm alive. I'm not dead. I was lucky. It's really awesome. But now was not the time to be immersed in the joy of survival. I calmed down and steeled myself. I needed to find the place where the demon would appear, as well as where Ian and Luce would meet. Where are you? Where? I found a mana grain. Let's pick it up. When I brought my watch near it, the mana grain flew off the stone like a firefly and stuck itself to the watch. There are only 10 minutes left. It was currently 6:50 p.m., meaning the demon would appear in 10 minutes. I retraced my steps. The only clue I had was that the demon would appear in an empty lot with a low cliff. I looked around Delphine Forest yesterday, but I couldn't find an area that matched that description due to the forest being so large. I had to find it. It will most likely be difficult to find it in time, if so. I arrived at a stream that I had memorized the location of during my preliminary search. I could see the sky clearly from here, no matter how dense the trees were in the Delphine Forest. Then I took a look at my wristwatch. 7 o'clock. A dark blue hue dyed the sky as the sunset faded. By now, the demon should have appeared in front of Ian and Luce. It would be a waste of time to wander around here. Let's put the search for mana grains aside for a moment. My number one priority is to avoid a bad ending. I decided to stay where I was. Certainly, when Ian and Luce begin to fight the demon, there would be a significant scale of magic involved. I just needed to head to the location where the spells were being cast. It was entirely possible for me to move further away from the fight if I were to continue wandering around. Let's wait a little bit, just a little bit. In the forest, which was gradually turning dark, I stood still and held my breath. Ki-yu-yu, a roar erupted. I jerked my head in the direction of the roar. Since I was near a stream, there were no trees blocking my view, making the loud noise easily identifiable. A sharp pillar of ice rose a short distance away. The pillar was pitch black rather than the cool blue normal ice would have. Others may have been unaware, but I was certain that an ice spell with the darkness element had been cast. It was, without a doubt, the magic of demons. The ice pillar instantly disintegrated into black powder and disappeared. I hurried towards the location where the black ice pillar had risen. Please hold on until I arrive, Ian. It would be even better if you win. Whoa, where are you going in such a hurry? No, ugh. What is it, huh? Aren't you a lowly commoner with grade E mana? Tristan Humphrey. LV 71. Race human. Elements wind. Danger medium. The person who stood in my way was Tristan Humphrey, a high-ranking freshman and a conceited blonde aristocrat. I shook my head rapidly. My level was 26. The level difference between me and this guy was 45, but if I did my best, I think I could beat him. I wasn't sure about others, though. Let's take him down quickly. I'll be passing through now. I accelerated the flow of mana in my body, warming up my ice mana. Footnotes 1EN, from what I understand, fucking hold, is a reference to StarCraft's Zerg burrowing mechanics. Basically, it means to persevere through anything. You managed to survive this far, grady commoner. Oh, it seems there's a mana grain on your watch, only one. Ho, were you so desperate to survive that you hid the entire time? That's quite intuitive. And on top of that, your mana perception must be atrocious. How pitiful. Isn't it a cowardly move to hit me with facts? Well, even though he looked like an asshole, it was an obvious fact that he was far superior to me in terms of skill. If I fight him head-to-head with magic, I would lose 100 out of 100 times, but I needed to get past him somehow. I didn't know what was going on with Ian right now. Maybe the worst-case scenario had already happened. I couldn't let myself have a bad ending because of him. I secretly inserted one of my fingers into the magic pouch in my back pocket, and a magic tool in the form of a small glass bottle was caught by my finger. As I saw during the magic power evaluation, Tristan Humphrey's magic was quite powerful, but he was inexperienced in defending himself since he solely focused on attacking rather than defending. He disliked the combat style that involved carefully deploying defensive magic while fighting. He was a man who had only mastered attack magic with the mindset of, the best defense is a good offense. It was a mindset born out of the lack of practical experience. The servants of the Humphrey family supported and raised him without giving him any hands-on experience. In fact, this class placement evaluation was probably his debut stage. You aren't even trying to run away when I'm in front of you. You're just a grade E commoner. Where does such unfounded confidence even come from? Or are you petrified from fear? Ha. Tristan laughed heartily before coughing and gasping due to swallowing his saliva incorrectly. Maybe it was because I had been playing Magic Knight of Mädchen for a long time, but even Tristan's third-rate villain lines felt familiar. Still, I had to knock him down and get past him, because I know him well. It's possible. I threw the small glass bottle in my hand to the ground. Clink, the small glass bottle collided with a stone and broke, releasing the hazy mist that had condensed in it. Suwoo. Processed fog. When the bottle is shattered, it instantly generates a dense fog of the water element. The effect lasts for 20 seconds. Rank Tier 7. Fog. The magic tool I broke was a water element item, processed fog. It created a hazy fog around itself in an instant, similar to a smoke bomb. However, this was insufficient, as Tristan and I could still see one another's movements if we looked closely. I stretched out my right hand and spread pure white, cold air. Cold divergence ice element 1. The dense fog immediately turned colder and even whiter. As the air cooled, condensation occurred and formed advection fog, becoming denser and thicker. I channeled ice mana with my other hand. Ian and Luce must have joined forces by now. They should be headed toward the place where they fought the demon. At that time, whoosh, a sharp light green wind sliced through the dense fog and grazed me with only a few inches to spare. Wind sword wind element. I froze on the spot. I was almost done for. Haha, is there nothing you can do other than play jokes like this? As Tristan approached me, he conjured a magic circle in front of his hand, scattering a pale green light. Whoosh. The wind began to blow in all directions, clearing the fog. The wind was caused by Tristan. Wind generation wind element 1. The wind element was distinguished by a combo that continuously generated wind, consequently increasing the magic output. In other words, he intended to hunt me down in earnest. I already knew this was the outcome. However, as the fog cleared, I reached out my hand towards Tristan. I had already begun forming ice from the moment the fog spread. Then I clenched my fist, my palm glowing with a blue light. The flow of mana was severed by me, causing the large chunk of ice that had formed over Tristan's head to rapidly fall to the ground. Ice generation ice element 1. Ho! Crack, a heavy noise echoed eerily throughout the forest as the block of ice, pulled down by gravity, fell directly on Tristan's head. With a single blood-curdling shriek, Tristan collapsed. Soon, Tristan's wind died down and the fog dissipated. I could clearly see Tristan lying on the floor, with blood dripping from his head. Having suffered a humiliating defeat from a grade E commoner that he had ignored for so long, he might as well start practicing defensive magic from now on. Time is running out. I looked at my watch and reminded myself of the urgent situation. As much as I wanted Tristan's watch to earn points, it wasn't worth the time I would have to spend taking it away. I made up my mind and started running toward my destination once again. The trigger for this bad ending wasn't Ian's death. It was actually when Luce summoned her familiar to defeat the demon. Her familiar was the 8-star magic beast, Thunderbird Galia. As with magic, the highest grade for familiars was 9 stars, which was on the level of world destruction. And Galia was the strongest familiar of the grade just below that, national destruction. The problem was that she couldn't control Galia. Originally, a magic beast who became a familiar must faithfully follow their master's every word, but Galia could not be controlled, lightly disregarded her orders, and even went as far as willingly accepting the penalty for disobeying said orders. If Galia manifested here, all of the talented students who had survived so far during the class placement evaluation would perish. Currently, there were only first-year students from the magic department in the forest, and Galia's lightning strike would engulf the forest before the academy could respond. It was no surprise that the protagonist who was still trapped in the forest, Ian, would die. Galia was one of the greatest powers in Mädchen Academy, after all. The situation eventually settled down after Dorothy Hartnova, a sophomore in the magic department called the Star Witch, managed to repel the Thunderbird Galia. However, many people, including Ian, had already died. In other words, it was a bad ending. Please don't be too late. Even though I was out of breath, I ran with all my might. How dare you wound this body? Tristan reached out in the direction Isaac had left. There was dirt covering his entire body as he was collapsed on the ground, blood pouring from his head. In front of his hand, a light green magic circle was conjured and slowly started to rotate. If he continued to pour his mana into the magic circle and fired the long-range attack magic whirlwind, it might have even reached Isaac, to the hands of a lowly grade e-commoner, an insignificant grade e-commoner. Tristan struggled to resist the urge to lose consciousness and poured his mana toward the departed Isaac. Whirlwind Wind Element 4. Woo-ash, a light green wind began to whirl and swirl with strong momentum. But woo-whoosh, the whirlwind, which was about to crush the trees and move towards Isaac, was devoured by a more powerful whirlwind coming from the side. Tristan's eyes widened. A female student who blew a much stronger whirlwind against his whirlwind walked out from the darkness of the forest. Her light green pigtails fluttered along with her footsteps, and her jade-colored eyes were brilliantly vibrant even in the slowly darkening forest. It was Kaya Astrian, the second-seat freshman in the magic department. Why are you?" As if not interested in Tristan's question, Kaya quietly closed her eyes. She took a deep breath and began to ponder. He's weak, so weak that he wasn't even worthy of Sir Isaac's sincerity. Isaac had sensed the mana contained in Yggdrasil's seed. Even though she was always carrying the seed with her, she couldn't even sense the mana. The ability to sense mana that wasn't being emitted was famous for being in the realm of an archwizard. Isaac had proven once again that he was someone whose skill couldn't be surpassed by someone like herself. Sir Isaac is amazing. Only that kind of power. It was only natural he said that. She must have seemed so insignificant to such an amazing person. If she wanted to compete with Isaac and his natural talent, it was only polite to at least meet a certain threshold. Rather, challenging him with her mediocre skills was equivalent to disrespecting him. It was akin to a young child challenging an adult knight to a fight, of course. The knight would say, "Come back once you've grown up." "I'm going to be strong enough to make Sir Isaac recognize me." Kaya slowly opened her eyes as her resolve burned quietly like embers. "Why did you cover for that grade E-commoner?" Tristan asked in a trembling voice as if he didn't know why. "It's only natural I do so, that's why." Kaya replied with a sigh mixed with a pitiful voice. Woo-woo-whoosh. The wind generated by Kaya started swirling around her. Kaya's wind generation had a stronger mana concentration than Tristan's wind generation, and was thus stronger. Her light green pigtails and the hem of her school uniform began to flutter wildly, a face covered in the darkness of the forest, eyes looking down with displeasure. Tristan looked at her with a face full of doubts and fear. Tristan wondered, why was she protecting Isaac and fighting him? "Even I have never touched Isaac. What makes someone like you think you can?" It was a simple matter of pride. The wind around Kaya swirled violently and soon, Tristan's body floated above the twilight forest. The twilight of the evening sky was truly beautiful with that feeling. His consciousness faded far beyond the distant horizon. Meanwhile, dried dirt covered Luce Eltania's rose-gold hair and the school uniform she was wearing. She calmed herself in front of the bizarre-looking demon whose appearance was akin to a man wearing loose-fitting and navy-blue clothes. It was standing before her as if it were a statue. He had gray skin and a lean, muscular body. Both of his eyes were tightly shut with one hand under his chin and his head slightly bowed. He appeared to be contemplating something. HHM, 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 HHM. The constant buzzing that resonated in Luce's head had started a while ago. Ian Fairytale, who fought this strange demon with her, had already lost his consciousness. "Please die." Luce lightly waved her arm and poured out her mana. Then a magic circle that was glowing blue formed under the demon's feet, and hot water quickly gushed out into the sky. Geyser Water Element 4. Woo-woo, the sight of the demon gracefully avoiding Luce's magic did not match his stiff appearance. Even during the evasive action, he still looked like he was in deep contemplation. The hot fountain soared powerfully, as if it would pierce the sky itself. Luce knew how the demon would avoid it and deliberately adjusted the angle. She directed the demon's escape path and activated her magic there as well. Seawater Prison Water Element 4. In an instant, a round dome made of water appeared and imprisoned the demon. The seawater prison quickly froze over, cracking. The demon casually smashed the frozen seawater prison and escaped. "My water magic alone isn't enough." Luce monologued in a voice as serene as the moonlight. "Ice magic, enough to instantly freeze the seawater prison and neutralize it." It was proof that the demon's ice magic proficiency and elemental synergy were extremely high. That demon was too strong for Luce to handle with water magic alone. Suddenly, the demon began humming loudly. A large, light blue magic circle formed behind him, with elegant ice crystals floating around it. Alarm bells were going off in Luce's head, telling her that this was dangerous. He suddenly took a step forward. The ground began to freeze from the tips of his toes. The cold air rose like a blizzard, quickly spreading along the ground in the shape of a fan. The areas where the cold air passed through froze, becoming smooth sheets of ice. Frost Wave Ice Element 6. Luce hurriedly deployed a water wall, a water element defense spell, around herself. A circular water barrier formed and shielded her from the cold wind. Water wall water element 4. A powerful surge of cold air attempted to freeze the water barrier that surrounded Luce. She countered the cooling by squeezing out her mana, accelerating the flow of water that formed the water wall. The cold air rushed past the water wall and transformed the forest behind it into an ice age landscape. The frost wave eventually lost momentum and calmed down. Luce let out a white breath in the cold air as she released the water wall. She inhaled deeply and scanned the demon with eyes that reflected the blue ocean. Her water elemental magic wasn't enough to defeat that demon on its own. Her most powerful elemental magic was lightning, and she was certain that she would win even against unfavorable odds. But in order to use lightning magic properly, she would have no choice but to summon something that should never be called upon. One half of her mana was always used to keep that guy at bay. Luce rolled up the sleeves of her school uniform and looked down at the magic circle engraved on her left wrist. If I summon that guy, I can definitely defeat this stupid gray-skinned demon. But that guy is a double-edged sword, and I'm not sure if I can control him yet. However, she had become much stronger, to the extent that she entered the prestigious Magician Academy's magic department at the top of her class. Even her mana was rated a plus. Galia, she thought that she might be able to control him now. Her heart throbbed, but after taking a deep breath and calming her tense emotions, Luce finally made up her mind. The 8-star magic beast, Thunderbird Galia. Let's summon that guy. Just then, when Luce tried chanting the summoning spell with her index and middle fingers pointing at the magic circle engraved on her wrist. Thud, she heard the sound of footsteps. Although it might have been an illusion, it seemed to have been made with the intention of being heard. Luce turned her head towards the sound. On the surrounding low cliffs, a man stood in a navy blue hooded coat. His entire body was toned, and he appeared to be at least 2 meters tall. The inside of the haggard hood revealed fierce, blood-red eyes, and just below that was a large, grotesque mouth. The mouth had its gums exposed with large, sharp teeth neatly aligning them. The jutting canines and large molars were especially terrifying. Because of the worn-down hood, it was difficult to tell, but he seemed to have pitch-black skin. Grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr looking monster would emerge from here. Now she really had no choice but to summon the Thunderbird Galia. Something was off. The monster standing on the cliff's eyes were not on Luce, but on the gray-skinned demon. The demon also stopped his contemplative pose and stared at the monster with both eyes raised. It was clearly on guard. For some reason, the atmosphere seemed like the monsters were trying to fight. I think I bought the wrong clothes. I didn't have a choice in the matter, however, as I just bought the one that the owner of the secret shop said they had left, but it turned out to be Magic Cloak of Disguise Berserker. I was now dressed in a navy blue hooded coat with the hood pulled down. My face was full of sharp teeth, large fangs, and molars neatly aligned in the corners of my mouth. It was possible because it was magic camouflage. From my perspective, I looked normal, but to others I would appear as a big monster standing on the cliff's edge. I looked to and from Luce and the demon, but Luce's expression was unusual. Well, it was a reasonable reaction considering my current appearance. But Ian is passed out again. Ian was leaning against a tree, seemingly unconscious. This made it clear that I couldn't trust Ian in this game. Moreover, Luce appeared to be on the verge of summoning Thunderbird Galia. If I was even a little later, I would have been in big trouble. That's a relief. I breathed a sigh of relief. When I spoke, I heard a gurgling sound that sounded like the cry of an animal. It seemed like when I talked, a berserker's cry came out of my mouth. I'm about to be misunderstood as a demon too. Anyway, I succeeded in getting here in time. What I had to do now was clear. Pernicus the Contemplative. LV 105. Race Diamond. Elements Darkness, Ice. Danger Highs. The demon has been recognized as an enemy. The unique trait Hunter is activated. The level and stats are temporarily greatly enhanced. The skill tree temporarily becomes +10. Status. Power overwhelming equal. My body didn't even feel like my own. It was so light, it felt as though there would be a burst of wind if I even slightly swung my fist. An uncontrollable amount of mana was overflowing inside me. I felt like I could easily get rid of that demon. Cold Divergence Ice Element. An icy chill surged through my entire body, enveloping me in cold air and enhanced my ice magic output. It was a level of mastery that the ordinary Isaac could never even hope to achieve, but with the current me, it was possible. The demon, Pernicus the Contemplative, exuded a strong sense of vigilance as he poured out his magic and created a black ice spear in the air. Ice Spear Ice Element, 4 plus Black Ice Ice Element, 5 equal Black Ice Spear Ice Element. A huge ice spear menacingly ripped through the air and targeted me. Despite its incredible speed, avoiding it was child's play. The ice spear had a limited attack range. Its main purpose was to be hurled at enemies to pierce them with its tip, which was best used for huge magic beasts. However, Pernicus used Ice Spear against humans. If I avoided the Ice Spear, he would use a tactic that involved blowing up the darkness mana that he already infused his Ice Spear with in advance, which would blast ice shards in every direction. It was an incredibly difficult attack pattern to avoid, but the current me, I'm a demon-limited hunter. I could just parry that Ice Spear. I spread my palms and poured out my mana generously. Because my skill tree increased to +10, I was able to use magic that I couldn't normally use. I swung my arm and then, following the movement of my hand, a massive ice wall spread out. Ice wall ice element 4. Kong, the ice spear, couldn't pierce through the solid ice wall. After hearing the two spells collide, I immediately jumped off the cliff. Woo-whoosh, whoa, gewok, my body leaped like a ball and I felt like I was floating in the air for a while. It's exciting. This dizzying feeling is as if I were bungee jumping. As adrenaline and dopamine rushed through my body, the feeling of excitement surged. I dispelled the ice wall, causing the gigantic wall of ice to instantly disintegrate into a powder that scattered into blue light. The sight of the blue light engulfing my surroundings was spectacular. In the midst of that light, I went flying toward Pernicus. Just from his expression alone, one could see how flustered Pernicus was. He hastily attempted to use his magic, but it was too late. As I soared towards him, I poured ice mana into my right hand. A blue magic circle appeared in front of my palm, and mana condensed as I reached out my hand in Pernicus' direction. When I finally reached the enemy, the mana fully condensed before erupting into a magnificent explosion. Frost Explosion Ice Element. Ice exploded in all directions, releasing an onslaught of ice upon the demon. A misty cold air was rampant as the explosive flood of ice engulfed Pernicus. The enormous block of ice created by the ice explosion initially appeared to cover the Delphine forest before rising off the ground and extending diagonally toward the sky. I landed softly on the ground and rose. Phew. My sigh became a cold chill that permeated the air. I lowered my hand and turned to face Pernicus, who was trapped in the ice block, seemingly in pain. Slowly, I clenched my right hand. Crack, quadjajack. Then, the huge block of ice shattered and dissipated into a beautiful blue powder, before scattering into shards as Pernicus fell to the floor, coughing up blood. Tu olam. With the expression of a failed philosopher who couldn't find the answer he desperately sought, no matter how much he repeated his thoughts, Pernicus turned to ashes and scattered away in the wind. It was over. I succeeded in preventing a bad ending. I felt such a strong wave of relief that made my entire body shiver. I'm glad. All of a sudden, a system window appeared before my eyes. Congratulations, you have defeated the demon Pernicus, the contemplative LV-105, and gained EXP. Level up. Your level has increased to 30. You have gained an additional 8 bonus stat points. This time there wasn't any special achievement, but there was one other thing that more than made up for it. A black, finger-sized spherical jewel had fallen where Pernicus turned to ash and vanished. It was the reward for defeating Pernicus. I picked it up and put it in my pocket. You have obtained the loot Remnant of Darkness. Remnant of Darkness, it imbues the user's basic elemental magic with dark mana, granting the ability to learn a new elemental magic. Rank, Tier 1. The Remnant of Darkness is mine now, the main character, Ian Fairytale. LV-38. Race Human. Elements Light, Fire. Danger X. Why would such a pathetic bastard need something like this? Anyways, his level increased significantly since the last time I saw him at the entrance ceremony. At the time, he was only level 32, being the main character. His growth rate was ridiculously fast. He chose fire as an element other than light. I was glad we had no overlap. No, wait. If my second element was fire, there would be an overlap. I could only hope that my second element wasn't fire. After obtaining Hilda's Frost Scythe, I would need to acquire the final weapon of the second element that I would acquire later, so it was better if it didn't overlap with Ian. Now my body is getting heavy. It seems that I returned to my normal state. It was as if I had been wearing sandbags all my life, and then took them off for a moment of freedom before ultimately putting them on again. It seemed my skills had returned to normal. No, my total mana increased by 10 points, and elemental firepower increased from D to D+. Apparently my stats had improved while dealing with Tristan Humphrey and Pernicus the Contemplative. It was a small increase, but it still felt great. What are you? Groom. I forgot Luce was here too. She was glaring at me with a wary face. Are you a monster? I was sure I looked like a dangerous monster right now, but she still calmly asked about my identity. No matter what answer I gave, she would only hear Groom or Gewok. It was in my best interest to quickly run away. Now that the big event was over, I needed to collect more mana grains. I was going to collect as many mana grains as possible until the end of this class placement evaluation. Fortunately, I didn't have to be concerned about being looked at suspiciously even though a grade E student like myself made it through the lengthy class placement evaluation, since it was a secret who survived and how they survived. Unless someone like Tristan bragged about it. Luckily, he had a lot of pride, so he wouldn't go around bragging about how he got beat up by me. I turned my back on Luce and started running away. Wait a minute. Water generation water element 1. Wo Guwak splash tuck. A column of water shot up at my feet. I was startled and stumbled backwards. It was Luce's magic. I never thought that she would try to bind my feet. Name, what is your name? Why are you asking a grunting monster for his name? Groong, Groong. It was going to sound like Groong or Guwak anyway, so I just answered with a cry. Then I started moving my feet again. Fortunately, Luce didn't try to stop me anymore. Groong. For some reason, Luce kept repeating the sound of my cry to herself. I ignored it and continued to run through the darkness of the forest. I had to get out of here and search for mana grains. After running quite a distance from Luce, I removed my cloak of disguise. Now, if I put this cloak of disguise into the magic pouch, it was like destroying the evidence. Every time I see this large piece of clothing fit into a small pocket, I get amazed. They say it's a storage spell, but I don't know the principle behind it. Anyways, the magic pouch is a really convenient item. Where did it go? Where did the magic pouch go? It wasn't there. No matter where I looked, there was no magic pouch. I looked back at my memories. I was sure before I ran away from Luce, I heard a tuck sound when she used her water generation spell. Was it then? I have to go back. Darkness filled the sky, and the place where I briefly stopped because of Luce's magic was also very dark. That was why I probably didn't notice the magic pouch falling. How do I go back and pick it up? Is Luce still there? If she is, would it be better to go back in while disguised and pick up the pouch? No, it would be unnatural for a monster that had fled after defeating a demon to suddenly return and retrieve something. Luce would undoubtedly find it strange. Besides, I wondered if she would let me go. It was over the moment she caught me. There was no way I could resist her interrogation. It would only be a matter of time before she realized that the clothes I was wearing were a magic cloak of disguise. If that was the case, it was a bit of a risky gamble. I had no choice but to go as Isaac and pick it up naturally, falling down pretending to be surprised, sneaking back, secretly picking up the magic pouch and running away. According to my memory, Luce didn't touch Ian. This was because she had already accumulated enough points, and her head was filled with thoughts about the demon. Besides, she was a person who had no interest in other people. She didn't even know who the student with grade E mana was, and didn't even try to find out until the story of Magic Knight of Mechen was over. She wouldn't have any doubts about the fact that I, a grade E, was still alive. In other words, it was worth betting that she didn't care about weaklings like me. I hid the cloak of disguise in a pile of grass and headed back to the place where I had fought Pernicus. Luce required some time to collect her thoughts. The monster that just left was strong enough to crush the demon, who Luce struggled against with one strike. Common sense told her she shouldn't be caught or chased by a monster that strong. If the madness and hostility he exuded had been directed at her, it would have led to irreversible and disastrous consequences. Yet, Luce mustered the courage to stop the monster just once. It was because she wanted to ask for its name. For a moment she regretted doing such a foolish thing. Anxiety swept over her at the thought of fighting the monster, but the monster quietly left. It was a relief. Groong. Luce recalled his answer. Groong. It was called Groong. Of course, she knew it was just a cry. However, not knowing what to properly call it, she decided to call it Groong. What is its true identity? Luce posed a question. It was still impossible to know at this point. She then heard the rustling of grass. It came from the direction that the monster had left in. Could it be that Groong had returned? Luce took a quick look at the direction of the noise. Crap, it wasn't. It was an ordinary male student. A man with red eyes and silver hair tinged with a bluish glow under the moonlight. As soon as he saw Luce, he fell down on his butt in surprise. Luce couldn't hide her disappointment. She had already earned enough points because no one could match her. That man was surely nobody important. Besides, her head was full of thoughts about the demon and Groong. She didn't have time to worry about a frail-looking guy. To top, it's noisy, don't make a fuss and just go. Luce frowned. Did he notice her frowning expression? The student with blue-silver hair crept back with a terrified face as if he had seen a ghost. Then he quickly got up and started running. Luce looked at Ian, who was still unconscious. He looked like he would be fine, so she walked away, leaving Ian unattended. Power overwhelming, equal. Class placement evaluation was over. However, the results were less than desirable. I survived for 5 hours while being the weakest and managed to defeat the demon. But despite all that, I only collected 2 mana grains. Since each mana grain was worth 10 points, I ended the exam with a total of 20 points. Regardless of the loophole that the mana grains could be seen better at night, the students here had excellent mana perception. As such, they collected most, if not all, of the mana grains. Besides, there wasn't enough time. Right after defeating Pernicus the Contemplative, there were barely even 20 minutes remaining. In addition to that, I returned to the scene where I had defeated the demon, pretended to be surprised in front of Luce with acting comparable to that of famous actors, secretly picked up the magic pouch, and returned with only about 10 minutes left. I had only 10 minutes to search for the remaining mana grains. Gel was earned according to the class placement evaluation points. In other words, I would only earn 20 gels. If I bought 2 loaves of bread, I would run out of gels. I'm at a loss. When I returned to my dormitory, I stretched out in frustration and got up again, then went out to exercise. It wasn't the time to struggle. It wasn't the time to get frustrated because I earned less gels. I had to be strong enough to defeat the final boss, the evil god Nephid. My entire body ached, as expected. Muscle pain was no laughing matter. It seemed almost unreasonable how bad it truly was. When I went to the gym for a few days, the students from the night department greeted me and gave me a series of hellish PTs. On top of that, I was already tired from the class placement evaluation. Still, I couldn't put off training. Today, I had to focus on magic training, since I wanted to relive the magic perception I had used when dealing with Pernicus the Contemplative as soon as possible. Since the class placement evaluation was held today, most of the first years would either be resting or completely exhausted, meaning I could monopolize the training grounds. A full moon was hanging in the night sky. I ignored the corner of the garden where I had been practicing magic for a week and went to the training ground for the magic department's first years. As I entered the domed building, a view of the empty training ground greeted me. The ceiling lit up with luminescent magic as I turned on the light. The silence was awkward for me, since this was always a place where high-spirited students trained their magic while sweating profusely. I was ignored because I was a commoner with grade E mana, so I couldn't use the training ground to my heart's content. If I got caught in a bad fight, I would suffer both mentally and physically. So except for the first day of measuring mana, today was the first time I had ever used the training ground. Spacious, special facilities comprising various elements were installed. Lakes, fireplaces, rocks, icebergs, and so forth. The area where those facilities were installed served as a training ground for elemental efficiency and elemental synergy. There was also a training area where I could hit targets with different elements, and just next door I could fight illusions of monsters. Let's do it. I slapped my cheeks to drive away the fatigue. It's not time to rest yet, hang in there. Let's start by distributing my stat points. I invested all 8 stats points into magic training efficiency. Potential magic training efficiency has increased from C to C+. C+ grade certainly, my growth rate would rise, but I remembered that the noticeable change occurred from the B+ grade. B+ grade was the area of genius. As I waved my hand, the status window disappeared. Now let's review the magic I used against Pernicus. First and foremost, I wanted to learn the 5-star magic Frost Explosion as quickly as possible. Frost Explosion was an extremely versatile and powerful offensive magic. It would become a kind of ultimate skill for me once I got used to it. However, in the game, 5-star magic can only be mastered by the second year. Students like Luce and Kaya, who could easily use 5-star magic since the first year, were exceptionally talented. Anyways, my short-term goal was to master Frost Explosion to an amateur level at least, before the PvP performance evaluation. It would be a good opportunity to evaluate my fighting ability as ordinary Isaac. The enemies I would fight in the future wouldn't be limited to demons, which meant I couldn't solely rely on my unique trait Hunter. It was even the end of semester evaluation, not long after the PvP performance evaluation. Since there was a part where Luce's familiar, the level 175, Thunderbird Galia, appeared, I would easily die if things went wrong. Therefore, it was necessary to increase the number of skills available when the Hunter trait was triggered. But who am I going to fight against in the PvP match? During the PvP performance evaluation, the main character, Ian Fairytale, was paired up with Luce. Now, were the matched opponents decided on luck? Of course they weren't. Ian was just being a brat. Then what about me? Isaac's bout wasn't depicted in the game, meaning this was uncharted territory. At least until then, I wanted to learn a few decent skills besides Frost Explosion. I stood upright and pressed the fingers of both hands together, creating a gap between my palms and channeling my mana flow through it at maximum output. Because Frost Explosion was a spell that poured mana all at once and explodes, this was the most efficient stance. In the space between my palms, the cold blue ice mana started condensing. Release it all at once and explode. I extended my hand and released a burst of the condensed blue mana. Parat. The mana scattered helplessly. It sounded like a deflated balloon. When dealing with demons, I could easily use Frost Explosion due to the influence of Skill Tree +10, but now, even trying it didn't work properly. Who's 0? One more time, Parat. Beads of sweat dripped down from the attempt itself. It was difficult to finally control the mana, especially since the amount I had was insufficient to begin with. If it felt like I was pouring out mana against the demon, it now felt like I'm spilling mana. When you take a shower, the water pressure is weak, and there is only one hole to pour out the water, so it ends up feeling small. I opened my status window. I wanted to check the acquisition conditions of Frost Explosion once again. Pat. Owned skills. Active 1 Ice Generation D, plus 2 Ice Curtain C, plus 1 Cold Divergence C, plus 1 Basic Protection Magic D. Passive. None Skill Tree Details. I clicked Skill Tree Details at the bottom. I pressed the first of the two elements, the Ice element. The second element had not yet been opened, so the second skill tree was still locked. By the way, there was also a third menu, Neutral, which included things like Basic Protection Magic. I checked the Ice skills displayed in the Ice section. The skills I could use were etched in bright letters: Ice Generation, Ice Curtain, and Cold Divergence. In the middle of a skill tree with circuit-like branches extending downwards, the words Frost Explosion were engraved. Unlike the bright letters of other skills, the color of Frost Explosion was dark, meaning it was a skill I had yet to master. When I pressed Frost Explosion with my finger, a new system window appeared. Frost Explosion 5 condenses and releases a large amount of ice mana, causing explosive freezing and dealing powerful damage to enemies. Type Active Skill Offensive. Elements Ice. Acquisition Conditions LV50. Ice Generation Grade B. Cold Divergence Grade B. Ice Elemental Firepower Grade C+. Ice Elemental Efficiency Grade C+. Trigger Conditions None. I hadn't met any of the conditions. As expected, ultimate skills aren't always easy to obtain. I waved my hand and the status window disappeared. There was still time, so I had no choice but to train harder and become stronger. Ice Generation. I released my mana toward the large rock prepared in the training ground. Ice Generation Ice Element 1. Cracking. If I used Ice Generation raw, I could only create ice the size of a soccer ball, but if I used it on something like a rock, it was possible to freeze it by expanding it. The surface of the rock was completely covered by the ice that I had created, but as expected, it was thin. Oh right, now that I thought of it, there was loot. I took out the remnant of darkness I had put in my pocket. I infused the remnant of darkness, which looked like black pearls, with ice mana. Suddenly, the remnant of darkness began to radiate a black light, which condensed into dark mana and flowed in my body. It felt as if cold and dreary mana were merging in my body. Suddenly, a new sensation arose, and a system window appeared in the air. The aura of the loot remnant of darkness permeates you. Congratulations. You have learned the unique skill Black Ice. Black Ice 5 creates black ice. Type Active Skill All-Purpose. Elements Ice derived from darkness. Acquisition Conditions. Apply ice mana to remnant of darkness O. Trigger Conditions None. Black Ice, it was the same skill as Ice Generation, but the firepower and strength were on a whole other level. I felt like I knew how to use the black ice as if it was natural, the sensation instinctual, just like breathing. I reached for the rock and dispelled the ice. The ice then turned into a blue powder before scattering into nothingness, and the rock regained its original form. After that, I activated the new skill created by mixing ice mana and dark mana, Black Ice. Black Ice Ice Element 5. Crackling, ooh, the rock was instantly covered with black ice. It was much tougher than the Ice Generation that I just used, and the momentum of freezing things was much faster. The black ice covering the rock's surface appeared to be 5 times thicker than when Ice Generation was used. In addition, the ice was glowing black, making it difficult to tell if there even was a rock inside. I can use it to block my opponent's vision. I then extended my hand upward and activated black ice with maximum output toward the ceiling. TSR. Oh, a large amount of mana disappeared in an instant, leaving my body with little to no strength. I felt like I would collapse at any moment from the depletion of mana. But when I saw the ice in the air, I couldn't help but be filled with joy. So big, it wasn't the size of a soccer ball, it was nearly the size of a car. At that moment, a system window appeared in front of my eyes. The elemental firepower of the ice element has increased from D+ to C. The elemental efficiency of the ice element has increased from D+ to C. It must have been because my magic training efficiency increased, and I had used black ice for the first time. Immediately, elemental firepower and elemental efficiency went up by 1 level. Good, good. Ah, disperse, disperse. I quickly dispelled black ice before dropping the black ice block. The block of black ice turned into a glowing black powder and flew into the air before disappearing. I almost collapsed for a while. How much mana do I have left? Mana, 10,350. Mana recovery speed D. Oh my god, as soon as I turned on the status window, I felt chills. I couldn't believe I only had 10 mana left. When mana was depleted, the mana recovery rate dropped drastically. Of course, I hadn't experienced it yet, but if it was anything like the game, I needed to avoid it at all costs. Black ice, it's worth the performance. Of course, black ice could not completely replace ice generation, because the mana consumption was equally as high as the superior firepower and strength, own skills. Active 1 ice generation D, plus 5 black ice D+. Black ice level directly corresponded to ice generation, so if the level of one went up, the other would go up as well. This meant that there would be no loss in terms of growth, even if they were used alternately. When the proficiency of black ice reached S rank, it becomes possible to apply black ice to other magic, like Pernicus did with Ice Spear. It was a buff of sorts. In other words, if the hunter trait was activated every time I dealt with a demon in the future, I could infuse black ice on other spells to strengthen them. Normally, I would only be able to use it for ice generation. The issue was that using black ice on other spells would increase my mana consumption by 3 times. As a result, it was best to refrain from doing so unless it was time to go all out. I had to check one last thing. Have I not learned Ice Wall yet? Ice Wall was the first magic I had used against Pernicus, and the sensation of using it was still vividly in my mind. I went into the status window skill tree details again, clicked the ice item, and tapped the Ice Wall skill. Ice Wall 4 creates a solid wall of ice. Type, active skill defensive. I'll learn it soon enough. The only unfulfilled acquisition condition, Ice Generation Grade C, was only one step away. Sooner or later, I would be able to learn Ice Wall. I felt motivated. After all, it was fun to grow stronger. First order of business, though, was to finish this magic training since I was currently lacking mana. I feel good, maybe I should exercise. I went to the gym. Then, the students of the night department greeted me as if they had been waiting. After finishing the hellish PT, I trudged back to the dormitory with deep regret. Class placement evaluation result first. Luz Eltania 8350 PTS. Second, Kaya Strian 8200 PTS. Third, Seal Carnetas 8020 PTS. Fourth, Tristan Humphrey 7720 PTS. Fifth, Doji 2 Mal 7600 PTS. 300th, Isaac 20 PTS. Ian's a surprise. I can't believe he's ranked 240 with grade E. It must be some sort of fluke. Hugh, even a fluke deserves praise. I mean, look at Isaac, the same grade E got 20 points, 20 points, 20 points. Is he even human? Orphan Hall, the magic department building. The first-year students from the magic department were gathered in the hall on the first floor of the building. Meanwhile, a large piece of parchment, imprinted with the results of the class placement evaluation, hung on the hall's central wall. Last place. I was ranked 300th out of 300 students in the first year of the magic department. I expected it, but seeing it is another matter. I really am in last place. On the other hand, Ian, who also had grade E magic power, was ranked 240th. My insignificance stood out even more. The students laughed as they looked at me. Nothing in this world is going my way. The class placement evaluation was essentially a test to determine which class each student would be assigned to. As the name implied, the provisional class was only temporary. Of course, I would be assigned to the worst class, Class D for reference. The class placement evaluation reflected not only the results of the class placement evaluation, but also the results of the mana evaluation. In other words, Ian Fairytale, who had grade E mana, would also be assigned to the same. Class D as me. Even when I played Magic Knight of Machen, the result of the class placement evaluation was unconditionally evaluated as Class D in the end. It was an inevitable fate for Ian. Class D itself was no problem. No matter which class I'm in, I'm going to do my best to become stronger. The problem was money. 20 points, so 20 gels. I would be given 20 gels, the price of 2 10-gel loaves of bread. How am I supposed to live on nothing but 2 loaves of bread? The only answer is a loan. I'm afraid I can't avoid being a debtor. A student's information was shared between the academy and the bank. Since the island's banks themselves were under the academy's control, it meant that if you lacked the ability, you should leave the academy or die trying. It was a ruthless system befitting the elitist and predatory education policy of Machen Academy. Why me? I let out a deep sigh. Shortly after the class placement evaluation, Luce reported to the academy regarding the appearance of the demon. The faculty called an emergency meeting. Judging from what happened in the game, I knew the gist of what they talked about. Firstly, when a demon appeared, it was kept secret to prevent confusion among the students. Because there were no signs of an outside invasion, it was concluded that the demon had been present in the Delphine Forest from the beginning. As a result, the academy staff would thoroughly investigate the academy grounds and devise alternatives for identifying and eliminating risk factors. Of course, the academy's alternatives would have little to no impact. Even if they inspect every corner of the exam hall just before the exam and put up a barrier, that wouldn't prevent the demons that were sleeping under the ground in the form of mana from emerging during the test. They couldn't stop it. In the end, the director and the principal would have to shoulder a heavy burden, but the academy would continue to run, so there was no need to worry. However, this time there was something different from the original game's story. I intervened. It's my existence as Isaac. Luce seemed to have also reported about the monster that had defeated the demon, which was just me in disguise. I could tell by looking at the notice posted on the bulletin board in Academy Square. The notice depicted a humanoid monster with ragged muscles, and it read, "Students who have seen a figure with this appearance, please report it." This is what it looks like in the game when you wore a cloak of disguise. Your character changed as if you were wearing a skin, so I knew how scary the berserker looked. More than 2 million in height with bulging muscles. That huge guy had the face of a ferocious monster with black skin and a large gaping mouth. The sharp but well-arranged teeth were clearly visible. Plus, the fangs were as big as those of a saber-toothed tiger, and with its haggard hood pressed down, the corners of his eyes appeared to be dark, which only served to emphasize its ferocious eyes that radiated an ominous red glow. All these traits combined to form an appearance that could only be described as menacing. I'm about to be misunderstood for a demon. The demons would continue to appear until Ian graduated, and I would continue to hunt them down. If the academy staff, who would be in trouble because of the demons, got to know me like that, I don't know what kind of trouble would arise. It was only a matter of time before my existence reached the ears of Student Council President Alice Carroll. The same went for being talked about by students. Just imagining it made my head hurt. It would be best to reach the final boss, the evil god Nephid, while reducing as many variables as possible. That's why I bought a magic cloak of disguise, but of course, it turned out to be a berserker skin. If I catch a demon and get misunderstood and attacked because of my appearance, it would be a disaster. Still, I couldn't help it. Firstly, I didn't know how to recognize the concept of that outfit. The only thing in stock was that one outfit, and the shopkeeper didn't explain anything, but I can't buy anything else anymore. One of the secret shop's features was that it didn't offer refunds or exchanges, and to add insult to injury, the price range was too high to buy another cloak of disguise. Currently, I was in a position where all of my assets would be gone if I just bought and ate 2 loaves of bread. In the first place, it was doubtful that other stocks would have come in time. I am hungry. The growling sound from my stomach brought me to tears, hungry. But all I had was a 10-gel loaf of bread in my hand. I sat on a bench in broad daylight and began to eat. Now, my only remaining wealth was 10 gels. I would have to go to the bank later and get a loan. I'm a freshman who has just taken the class placement assessment, and I'm already in debt. I have played the game countless times, and nothing like this has ever happened. It's painful, really. Are you alone? Suddenly, a deep male voice called out from behind. It was an all-too-familiar voice that I heard a lot while playing Magic Knight of Machen. I turned around to see the owner of the voice. His brown hair was parted into bangs, leaving his forehead exposed, and his facial features were defined. He had a sturdy physique, so he fit the image of a rock element, Matteo Giordana. He was a named character who would eventually face Ian Fairytale and play an important supporting role in the future. As I stared blankly at him, Matteo introduced himself. "It's Matteo Giordana. You're Isaac, right?" Matteo asked while leaning slightly on the bench. His voice echoed as if it were in a cave. I wish my voice was overflowing with masculinity like that. "Right, why do you ask? Only 1 loaf of bread. Are you not eating a proper meal?" "That's because I don't have any gel." "You've already used up the gel." No way were you robbed." Matteo furrowed his eyebrows. It was a response that reassured me that we were on the same side. It was only natural considering he was a commoner. He must have felt a sense of kinship with me, another commoner. Matteo's gang, which would be formed later, were all commoners. Matteo was going to rebel against the nobles, and Ian was the first to come into conflict. In order to prevent a bad ending, Isaac needs to be this guy's subordinate for a while. Well, that's right. I lied on purpose to garner his sympathy so he would buy me food. Matteo had a strong sense of camaraderie, so he couldn't easily ignore a pitiful guy like me, and now that camaraderie was directed toward commoners. Besides, he had become accustomed to saving money, and his magic skills were also top-notch. No matter what, he would always have a few extra gels. I didn't say whether the robbery was the work of a nobleman or a commoner, but Matteo seemed to make his own assumption. It would be great if I could just get some food. Due to his personality, it seemed I wouldn't have to starve for the time being. Sweet. I didn't expect that to work. Of course, I planned to pay off my debt all at once when the time came. I went to the student cafeteria with Matteo and ate a 50-gel meal. He asked who the robber was, and I evasively replied that I didn't know because it was late at night. The classes were determined by combining the results of MANA evaluation and the class placement evaluation. This is the lowest among all the classes, Class D in a classroom with 20 people. I was sitting in the middle. 5 students were assigned to the top class, Class A, and 20 students to the worst class, Class D. The rest of the students were clustered into Class B and Class C. In other words, the place I was in was the classroom for students in Class D, meaning all of you are the most incompetent freshman students currently in the magic department. In front of the podium, the professor in charge of Class D glanced over the students with blue eyes as he recited his orientation in an apathetic tone. It was Professor Fernando, a handsome-looking man with silver hair. I could see the fluttering figures of the Class D girls. It was to the point where I could start hearing jokes about how fortunate it was for them to be in Class D. Who could possibly be making such sarcastic remarks so happily? This is Mech Academy. In this world, only the strong survive. Professor Fernando continued to speak as he slowly paced back and forth with his hands behind his back. The sound of his shoes echoed throughout the classroom. The educational opportunities may be equal, but there is no consideration for the weak in results. If you don't become strong, you will only be eaten by the guys from the top class. So survive. Failure to do so will result in expulsion. If you fail to meet the standard, you would be given a strike. Once you accumulated 3 strikes, you would be expelled. Come to think of it, maybe the reason that Isaac didn't appear after the beginning of the game was because he was expelled. I'll have to work harder. Even if you are in Class D, you are supposed to be the elite of the elite, just like the other students of Mech Academy. Develop thoroughly and try as hard as you can. This is your duty as both wizards and students of Mech Academy. If you do all that, you will graduate with your diploma. Do you understand? Professor Fernando stopped and asked the students in an ice-cold voice. The female students gave a lively yes. Professor Fernando was taken aback by the unexpected mood of the students. I had been through this brief orientation so many times to the point of getting tired of it. I practically had the entire thing memorized. I was even capable of imitating the professor's voice. Then let me explain the curriculum for Class D going forward. In the game, the cutscene ended here and the scene changed, and the phrase Act 2, Chapter 1, Class D appeared. It meant that the second act of the story had begun. Despite that, Professor Fernando's orientation continued. It was a scene outside of the game. By the way, the episode about catching Trevian the Evil was Act 1, Chapter 1, Ian Fairytale. The Mana Evaluation episode was Act 1, Chapter 2, Passion of a Grade E. The Class Placement Evaluation episode was Act 1, Chapter 3, Class Placement Evaluation. During the first semester, you will intensively master one element. The first semester curriculum is also structured accordingly. If you can properly master one element, you will be able to become a proficient wizard. In line with the academy curriculum, it would be more efficient to intensively master ice magic during the first semester. The second element could be learned in the second semester of the first year. Afterward, Professor Fernando explained the schedule ahead. It was filled with stuff I already knew. It had nothing to do with the curriculum, but soon, Act 2, Chapter 2, Childhood Friend Kidnapping Case would begin. This was the episode where Ian and Mateo got involved, as well as the event where I could get the loot called the Abyssal Ring, which gave the wearer the ability to read minds. Then there was the Act 2, Chapter 3 Practical Training episode. During the practical training, the infamous Act 2, Chapter 4 Ant Legion episode would begin once. Garzia the Hermit, commonly known as the Little Ant, emerged, one of the wailing walls of Magic Knight of Mechin in Hell difficulty. He was a demon who was hated by many players. His pattern was very tricky, and his level was 140. Even if I used the Hunter trait, it would be difficult to defeat him. In addition, Garzia's servants, the Disaster Ant Legion, had excellent collective intelligence and used all kinds of tactics to pressure the player. Now, why would the already hell mode suddenly spike in difficulty? The reason was Garzia's setting. There was a countermeasure for Garzia that I had thought of beforehand. I just hoped it would go well. As much as Garzia was called a wailing wall, there was a very useful item called the Sheath of Disaster he would drop despite being hated. That has to be mine no matter what. Next was the Act 3, Chapter 1 Battle episode. At this time, a PvP performance evaluation would be scheduled. It was sparring, which would be a way for the freshmen to fight one-on-one against each other. The key point of this episode was the scene where Ian fought loose and surprised the students by using his light magic. Who am I fighting with? By then, I would be a little stronger. It would be a good measure to assess how strong I had become. Let's just avoid insurmountable walls like Kaya, since it was obvious that I would just be overpowered. Next was the Act 3, Chapter 2 Familiar. That was when I could get a familiar, and the episode that concluded the long-awaited first semester, Act 3, Chapter 3 semester exam. This led to Act 3, Chapter 4 Thunderbird Subjugation. Once I finished Act 3, Chapter 4, the first semester would be over and we would be given time off. In order to grow stronger, I would have to plan my vacation very specifically. Before that, though, I had to survive the Thunderbird. Let's keep thinking. I need to recall each episode in as much detail as I can and use all the advantages I can get, and I have to defeat the evil god Nephid and clear this game. Luce couldn't concentrate on the class. Just as she had expected, she was assigned to Class A, and one student was already trying to build connections. Luce Eltania, it's a pleasure to meet you. I'm from the White Clark family. Zwej. Once Luce arrived in the classroom, She ignored the students who were trying to make her acquaintance by keeping a cold demeanor. She didn't care much about others in the first place. Her main concerns were neither connections nor a youthful life. She entered this academy with her eyes on Mechan Academy's senior diploma of the magic department. Then her goal of becoming a tower master would be much easier. However, like a small fishbone stuck in her throat, there was something that kept bothering her. She couldn't hear the contents of Professor Phillips' class, who was in charge of Class A. It didn't matter, though, because it felt like she was reviewing stuff that she already knew. The demon and Groom, after Luce reported what had happened during the class placement evaluation to the academy, she was told that there was no outside invasion. In other words, Groom and the demon were in Delphine Forest from the very beginning. At that time, there were only first-year students in Delphine Forest. Is it possible that either the demon or Groom was a student in the magic department who used a magic cloak of disguise, or something at least that can't be the case for the demon? The freshmen at the Mechan Academy had to undergo a detailed verification process to see what elements they had. Just in case, if an intelligent demon had entered the academy, its darkness mana would have been discovered. In other words, there was no way the demon could be an official student, but Groom is different. On the other hand, Groom simply showed ice magic, an ordinary element. It was possible that the monster could be an academy student. It looked like he had come to hunt the demon. Did Groom know in advance that a demon would appear during the class placement evaluation? Such thoughts plagued her mind. What if Groom is a first-year student in the magic department and was in Delphine Forest during the class placement evaluation? What if he entered Mechan Academy with the purpose of hunting demons? What if for some reason he didn't want to be discovered, so he used a cloak of disguise to hide his identity? It made sense that an absurd monster was hiding with such a motive. But Luce immediately shook her head. That's stupid. We already finished the mana evaluation on the first day. If someone was that strong, he would have been caught. The results of the mana evaluation did not lie. It was impossible to hide the maximum amount of mana, unless it was the realm of an archwizard that Professor Fernando referred to. No way, it can't possibly be, right? It's not. It can't be. It wasn't possible for a student her age to have reached the realm of an archwizard. It wasn't realistic. Luce pondered as she stroked her chin with her slightly bent index finger. Or maybe Groom is a vagabond and was wandering through the Delphine Forest. Let's think about it. Are there any more clues? Clothes. Luce recalled the clothes Groom was wearing. Her eyes caught the appearance of the clothes that Groom was wearing when magic manifested and illuminated it in the night forest. The memory came back to Luce as vividly as a photograph, and she examined the fragments of her memory. Not entirely neat, but almost new. They weren't tattered enough to be seen as a vagrant. What if it was magic cloak of disguise? Perhaps he anticipated that a situation would arise in which he would be forced to conceal his identity, and the story of him appearing to slay the demon. It didn't make sense, but at least one hypothesis came to mind. Among my classmates, there is a person who has reached the realm of an archwizard, and that person secretly entered this academy to hunt demons. There's some kind of mystery hidden in this academy. Luce let out a small laugh. She thought of it herself, but it was ridiculous. What nonsense am I thinking of? But what if it was real? It wouldn't hurt to investigate. Luce had always kept her heart closed to others since the age of 10, after she signed a contract with Thunderbird Galia. But now, for the first time in a long while, she was seething with curiosity about someone else. First of all, I'll have to pay attention to my classmates who use the ice element. Luce wrote that decision with a quill on a parchment that laid beside her book. Uncovering Groom's identity. Then she smoothly underlined the sentence. It was midday and the sun was shining brightly. A cool breeze gently caressed my skin. I was chatting with Mateo under the shade of a tree after hanging out with him. Mateo, as expected, invited me to join his gang. He looked after me for 3 days, and I accepted the offer while pretending to be impressed by the fact that he bought me a meal, exuding the impression of "I will follow you," a noble title. Give it to the dog. My purpose is to get revenge on the nobles who ignore the common people. I will become stronger here and raise the status of commoners. Mateo made a promise that I couldn't care less about. I pretended to be moved, saying things like, yes, and right. It was necessary in order to earn Mateo's trust. I felt as if I had become a new employee at the company, trying to please the manager. Someday I will create a world where commoners are not looked down upon. You understand it well, since you were treated badly because you were a grade E commoner. Take my side, Isaac. I get it, I'll jump on board. It was a false promise that would be shattered soon. I have to stop the bad ending, so I'll have to play with you for a while. Just like that, I became a member of Mateo's gang. Besides me, there were 3 more people in Mateo's gang, 1 from Class B and 2 from Class C, all were of commoner origin. Do I have to do this? As a member of Mateo's gang, I had to put my bangs up. I didn't look very good with my forehead shown. Anyways, Mateo, who was holding the school uniform jacket over his shoulder, led the way, and I and his 3 subordinates followed. Mateo was working hard in order to rewrite the dark history. Is it because everyone has their bangs up? As we walked through the corridors of Orphan Hall, I could feel the eyes of the students focusing on us. Hey, it's that grade E commoner. That grade E guy joined Mateo's gang to survive. He was last in the class placement evaluation. No, they were solely staring and laughing at me. As expected of Mech and Academy, the students' terrible personalities were amazing. What did you say to my friend? Ah. Oh no, it's nothing. Oh, Mateo picked a fight in my stead. Mateo, who was at the top of Class B, was a recognized talent. Most students didn't even dare to approach him. Machin Academy had a setting where one's social status didn't necessarily determine their ability to learn. Of course, that didn't mean that social status wasn't important, but rather one's skill and abilities held more weight in terms of status. Bastard, I snorted. Ian Fairytale. At that time, another kid beside me called out the main character's name. It was because Ian intervened when Mateo was picking a fight with another student. Mateo and Ian's gazes clashed. Silence. The air became heavy. That bastard, what are you going to say to brother Mateo this time? Cheeky bastard. Don't you think it's too much to call him brother when we're in the same class? Are you arguing with someone again, Mateo? Wow, it was the first time I'd heard Ian's voice in this world. Sharp voice like that of a main character. It was a very familiar voice that I had heard countless times while playing the game. I almost said hello because I was so happy to see him. Mateo stepped closer to Ian and looked down at him in an intimidating manner. Ian Fairytale, the second son of a Viscount as expected, you are annoying too. What are you going to do about it? I will use you as a stepping stone for my goal, and as an example of my hostility toward the aristocracy, you foolish bastard. Okay, they're fighting, the story is going just as planned. According to the story of Magic Knight of Mechin, Ian and Mateo must have already met before and were on the verge of fighting. The root of the problem was that Mateo asked a Class C student in the magic department for a one-on-one spar at the training ground. The opponent was a discriminatory aristocrat who usually despised commoners. Mateo obliterated him with zeal. At that time, Ian, the protagonist with a strong sense of justice who happened to be on the same training ground as Mateo, stepped up and stopped him, and the two engaged in a battle of nerves. After a few words, Mateo pretended to be generous and walked away. That was the story I knew. Am I annoying? Then let's fight. Mateo provoked Ian. I won't fight with you, you're not even worth fighting with. You're weak, I already know that you're all talk. The war of nerves was short-lived. After a brief snowball fight, Mateo ignored Ian and started walking again, with his hands stuck in his pockets. His subordinates, me, and 3 other male students followed Mateo. Like some third-class villains, they stuck out their tongues at Ian or mocked him as they passed by. Of course, I followed suit. Please don't faint when fighting demons. There's a girl who always sticks with Ian. Amy Holloway. She's the daughter of Count Holloway, somewhere in the Josna forest. The Mateo gang, including me, were gathered in a spacious abandoned warehouse, having a third-rate villainous strategy meeting. Let's kidnap her. Huh, are we actually gonna kidnap her? The subordinates were startled. I pretended to be surprised on purpose, too. As expected, Mateo's strategy was following the original story. Act 2, Chapter 2, The Childhood Friend Kidnapping Case. It was an incident that took place when Ian's childhood friend Amy Holloway was kidnapped by Mateo's gang. This was the moment when Ian and Mateo's gang began to fight in earnest. I'm not saying we're going to do anything bad to Amy Holloway. We'll just kidnap her and lock her up somewhere. She's just a bait to lure in Ian. Brother, what do you mean? It's a reminder for the nobles that if they look down on us commoners, they will suffer severe consequences. After defeating all of Mateo's men, Ian confronted Mateo one-on-one. Meanwhile, a demon appeared. It awoke as a result of Mateo's extremely powerful mana. Of course, the demon's goal was Ian, who had the light element. However, the demon attacked the hindrance, Mateo, first. Ian was the only person who could protect Mateo at that time, since all of his subordinates were passed out. Once Ian saved Mateo, the two would form a temporary alliance to defeat the demon. Mateo then apologized to Ian, and the two became friends. Anyways, it was the first time I saw Mateo's gang planning their strategy. It was kind of fun to see a scene that did not appear in the original game. The first is Ian Fairytale, that cretin. We can't force him to fight, so we need to give him a reason to. I intend to thoroughly bring him to despair. As expected, brother. When I was playing the game, I thought he was just a third-class villain and didn't think much of it. But looking at it now, Mateo was a real idiot and one hell of a bastard. His subordinates were on the same level as him. They all responded by saying that they would obey Mateo's will or that they would show the strength of commoners. I had 2 reasons to join Mateo's gang. The first was to deal with the demon. Second was then the kidnapping. I'll do it, all eyes fell on me. The second reason I came into Mateo's gang was to safely kidnap Ian's childhood friend as well as one of my favorite characters, Amy Holloway. Leave it to me. I want to be of use too, Mateo. Mateo's gang was taken aback by Ian's unexpectedly good combat skills. Contrary to Mateo's intention, he ended up treating Amy quite harshly. It was probably a story device to escalate the conflict, but I hated it. How was it? I couldn't understand why Mateo's gang was laughing like a bunch of third-rate villains, but for some reason, it was fun, so I jumped into the mood and laughed like a villain too. I felt a sense of belonging as I ate together with Mateo's gang. When Mateo got into a fight with someone, we would glare at them from the side, and we would gather in the abandoned warehouse to share the hardships we had to face being neglected by the nobles. Well, it's a group that will disband soon, so I should enjoy it to the fullest. QQQ, ha 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 ha. It's a little hard. It was fun. Tomorrow will be the end. The final date of the operation was tomorrow. Somehow the number of Mateo's gang increased by 2 more, but it didn't matter. After all, they were all extras who would get knocked out by Ian anyway. Even if it was hell difficulty, it was only non-human races that rapidly increased in difficulty. Humans had a fixed level regardless of difficulty. In addition, Ian's level, which I happened to see earlier, was 45. The level of Mateo's subordinates was on average in the mid-40s. On the other hand, Ian had the sizable advantage of being physically strong and being good at hand-to-hand combat. In other words, he was akin to a bully who could easily defeat these extras, regardless of how many times he was beaten by demons. If Ian protected Mateo even once, the situation would be over. Then all I had to do was step in and deal with the demon. At least, if there was no obstruction. Life at the mansion of Duke Astrian was vastly different from that of any other noble's daughter. Gerald Astrian was awarded the title of Duke for his great achievements in the War of Knives. Considered one of the greatest sword saints, he married the genius wizard Historia, continuing the Astrian family lineage. A girl with light green hair, the second-born of a sword saint and a genius wizard. To her, her father, a sword saint, was a being to be followed blindly. House Astrian, rise. KNIGHTS, when her father said that over the loudspeaker, no matter how deeply she was dreaming, she had to quickly wake up and make her bed. Merlin Astrian, the eldest daughter, Merlin Astrian, Kaya Astrian, the second daughter, Kaya Astrian. When calling out her name, she had to put second daughter in front of it and moderate her speech. As soon as she woke up, she had to immediately gather in front of the mansion. Let out a powerful shout for 5 seconds. Conduct the morning routine. House Astrian run, yap, Geo. Before sunrise, it was customary for them to run in the morning while breathing in the moist air. Did you play with Arwen instead of studying or not? Play, I'm sorry, roll to the left, rolling to the left, roll to the right, rolling to the right, do 5 push-ups. How many times? 5 times. 5 times begin. 1, 2, Q. She thought it was too much for a 6-year-old kid. Go to bed now. It's mandatory, what the heck? No, she tried to recall the past, but she only had those memories. In addition, she had no contact with the opposite sex, restrictions on snacks, restrictions on play, etc. Gerald's own educational philosophy was that children only grew up righteously when they were raised like soldiers, which had tormented Kaya her entire life. At the very least, Kaya was able to have some breathing room and keep her aristocratic way of speaking due to the generous education policy of her benevolent mother, Historia. Still, in front of her father, she had no choice but to follow his military discipline. Was it because she'd lived such a stressful life? Kaya developed a habit of carefully observing the people she cared about since she had to carefully look into her father's eyes. But now she only cared about one person, the second-place examinee of Mech and Academy's magic department, Kaya Astrian. As a result of the class placement evaluation, she was assigned to Class A, the highest class, yet her joy at being in Class A was fleeting. The only thing she could think about at the moment was Isaac. After giving it some thought, she decided to keep an eye on Isaac. One day, as soon as the class ended, she went looking for Isaac, and shortly afterward, she noticed him passing by in the distance. He was flocking with Mateo's gang for some reason. It was a commoner group that was frequently mentioned in gossip these past few days. It was clear that Isaac belonged to the same gang, seeing as they all wore their bangs up. Did they say that they were a group rebelling against the aristocracy? I heard that they were arguing with aristocrats. No matter how talented Mateo Jordana, the leader of that gang was, it wouldn't be good to be hated by the aristocracy. It was like a group of mentally immature adolescents, however. Why is Sir Isaac in Mateo's gang? A powerful man who reached the realm of an archwizard. Isaac must have had a deep meaning behind this that Kaya herself couldn't fathom. Why did he end up in that gang of bullies? Kaya couldn't help but wonder why, so she decided to tail Isaac. He was completely influenced by Mateo's gang, letting out a cheesy laugh like kekehaha. Is Isaac laughing like a villain? Kaya, who was watching Isaac with her head sticking out from behind the pillar, couldn't keep her mouth shut. She was sure the strength of Mateo's gang couldn't even reach Sir Isaac's toes. It was obvious that at Isaac's level, that kind of gang would look ridiculous. But why? Is there something going on with that Mateo gang? There was only one conclusion that came to mind. Isaac had a deeper meaning for doing this than she could ever come to understand. Otherwise, there's no way Isaac would join such a pathetic group. Isaac was a mysterious man. Now that she'd entered Mechan Academy, she had to focus on her studies and training, but her head was full of thoughts about Isaac these days. Why is such a strong man hiding his skills? What a spectacular past he must have had, one I can't even begin to imagine. What is the relationship between him and Sylphia, the Emerald Fairy? Isaac didn't answer any of her questions, so there was no way to find out yet. At the very least, she had to find out for herself why he joined a group of third-rate bullies. I have no choice but to closely monitor him. The word stalking came to mind for some reason, but she shook her head, telling herself that it wasn't like that. Amy Holloway, Ian's childhood friend and one of the heroines. She could tell whether the other person was lying, what kind of personality the other person had, and what kind of plot the other person was hatching. In other words, she was the #1 contributor who assisted the Holloway family in surviving in an aristocratic society full of intrigue and deception and rising to the ranks of a Count family. Count Holloway cherished his daughter dearly. Because of that, Amy was a girl who grew up on a bed of roses. The person she actually met in her flower garden was the second son of Viscount Fairytale, as well as the main character, Ian Fairytale. In her eyes, Ian was a boy with a good heart. The two quickly became friends, and after working hard, they entered Mechan Academy as classmates. Yes, at the beginning of the story, Amy's role was vital. Magic Night of Mechan Act 2, Chapter 2, Childhood Friend Kidnapping Case. At this time, Mateo's gang had good timing. On the day of her planned kidnapping, Amy got into a fight with Ian, and Mateo's men approached her at that time and urged her to follow them. She figured out that they were trying to kidnap her, but she followed them anyways. They didn't seem to have any insidious desires, and she wanted Ian to value her more. After all, the man she liked would arrive like a prince on a white stallion and save her, in addition to caring for her more after the event. Other words, it was just plain stupidity. Rather, she was able to see through her opponent's mind, so she easily fell for the tricks of Mateo's gang. As a result, Amy was treated unexpectedly harshly until Ian saved her. She was slapped and kicked, and while Amy was resisting, Mateo's men were in a panic because Ian fought better than they thought he would. Putting Ian in jeopardy because of her own momentary urges and foolish ideas was not what she wanted. It was a scene that didn't sit right with me. So when the childhood friend kidnapping was over, Amy cried and apologized to Ian. Since then, she became a devoted heroine and stopped trolling. Anyways, it would be easy to kidnap her because of how psychologically vulnerable she was. As long as I was here, I wouldn't allow Amy to be treated roughly. Where's Amy? I remembered the after-story of Act 2, Chapter 2. Amy said that before Mateo's gang got her, she was mad at Ian and went somewhere. Where was that exactly? Oh, right. Hydrangea Garden. It was a beautifully decorated garden with colorful hydrangeas. Amy would be there on the bench. I was prepared to wander around for a long time, but luckily enough, I was able to easily find Amy sitting on a bench in anguish. Let's start with the bangs first, since I'm alone now. I lowered my curly bangs down and walked over to Amy. Suddenly, several emotions crossed my mind. While playing Magic Night of Mechan, I went through Amy's route quite a few times. I always liked her bright smile, which seemed to be in full bloom. That's why I was fond of her and had many memories of her. One of the characters I wanted to cherish was Amy. As I stopped in front of Amy, she looked up at me with her beautiful green eyes. She was a white, short-haired woman and had a ribbon shaped like black rabbit ears. She looked like a puppy with her big eyes and had a cute overall appearance. It was the first time we had officially met each other. As expected, she looked like she had question marks all over her face. Amy Holloway. Amy must be seeing through my intentions with heart-colored discernment. There was nothing to hide, so let's make an offer as politely as possible. I'm sorry, but I'm trying to kidnap you. Will you cooperate? Is he crazy? Amy was taken aback by what the man in front of her had just said. She didn't know what to say, so she just stared blankly at him for a while. Silver hair with a slight blue hue and blood-red eyes that looked at Amy. She knew who he was. His name was Isaac. In addition to being judged as grade E in Mana, he was ranked last in the class placement evaluation, a man who was at the bottom. He even came from a commoner origin. He was a man famous for such bad things, so she couldn't help but know him. But Amy didn't look down on him. On the contrary, she couldn't understand why the students at this academy were so eager to put others down. Was it because her childhood friend, Ian, who she had a crush on, was also judged with grade E Mana and became the subject of humiliation by the other students? The fact angered Amy, but there was nothing she could do, except for being by Ian's side. Somehow, unlike the other students, Amy felt sympathy for Isaac. But what did such a man say all of a sudden? Did she hear him wrong? Kidnap, kidnap. Isaac answered clearly as if to confirm. Therefore, when he said kidnapping, it didn't seem like it was a real kidnapping. It was only natural. Who in their right mind would kidnap in such a manner? It would only be a true kidnapping if he exercised force from the beginning or tried to deceive and entice her before taking her away. This is the first time we've talked with each other. Why is he showing affection to me? The orange color of the heart meant friendliness, affection, and liking toward Amy, a color usually seen in family or close friends. It was a color that represented goodwill when seen by someone for the first time. It was a color that could turn pink, signifying love between the opposite sexes at any time. But this was the first time Amy had seen Isaac. That means, did he get bewitched without even realizing it? As he passed by, she must have won Isaac's liking for her pure beauty. She was embarrassed, but the corners of her mouth couldn't help but twitch. She covered her cheeks and turned her head to the side. "You sinful woman, oh my gosh, what should I do?" Amy was upset at Ian, as he had been neglecting her these days. Even the color of his heart had faded. This caused her to feel a strong sense of skepticism about the fact that her self-made appearance, which she had worked hard to maintain, was unable to win Ian's heart. Of course, rationally, she understood that Ian was focused on his training, but he's been too neglectful recently. Is it training or is it me? She wanted to ask that, but her pride wouldn't allow it. In the first place, she and Ian were not even in a romantic relationship. Revealing this desire for exclusivity was a shortcut to disaster. Yes, she and Ian were just damn childhood friends. She was just his friend, Stupid Ian, why don't you try to be a little jealous? Amy wanted to get back at Ian. Pewha, kidnapping, that's funny. It's Isaac, right? Amy smiled brightly as she spoke in a curt tone. Do you want to talk to me somewhere privately? Well, all right. I wish there were delicious refreshments in black tea. I'm pretty picky. I don't know about black tea, but there are some handmade chocolates made with special grade A milk, directly imported from Alo Farm and cocoa from Dork. Amy's eyes started glowing with curiosity. Before she knew it, she jumped up and stuck her head out at Isaac. Isaac, startled, reflexively pulled his upper body back. Regardless of his reaction, Amy asked in an excited voice, "Gee, what kind of chocolate is that? I've never heard of it. Is it good?" Her voice trembled with excitement. If it was Amy who was obsessed with sweets, she could confidently say that she had eaten all the sweets in this world. So the homemade chocolate Isaac mentioned was enough to arouse her curiosity. "I have one, so try it." Isaac pulled a small piece of chocolate the size of a finger from his pocket and handed it to Amy. The chocolate was wrapped in paper. Amy exclaimed when she saw the pretty packaging design. Her expression melted as she put the brown chocolate inside her mouth. "What do you think? So sweet." After swallowing the chocolate, Amy was immersed in the lingering taste for a while. She soon came to her senses, cleared her throat awkwardly, and nodded. Yes, that's good. It was delicious. Do you have any more chocolates?" "All right." Amy covered her expression and gave Isaac a lively smile. "I'll be kidnapped. Where do you want to go?" "Wow, there's a place like this." I brought Amy to a small house somewhere in Josna Forest. Initially, it had been an abandoned warehouse, but it was cleaned under the pretext of kidnapping. One of Mateo's subordinates knew how to handle the wind element, so it was easy to clean off the dust. In Magic Night of Mädchen, there was content related to creating and decorating your own hideout. This abandoned building was one of those places. I guided Amy to a table with refreshments. "Sit here, I'll make you some tea." Amy's mind was already focused on the pile of chocolates on the table. After settling her down in a chair, I headed for the kitchen. Even though it was called a kitchen, it was just a small space with one partition. There, I placed a kettle filled with water on top of a scroll engraved with the one-star fire spell Fire Generation magic circle and started boiling it. But this situation, it's kind of how should I say this? Isn't it too easy? I thought it would work, but I didn't think I could lure Amy with just one chocolate. Oh, of course, the chocolate I used was an effective item limited to Amy. The chocolates I had prepared in advance were bought with the kidnapping money I received from Mateo. I bought it from the secret shop since it was cheap. The chocolate was originally one of the gift items to increase the favorability of the heroine. The effect was most noticeable for Amy Holloway, who has a sweet tooth. It was a must-buy item if you wanted to see Amy's lover's ending. That was why I knew that Amy would like it. Of course, it was her heart-colored discernment skill that played the major part. "What are you doing, Amy?" I peered through the partition and looked at Amy. She tried to keep her composure while reaching out for the chocolates, but she was stopping herself with her other hand. "Isn't it too much? We've been together for so many years, but he always ignores me saying I have to train." Amy and I had a simple tea party with chocolate and tea. Because I had been playing the game so much, I apparently had a lot to say to Amy. When I started talking, stories came to mind and words just started flowing out. As if relieved by the chocolate and black tea, Amy kept complaining to me. Of course, it was about Ian. I've been so good to him, that ungrateful bastard. "You like Ian, don't you?" I blurted out what I already knew. Amy had left a plethora of clues behind, enough to warrant this much thought. Amy, feeling embarrassed, blushed as expected. No, not really. Really, just by looking at it, you like Ian a lot, right? That's not true." It was cute to see her try to deny it. In Ian's position, I had been playing Marchand's Magic Night for a long time. I didn't know how many times I'd seen her. Should I have called this affection like that of one towards a daughter? Even though I've never been married, there's no more chocolate. Oh yes, chocolate. Chocolate, I ate it all, sorry. I deliberately changed the topic and Amy replied to it, feeling somewhat guilty. Would you like some more chocolate? I'm not the type to eat that much, but well, if you were to give me more, wouldn't it be hard to refuse even out of sincerity? What are you talking about? Just wait a little bit. I'll be right back. Where are you going? I stood up and headed towards the door. I put it somewhere else. I made something like a mini fridge and stored it there since I'm an ice element user. But it's a bit far away. Why? Wouldn't it be nice to just install a mini refrigerator here or in front? I'm still not good at controlling it. It could cause harm to this house for no reason, so I deliberately kept it far away. She didn't seem entirely convinced, but Amy did not ask any further questions. If she asked, "Can't you use an ice magic scroll?" I was going to reply that I don't have any gel. If she asked why I didn't have gel, I was going to say I was robbed. If she asked me, "Who robbed you?" I was going to say I don't know because it was at night. Well, that was fortunate. It seemed that she wanted to eat more chocolate as soon as possible. "Oh, do you want me to go with you? I will follow you. You're kidnapped. You should wait here." Poofu, that's right. I was supposed to be kidnapped by this evening, right? Amy laughed. She seemed to think of this as a joke. She probably thought that she was a guest and that being kidnapped was my joke. I would have thought the same. After all, I said the kidnapping was due this evening. It was easier for me if she took it as a joke, since I wanted to make Amy feel comfortable. Today was fun. Let's be friends when we get back, Isaac. Friends, I don't know. Now Ian, whom you like, will be hurt by Mateo and the demon. I smiled and said, "I'll be back," then left the hideout. Before I knew it, the sky was dyed the color of the sunset. On my way to bring Amy, I placed a sharpened stone at a marked spot in front of a tree in the Josna forest. It was a signal that meant I succeeded in kidnapping Amy. Following that, Ian would receive a letter informing him that Amy had been kidnapped. He'd storm into the abandoned warehouse and begin fighting Mateo's gang. Isn't it still a long time before the demon appears? When the demon appeared, the sky would begin to darken. It would awaken and remain beneath the abandoned warehouse before emerging when it sensed Mateo's dense magic power, so it was still a long way off. There would be plenty of time to observe the situation in front of the warehouse. All I had to do was kill the demon to prevent a bad ending. Furthermore, if I defeated the demon this time, I would receive the Abyssal Ring as a reward, an item that could read an opponent's mind. In Marchand's Magic Night, I used it to read a number of opponents' minds during battle. In other words, the Abyssal Ring would be of great help in dealing with all kinds of variables in the future. There's no issue with the kidnapping, and nothing particularly unusual comes to mind. I took my time walking toward the abandoned warehouse. The only variable that came to mind would be if the demon appeared early. An example of this would be if Mateo went ahead and used mana before his subordinates. It would be a dangerous situation that hastened the bad ending, but I hoped that wouldn't happen. When playing Magic Knight of Machen, Mateo attacked Ian only after all his men were defeated. Well, this one should be easy. There's no contact with someone meddlesome like Kaya, so there would be no one to interfere. 2 hours ago, Kaya Astrian was wandering around the academy grounds. Where did Isaac go? She couldn't find Isaac. At best, she found Mateo's gang, but everyone was there except for Isaac. In addition, the actions of Mateo's gang today were somehow suspicious. They entered Josna Forest and proceeded to the abandoned warehouse as usual, but then they began to carefully look at a tree. Afterward, all but one of Mateo's men headed to the abandoned warehouse. The remaining one turned and left Josna Forest and headed for the Magic Department building, Orphan Hall. Kaya followed him. The man looked around, then he secretly slipped a letter into Ian's locker and quickly ran away. What is that? Hopefully, it's not a love letter. After Kaya confirmed that the man had left, she took out the letter from Ian's locker and read it. "We have Amy Holloway with us. Come to the abandoned warehouse in Josna Forest. Come alone. A hostage." Kaya's hands trembled. They've gone too far. Mateo's gang was notorious. The letter must have been aimed at harassing an aristocrat named Ian Fairytale, but she still couldn't believe they took a hostage. Kaya Astrian. Just in time, Ian appeared at the locker. Puzzled, he spoke to Kaya, who was standing in front of his locker. "That's my locker. Are you Ian Fairytale? Look at this." Ian's expression darkened as he read the letter Kaya gave him. "Amy, Mateo, that bastard." "Mr. Ian." Kaya then made a suggestion to the enraged Ian. She said she would help. The sky was dyed the color of the sunset. After searching Josna Forest, Ian arrived at an abandoned warehouse. Mateo's gang greeted him with giggles. "Where is Amy?" Ian asked in a raspy voice. He had a training wooden sword in his right hand, but it only seemed ridiculous to Mateo's gang. "Tell me right now. This is a warning." Warning. Behind Ian's back, a barrier formed at the door. It was neutral magic from one of Mateo's gang. Barrier physical defense specialization, neutral element, 2. Despite being a basic barrier, it specialized in physical defense. No matter how strong he was among his peers, Ian would be unable to easily break through that barrier. "Who's talking, you?" Mateo's voice weighed down, a grade E giving a warning, a warning. "No, it's more interesting when you have that kind of backbone." Mateo's men approached Ian, but he showed no signs of fear. On the contrary, he appeared disappointed. It was a real warning. It was then. Suddenly, a wall of the abandoned warehouse crumbled, and a violent wind rushed toward Mateo's gang. Before the wind magic hit the abandoned warehouse, a rock wall rose around Mateo to protect him. He quickly deployed the rock defense magic rock wall. His reflexes were like those of a wild animal. However, all of Mateo's gang were unprepared for wind magic and were swept away. Gauzed. They slammed against the wall on the other side, fell to the floor, and then passed out. As the storm subsided, wind generation wind element 1. A fierce wind began to encircle the abandoned warehouse at a female student's command. After Mateo dispelled the rock wall, his eyes widened as he looked at the source of the wind magic. The walls of the abandoned warehouse were breached by the gust. A female student with light green pigtails stood nearby, holding a wand with a small green mana stone embedded inside of it, her hair and skirt fluttering in the wind. Weapons similar to wands increased the power of magic being released, but the complexity of the magic operation made them difficult to handle at a student's level. Only a few first-year students were currently capable of handling such weapons, and a female student of that caliber appeared on the scene. Did my warning sound like a joke? She was the first-year second seat of the magic department, with more power than anyone else here. Kaya Astrian. Why are you? Mateo frowned. He never imagined that Kaya, the second seat, would break in. He had no idea what happened, but under these circumstances, it was clear that she had joined hands with Ian. In other words, she is an enemy. He would fight back, but in the face of Kaya's powerful magic, the outcome of the battle was already set in stone. Mateo, where is Amy? Before Mateo knew it, Ian was approaching him. Mateo, however, only gave him a sidelong glance as he was wary of Kaya. Kaya's wind, which was dominating the abandoned warehouse, would attack him fiercely if he moved carelessly. A stream of cold sweat ran down Mateo's cheek. Answer me, Chuck. Ian said menacingly, pointing his wooden sword at Mateo. A man whom he considered insignificant, an aristocrat whom he hated, drew a wooden sword at him. Mateo was furious and his eyes turned red with rage. How dare you command me, Drurr? The moment Mateo was about to cast a rock spell at Ian, a wall of ice protruded from the ground, standing between the two. Ice wall, ice element 4. Mateo was startled and quickly retreated, believing it was an attack. He turned to face the ice spellcaster. Kaya's wand had formed a light blue magic circle which she was pointing at Mateo. It was the ice wall spell. Answer me. The ice wall turned into blue powder and scattered. Even Kaya's wind threatened Mateo. As long as she was there, Mateo couldn't do anything. He couldn't even deal a blow to Ian Fairytale, who was right in front of him. It was a critical situation. Mateo gulped. At that moment, a strange and ominous mana swept over the abandoned warehouse. Kaya, Mateo, and Ian's gazes were drawn to it instinctively. Their survival instincts set off an alarm in their heads. Black mana rose slowly and started concentrating in the middle of the abandoned warehouse. Shea. Suwawo. The black mana let out a weird cry, transforming into a strange two-headed creature. It stood 3 meters tall with gray-brown skin while the eyes protruded from the sides of the cheekbones, which resembled a hammerhead shark. His black-clad body was extremely short, and his legs were unusually long and flaccid. Both his arms were shaped like shark fins, but they were long enough to reach the tips of his toes. In a hoarse voice, the two heads said, Shaa and Suwu. The students' expressions became solemn as they stared at the hideous creature. What is that? They immediately guessed the identity of the strange creature. A demon. That was an existence that was considered a natural disaster, a demon. Shaa, Suwu, the two-headed shark demon roared at Ian and Mateo, and a blue magic circle appeared beneath the demon's feet, followed by a ring of dark water reminiscent of the deep sea. The ring of water instantly transformed into a wave that slammed into the students. Tidal wave water element, 6 plus black water element, 5 equal black wave water element. Huwoo, ugh. Kaya quickly deployed an ice wall towards herself and Mateo's fainted minions, while Mateo built a rock wall to protect himself from the raging waves. However, their defensive spells were destroyed with a single black wave. Ian, on the other hand, could only concentrate light mana in the sword he had brought with him because he didn't know how to use defensive magic. Coup. The ice wall was successful in protecting those covered by it until the very end, while the rock wall was shattered and failed to serve its purpose. At the same time, Ian's sword skill proved insufficient in driving away the demon's black wave. Ian and Mateo were both swept away by the waves. The impact felt as if something had exploded inside of them. The black wave shattered the walls of the abandoned warehouse with immense force and hurled them into the forest. The two people rolled on the ground and bumped into a tree. As the clear black water settled down, the two men were huddled together like drowning mice. Are you okay? Kaya shouted urgently at Ian and Mateo, but had to turn her gaze back to the demon without having time to care for them. To get out of this critical situation, she had to defeat that dangerous being. Once more, a ring of black water rose around the demon. Mateo coughed up blood and water from his mouth. He wanted to avoid the attack, but his body refused to listen. In the face of such powerful magic, even rock wall would be meaningless. It was a futile end. He recalled the plan to kidnap Amy Holloway and defeat Ian in order to threaten the nobility. The small throbbing in his chest that he had faintly felt during the gang meeting deepened. In the midst of a sense of skepticism, Mateo lowered his head. "What are you doing?" A man's voice came from the front, causing Mateo to raise his head. A man with black hair was standing in front of him, holding his wooden sword and glaring at the demon. Ian Fairytale. "If you don't want to be protected by me, get up quickly. It's hard to even protect myself." Mateo couldn't understand Ian's words. Wouldn't it be natural to use him as a shield or to run away? Nobility was such a thing. But instead, he says he will protect me. Me, who was also an enemy. The thought that the second son of Viscount Fairytale came up with such an idea was hard to accept. He didn't even have the strength to protect himself in the first place. But Mateo looked at Ian's back and felt his heart tightening. In fact, he was well aware that not all nobles regarded commoners with contempt. He was simply ignoring it. He couldn't control his rage after witnessing his parents, a commoner and a housekeeper, being abused and bullied in an aristocratic mansion. Mateo stretched out his arm and sent a stream of rock mana. A wall of solid rock formed in front of Ian. Rock wall rock element 4. You startled, Ian turned his head back to stare at Mateo, but he had no time to talk as a second black wave hit them. Pewoo, to protect herself and Mateo's subordinates, Kaya made another ice wall and tried countering with gust. With her magic, she couldn't even break the momentum of the black wave. A torrent surged towards them like a tsunami with the speed of a cannon. Kyuk, Kaya. The ice wall that was protecting Kaya and the rock wall that was protecting Ian and Mateo were both smashed once again. The shockwave sent Kaya's body flying backwards. Even though it was water, the pressure felt like a giant sledgehammer. The tree Mateo was leaning on was smashed, and he and Ian were once again swept away by the waves while being tossed around the forest for a while. Ian finally lost consciousness. The last act he managed to do was get up and use his remaining strength to protect Mateo from the evil being. Mateo coughed up blood and looked down at the ground helplessly. His whole body was damp. He didn't even have the strength to raise his head. All he could see was mud. Meanwhile, Kaya rose from the floor, trembling. A ring of black water was rising without mercy. The third black wave was approaching. The demon didn't even give them a chance to fight back. Soon the black wave came flying toward Kaya, the unconscious Ian and Mateo. In that fleeting moment, Kaya knew that she was going to die. Then suddenly, the air began to clear, and a cold, overwhelming basic elemental magic seemingly froze everything on the battlefield. Kaya's eyes widened. Ice Generation Ice Element 1. Charok, in the blink of an eye, the gushing black wave froze. The magic lost its momentum and became like a sculpture. Kaya looked around, surprised. Amidst the cold chill, a scene as if time had stopped was reflected in her eyes. "Move aside, Kaya." A voice as cold as ice, heavier than a glacier. The feeling of survival overtook Kaya. She quickly turned to face the man behind her. Blood-red eyes and blue-silver hair. A man dressed in a first-year uniform from Merchant Academy's magic department. Kaya uttered his name in relief. Isaac. No, what's happening? What's going on here? Orpheus the Submerged. LV 110. Race Diamond. Elements darkness, water. Danger highs. As soon as I came to the abandoned warehouse, I couldn't help but freak out. A severely damaged warehouse with a demon emerging from within. The sunset glow had yet to fade from the sky. It was fast, too fast. Why is Kaya here? I had no idea how Kaya got here, but it seemed Orpheus the Submerged sensed her powerful mana and appeared sooner than expected. According to the story, it was supposed to sense Mateo's mana and appear when Ian and Mateo were fighting. This almost got screwed up. I almost ran out of time. Ian would have fallen if I were even a second slower, and this world would have met a bad ending. The original plan was for me to put on the magic cloak of disguise, defeat the demon, and escape. However, I felt that the situation was going awry, and rushed over without a chance to put on my cloak of disguise. Anyways, we got over the bad ending. Fortunately, Ian and Mateo were lying down in mud together. The fact that the two were together meant that Ian has created a situation where he protected Mateo. Even though things went wrong, somehow it worked out the way I wanted it to. Now it was time to clean up. There was only one thing left to do. From the moment I decided to fight Orpheus, the hunter trait activated and my level and abilities skyrocketed. It was also possible to freeze his black wave with only ice generation. My level and elemental synergy were superior. I should have no trouble killing him. The ice melted right away. The frozen black wave became dark blue powder and scattered in the air. Sha'a, Su'u, Orpheus the Submerged glared at me with a perplexed expression. For some reason, I felt a gaze from the direction of Ian and Mateo. I glanced at them sideways and saw Mateo staring at me in disbelief. It seemed he hadn't fainted yet. Mateo had a big mouth, so I needed to keep his mouth shut. Healing magic, do you know how to cast it? Yes, yes. I knew that Kaya could use healing magic, but I deliberately asked and checked. If I made her question how I knew that, I might get a headache for nothing. Mateo's subordinates looked unharmed, so I gestured my chin towards Ian and Mateo. Go over there and heal them while I defeat the demon. All right, Kaya flew towards them, imbuing herself with wind magic. Next, I approached Orpheus. It would now be an exchange of large-scale magic. I had to make sure the others didn't get swept away. I lightly waved my index finger wrapped in mana, and a translucent ice curtain surrounded Kaya, Ian, Mateo, and Mateo's subordinates. I heard Kaya's voice. She must have stopped on the way to Ian and Mateo. This one had a much thicker concentration of mana than the simple ice curtain. Ice barrier, ice element, 6. A shield that protected the caster with ice magic. Even if I used 9-star magic, I would be safe as long as I had that ice barrier. Isaac, what are you going to do? I heard Kaya's worried voice. What do you mean? I just have to defeat the demon. Sha Suyuwu. As Orpheus roared, a large blue magic circle formed beneath me. It was a trail of deep blue light like the color of the sea, already the waterspout pattern. Orpheus used waterspout whenever his HP fell below 50, and when it dropped below 30, he applied black water to waterspout as a last resort. Seeing as he was about to use that last resort right away, he seemed scared of me. Before I knew it, water mana began to swirl around me. Its size increased in an instant, and it took the form of a huge whirlwind, a dark-colored water tornado, a combination of water and darkness. Waterspout water element, 6 plus black water water element, 5 equal black dragon ascension water element. Phew, the water prison instantly tightened without any openings to escape through. The water tornado blew away the abandoned warehouse's roof and continued into the sky. There was no end in sight. If I was swept away by this water tornado, I would soar into the sky while suffocating from the agony of being torn apart by intense water pressure without even a chance to breathe. That was what happened when you got hit by Orpheus' waterspout pattern. Black Dragon Ascension in particular was unparalleled in terms of power. A black tornado reached for the sky. Freezing the mana of such a powerful, fast-spinning, and large body of water would be difficult to do with a simple ice generation. However, now that I had a stronger skill than ice generation, it should be fine. I gently stretched out my hand and poured a large amount of mana. The mana then scattered dark blue light and spread out all at once. Black ice element, 5. Charok, the water tornado, froze in an instant. A huge pillar of ice was soaring into the sky. I immediately released the ice mana that froze Black Dragon Ascension. Crack! As the black ice pillars, which soared like the Tower of Babel, shattered, they turned into a large amount of dark blue powder and flew back down the sky. The Black Dragon Ascension disappeared without a trace. A look of panic was visible on Orpheus' face for the first time. I approached Orpheus and held out my open palm. As cold mana flowed and condensed, a light blue magic circle appeared in front of my right hand. Sha Suwu, Orpheus was unable to flee. When I used black ice, the ground on Orpheus' side froze as well. His legs had frozen, rendering him immobile. Let's finish this. I released the condensed cold mana, and at the same time, ice rushed in. Frost explosion ice element, 5. The exploding ice engulfed Orpheus, tore through the abandoned warehouse, and ran wild through Josna Forest. It grew in size until it resembled a massive iceberg. A cold wind blew wildly. The abandoned warehouse was frozen solid, and a faint cold air flowed as I sighed. Soon, the block of ice shattered at once, turning into blue powder and scattering in all directions. Suwawo. Orpheus was bleeding purple blood, and his entire body was in shambles. Orpheus fell and turned into gray powder before vanishing. Tuck, a small earring, fell and tumbled across the ground where Orpheus vanished. I wouldn't have noticed it at first glance, but because I was already aware of the reward, I recognized it without difficulty. It was the Abyssal Ring. Congratulations, you've defeated the demon Orpheus, the submerged LV-110, and gained EXP. Level up. Your level has increased to 36. You've gained 12 stat points. You have unlocked the achievement My Childhood Friend is Safe. You have gained an additional 10 bonus stat points. I dropped to one knee and picked up the Abyssal Ring. It was a thin, rusty, ultramarine blue earring with strange rune-like characters engraved on it. You have obtained the Loot Abyssal Ring. Abyssal Ring, when worn, you can read the other person's psychological state. If worn for 7 days, this item loses all functionality. Then even if not worn, you can read the other person's psychological state. Rank, Tier 1. The Abyssal Ring was an earring that could be worn on the ear's pinna. When I wore this and looked at my opponent, I could see their psychological state through the status window. Originally, it was an item that Ian should take, but it would be much more useful for me to take it than a master fainter. If he ever had to use it in the first place, I could step in and solve it. I had no intention of giving Ian any loot. unless it was absolutely necessary for the sake of the story, or if it was something I could spare. I turned to face Ian and Mateo as I cleared the ice that surrounded the abandoned warehouse. Kaya stared at me in awe as she cast her healing magic on them. For definitive treatment, they would need to visit priests specializing in healing magic or be taken to the hospital. Kaya's magic was only for first aid. Ian, on the other hand, had a monster-like resilience due to his light element constitution. Kaya's magic would be sufficient to heal him. Now that things had calmed down, I thought of testing the abyssal ring. I clipped the ultramarine blue earring on my right earlobe. It shrank to fit the size of my earlobe and gave off a cold metallic sensation. You have learned the passive skill Psychological Insight 7. I gained a passive skill that activated on the condition that I was wearing the abyssal ring, but if I wore this earring for 7 days, the condition would cease to exist. I covered my ear with my right hand so that neither Kaya nor Mateo, who were staring at me, would notice. Then I looked at Ian, who had fainted first. Psychology, as expected, a new psychology section was added to the status window. Because Ian was unconscious, it appeared to be empty. Psychology, confused by the fact that you are strong. Mateo was staring at me. It was the first time I had seen someone's face filled with surprise, doubt, and admiration. Among them, doubt seemed to be the most prevalent. Mateo's level increased by 1-2. It was most likely due to the Team EXP. Kaya looked like an ardent believer looking at the cult leader. Well, she's leveled up by 1-2. Phew, know that you're stronger because of me. I removed the abyssal ring from my ear and put it in my pocket. From tomorrow on, it would be natural to wear this as a normal accessory. I then proceeded to walk toward Kaya, Ian, and Mateo. Mateo had a confused expression on his face as he looked at me. Because of the shock, he seemed to be unable to speak. Well, I didn't really have anything to say to him. Kaya. Yes, Sir Isaac. When I stopped in front of Kaya and started talking to her, I was taken aback. Looking up close, her eyes shined so brightly, to the point of being overwhelming. First of all, I'd like to ask Kaya something. Are you here to help Ian? Yes, Sir Isaac, do you know Amy Holloway? I heard she was kidnapped. I kept her someplace safe. I knew it, Kaya exclaimed as if she had predicted this. Her pupils were still shining in an overwhelming manner. I'll handle the aftermath. I'm going to take these guys to the hospital, get them treated, and tell them to keep their mouths shut. I didn't say anything, but she knew exactly what I wanted. For some reason, I didn't dislike this sensation. The only thing that made me feel burdened right now was her longing gaze, which was not in the least bit ashamed. As I felt a tickle in my heart, a small smile crept across my lips. When I said such heartfelt words, the corners of Kaya's mouth twitched violently and her lips started trembling. It was the expression she made when someone she admired complimented her. I'm actually just a nobody, yet you look at me like that. What can I say? I'm kind of flattered, and keep quiet about the appearance of the demon this time. Yes, why is that? I see. I was about to explain the reason for this ruse, but when she said she knew right away, I was left speechless. I wasn't sure what kind of thought process was involved, but it didn't matter as long as she did what I wanted. It brought back memories of the time I played Magic Knight of Machen. Soon Mateo's subordinates would wake up and they would help Mateo and head to the hospital. It was the end of that situation. I gave Kaya a nod and began moving to where I had kidnapped Amy throughout the walk. I could feel Kaya's burdening gaze as well as Mateo's suspicious gaze. I purposefully avoided looking back and hurried my steps. As the sun set, the sky began to darken. The transition from sunset to ultramarine blue was stunning. I brought you more chocolate. Oh, you're here. Amy jumped out of her seat and rushed to me like a rabbit when I arrived at the hideout. When she asked for chocolate, her eyes glowed like those of a Pomeranian. It's a little later than I thought, but isn't it cold outside? I feel chilly for some reason, don't you? Amy inquired, her voice full of worries. It appeared to be because of me constantly emitting cold air while fighting the Orpheus the Submerged. I scratched my cheek and laughed awkwardly. I don't want you catching a cold. What are you doing? Amy suddenly extended her hand to me, and a faint flame appeared in front of her outstretched hand. Crackle. Fire generation, fire element, 1. Oh, it's warm. I'm the one who's thankful. Today was so much fun, and the chocolate was delicious too, by the way. Isaac, what's your answer? Answer. I asked you to be friends. Come to think of it, I didn't properly answer her request to be friends before I left. But she was about to hear it all from Ian. She should be able to figure out why I brought her here pretty quickly. I wasn't sure how she would react then. Still, why do I have to avoid it now? Friend, that's good. Hee hee. Amy smiled brightly while basking in the warmth of the flames. Her smile was sincere, like a blooming flower. The childhood friend kidnapping case was over. After escorting Amy out of Josna Forest, we parted ways in front of the dormitory. She belonged to Briggs Hall, which housed students from the middle and lower classes. I decided not to eat dinner. Since I was enjoying refreshments with Amy, I wasn't that hungry. In the dark night, I went to a deserted corner of the garden to check my potential, if it's 22. My first goal was to master Frost Explosion. In other words, I had already decided where I would invest my stat points. I poured all 22 stat points into magic training efficiency. Potential magic training efficiency has improved from C+ to B+, grade B+. If it was grade B+, it was in the realm of a genius. Even though Isaac's own potential and abilities were limited, my future growth rate would be interesting to watch. Following that, I practiced my magic and headed to the physical training room. The students from the night department greeted me as if they had been awaiting my arrival, and then all hell broke loose. The next day, I met Amy while I was walking down the street. I was nervous about what I would hear for a moment, but unexpectedly, she greeted me with a wide smile. Amy Holloway Psychology feels friendly towards you. She appeared to be very happy. She said Ian came to her yesterday and hugged her tightly and said he was worried. Embarrassed by the sudden hug, she asked why, and Ian replied that he was worried that something happened because he didn't see her today. He must have stuttered quite a bit. But Amy was in such a good mood that she just let it go. Besides, she must have been happy that the color of Ian's heart had brightened again. So Amy's on the lover's route. If you rescued the kidnapped Amy during the childhood friend kidnapping case, you would have two choices: pat the shoulder and hug. If you selected hug, you would follow Amy's lover's route. Congratulations, Amy. Your wedding will be really touching. And judging by the fact that she didn't mention anything about Ian being injured, it appeared that he had been healed immediately by Kaya's healing magic. To avoid worrying Amy, he must have gone to the dormitory and changed his clothes. He didn't seem to have told Amy about his confrontation with Mateo, let alone about me. If I thought about how he didn't show much of a reaction to me in the classroom earlier, it seemed that Kaya and Mateo had agreed to keep quiet about me. That's highly commendable, Kaya. What's with this earring? Did you buy a new one? It suits you well. It wasn't until I finished talking about Ian that Amy noticed the abyssal ring on my right earlobe. I had to wear it for a week, but I was glad that it looked good on me. Following that, Mateo called me. To be more specific, the entire gang, including myself, was summoned. After being hit by Kaya's wind magic, Mateo's subordinates had no memory of the previous events. It was all due to them losing consciousness. When they awoke to find the abandoned warehouse completely destroyed, they assumed it was all Kaya's fault. Mateo must have affirmed their assumption. As soon as they woke up, they supported Mateo and headed to the hospital. There, Mateo received professional healing magic and was finally able to move. Of course, he was not completely healed. Mateo had bandages wrapped around his arms and torso. He appeared to be in pain, seeing as he flinched every time he moved his arm, but he seemed able to move his body without much trouble. At an alley behind the academy building, Mateo bowed his head and apologized to us. The subordinates patted Mateo on the shoulder without saying anything, as if they thought he had been subdued by Kaya. Although there were twists and turns, things progressed similarly to the story. I was greatly relieved. Mateo sent out all his other men, leaving us alone. We went to the garden, sat under a tree, and started drinking. Of course, he was the one who bought it, cause I didn't even have a penny. All I watched everything. The scene of you defeating the demon. Why are you talking so respectfully? You were pretending to be weak on purpose. Just speak normally. It's awkward. How dare I? I wasn't sure what Kaya said, but Mateo seemed to have succumbed to her misunderstanding. I'll get angry if you don't. Ah, I got it. Mateo reluctantly spoke informally again. Kaya had a habit of using respectful words with everyone, so I didn't say anything, but it was awkward when a guy who had always spoken informally suddenly used honorifics. It was difficult for me to bear. Think of it as the payment for the meals. I guess my life costs as much as food. Mateo burst out laughing as if dumbfounded. He was always serious, so when he smiled, it felt awkward. To that extent, he seemed to think that the balance payment was excessively unbalanced. I apologized to Ian. Is that so? I understood after talking to him. I was on the wrong track. Just as the nobles looked down on the commoners, I, a commoner, was also treating them harshly. I thought that was the way to resist the nobles. I wasn't interested in whatever realizations Mateo had. When he heard Ian's main character philosophy or beliefs and reflected on himself, it was obvious that he was talking about something like that. Once I knew things were going well, my mind was full of plans for the next one. Now's the problem. Act 2, Chapter 3, Practical Training, and Act 2, Chapter 4, Ant Legion. I was already planning how to deal with the ant demon, Garzia the Hermit, who appeared in Act 2, Chapter 4. Garzia the Hermit was level 140, and his ant army had excellent collective intelligence and presents a carcinogenic evil element. There was a reason why the already difficult hell difficulty was rapidly increasing. It was because, as soon as he manifested, he stored up his strength in the Tantak underground cave in the academy grounds. Then, 2 weeks later, with a full power-up, he showed up in front of Ian in the middle of the practical training. After completing Act 2, Scene 4, you could explore the underground cave of Tantak. Zephyrim, a rare mana remnant, could be found there. It was simple to carry because it had solidified into a magic stone. Zephyrim was created as a result of Garzia repeatedly discharging and rebuilding mana while accumulating power. It was primarily used for accessory or weapon forging and was very profitable. In other words, my strategy was to enter Tantak Cave first, defeat Garzia the Hermit, who was hoarding strength, and collect Zephyrim. I wasn't sure if it would work out. In Magic Knight of Mechin, it was impossible to explore the Tantak underground cave ahead of time. It was uncharted territory. But what if it works out? I could prevent a bad ending in advance and avoid being a beggar. It was just a brief escape at most. All I would have was a lot of gels. Just imagining it made me feel good. Feeling confident that I would win the lottery, I thought about what to do with my earnings. So I'm going to see what Ian does in the future. This bastard hasn't finished talking yet. Inside Class A's classroom. Even in class, Kaya Strian couldn't stop thinking about Isaac. Throughout the day, she had been experiencing an overwhelming sensation of excitement. Earlier, while hiding behind a tree, she secretly overheard the conversation between Isaac and Mateo, so she was becoming even more addicted to the Isaac drug. How many achievements had Isaac made in this disturbance alone? He joined Mateo's gang and saved Amy Holloway from being in danger. He defeated the dangerous demon. He even reformed Mateo. After all, a person who reached the realm of an archwizard was truly amazing. As a prospective wizard, he was a person she couldn't help but admire. How can you be so amazing, Sir Isaac? Isaac was a very different person from Kaya, who could only study or train magic. The fact that they were classmates of the same generation, the same academy, the same department, and peers excited her. As Isaac had asked her to do the day before, Kaya properly informed Mateo. Isaac is a man who has reached the realm of an archwizard, and he is pretending to be weak because he has a meaning deeper than the abyss and broader than the open sea. At that time, right after defeating the demon, she was so engrossed in the Isaac drug that she overexpressed it a bit. She instructed him to keep the appearance of the demon a secret and to take it with him to the grave. Everything had a purpose. In fact, Isaac had to have a deep and profound meaning for everything since he was in such a position to protect the students. She warned him not to say anything about Isaac, and that if he did, he would not be let go. She faked a story and told Ian that she and Mateo worked together to catch the demon somehow. Amy was safe, so she intervened to keep this matter a secret. By the way, did Ian Fairytale have the body of a human? It was hard to believe that he was healed with nothing but Kaya's own healing magic. Of course, depending on their constitution, some people have exceptional resilience. It's also possible that he managed to avoid the demon's attack. Kaya decided not to think too hard about it, but as an ordinary person, you would only see a demon once in a lifetime. It's a bit strange that so many of them appeared in such a short period of time. Since arriving at the academy, she had encountered demons twice. If the rumor about a demon appearing during the class placement evaluation was true, that meant the demons had already appeared 3 times in Mechin Academy. The demons appeared so rarely that they were regarded simply as a natural disaster. The fact that they appeared at the academy so frequently was a very strange thing, and whenever the demons appeared, Isaac defeated them. The reason Isaac came to this academy is it related to the demons. Was there some huge secret hidden in the Mechin Academy? Isaac is a genius among geniuses who has reached the realm of an archwizard, so isn't it because he already knew the secret that he infiltrated this academy? It was a terrifying thought. In other words, didn't that mean that there was a great danger lurking in the academy, to the point where an important figure like Isaac had to step in? Ah, no way. Kaya swallowed her saliva as the ridiculous thought ran through her head. It's 2,000 gels. I ended up taking a high-interest loan from the Academy Bank with a monthly interest rate of 5 or 100 gels. The interest rate was vicious, but it wasn't fatal because the amount of the loan itself was small. Isn't it almost like an illegal loan shark? The institution that monopolized the financial sector under the Academy was so frightening. Still, I believed it was an unavoidable choice. Pride didn't allow me to ask Mateo for food while condescendingly saying, "I saved your life." But if my plan worked, I would be able to pay off my debt soon, and I wouldn't have to worry about my grades being penalized from taking out a loan. It was unclear whether the plan would work, so it felt like a gamble, but anyway, now was the time to eat well and get stronger. Passive 7, Psychological Insight Skill Tree Details. Nice during a dark evening. In a deserted corner of the garden, the 4-star ice magic Frostfire was engraved on a parchment. I had definitely memorized it by now. Frostfire 4 obtainable. Emits powerful cold air in the form of flames. Type active skill all-purpose. Trigger conditions none. In order to use magic, you had to first memorize the shape of the magic circle. Magic, with the exception of a basic 1-star spell, did not simply activate by pouring out mana into the air. You had to use your mind to direct the flow of mana in the form of a magic circle. When the unique trait Hunter activated, I felt as if my body had already mastered the magic circle, allowing me to use magic naturally. With the body of the ordinary Isaac, I had to follow the standard procedure. I stretched out my right hand with my palm facing the sky and formed the ice mana into the shape of a magic circle. A light blue magic circle formed on the palm of my hand. Above it, the faint cold and light blue mana took the form of a flame, creating a frostfire. Oh, you have learned the ice spell Frostfire 4. It's done, it's done. A cold, faintly burning mana flower. I could feel my mana constantly being depleted. I grabbed my right arm with my left hand after extending my hand with the Frostfire outwards, then continued pouring mana in. Frostfire Ice Element 4. Wow, the faint cold and light blue mana blazed forward like flames. Its range was short, but that was to be expected due to my grade D proficiency. Wow. Is it because of the fact I finally had a worthy attack spell? My mouth sprang open with an exclamation. I clenched my fists to extinguish the faintly blazing frostfire and closed my eyes tightly. My entire body trembled. I knew this overwhelming feeling. It was a sense of accomplishment. Kehe. There was still a long way to go. Next up is Ice Wall 4 obtainable. It creates a solid wall of ice. Type, active skill defensive. The sensation of using Ice Wall was ingrained into my body. However, just a few days ago, I had difficulty using Ice Wall. It took a lot of mana control to create a solid ice wall, but now it somehow seemed possible. I closed my eyes and released ice mana, while imagining a wall forming in front of me. Creak. As I moved my hand a little, I heard a sound as if something thick were protruding from the ground, and when I finally opened my eyes, my vision was blocked by a wall of ice. You have learned the ice spell Ice Wall 4, Ice Wall Ice Element 4. Ice Wall, it was a success. I finally got a proper defense. As expected, after my magic training efficiency became B+, I could clearly feel my growth rate accelerate. The difficult training moments passed like a panorama. Ha ha ha. A sense of accomplishment surged up like a volcano. I raised my fist into the air with joy. It was almost like Manny Pacquiao. Practical training would start 1 week and 4 days from now. Garzia the ant demon would begin to stockpile strength 2 weeks before the practical training. By now, Garzia should be nestled in Tantak Cave, and Zephyrim, which were created from the remnants of his mana, must have formed. For reference, there weren't many Zephyrims I could get by visiting the Tantak Underground Cave once Act 2, Chapter 4 ended. The reason for that was because many Zephyrim would lose their function as a result of mana overload. In other words, if I could go to Tantak Cave ahead of time, there was a good chance I could get a lot of hot, high-quality Zephyrim. In other words, the current time was best. It just so happened that tomorrow was a weekend. After I finished all of my classes today, I would board a carriage and head to the Tantak Cave. It would take 5 hours by carriage to get there, so after I defeat Garzia, I guess I had to spend the night homeless. I would rather leave tomorrow, settle things, and then return right away, but it would be more efficient to set aside a day to invest in stats and train. Did I pack all my stuff? Inside Class D's classroom. The classroom was empty since all the students had left after the class ended. I sat in the middle seat, writing a list of luggage on parchment and checking it off one by one. Food like water and bread, as well as a portable light lamp. Camping equipment such as simple tents and chairs, blankets, pillows, and so on. I've got an extra just in case. I also packed 2 magic pouches I had bought to store Zephyrim. All of them were purchased by emptying the gel that I had borrowed. It's perfect. No problem. I could start right away now. The sky was gradually turning red. By the time I arrived at the Tantak Cave, it would be dark. I gathered my belongings, including the magic pouch, and proceeded to the carriage stop to board one of the carriages. There were no horses. Here, the horse of the carriage was not a literal horse, but a magic horse. Its shape was similar to the carriage I knew, but the carriage was operated by the coachman's mana. It moved if you infuse magic into the handle. I wasn't sure what the exact principle behind it was, as it wasn't mentioned in the official setting. But since it was a game setting, I would just move on. Where are you going? The Tantak Cave. Huh, if you go there right now, it's going to be pretty late at night, right? There are no accommodation facilities nearby. You know that, right? It's all right, please go there. I got into the carriage and sat in a chair. Are you really okay? Muttered the coachman as he began driving the carriage. You're so worried even though I'm perfectly okay. The insides of the carriage squeaked as it moved. In this case, it would be better to take a nap and relieve my fatigue. I closed my eyes and fell asleep quietly. 20 minutes before Isaac's departure, Class A had ended and Kaya had arrived at Class D's door. The secret of Mech and Academy, a hideous conspiracy theory that recently floated in her mind. She thought about how to get to the bottom of this. If there really was a dangerous secret lurking in the academy, it was a matter of great concern not only for the students but also for her own safety. She finally came to a decision. Let's follow Isaac, who she believed was her only lead. For some reason, it seemed to be no different from her previous behavior as she appeared to be stalking the person she admired. But Kaya couldn't help it, so she justified her action to herself. From the classroom in which the students had departed, Kaya peered out from behind the open door into the classroom. In the middle seat, Isaac was alone. He appeared to be scribbling something on a parchment. What is he doing? Study. No, I don't think he's studying. A question mark floated above Kaya's head. Oh, when Isaac stood up, Kaya freaked out and bolted. Just as she did, there happened to be a big box full of cleaning supplies in the hallway, so she decided to hide in it. She only poked her head out to the side of the cleaning kit. Isaac was making his way out of the Class D classroom and down the hallway. Now let's follow him like an assassin, stealthily. Kaya followed Isaac in the shadows. Swoosh, her body hidden in place. Isaac made his way to the carriage stop. Kaya, who was hiding behind the tree with her head slightly poking up, tilted her head. A carriage. Isaac climbed into the carriage and began to depart. The sky was a bright yellow. It was too late to take a carriage and depart. Where is Isaac going at this hour? It was unusual. Should I go after him or not? After much thought, Kaya decided to go after him. She quickly boarded the new carriage after arriving at the carriage stop. Excuse me, guest. You have to tell me where you're going first. Please follow that carriage. Don't let them notice us. The coachman tilted his head. Was it an issue between students? Without further ado, he started driving the carriage. After all, he was in a position where he only needed to get paid. The sun was setting slowly in the sky. It was late at night. When I got off the carriage, the sight of a gorge entered my eyes. It was dark, with only the moonlight shining through, but even then it was a magnificent sight that was difficult to believe, given that it was only 4 hours away from the academy. The entrance to Tantak Cave was right in front of me. It appeared to be a typical cave entrance, but once you entered, a pitch-black path leading downhill would appear. Student, will you really be okay? The coachman inquired, his voice worried. Really, I'm okay. Even so, I couldn't be rude to someone who was worried about me. With a light smile, I nodded, it's all right. Get home safe. Students are. After receiving the payment I had given him, the coachman began driving the carriage back. Before I knew it, I had arrived. After taking a deep breath, I entered the cave entrance. It's really dark. I took out a luminescent lamp from my magic pouch. The handy portable lamp radiated light which helped illuminate the surrounding landscape. Portable luminous lamp, a lamp containing glowstone. It is convenient to carry. Rank Tier 9. Flapping, UEC. As I shone the luminous lamp at the ceiling, the hanging bats flailed their wings all at once from the light. My heart felt like it was going to burst. I'm not good with scary things. I'm so scared. Putting my hand on my chest, I took a deep breath. Even if I had arrived during the day, it would have been dark. I shouldn't be regretful for coming here at this time. It was my choice after all. Anyway, it wouldn't always be dark and scary. If I went in deeper, there would be glowstones made from Garzia's mana to mark the way. Let's hold out until then. After all, it's not like there are any ghosts. I slowly moved forward. As I walked, a downhill road appeared. It was a gentle slope. If I went all the way down from here, I would arrive at an underground labyrinth. I had everything about the underground labyrinth memorized by heart. This much was only natural as I was a veteran magic knight of Mechan player. Just to be sure that I didn't slip and fall, I began to carefully descend downhill. But really, it's so scary when it's dark. The illumination lamp had a limited range. Beyond that range, it was pitch-black darkness. Suddenly, I imagined the terrifyingly frightening face of a ghost appearing from the darkness in my mind. If that happened, I would undoubtedly pass out. Yes, I would pass out. I swallowed my saliva. I moved my feet quietly and silently in the midst of the tension that seemed like it would make my heart stop. It was then, Jaya, Kwadong. Behind me, an ear-piercing scream echoed, followed by the sound of collapsing rock. In an instant, my heart sank. I was on the verge of passing out, but I managed to keep my composure. It was just a woman's scream. It couldn't be a ghost. I turned around and began running uphill toward the cave's entrance. After climbing all the way uphill, I saw broken stones all around the cave's entrance. Then, as I shone the luminescent lamp in front of me, a familiar figure of a female student sitting in the middle of the cave came into view. The female student with light green pigtails, dressed in the same Mechan Academy uniform as mine, was trembling. She looked at me, then turned her head to the side, wiping away her tears. Psychology, ashamed to show you such an embarrassing sight. Why is Kaya here? Kaya. Sir Isaac, I. Anyway, she's the one who just screamed, right? Or did Garzia's henchman show up? I dashed over to Kaya, knelt down on one knee and looked her in the eyes. What startled you so much? Maybe you ran into a giant ant. Bat. Because of the bats I was scared. I see, I'm sorry. Kaya apologized in a dejected tone, but it wasn't necessary to apologize. Anyway, as long as it wasn't a dangerous problem, it was fine. Why is Kaya here? Seeing that she appeared at this time, it seemed she was following me, and her startled reaction made it obvious. Why? I was aware of her admiration for me, but was Kaya the type of person who stalked the person she admired? I, too, have a reason for being here. You came after me. That's I can't tell you why. Maybe I was seeing a side of Kaya I hadn't seen before. If that was the reason she didn't want to talk about it, it was okay. I didn't intend to force her to speak right away. Can you get up? When I reached out my hand, Kaya, who was hiding her expression the entire time, suddenly looked at me blankly. Kaya Astrian. Psychology feels that your sociable attitude is awkward. Oh right. I had been treating Kaya with a cold attitude, deliberately pretending to be strong, and acting as if I had shown my true colors. First of all, I was in a situation where I couldn't reveal my actual identity to Kaya. It was because I was afraid of the consequences if she had discovered that I was actually weak. It was necessary to maintain the usual strong but revealing attitude, so as not to raise unnecessary doubts. I sighed. You didn't come to disturb me, did you? I inquired in a cynical tone. Only then did Kaya relax her suspicious expression and looked at me with a mix of admiration and fear. Ah no, no way. Kaya jumped to her feet and stood immediately as though her body fully recalled her father's military discipline. I ignored her and started walking downhill again. Kaya chased after me. By the way, Sir Isaac, why are you here? I didn't have to hide my purpose, so I decided to answer honestly to defeat a demon. Is that so? Kaya responded as if she had suspected as much. So there was a demon here. You should not have come to this place. Kaya would be in danger if she stayed here. Garzia, even while not being at full strength, was at a higher level than Kaya. No, I will help too. Kaya came to my side and she looked at me with a determined expression. To protect the academy, Kaya Astrian. Psychology feels that it is cool to protect the peace of the academy. What are you imagining? I wasn't sure what it was, but I could tell she had a vivid imagination. She ventures into the darkness behind the academy and defeats the forces of evil in order to protect the students. I wondered if she was imagining something like this. On second thought, it might not be bad to have Kaya here. Beyond the downhill road in this darkness was uncharted territory. In other words, I was unable to deal with all variables. In addition, Kaya's abilities were also exceptional. Even if unforeseen circumstances were to arise, she had the ability to cover my back. If Garzia attacked, I would simply have to defend her. Do as you please, I replied with a feeling of reluctant acceptance. Kaya's face lit up. She nodded and returned her gaze forward. Kaya took out a wand encrusted with a green magic stone and went on high alert. She seemed reliable. We walked downhill for 20 minutes, relying on the light from the luminescent lamp. Beyond the downhill path came the dim passage. It was the entrance to the underground labyrinth. Where are we? Oh yes, I hurried my steps right away as Kaya followed me. As soon as we entered the underground labyrinth, light brown glowstones arranged in an orderly fashion on the walls came into view. They were created using Garzia's rock magic to easily distinguish the path. This made it possible to discern the surroundings without the use of a luminous lamp. I placed a cloth over the luminous lamp and placed it in the magic pouch. I held my breath and walked through the maze. Whenever we had to decide which direction to take, before Kaya could hesitate, I quickly picked a path and moved on. After all, the structure was no different from when I played Magic Knight of Mechen. I could easily reach the center. Sir Isaac. Kaya abruptly stopped and called my name. I've been feeling this way since earlier, but how do you know the path so well? Oh, wait a minute, am I being suspected right now? I glanced at Kaya and opened her status window. Kaya Astrian. Psychology feels doubtful if you have a background where you were once part of the demons and then decided to fight against the demons. What kind of scenario was this again? Because of her rich imagination, Kaya comes up with bizarre ideas all the time. This could quickly result in a difficult-to-manage situation. It had to be answered unequivocally. What should I say? Oh, let's make it up like this. I'm just sensing the demon's mana and finding a way. I've felt the mana since the beginning, ever since I was at the academy. I said that, but it was really just nonsense. How could someone sense mana from this underground cave all the way at the academy? In the first place, the range mana could be sensed was so damn small. It was a very silly thing. However, as expected, Kaya seemed to believe it. Wow. She appeared surprised. I couldn't sense anything. Is this the mana perception of an archwizard? Kaya exclaimed in awe, her mouth wide open. As expected, she was too simple-minded. You'll be able to feel it gradually. Kaya and I started moving again. She looked at me for a while with a twinkling gaze. Ah, those glistening eyes. It's so dazzling, like starlight, so it's very daunting. It was then. Sakak sakak sakak. The sound of something sharp scratching, rocks being flung, and antennae rubbing against each other. Kaya and I both came to a halt and looked ahead. Sakak sakak sakak. Garzia had a lot of minions, also known as disaster ants, one of the factors that dramatically increased the difficulty of Act 2, Chapter 4. Sakak sakak sakak. Disaster ants have excellent collective intelligence, a cancer to play against that force the player with all kinds of strategies and tactics. When I first played Hell difficulty, I had a hard time because of them. If Garzia was hiding here, it was only natural that a legion of disaster ants were guarding this labyrinth. In this underground cave, there could be up to 300 of them. In front of me through the darkness, a large insect jumped out. Scuttling with its antennae flickering, a large black ant appeared while closing and opening its sharp pincers at the front of its mouth repeatedly. Its wide open eyes emanated a red glow. It was a disaster ant. Disaster ant. LV70. Race diamond. Elements darkness rock. Danger upper intermediate. Psychology wants to kill you, the intruder. What is that? Kaya asked, startled by the giant insect. Fortunately, there was only one disaster ant in front of us. He appeared to be patrolling the area. It was dangerous when disaster ants flocked together. I wasn't sure what kind of strategy they would use to put pressure on me, despite the fact that I was a demon-limited hunter. The demon has been recognized as an enemy. The unique trait hunter is activated. The level and stats are temporarily greatly enhanced. The skill tree temporarily becomes +10. Then there was only one way. As I took a step forward, I extended my hand to Kaya and poured out my mana. A thin curtain was draped around her. It was a translucent film of ice with beautiful ice crystals floating around it. Ice barrier, ice element, 6. Isaac, what are you going to do? Sakik. The disaster ant took off quickly, running on all 6 of its legs. At the same time, I bent one knee and placed my right hand on the floor. Freeze the entire labyrinth. And then, I released my ice mana. Frost wave, ice element, 6. Charak, the massive flow of cold air from my hands engulfed the entire underground labyrinth in an instant, thoroughly freezing the disaster ants and turning them into ice statues. In an instant, the entire cave was transformed into a cold ice cave, as if it had always been like that. Ha! A cold chill escaped my lungs. If there was a legion of ants with excellent collective intelligence, all I had to do was freeze them all before they could launch their tactics. That's amazing. I heard Kaya's admiring voice from next to me. The trait hunter was active, making my current level 136. With each skill's proficiency at S-class, Kaya couldn't be compared to me. I released the ice barrier that was protecting Kaya. You're amazing, Sir Isaac. Let's go. I started walking forward, unbothered. At the same time, the unique trait hunter was deactivated, and my body became heavy. My body had reverted to its original form. When viewed up close, the frozen disaster ants appeared even more menacing. Seriously, it looked disgusting. Kaya followed behind me. Even on the icy floor, she walked smoothly. If I unfroze the disaster ants I just met, they would die, but the ones further away would remain frozen. In other words, I couldn't recklessly unfreeze the frozen cave. Haya. I turned to face Kaya as soon as I heard her breathing. She pretended to be fine with her arms crossed, but she seemed to be feeling cold. The cold that pervaded the underground labyrinth came from my magic. Spellcasters aren't affected much by their own magic, so I hardly felt cold. I should have paid attention. I was only thinking about myself. I took out one of the magic pouches from my bag and reached in for outerwear. Then I stopped walking, took it out, and handed it to Kaya. It was a school uniform cardigan. Take it. No, I'm fine. You look cold at a glance, so why are you refusing? I draped the cardigan loosely over Kaya's shoulders and moved my feet again. She clutched the cardigan and followed behind me, her head bowed. Kaya Astrian. Psychology. As I made my way through the underground labyrinth, I came across disaster ants that had turned into ice statues. It was a terrible fate for the demons who were unprepared for the sudden icy disaster. There were no traps to be found while traversing the labyrinth. Even if there were, they would have frozen and ceased to function. I was moving without a hitch. Thump, it was small, but clearly audible, the sound of a heart beating. Thump, thump, thump. We would soon arrive at the end of the underground labyrinth. From the other side of the labyrinth, the sound of a heartbeat could be heard. Kaya's eyes narrowed, showing her wariness. Her reaction alone told me what she was going to say. I can feel it. This nasty mana, is there a demon in front of us? I didn't feel any unpleasant mana because my mana perception was so low, but I nodded. There was no point in being tired trying to feel the mana. However, just hearing this heartbeat gave me the feeling that something terrifying was up ahead. Thump, 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 thump. Finally, as I walked out of the underground labyrinth, a high ceiling and a wide space spread out before my eyes. Because of my magic, this place had transformed into an ice cave, and the ant legion, which was standing in order, was frozen solid. At the end of the path, where they were arranged in rows like trees, there was a very large heart, a golden heart, which beat at regular intervals. The black gum-like exterior moved with the heartbeat, and the blood vessels leading from the heart to various places in the cave radiated a harmonious color of gold and black. Thump, 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 thump. What is that? Kaya appeared to be stunned by the magnificent sight. A demon, I answered simply. Inside the huge golden heart, the silhouette of a hideous creature glowed. It was easy to infer what it looked like just by looking at its silhouette. Garzia the Hermit. LV 110. Race Diamond. Elements darkness rock. Danger highs. Psychology wants to kill you, the intruder. In Act 2, Chapter 4 of Magic Knight of Mechan, Garzia was level 140. He had been raising his level in this manner. Even though the entire cave was frozen with frost wave, he looked fine. It seemed to have high elemental resistance. It must be because I used magic from afar. Is that Zephyrum? Garzia's mana remnants were transformed into the magic stone called Zephyrum, and it was nestled in every corner of the cave. My magic had frozen it, but the pale yellow light that was unique to Zephyrum was clearly visible. Perfect. Now the only thing left to do was kill Garzia in one swift motion. Rek. As expected, he wouldn't stand still. Around the golden heart where he was hiding, a massive wall of rock erupted from the ground and enclosed it. The rock wall was a pearly black color. Rock wall rock element, 4 plus black rock element, 5 equal indestructible iron body rock element. A black iron-like rock surrounded the heart and blood vessels. It was as solid and impenetrable as a castle wall, a showdown between an unstoppable spear and an impenetrable shield. The only option was to accept the challenge. Isaac, I headed towards Garzia's heart. The demon has been recognized as an enemy. The unique trait Hunter is activated. The level and stats are temporarily greatly enhanced. The skill tree temporarily becomes +10. Cold Divergence Ice Element, 1. In order to increase the magic output, I began sending a hazy cold air through my entire body. The cold air seeped out like a haze. Like opening a window in a stuffy room to let in fresh air, I felt like I could increase my ice mana output even more smoothly. Garzia the Hermit. Psychology wants to defeat you with a rock burial. Crushing the ice that froze the surrounding area from the ground, pillars of rock flew in from both sides. Rock burial rock element. Towering rock pillars oppressively covered the air, trying to crush me. Sir Isaac, I heard Kaya's worried cry. It was all right, I could withstand this much. As soon as I heard the sound of the rock burial being activated, I lightly waved my index finger wrapped in mana. With a flick of my finger, thick walls of ice rose from the ground to the ceiling on both sides. Ice wall ice element, 4. And the rock and ice collided. The boulder created with rock burial couldn't pierce the ice wall that I made. I strode along the narrow path made by ice wall until I arrived in front of the heart. Thump, 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 thump. The huge heart was floating high up in the air. It was truly a magnificent sight. As I looked up at it, my neck began to hurt. Garzia's heart began to beat more fiercely, perhaps from anger. My ears started to hurt. I stretched out my right hand toward the heart wrapped in a sturdy-looking indestructible iron body. In this situation, I needed to use my most powerful short-range magic. I condensed the mana in my right hand. I engraved the spells Frost Explosion and Black Ice in my mind. A light blue magic circle appeared in front of my right hand, and a black magic circle appeared behind it, overlapping it. A dark blue Frost Explosion magic circle was formed in this manner. Then the extremely condensed mana exploded into my hand. Frost Explosion Ice Element, 5 plus Black Ice Ice Element, 5 equal Black Frost Explosion Ice Element. The black ice exploded and attacked the giant heart. The blackish-blue cold air raged as the dark ice crystals and my white hair fluttered in the wind. A direct hit. In an instant, the heart was engulfed by the ice that suddenly erupted and appeared ready to devour everything. However, inside the black ice mass, the heart was still beating. The indestructible iron body could not be pierced. Following that, the sound of rocks moving within the ice was heard. It was clear that mana was flowing to repair the indestructible iron body. When the ice exploded, the frost explosion unleashed tremendous power. In addition, black ice, which increased the power of magic, was applied, so the magic I cast now was my maximum power. In other words, my spear failed to penetrate the shield. The level difference is in my favor, but that means Garzia, who was gathering strength in the form of a heart, seemed to have defense magic proficiency and elemental resistance far beyond his level. It was as if killing Garzia beforehand wasn't allowed. I felt the will of something like providence. What should I do? Should I use the Black Frost Explosion again? No, it would be foolish to do so without a plan. Even if Hunter is activated, using Black Ice and Frost Explosion consumes a lot of mana. Not to mention, it didn't take much time for Garzia to repair the indestructible iron body after being hit by my magic. The sound alone was sufficient for me to grasp. In other words, if he continued to repair indestructible iron body while I fired Black Frost Explosion, I would be at a disadvantage. But if I increased the power a little more, my magic would be able to reach him directly, and the way to deliver the strongest possible. That ice is here, Kaya. I turned to face Kaya. In Magic Knight of Mechan, there was definitely a joint attack system. A joint attack could effectively demonstrate elemental synergy. When elemental synergy was activated, the effect of my elemental magic overlapping with another element would become stronger. As a result, more powerful magic could be poured onto Garzia. How about you? Don't you also want to have some fun? I recall Kaya's psychology from before. She seemed to aspire to be something akin to an apostle of justice, fighting the evils that threatened the academy. I pretended to be considerate by asking Kaya that casually. and soon, Kaya's face brightened up. Kaya Astrian. Psychology delighted by the thought that she can play an active role. Yes, Kaya flew towards me quickly, with light green wind wrapped around her body and landed lightly next to me. I stretched out my right arm toward the heart encased in a block of black ice. Meanwhile, Kaya also stretched out her left arm and pointed her wand toward the heart. Wuo, wind generation wind element, 1. Kaya's wind began to swirl around her. The rough and disorderly wind blew fiercely and shook my hair, Kaya's hair, and our clothes indiscriminately, carrying with it a chill that emanated from me. The wind element was characterized by the continuous generation of wind to increase the power of subsequent wind spells. She was creating wind to increase the power of the attack she was about to unleash. I see. Kaya seemed to think that I could easily defeat Garzia. She must have thought that the magic from earlier was only at a level to gauge his defense capabilities. Among the attack magic you can use right now, tell me which is the most powerful. It's Gale Fang. Good. Gale Fang was a 5-star wind spell, and if I could combine ice magic with it, Frostfire. I engraved the spells of Frostfire and Black Ice in my mind. Then, in front of my right hand, a dark blue magic circle appeared, stretching toward the heart. Meanwhile, right next to me, a green magic circle formed and began to slowly rotate in front of Kaya's wand, which stretched toward the heart and behind her. I released the ice block that was covering the heart. The block of ice disintegrated into glowing dark blue powder and scattered, displaying the heart wrapped in a sturdy, indestructible iron body intact. When I give you the order, you'll shoot. Yes, in the hunter state, my elemental synergy was S-class. The joint attack I unleash with Kaya should at least be twice as powerful as my previous combination of frost explosion and black ice. Cold air and frost, pale blue ice mana, and black dark mana were all swirling together. A cold, dark blue flame formed in front of my right hand, and it began to burn. Frostfire ice element, 4 plus black ice ice element, 5 equal winter hellfire ice element. As it was, I fired the cold flames. Now, at my cry, Kaya and I shot out the magic at the same time. The cold, dark blue icy flames were surrounded by a sharp light green wind. The wind drew a clear trajectory from both sides and rose obliquely toward the heart. A firestorm of cold air quickly erupted. As if it didn't want to miss its prey, the heart was engulfed in a vicious whirlwind. As if a pack of wolves rushed in and bit it, the strong wind that swirled around the frostfire hit the heart with a series of blows. Winter hellfire ice element plus gale fang wind element, 5 equal glacial tempest of the endless night ice plus wind element. Rock debris flew everywhere. Amidst the billowing cold and raging gusts of wind, the indestructible iron body shattered and fell apart. A viscous pale yellow liquid gushed out like a waterfall. The heart's blood vessels, which were guarded by the indestructible iron body, were severed by the glacial tempest of the endless night. The golden heart was consumed in cold flames and collapsed powerlessly in front of Kaya. Kyuwunk, Kyuyu. A strange whimpering sound was heard right in front of us. Kaya and I lowered our heads and gazed at the source of the whimpering, a human ant with huge horns on both sides of his head and razor-sharp claws in front of his mouth. Its body was full of sharp claws, a pale white skin, and a female-like form armored in black. Just like an ant, there was a large pocket behind the buttocks, like an ant's belly. Garzia the Hermit. His golden eyes gleamed as he laid on the floor, glaring at us. He was slightly smaller than what I had seen in game, but he was still well over 4 meters tall. Our magic seemed to have pierced the indestructible iron body and ruthlessly rammed him, judging by the green blood flowing all over his body. It was a terrible sight. This is the demon. Kaya furrowed her brows. Garzia the Hermit. Psychology, I want to kill you, 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 I want to kill you. Fully formed, Garzia stood well over 4 meters tall and leads his minions, the disaster ants, in an attack during the academy's practical training. He was like a killing machine who aimed to kill many students, which included Ian. I approached Garzia and extended my right hand to him. It's a pity that you couldn't fulfill your ambition. I condensed mana into my right hand. A light blue magic circle formed in front of my right hand. KQUUUU. And the condensed cold mana exploded in an instant. Frost explosion ice element, 5. The ice rushed toward Garzia, a torrent of cold. It was the finishing blow. The casting of frost explosion was over. Garzia was trapped inside a huge block of ice, covered in scars. As the ice was released, the ice block disintegrated into a light blue powder that scattered and vanished. Soon after, Garzia's body turned to gray powder and scattered futilely. Is it over? It's over. As soon as the enemy's resurrection spell was neutralized, Kaya immediately confirmed the outcome. Congratulations. You've defeated the demon Garzia, the Hermit LV-110, and gained EXP. Level up. Your level has increased to 40. You have gained an additional 8 bonus stat points. Soon after, the hunter trait was released, and my body suddenly became heavy. It was a feeling I could never get used to. Thud. At that moment, one of the swords that Garzia was holding fell to the ground. It was a dagger with a black sheath. I immediately picked up the dagger. You've acquired the loot Sheath of Disaster. Sheath of Disaster. If you engrave a magic circle with a spell and infuse it with the required amount of mana for casting, the spell can be used at the location of the sheath. Limit 5-star magic. Cooldown 10 minutes. Rating Tier 1. The Sheath of Disaster. It was an immensely helpful item that significantly broadened my tactical options. When using the spell engraved on the sheath, there was no consumption of mana. That was because it was meant to be used after filling the necessary mana beforehand. The embedded blade was a disguise. It was just a normal dagger. Sir Isaac, what is that? A weapon that the demon possessed. I will retrieve it. This is mine now, hee. Suppressing the urge to hum, I put the Sheath of Disaster into the magic pouch. Now that I've defeated Garzia the Hermit, the disaster ants should have been destroyed as well. However, I had frozen them, leaving them unable to move and entrapped in ice. I reached out my hand and dispelled the ice that covered the entire cave. The ice that froze the cave disintegrated into blue powder and dispersed like fireflies. For a brief moment, this massive ice release looked like a fireworks display. I could tell from Kaya's exclamation that she also thought it was a beautiful sight. The disaster ants, who had been standing in order, quickly turned to gray powder and vanished. At that moment, a system window popped up in front of me. Congratulations, you've defeated 300 disaster ants LV70 and gained EXP. Level up. Your level has increased to 50. You have unlocked the achievement Genocide. You have gained an additional 10 bonus stat points. Whoa, hold on a second. When I defeated Garzia in Act 2, Chapter 4 of Magic Knight of Machen, all the disaster ants were destroyed as a result, but I received no EXP. The only things that gave EXP were the disaster ants that you directly defeated. Even worse, the disaster ants didn't come at you all at once, using a wide variety of tactics to constantly put pressure on the player instead. This made defeating all of them an impossible task. However, while freezing the entire cave, I unknowingly touched the entire disaster ant population, and it was judged that I had dealt with all of the disaster ants. As a result of this, an experience party was held, and I achieved the Genocide achievement. Just as I was about to scream at the surging sense of accomplishment, I saw Kaya's eyes. I coughed and came to my senses. No, I shouldn't. I could celebrate after I've parted ways with Kaya. Until then, it was better to put this joy to rest. Sir Isaac, Kaya, I have a favor to ask of you. What is it? Kaya's green eyes sparkled. Her eyes were full of expectations, as if she were a curious child. Psychology, delighted at the thought of doing you a favor. It's nice to be happy, but isn't that a slave mindset? In any case, she gained co-op EXP and leveled up too. Even though her level was in the 90s and had only increased by 1, she must have gained a lot of experience. Kaya's performance appeared to have been deemed excellent this time. Well, I admit it, I was glad things worked out as well as they did. If Kaya wasn't here, I would have been in serious trouble. Now there's only one thing left to do. I'm going to retrieve that now, I said, pointing to the pale yellow magic stone Zephram lying on the ground. Help me with that. All right, Kaya agreed willingly. After I handed her one of the empty magic pouches, she moved to the opposite corner of the cave and began collecting Zephram. But what are all these magic stones? She queried while depositing Zephram into the magic pouch. I didn't feel the need to lie, so I answered truthfully, a material used for forging weapons. Are you thinking of making a weapon? No, I'm going to sell it. I'm collecting it to make money. Kaya nodded as if she understood. You were short on gel because you were pretending to be weak. If you had told me, I would have helped you anytime. That's too much of a request. Kaya was the second seat of the first year's magic department and the daughter of the Duke Astrian. For example, if a grade E commoner like me were to be seen having a friendly meal with her, I couldn't even imagine the troublesome rumors that would spread among the students. I do not need it, I answered sternly. On the journey back, Kaya and I were climbing up the dark uphill road after exiting the underground labyrinth, relying on the light of the luminous lamp. The magic bag, containing 2 magic pouches full of Zephram, weighed heavily on my shoulder. In addition, the Sheath of Disaster. Isn't it too full? Sir Isaac, as we walked quietly, Kaya suddenly broke the silence. What was that black ice from before? As expected, I was wondering when she'd ask. The black ice was a magic created by combining ice and darkness elements. No one could say it was demon magic simply because it cast black light, but in this situation it was understandable to have doubts. If I evaded this question, there was a high chance that Kaya would imagine something wild. Should I make something up and say it? But there was no need for that. I decided to answer honestly. Did you use a magic tool to change the color or something? It's demon magic. Kaya's eyes widened. Whizzing, Kaya immediately retreated to the other side, wind magic wrapped around her feet. Her tense face showed her alert posture. Kaya Astrian. Psychology wonders if you are a demon. See, this is what happens. I came to a stop and said calmly, I defeated a demon in the past and obtained an item. Item, Remnant of Darkness. It's a tier 1 item that combines dark mana and my elemental mana in order to allow me to learn new magic. That's how I can use black ice. The term tier referred to an item's rarity. The lower the number, the more rare and valuable it was, and tier 1 was without a doubt the highest grade. By the way, did my response sound too much like an explanation? It may look like I am lying. 3 seconds, 3 eerily silent seconds had passed, as if time had stopped. Kaya lowered her gaze and nodded. She seemed to have arrived at her own conclusion. Kaya Astrian. Psychology trusts you. I defeated a demon and showed Kaya. That alone demonstrated that I wasn't siding with the demons. Perhaps Kaya thought similarly. I'm sorry for doubting you. Kaya relaxed her guard and returned to my side. 20 minutes later, we emerged from Tantek underground cave. We were greeted by the starry night sky and a view of the gorge, the nearby forest, and the unpaved road. Perhaps it was because our spirits were lifted, but the scenery appeared especially beautiful. Yeah. But how will we go back to the dormitory? Oh right, how was I planning to get back? Are you going to camp? No, seriously. It was an hour's walk from here to the carriage stop. It was already late, so the carriage service had to be over. Besides, there were no accommodations around here. In addition, there was a limit to how far Kaya could fly using her wind magic. It was the act of condensing enough wind to carry a person while releasing it steadily and continuously. The amount of mana consumed was unavoidably enormous if it wasn't intended to be used for a short period of time. Even at Kaya's level, it didn't matter how much mana she had. She would run out after flying for about 3 minutes. Did you come here without any plans? I said, while Kaya silently lowered her head, her face beet red. Kaya Astrian. Psychology embarrassed to show her clumsy appearance. That's understandable. She never thought I was going to camp and followed me without a plan. Kaya's face was filled with skepticism. It was as if a question mark had appeared above her head. In the middle of the gorge, I was lost in self-indulgence as the radiant crescent moon reflected my appearance on the rippling stream. The gorge kept the wind at bay, making it quiet, and the ground was flat. In a nutshell, it was the perfect camping spot. I took everything I needed for camping out of my magic pouch. First, I unfolded the simple tent and installed it with ease. It looked surprisingly comfortable with a blanket and luminous lamp placed inside. Then I pulled out 2 makeshift chairs. It was a good thing I had brought some extras just in case. Kaya just stood there blankly. She seemed amazed by my intention to earnestly camp out. You came here with such a plan. Of course, I could catch a cold if I slept like that. I did overspend, but I figured I could make a lot of money by selling Zephyrum anyway. It turned out to be the best choice. Kaya, can you bring me some firewood? Oh, are you going to start a campfire? I nodded. I'll be back soon. Kaya wrapped herself in wind magic and flew into the forest over the gorge. If she had her wind magic, she would be able to create firewood easily. Well, I did help her get stronger rapidly, and I decided to provide her with camping equipment, so I guess it was okay to ask for that much. I sat in a folding chair and placed a dimly lit luminous lamp in front of me. Let's see. I took out the sheath of disaster from my magic pouch and started examining it. There were fine scratches covering the black sheath. When I stroked it, the smooth texture had a hint of roughness to it. On the outside, it looked old and plain. Therefore, it was a good item to catch opponents off guard. Shuck. I took out the dagger from its sheath and held it up. A dagger with a moderately sharp edge. It really was just a normal weapon. Still, the dagger itself had its own functions, so it could be useful in many ways. I put down the blade and turned my gaze back to the sheath of disaster. I was going to engrave the Frost Explosion magic circle on this sheath. Then I could use Frost Explosion without consuming any mana if I had the sheath of disaster with me. I wouldn't have to release mana. I wouldn't even have to pretend to use magic. Wasn't it suitable for catching the opponent off guard? However, the cooldown was 10 minutes, and I would need to keep enough mana in the sheath equal to the amount spent on Frost Explosion each time I used it. I would most likely only use it once per battle, but that single use would give me the edge needed to win. Of course, just engraving a magic circle and infusing it with mana wasn't enough. It had to be a spell I could use. I reached level 50 today, so I should be able to learn Frost Explosion soon. At the very least, I wanted to learn it before the PvP performance evaluation. I'm back, Sir Isaac. Kaya had already arrived. Next to her, the firewood was spinning in a little whirlwind. She's really fast, she would do well as a soldier. Come to think of it, life in the Astrian family mansion must be no different than in an army. Good job, Kaya Astrian. Psychology delighted to hear your praise. She looks like a puppy. I felt embarrassed for no reason. Have I ever had this much influence over someone? I couldn't think of anything other than when I was a class leader in elementary school. Anyway, I now needed to light a fire. I took out a fire magic scroll engraved with a magic circle from my magic pouch and spread it out on the ground and fixed it with a rolling stone. I activated the magic scroll by infusing it with mana. The spell was then activated, and a soft flame rose gently. Fire generation, fire element, 1. Elemental scrolls could only be obtained up to a maximum of 2 stars. This was because there was a limit to the amount of mana that could be stored in a magic scroll. The 1-star fire magic scroll I got was also useful in real life. Kaya released her wind magic and placed the firewood on top of the fire magic scroll. Before long, the firewood caught fire and started burning. And the campfire was complete. "Oh, are you feeling okay? Sit down," I said to Kaya, who just stood there blankly as I pointed to the folding chair set up next to me. "Yes, sir." The warmth of the bonfire was comforting, but the weather was still cold. I took out a blanket and wrapped myself in it before passing the extra blanket to Kaya. She thanked me and wrapped the blanket around her shoulders in the same way I did. Afterward, I heated water over the campfire and gave her a cup of warm tea. Kaya must have been amused by the number of things I brought out, as seen from the grin on her face. Its warm Kaya's expression softened, as if her body was melting. Crackle. The sound of a campfire burning was rampant. We quietly watched the campfire while sipping the warm tea. The silence wasn't that uncomfortable. It's been a while since I've felt this relaxed. It was the first time I felt relaxed after being transmigrated into Magic Knight of Mechen. It had been a month and a half since I transmigrated into this game, and I was working hard to get stronger. I needed to be as strong as possible in order to defeat the final boss, the evil god Nephid. Maybe that was why this moment of leisure felt awkward. Suddenly, the life that had been passing by rose quietly, swaying like smoke from a bonfire, like a haze. It was a life that I tried hard not to regret. I ended up transmigrating into this game, but I didn't have any thoughts of giving up, because if I gave up now, then it would all be over. I had clearly felt that already throughout my life while struggling through the exams that would decide my future. It was hard. Magic training, physical training, and then studying. Every day, I pushed myself over and over again to the point where I felt like 24 hours a day wasn't enough. But it was okay once you got used to the hard times. Even now, I was doing well in my routine. As expected, all sorts of thoughts surrounded my head as I was spending time quietly. However, it was fortunate that at this time, one of the people I had a lot of affection for from Magic Knight of Mechen was right next to me. It might be that thing called psychological comfort. She must have finished her tea by now. At the thought of giving her another cup of tea, I turned towards the person I held dear to me. For some reason, Kaya had her head lowered and her face was beet red. Above her head, smoke seemed to be rising like a hot spring mark. Could it be that she caught a cold because of the chill in the cave earlier? Even then, she seemed embarrassed to admit she was feeling cold. To check if she was suffering from a poor physical condition, I opened her status window to understand her psychology. Kaya Astrian. Psychology, extremely nervous at the thought of being with you. I was a fool for worrying. I could understand her. Since childhood, Kaya grew up like a soldier under the protection of the sword St. Gerald, and lived a life where she built a wall around herself and men. For her, being in a situation where she has to sleep in the same place as a man must have been quite a psychological blow. Besides, I wasn't ugly. When I saw Isaac's face in the mirror, he appeared to be rather attractive. She even admired me. The conditions were just right for something strange to happen. I cast another glance at Kaya. She was still nervous. She must have been afraid that I would touch her. In a good way, a bad way, or both. That didn't mean I could sleep outside. I only had one tent. Even if I made an igloo with ice magic, it was useless because I wouldn't be able to control my mana while asleep, and the spell would be dispelled. In the quiet night, the sound of a crackling campfire and a gently flowing stream could be heard. If I kept my mouth shut while listening to natural ASMR like this, the strange atmosphere would only get worse. Just then, my drowsiness kicked in and I was starting to feel sleepy. Perhaps in this situation, it would be a good way to reassure her in this situation if I went to the tent's corner and fell asleep first. "I'm sleepy. Let's sleep." "Ah, yes, Private Kaya Astrian." She reminded me of when I first joined the military and was assigned to my own unit. I was a private. I got up from the folding chair with a blanket draped over my shoulders. Then I entered the tent first, while ignoring Kaya, who was staring at me. There was enough room for the two of us. I went to the farthest corner and laid down there so Kaya could sleep comfortably. Ah, this cozy feeling, what is it? It's nice. It doesn't feel like I'm just coming over and camping, it's real camping. Excuse me. After some time had passed, Kaya cautiously came inside. Every move she made was fraught with tension. Her blanket was slung over her shoulders and tightly wrapped around her body. I did not respond on purpose. I only squinted my eyes slightly before closing them and pretended to be asleep. Kaya went to the corner opposite of me and laid down. I could hear the duvet and blanket rubbing against each other. Suddenly, it was quiet. Will she be able to sleep well? I slowly opened my eyes and glanced in Kaya's direction. Oh my, tremble. I wasn't sure why, but Kaya's body was shaking violently like a bell. She stared at the empty tent ceiling, her blanket pulled up to her lips. She was tightly sticking to the opposite corner, making the center of the tent appear very empty. Kaya Astrian. Psychology nervous at the thought of sleeping alongside you, as if her heart is going to burst. I won't touch you, so don't worry. Well, she'll fall asleep eventually. Thinking that, I closed my eyes again. My whole body felt languid. It seemed that fatigue had piled up. After finishing a full day of classes, I rode a carriage to Tantak Cave and killed Garzia the Hermit. Sir Isaac, Kaya suddenly called out to me. You said that you detected the demon's mana residing in the underground cave while at the academy. Did you know by any chance that I was following you or even when I was around? Of course, I didn't know. As I reflected on what she had just said, it seemed like this wasn't the first time Kaya has followed me. In any case, Kaya following me for whatever reason wasn't a situation that I wanted to deal with. It was because there was a great risk that my secret would be exposed if she found out about my daily routine, where I was constantly training. If that happened, I didn't know what kind of aftermath would follow. Unforeseen variables were a frightful factor in a position where I had to be as cautious as possible. Don't do that again. It's annoying, I said calmly, clutching onto my sleepy mind. Ah, I understand. Kaya's answer trembled like an earthquake. That should be enough. Letting go of the tension in my mind, I fell into a dream. It had been about 3 hours. I awoke from a dream in which I fell asleep during a cold weather military training. I was also dozing off there. I raised my upper body. It was too cold in the morning to be sleeping with just one blanket. Although I didn't feel much cold from my own magic, I was no different from a normal person when it came to the cold caused by the outside environment. It's cold, I grumbled as I turned to face Kaya. I saw her lying with her back to me, covered by a blanket. After draping the blanket over her, I pulled out a change of clothes from my magic pouch. I was going to sleep with this on. It couldn't be helped. It was better for me to suffer the cold than for her, who had followed me with a childish mind. The sheath of disaster that was in my extra clothes touched my hand. I took out that item too. Every time I saw it, I was filled with pride. When I was young, I remembered getting one of the Egyptian god cards, Obelisk the Tormentor, in a Yu-Gi-Oh! Pack and looking at it all day long while being happy. I felt similar emotions as back then. When I gently touched the sheath of disaster, a smile naturally formed on my lips. Beautiful, hee. I hope to use it well in the future. I put the sheath of disaster back into the magic pouch. I have to sleep again. I covered my body with the extra clothes I had taken out and laid down. As expected, it was cold. I curled up and folded my arms, trying to retain as much body heat as possible. Luckily, sleep came easily. The first company wake-up call. Beep, 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 beep. In my dream, I awoke to an alarm sound that I never wanted to hear again. It was brief, but it felt like crap. Surprisingly, I felt refreshed and well-rested, perhaps because I slept for so long. I had been so busy with classes, training, and studying that I had to sacrifice sleep time, so fatigue became a passive skill for me. This refreshing feeling, it felt awkward. As I yawned and lifted my upper body, the blanket that was covering my body slid down. There was no sign of anyone beside me. When I turned my head, I couldn't see Kaya there. She seemed to have covered me with a blanket and then left. I opened the tent door. A cool morning breeze drove away any lingering drowsiness I had, and soon the crackling of a campfire followed. I peered through the tent door. The morning sun illuminated the gorge. I could see the back of Kaya, who was sitting on a folding chair in front of the campfire. She wore the coat I gave her yesterday with a blanket draped over her shoulders. The charred firewood in front of her was most likely freshly cut this morning. I put on my shoes and walked out of the tent. Then, Kaya, who was startled for some reason, quickly turned her head toward me. Why are you so surprised? Sir Isaac, are you awake? Kaya smiled awkwardly with dark circles under her eyes. Her skin was white and fair, so it was particularly noticeable. It doesn't seem like she slept properly. Kaya Astrian. Psychology, she feels relieved that you didn't touch her, but is skeptical of her charm as a woman. What am I supposed to do? After about 30 minutes of walking, the carriage stop appeared. Kaya and I boarded a carriage and set off. Perhaps because a male and female student appeared out of nowhere, the coachman regarded us with suspicion. The carriage began its journey towards the academy. Soon after, Kaya started nodding off as she rested her head against the carriage window, falling asleep. Her coat slid down, exposing her small shoulders. I lifted her coat and wrapped it around her shoulders. Her head swayed as the carriage swayed, which caused her head to land on my shoulder. She was completely relaxed. Thinking about it, I was uncertain what would have happened if Kaya hadn't been there. Originally, it wasn't allowed in Magic Knight of Mechen to go and defeat Garzia before he completely stockpiled his power. To begin with, you couldn't even enter Tantak Cave until the end of Act 2, Chapter 4. I completely deviated from the formula and explored previously unknown segments of the game. As a result, perfect preparation was impossible. Moreover, I had no trouble collecting Zephyrim. Firewood was also readily available, avoiding the need for strenuous physical labor. You helped out a lot. I'll repay you someday. I leaned my head against the opposite window and gazed out. The morning sun illuminated the leafy green trees. The morning fog that had blanketed the forest was also dissipating, and the sky was dyed in the purest blue light. About 4 hours later, the carriage arrived at the academy. A sight of familiar buildings came into view. I even had the illusion that I had returned home. Kaya was still fast asleep. She seemed to be exhausted. Kaya, we're here. I shook Kaya's shoulder, trying to wake her up. As soon as I said those words, she opened her eyes and sat up straight. Wake up. It was obviously an instinctive move. She lived her life pretending to be gentle and meek, but in reality, her entire body was imbued with military discipline. Did we arrive? Yes, we've arrived. Kaya got out of her carriage first, turned her head away from me, and covered her mouth. She seemed to be secretly yawning. I followed her and handed the payment to the coachman. He bowed lightly and drove away. She looks very tired. It would be best to send her home as soon as possible, but there was something important I needed to say. I wasn't sure if it was necessary, but I didn't want to leave it out. Kaya. Yes, Sir Isaac. Kaya stiffened her movements as she turned her head towards me. It was a tense situation. In any case, it would be best to keep the defeat of Garzia a secret. If Alice Carroll, the student body president, found out, it would be the end of my life. Fortunately, she didn't know about the existence of Garzia, let alone an item like the Sheath of Disaster. Alice was just a shadowy figure trying to help the evil god Nephid manifest. The evil god Nephid wasn't on her side. Keep yesterday's incident a secret. It would be troublesome if others find out, so don't reveal it to anyone. Yes. Kaya's voice crawled in like the sound of an ant's chirp. Wasn't it a bit cute? Her face was flushed red again. Kaya Astrian. Psychology, embarrassed and flattered about having a secret between you and her. What is she mistaken about again? I mean the demon. The demon, of course. I was thinking about the demon. I'll keep it a secret. I'm sure Sir Isaac must have a deep meaning. And also... Kaya raised her head and looked at me with a solemn expression. The reason why demons appear in the academy, the reason Sir Isaac searches for and defeats the demons, is there something in this academy that I don't know about? You don't have to answer. Sir Isaac is an amazing person, so there must be a good reason why you can't tell me. The atmosphere became heavy. It might have been a good idea to use the flow of the conversation to win Kaya over to my side, but I didn't want to put such shackles on Kaya, the advent of a mighty being that could easily destroy the world. I wondered what the difference was between that and a death sentence. It was highly likely to put a heavy psychological burden on Kaya. Anyway, I would keep defeating demons until I reached the evil god Nephid. I already devised a plan, and if all went well, Kaya would most likely follow my words. There wasn't much of a difference, so it would be best if I did not respond to this. Kaya understood my silence as an answer and slightly bowed in farewell. She took off the school uniform cardigan and gave it back to me, turned around and walked away. As I watched her leave, I fell into deep thought. Mädchen Academy was spread across an entire island. So, under the leadership of the academy, a small economy developed on this island, and money circulated. It meant that all sorts of places you would expect to find in a city were here. However, according to academy rules, academy students were not permitted to sell items brought from outside. Students were only permitted to sell items obtained legally on academy grounds. Upon entering the academy, all students were bound by the Marx Pact. It was an absolute oath governed by a providence created by Archwizard Marx, and it was effective only on the grounds of Mädchen Academy. Failure to comply would result in a forced expulsion, with one of the suspension conditions being the sale of goods brought from outside. It was also prohibited to create added value in the form of consignment sales or subcontracting. I could feel a sense of determination from Mädchen Academy that said, "This is our land, so we will monopolize it." Zephyrim was a mana stone obtained within the academy grounds and was an unowned object. I was relieved that I wasn't going to break any rules. As an aside, the Marx Pact covered more than just trading. For example, it was strictly prohibited to bring in consumable items containing magic from outside sources. This included things such as magic scrolls and potions. After parting ways with Kaya, I went to the appraisal center. Beyond a glass case lined with miscellaneous items, a short old man greeted me. "Whoa, what kind of young man are you?" In Magic Night of Mädchen, there were several appraisal centers, and among them, this one ran by Harrison was the most generous. The only problem with it was that it wasn't accessible at the beginning of the game. However, because I already knew about the secret shop, content that was only available later in the game. I was sure that I could enter this place as well. I wasn't bound by the game's story after all. I couldn't wait to see how much I would get for selling Zephyrim here. I was looking forward to it. As a side note, there was an unwritten rule at the appraisal center that they didn't pry into anything unless it was illegal, regardless of who brought it in. Harrison, on the other hand, was a veteran with an open mind, so he wouldn't mind if I brought a bunch of Zephyrim. He would probably just think of me as a lucky young man. I politely bowed and took out 2 magic pouches. Although the magic pouch could reduce weight, it couldn't be reduced to 0. Therefore, the magic pouch containing Zephram was quite heavy. However, my body was now trained in a hell like PT. Carrying a magic pouch like this wasn't easy, but it wasn't enough to kill me. I opened the magic pouch and took out the pale yellow magic stone, Zephram, and placed it on top of the glass case. Harrison's gaze shifted from me to the Zephrams. I'm here to get an appraisal. Oh, this is. Harrison picked up one of the Zephrams and began examining it through a magnifying glass. Let's see, this is. Harrison began to move the Zephram around. I remembered Ian Fairytale getting frustrated with his slow movements in Magic Knight of Mädchen, but given his age, I decided to be patient with him. Ho-oh. His movements were very slow, but it was worth the wait. That's right, no. Somehow his movements were seriously slow, like a sloth, but it was still tolerable. Gee hey, 10 minutes passed like that, but just before my patience was about to explode. When are you going to tell me? 3,000 gels. What? 3,000 gels for one of these will be enough, off you go. My frustration disappeared like the melting snow. I had brought a total of 56 Zephrams. I did some quick math. That meant 168,000 gels. At that moment my thoughts ceased. Only one thought filled my head, bright and clear. Tonight's dinner was beef. My lady, where on earth have you been all night? Inside Charles Hall, the highest dormitory of Mädchen Academy. When Kaya saw Mary, the maid who had been waiting for her all night worrying, she replied with a serious face, I have been protecting the peace of the academy. Mary was puzzled, unsure of the meaning behind Kaya's words. After Kaya reassured Mary through a conversation and said she wanted to rest by herself, she went into her room, a luxurious and spacious room, incomparable to the small tent she slept in the night before. But her consciousness was still inside the small tent. Demons. She reflected upon the events of the day before. Apparently, Isaac was aware that demons would appear at Mädchen Academy and enrolled. To keep the peace at the academy, he must be killing demons. And she must keep his identity a secret to not interfere with his actions. Although Kaya was unsure of Isaac's deeper meaning, she was certain that following his words was the best way to protect the people at the academy. Sir Isaac. The memories of her time with Isaac from the day before were still vivid in her mind. His overwhelming appearance when he froze the entire cave, his kind appearance when he covered her with his coat, and his cold-hearted appearance as he unleashed his magic on the demon beside her. All those memories flooded Kaya's mind. If her mind was an ocean, those memories were the seawater that filled it. He was cool. He was someone she admired, but apart from that memory, he felt a little different than usual. It was at dawn when he secretly covered her with a blanket. Kaya, who had been pretending to be asleep with her mind in a daze, felt embarrassment and a warm feeling in her chest at the same time. But above all, beautiful, hot. Just thinking about that word made her head start emitting steam. She never imagined that Isaac would call her beautiful. Ever since yesterday, her heart had been racing. It was as if a regular and intense sound was pounding in her ears. It started out as nervousness, but after Isaac wrapped a blanket around her and said, beautiful, she began to feel an inexplicable sense of ecstasy. Kaya looked at her reflection in the mirror of the dressing table. Her flushed cheeks, they weren't the problem. Her hair was sticking out of her pigtails from sleeping in the tent and carriage, and the makeup that Mary had applied in the morning was pretty much gone. She hadn't paid much attention to her usual fashion, but her disheveled appearance today somehow bothered her. She tried to straighten her hair afterward, but it felt like a meaningless act. What are you doing, me? Kaya sighed as a sense of disbelief washed over her. She couldn't quite make sense of what she was feeling and what she was doing. Wasn't it too one-dimensional to think that it was all about looks in the first place? Isaac was the one who said it after all. Was he just being nice? Maybe he said that because he was proud of her desire to keep the peace of the academy. Wasn't it common for older people to say, beautiful in the sense of beautiful work, when they saw a praiseworthy young child? It must be like that. Maybe that was it. I think so. For some reason, Kaya couldn't take her hands off her hair for a while. She couldn't take her eyes off the mirror. Passive 7 Psychological Insight Skill Tree details unique attributes Hunter. I gained 14 levels at once. In Magic Knight of Mädchen, your mana increased at a progressively faster rate once you hit level 50, and I had just reached that point. If I raised my level by just 1, my mana would start to rise significantly. It wouldn't be long before I learned Frost Explosion. I never thought it would be this easy. It was a sunny afternoon. I was in the corner of the garden as usual. I was sitting on the grass, staring down at the sheath of disaster in my right hand. I didn't want to waste any time, so I gently raised and maintained the frostfire in my left hand. As long as I kept the sheath engraved with a magic circle and infused with mana, I could use it once at any time. Then all I had to do was charge it and use it. I could engrave 5-star spells and below. However, the power of the spell would be the same as my current level. When the hunter trait was activated, I would need to infuse more mana into it. I can't wait to try it out. I couldn't test the Sheath of Disaster right now. The moment I engrave a magic circle on it, the sheath would be assimilated by the magic. I wouldn't be able to replace it with a new magic circle. It would be most efficient to engrave Frost Explosion on the Sheath of Disaster. In other words, I would use this item only after I had acquired Frost Explosion. Not yet. I tucked the Sheath of Disaster into my pocket. Next, it was time to distribute my stat points. After I got up from my seat, I entered the status window potential details. I had 38 stat points at this time and was close to maxing out my magic training efficiency. Regardless of Isaac's actual potential, a magic training efficiency of 100 was equivalent to a genius. My growth rate would be very fast. However, as the grade increased, the time it took to advance to the next grade increased dramatically. Even if I reach a magic training efficiency of 100, it would take me a long time to improve stats beyond B+. Otherwise, the hell difficulty of Magic Knight of Mechen would be a breeze. To obtain Hilda's Frost Scythe, my ice elemental resistance must be at least 60, but that was something I could solve with time. I also wanted to get my physical training efficiency up. It goes without saying that the greater your physical ability, the more advantageous it would be in combat. If I was not as athletic as Ian, I might find myself in a difficult situation in the future. Besides, if I thought about my future work, good physical fitness was essential. It would also help me with wielding legendary weapons. Also, now that I had some stat points to spare, it would be better to improve my learning efficiency too. The higher your learning efficiency was, the faster your individual magic proficiency would grow. It differs from magic training efficiency, which focuses on improving elemental combat abilities such as elemental firepower, elemental efficiency, and elemental synergy. It was a bonus that helped with studying. I've decided. Out of the remaining stat points, I invested 13 in physical training efficiency, 16 in magic training efficiency, and 9 in learning efficiency. Potential physical training efficiency has improved from grade C to grade B. Potential magic training efficiency has improved from grade B+ to grade A. Potential learning efficiency has improved from grade D to grade C. No matter how hopeless Isaac was, if he had this much potential, he wouldn't bow his head to anyone. Now it was back to training, and even more training. Woo, I let out a deep breath, then raised a frostfire in each hand. Groong, the mysterious monster that appeared during the class placement evaluation. Luce Eltania, the top seat of the magic department at Mechen Academy, had repeatedly asked questions about the monster's identity, but she had little to no success. Besides, there was no way to figure out what elements each student possessed. Since the class assignment evaluation, Groong has completely disappeared. She searched Delphine Forest for traces of mana just in case, but there was no sign. If I had known this would happen, I would have paid more attention during the mana evaluation. In that case, she would have known what elemental constitution each student possessed. It was the first time she regretted not paying more attention to others. She was walking through the academy, basking in the sun with a troubled expression when she heard the sound of ice magic being used from somewhere. It was similar to flames, but she could distinguish the subtle sound of ice crystals clashing together. It was definitely ice magic. The element that Groong used was also ice. Luce recalled Groong and headed toward the corner of the garden where the sound had come from. She walked past the tall flower beds and avenues of trees, then an open lawn spread out before her. In the midst of it, she discovered a male student sweating profusely while practicing the 4-star ice magic Frostfire. His silver hair was half-curled with a bluish tinge, and his eyes were blood-red with an icy gaze. Perhaps because he was focused on his training, his eyes were staring coldly into space. In both of his hands, a cold flame burned. The white cold and ice mana formed a flame, and beautiful ice crystals floated around it. Ha! The man exhaled heavily and released the frostfire. Luce knew who he was. He'd appeared from the direction Groong had escaped, that guy, and the ice element. I don't think so. For a brief moment, Luce doubted it, but she quickly shook her head. Groong was an overwhelming force. He wouldn't be training 4-star magic while sweating profusely all alone like that. Moreover, judging from the short range of frostfire, his proficiency seemed low. It was a long way away from him. The silver blue-haired man's nose began to bleed the same color as his eyes. He let out a groan as he lowered his upper body in pain. It seemed he had overused his mana. Luce had never experienced it, but she knew that wizards sometimes overdid it and ended up like that. She heard that when they reached that state, their entire body reacted violently, making it extremely difficult to use magic. Despite this, he wiped his nosebleeds with his sleeve before conjuring cold flames in both hands once more, once again, and then once more. The man let out a frostfire. Luce watched in silence. She didn't know why. On the day she signed a contract with the Thunderbird Galia, the 10-year-old girl turned her gaze away from the human race in skepticism. But now Luce couldn't take her eyes off the silver blue-haired man. Was it because of Groon? Could it be that the monster awakened her curiosity toward others? The man stopped his magic and caught his breath. He sat on the floor, lowered his head and breathed once again. Was it over? No. He stood up once more and repeated Frostfire. One more time, one more time. When it became difficult to use magic, he did exercises like push-ups and squats to train himself physically. For some reason, she couldn't stop watching him. Luce watched the man in disbelief. Every day, the silver blue-haired man went to the garden's corner to practice magic. Luce watched him from the roof of Charles Hall, a dormitory for the top students. From up there, she could catch a glimpse of him training. On a moonlit night, Luce was resting her arms on the roof railing, her long rose-gold hair and one-piece nightgown fluttering in the breeze. She looked at the man with her hawk-like eyesight. The man mainly practiced basic ice magic such as cold divergence and ice generation, and he was also diligently using ice wall and frostfire. Whenever he had a chance, he would clasp his hands together and gather ice mana between them. Luce, who had basic knowledge of most elemental magic, could easily figure out the reason. That man must have been thinking of learning the 5-star spell Frost Explosion. You're working hard. The night wind scattered the words that came out of her mouth. Not knowing what he was thinking, Luce simply watched the man in silence. No, on second thought, she could understand. Lightning elemental magic. Luce turned her back on that element. She always poured lightning elemental mana into Thunderbird Galia, her 8-star familiar, even at this very moment. As a result, no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't properly use lightning magic. That was why she had lived by solely relying on water magic. She lowered her gaze to her right hand. With a crackle, electricity flowed through her palms. Lightning generation, lightning element, 1. Hard work, hard work, hard work. What is hard work? As if in a shape decomposition, the two words, effort, broke into pieces and began to run through Luce's mind. Luce clenched her electrified hands into fists and let out a ragged breath. Her chest was throbbing. The image of a silver blue-haired man practicing magic even while in pain. It was a stark contrast to herself, who kept running away from lightning magic. The next day and the day after that, the silver blue-haired man practiced magic in a corner of the garden. Even when his nose was bleeding and his body was exhausted, he continued to use magic. Perhaps he was driven by a sense of improvement, but he appeared to be compelled by some greater purpose. He seemed to have a secret that he could never give up. The more she watched, the more such thoughts crossed her mind. His visage of working hard was constantly stuck in her mind. A week later, last night, it seemed like the silver blue-haired man would soon be able to use Frost Explosion. Luce was sitting on a garden bench, watching the man from afar. He was still training his magic. He put both of his fingers together and created a gap between them, gathering his ice mana. Then, when a blue magic circle appeared in front of his gathered hands, his eyes widened. Luce involuntarily jerked her upper body forward. The appearance of the magic circle meant that the conditions to use the spell had been met. Now was it going to happen now? The man held out his right arm forward. In front of his right hand was a round, condensed ball of ice mana. A light blue magic circle silently followed his hand. And then, the man unleashed the condensed ice mana. Frost Explosion Ice Element, 5. Kaya, a powerful explosion of ice. In the blink of an eye, a spiky, stretched-out mass of ice appeared in front of him. It was an ice mass at least 10 meters long. Oh, Luce let out an exclamation, unable to understand why she was clenching her fists in excitement. Soon, surprise flashed across the silver blue-haired man's face, which quickly turned into ecstasy. Ah, the man tightly closed his eyes, then clenched both of his hands into fists and trembled. Before long, he raised his head toward the sky and let out a beastly cheer. He even shadow-boxed the air in celebration. Pooh-ha. Luce unknowingly covered her mouth with her slightly clenched fist and laughed. Time for practical training. Since the grounds of Mechan Academy were unnecessarily large, there were some buildings that were overly spacious. This place, Kali's Hall, was one of those buildings. Kali's Hall was often used for practical training. I was at the training ground and paired up with 3 of my classmates from the magic department. I was in an empty room. On one side of the wall was the door we had come in through, and on the other side was a tunnel-like passage. In front of us, a messenger was flapping its wings at a blinding speed, like a fly or a hummingbird. The messenger was a round speaker the size of a man's fist. It was a magic tool owned by the Academy, imbued with audio transmission magic and magic that transmitted the scene being watched as a video. The cynical voice unique to Professor Fernando flowed through the messenger. You are divided into groups, which have been chosen at random. You will be fighting demonic illusions. Once you've defeated them all and arrived at the final destination, your performance evaluation will be over. If someone is judged to have suffered a fatal injury, that student will be eliminated. The Kali's Hall alone could not accommodate all first-year students in the magic department. Therefore, other groups not assigned to Kali's Hall would have to go to different areas for practical training. The main evaluation criterion for this practical training is how well you understand the characteristics and weaknesses of the demonic creatures you've learned about so far, as well as how you can use elemental magic in combat. Second, how well you cooperate is also factored into your behavioral score. It would be best to take this seriously. We'll start in 10 minutes. Make sure you are fully prepared. It was the start of Act 2, Chapter 3, Practical Training from Magic Knight of Mädchen. In this chapter, the protagonist, Ian Fairytale, became involved with Seal Carnitas, a Class A student. She was one of the official heroines. Later on, she would play a key role in assisting Ian in obtaining the ultimate weapon of the light element, the luminous sword. She took a casual attitude toward the practical training, and due to her apathy, she didn't even care if other students got hurt by her magic. Because of her attitude, she ended up getting into an argument with Ian. Then the building collapsed, Garzia the Hermit appeared, and Act 2, Episode 4, Ant Legion began. Ian and Seal joined forces to combat the Disaster Ant Legion, but Seal eventually decided to take on the Disaster Ant Legion alone. In the meantime, Ian made his way through the ants to the center of the building. There he met and fought Garzia, the main focus of Act 2, Chapter 4. Of course, Act 2, Chapter 4 would be skipped because I already killed Garzia. Other words, this practical training would end peacefully. Maybe. This is a very unpleasant situation. As soon as Professor Fernando finished speaking, a beautiful girl spoke with a sigh as if she had been waiting for him to finish. Her short, light brown hair cascaded down to her shoulders in a wave. She wore a red rose hairpin in her hair, and the shawl draped over her shoulders was stunning. It had a golden border and a red background embroidered with roses. Her bright, golden eyes were looking at me. Rose Red Rivera. She was a Class B student. Rose Red Rivera. Psychology feels contempt for you. A vulgar grade E is in our team. The lowest of the low, aren't you? She said with a confident tone as she looked down on me with a mocking expression on her face. I was used to it now. Just as I was about to ignore her, she stuck her head in my direction. Ooh, she smells good. She must be wearing expensive perfume. Even a worm that crawls on the ground has a role to play. I'll instruct you on the role that suits you, so please don't get in the way. Why are you so eager to start a fight? I don't understand, really. The two remaining male students were unable to speak in the frightening atmosphere. Certainly, Rose had the ability to quickly make people nervous. In Magic Knight of Mädchen, her role was insignificant. If I had to say it, she was an extra, not even a supporting character. She was only there for a short time, but she let it get to her head before being robbed of her arrogance by Ian. You and I are the same, bitch. All right, the practical training starts now. Everyone enters. In the heavy atmosphere, 10 minutes had passed. Professor Fernando's voice rang from the messenger. Let's go. Our group began to walk down the tunnel-like passageway. The tunnel was dark, but it wasn't long before we reached the end. There were 5 demonic creatures, the Black Wolf, roaming around in the narrow arena. It was a demonic illusion created with an illusion materializer magic tool. There was some static in their appearance, but it was difficult to tell unless you looked closely. The status window did not appear. It was clearly an illusion. We stood at the end of the tunnel and watched the Black Wolves, because the moment we stepped out of this tunnel, a fight would break out. They have a habit of fighting in groups. So, Mr. Allen and Mr. Ethan, I need you to trap them with rock magic and ice magic. I'll end it all at once with flame magic. Rose naturally acted as the leader. She seemed to believe that since she was in the highest class among us, she should be the leader. I had no objections to her selection as a leader. The only problem was that I wasn't a part of her plan. Well, since it was about Black Wolves, I guess they don't need a Class D bastard with grade E mana, though I wasn't really a grade E anymore. Our group stepped out of the tunnel, and the wolf demonic creatures stopped and immediately started to keep us in check. The Black Wolves snarled, baring their teeth as the male students used their magic against them. D. Rock wall rock element. 4 ice wall ice element. 4. Crude walls of rock and ice rose from the ground, trapping the wolves while Rose hurled flames with both hands at the monsters. Fireball fire element. 3. Crackle quaia. A roaring red ball of fireball struck the wolf demons trapped by the rock wall and ice wall. It was a fairly skilled fireball. The wolf demons were scorched and scattered all over the ground, and then with a whimper they disappeared. The Black Wolf illusion was casually repelled. All right, let's keep going. We followed Rose's instructions and moved to the next passage. Demonic creatures emerged one after the other, and Rose killed them all. I want to get good grades too. Oh, that's the last one. Easy, easy. Judging by the fact that she didn't give me any instructions, even after reaching the final stage, it was clear she had no intention of using me. After passing through the passageway, we came to a large room with a marble floor. In the middle of the stage, the final boss stood guard. It was an illusion of Toro, a giant bull-like demon creature who appeared to be humanoid. It was at least 4 meters tall and held a large spear in its right hand. Now I really had to play an active role. This wasn't the time to pander to Rose, so when I raised my right hand to create a frostfire, Rose glared at me cynically. What are you doing? I'm trying to get some points. Collaboration is another criterion for evaluation, so wouldn't it be nice to work together? I answered in the kindest way possible with a capitalist smile on my face. Rose's eyes narrowed in disgust, as if she were looking at a bug. Gross. Huh. For a brief moment, I doubted my ears. You're a grade E, you don't even know the subject. Don't be disgusting. I am the leader here, and I want you to wait until I tell you what to do. Do you understand? Did I go too far, Mr. Allen, Mr. Ethan? Let's go. Rose and two male students walked out of the tunnel. I looked at her in disbelief for a moment before following them. Then, roaring, fire. Fire generation fire element 1. Flames suddenly engulfed me. It surrounded me in a circle, leaving no openings for me to escape through. Didn't I tell you not to interfere? Wow, that bitch. You're going way too far. What the hell am I dealing with? Only then did Toro, the humanoid demon resembling a bull, recognize our group. Rose, Allen, and Ethan took up a fighting stance. Mr. Allen, Mr. Ethan, formation, huh? Rose swallowed hard as she tried to give instructions. Woo-woo-oh, wah, beep. In one swift motion, Toro leaped at Allen and Ethan and swung his spear. A loud horn rang from the bracelets of the two male students. The bracelets were glowing red. They had been eliminated. Alan Neville, Ethan Purcell, eliminated. Cold sweat dripped down Rose's cheeks. She, like the two male students, would have been eliminated if she had gone one step further. Even from afar, it startled me. But Rose, who saw it right in front of her, would be absolutely terrified. The door to the elimination room creaked open. All movements must be stopped until the eliminated are all gone. Even the Taro illusion remained motionless in a spear-wielding stance. The losers walked towards the elimination door, a look of resentment on their faces. Now, the moment they stepped through, the door would be firmly closed and Taro would start moving again. Why you? Rose turned to me. Her voice was trembling with urgency. Well, I'll give you a chance to perform. You wanted to fight, right? Be the bait. Meanwhile, I'll use my fire magic to defeat that demon, Rose said, placing a hand on her chest. Her voice was high and commanding like a young lady's, but trembling with fear. I recalled a conversation I had with the NPC Rose Red Rivera while playing Magic Knight of Machen. Her obsession with being the best of the best haunted her. It was a mindset instilled in her by the Red Rivera family through their rigorous training. However, hard work alone was not enough to beat the talented students of Machen Academy. The fact that she was in Class B rather than Class A, which was the best, must have ripped her heart out. She was even ranked at the bottom of Class B. She couldn't help but feel impatient because she believed that she always gave her best effort. This, of course, included this practical training. That was why she was trying to create an opening by using me as a sacrifice for Toro and then attacking. If she wanted to become the best at Machen Academy, she couldn't be eliminated here, and that way she would look like she was doing her best. By the way, I think you should put out the fire first. She appeared to be in a hurry and wasn't thinking straight. Answer me. As the dropouts exited through the door, Rose screamed at the top of her lungs, her blood rising to her neck. What could be the answer? Do it yourself. Ooh-oh, Toro roared, resuming the practical training. Rose's face became pensive. Just as Toro was about to swing his spear again, Rose quickly reached down and poured fire mana into it. A red magic circle materialized on the ground, and a pillar of flame erupted from beneath Toro. Hwa, Flame Pillar Fire Element 4. Toro immediately leaped backward to avoid Rose's attack. Despite his large size, he showed nimble movements and superb athleticism. People who were good at magic were not always good at combat. Rose, for example, was not very good at fighting. Her entire body trembled at the sight of Toro, who refused to submit to her magic right away. From the sound of her sobbing, she was probably in the midst of some ongoing frustration. This was a stark reminder as to why she didn't make it to the top of the class ranking. Toro, who had gained some distance from the flame pillar, began to lunge at Rose again. This is the time. Rose's aggro was working well. Now was the time for me to make my move. Ice Generation Ice Element 1. Just as Rose's mana control was disrupted and the surrounding flames started to dissipate, I created ice to cover the flames. Then I took off running towards Rose. On the other side, Toro was also charging toward her just like me. But no matter how many fire spells she threw at him, Toro easily dodged it and closed the distance between them. Realizing that she had lost, she dropped to the ground in despair. She was about to give her throat to the charging Toro, giving up already. Pathetic. Well, I guess it didn't matter. Rose was still quite a distance away. Even my front was obscured by her back, so the angle for attacks was not ideal. Team kills were out of the question, but it would be a waste not to take advantage of this useful situation where she was acting as bait. Luckily, I had a solution. I took out the dagger I had been holding. It was the dagger housed inside the sheath of disaster. Here I go. I fiercely threw the dagger at Toro with the sheath of disaster, drawing all the strength I had gained from the hell-like PT. Whirl. The dagger whirled around, cutting through the air without hesitation. It flew past Rose and reached Toro, who was charging at her. I could feel the mana circuits in my body connecting with the flying sheath of disaster. The moment Toro reached Rose and swung his spear, I felt the sensation intensify. Then, as if a trigger had been pulled, the magic circle engraved on the sheath of disaster glowed pale blue and activated, unleashing a flood of ice. Frost Explosion Ice Element 5. Wow, it happened in a flash. The ice crystals and cold air swirled in a chaotic manner, and the ice that surged from the sheath of my dagger devoured Toro. Before I knew it, a jagged block of ice had taken over the center of the battlefield. Soon, Toro's shape vanished without a trace inside the block of ice. At the same time, Rose's bracelet rang loudly. Rose Red Rivera eliminated. The messenger announced her elimination in a calm voice, just before my sheath of disaster could activate its magic. Toro's spear struck her. Well, it didn't really matter, as I had no intention of saving her in the first place. Who would want to save someone who looked down on you? Rose's eyes were closed tightly and her head was bowed. She trembled and barely opened her eyes. Coincidentally, I had just picked up the sheath of disaster that had fallen in front of the ice block and was clutching it in my arms. What happened? Rose asked in confusion. I sighed, not wanting to see her appearance that was prone to despairing during battle. What are you doing? With my back to the large ice block, a white chill flowed around me. I said that so monotonously that Rose swallowed her breath and widened her eyes in disbelief. I unfroze the ice. Then the large block of ice began to crack apart, turning into a blue powder that scattered into the air. Then I turned my back and started walking down the next passage to my final destination. Rose didn't stand up for a while. Her next destination was the elimination gate that had just opened up. Professor Fernando stood at the final destination. He looked at me with his usual cold blue eyes. His teaching assistant walked over and took the performance evaluation bracelet from me while muttering that, yes, he looked like a zombie, overworked and exhausted. Professor Fernando, who handled such an assistant, was like a necromancer. Group F, practical training is over. The results will be announced and feedback will be delivered in a week. Good work. Can I tell the people in my group about that? I asked since they had all been eliminated. It doesn't matter. Anyway, I'll deliver it to them all at once before class starts tomorrow. Professor Fernando then told us that we could go home. Alan and Ethan, the first to fail, had already returned to their dorms. The manner in which the performance evaluation was conducted, as well as the specific assessments made, were strictly confidential. Hence, there was no need to worry about the student council president, Alice Carroll, discovering something suspicious like the sheath of disaster. The only thing made public were the grades. A week later, the results would be posted in the central hall of Orphan Hall. Can I expect a better grade this time? Even though I only got to perform once because of Rose, I still managed to defeat the final boss. Can I have some expectations? Of course, now that I had enough gels and had tested the performance of the sheath of disaster, there was no need to actually dwell on the results of this performance evaluation. Still, it would be nice to get a good grade. I walked out of Collie's hall. The bright sunlight shining down was so dazzling that I momentarily shielded my eyes with my hand. My entire body felt unusually light. It reminded me of how I felt in high school when I went home early after midterm exams. But it wasn't time to play around. I had to begin training immediately. I'd barely begun walking outside Collie's hall when I was stopped by someone saying, "Wait a minute." It was a fierce yet delicate young lady's voice. "How did you do it?" It was Rose who asked me that. She stood in the shade of the building with her arms crossed while glaring at me. What? I knew what she meant, but I was deliberately pretending to be clueless. Snap. Rose took a step toward me, veins forming on her forehead. "I don't understand how you, a grade E, can defeat Toro. Even if it was an illusion, I don't see how you could have defeated something so powerful. And besides, what the hell did you do? There's no way you, a grade E of class D, the lowest of the low, could have used 5-star magic already." Her voice was filled with tears. The way she tried to deny it was truly pitiful. It was probably her tendency to restore her self-esteem by putting others down. But her pride was crushed in front of the person she looked down upon the most. She must have been devastated that another person had so effortlessly jumped over a wall that she couldn't. Therefore, she tried to hide her own weakness by denying me. Otherwise, she would fall apart. I often saw people like her in Sillim-dong 1. Sillim-dong is a statutory division of Gwanak District in Seoul, Korea. Korea National University is here, which is most likely what Isaac is referring to here. Those kids definitely couldn't pass the exam. You conceded to me 100 times. Why didn't you save me when you had the means to defeat the enemy? Are you kidding me? But there was a very good lesson in this. What's the secret to being happy? It's to not argue with fools. Whatever. When I snapped at her with an icy glare, Rose's face blushed red, angry to the point of tears. I wonder if she was speechless because she was so angry and frustrated. Well, I was sure she was aware of how pitiful she sounded. Ugh, Rose gritted her teeth and stomped her foot. She didn't seem to have anything else to say, so I just started moving my feet again. You stay down there. I'll head to the top. The professor at the Mädchen Academy's magic department must be well versed in all theories of magic. Fernando Frost became a full-time professor at Mädchen Academy's magic department at the tender age of 25 based solely on his theoretical skills. Even at Mädchen Academy, which gathered the best talents from across the continent, he was regarded as an object of envy. He was gifted with a great intellect, an outstanding appearance, and the ability to give a lecture that resonated in your ears. As such, Fernando's near-perfect appearance was the result of his rigorous self-care and obsession. His appearance was immaculate, sitting in a chair with his back straight and his posture upright. He mustn't look disheveled even when no one was looking. Every action he took must be dignified, as befitted an elite professor at an elite academy, deep in the night. The rain was pounding against the windows. The sound of rain broke the silence of the night. Fernando was sitting in the office in Orphan Hall, a building in the magic department, reviewing the results of the practical training. Meanwhile, all kinds of documents were properly lined up in the air. Fernando had suspended them in midair with telekinesis magic. Knock. Hearing a knock on the door, Fernando raised his head. Marco, come in. Marco, a male assistant with brown hair, stepped into the office. His soulless face did not resemble that of a human. He walked over to where Fernando was sitting and handed him the papers. Aha. Marco grunted like a zombie as Fernando accepted the papers he had handed him. It was a document that summarized each student's practical training results, including grades and evaluation reviews. He had to review it to make sure there were no issues before sending it up the chain of command. Fernando skimmed through it, confirmed that there were no obvious problems, and nodded. Next, this one. When Fernando pointed to the stack of papers next to him, Marco let out a sob that closely resembled a scream. However, the assistant had no other choice. Marco, with both hands, picked up the stack of papers that were piled high enough to cover his upper body and trudged out of the office. Today, too, he would need to stay up all night. Fernando flipped through the papers, reading them quickly with his telekinetic magic. In today's practical training, he was assigned with overseeing Collie's Hall. He was using a crystal ball, just like the examiners, to monitor the progress of each group's performance evaluation through a messenger. In this practical training, his role was to guide the performance evaluation, to make sure that no problems occurred during the evaluation. If something went wrong, he had to fix it, and to remove the eliminated students from the field. Currently, he was evaluating the students after checking the videos of the practical training at each location. This time, the first years of the magic department could hardly be called the Jade Generation, but as with every year, there were some diamonds in the rough. Top seat, Luceltania. Luceltania, the top seat of the magic department. Her mana capacity was overwhelming. Both her mana control and elemental firepower were impeccable. During the practical training, she used water magic to defeat the illusions of monsters with ease. However, her collaboration score with her teammates was 0 due to her lack of social skills. Even when her teammates were friendly with her, she remained cynical. You can't survive on the battlefield alone. Luceltania's weakness was her uncooperative, dogmatic attitude. In second seat, Kaya Astrian, a first-year student in the second seat of the magic department. She was the student with the second highest mana capacity after Luceltania. Her skills were also impeccable, but she was an unfortunate prodigy who was overshadowed by Luceltania. Seal Carnita's needs to reflect. Seal Carnitas, a top-ranking student in the magic department, had shown no remorse for hurting her teammates. She even got into a fight with Ian Fairytale, who was in the same group as her. Even if she has excellent magic skills, her divisive attitude reflected poorly on her collaboration score. Matteo Giordana is pretty good. Matteo Giordana, one of the top students in the magic department, was one of the topics of gossip among students. Contrary to rumors, he had a diligent side. Compared to Luceltania or Kaya Astrian, he was on the weak side. During his practical training, he used effective tactics while aiming for the weak points of the demonic creatures. In addition, he had the charisma to make his members follow him. He possessed the qualities of a leader. Tristan Humphrey has talent in magic, but he has a lot of problems. Tristan Humphrey was another outstanding first-year student in the magic department. While his elemental magic was powerful, he had a lot to work on. To begin with, it was a major issue to give up the task of analyzing the weaknesses of the demonic creatures while simply firing powerful magic. While the power of his magic was strong enough to defeat the demonic creature illusions, it deserved the worst score in the whether they fought while considering magic efficiency evaluation section. In addition, because of his family's prestige, he compelled the students to follow him. His collaboration score was also 0. In the midst of evaluating the students, Fernando stopped moving in the material for Group F of the practical training. This kid. If he had to choose the student who stood out the most today, it would definitely be a male student named Isaac from Class D, silver hair with a hint of blue and blood-red eyes. He was a student who came out with grade E during the mana measurement class and was clearly embedded into Fernando's memory. This student had used the 5-star spell Frost Explosion today. The skill level seemed low, but it was certain. It looked like he used a magic tool. Was there a magic tool that could engrave a 5-star magic circle? The world of magic tools was vast, so Fernando couldn't easily figure it out. However, common sense dictated that the existence of a magic tool capable of engraving a 5-star spell was an anomaly. In theory, there was no problem, as long as the number of mana circuits in the magic tool was extremely high and the durability was very good. However, that level must be extremely high in order to withstand 5-star magic. In other words, you couldn't get away with the structural issues of the tool. However, his main concern was the user of the magic tool. It was hard to put anything above 3-star magic into a magic tool. This was because the magic circuit itself was much more advanced than that of a 1-star or 2-star magic, and the amount of mana that needed to be stored was different. This meant that even if a magic tool contained 3-star magic or higher, the user must be able to use the magic in order for the complex spell to be triggered. Otherwise, the trigger wouldn't activate. Exceptions belonged in the realm of the impossible and were unworthy of discussion. Perhaps the professors who acted as examiners were searching through the books right now to figure out the identity of the magic tool Isaac used. It would be difficult to ask directly, as contacting students about exam content was prohibited by the Marx Pact. Fernando was curious as well, but he was no exception to the ban. The mana evaluation was only 2 months ago. What are the odds that a student with grade E mana would be able to learn 5-star magic in just 2 months? Not impossible. However, it was extremely, terribly low. If he was originally a genius that lived without realizing that fact. Is it possible that he realized his genius only after entering the academy? It's not a novel or a play. Could there be such a dramatic story? Fernando stroked his chin, pondering, then shook his head. There could be such a student. In fact, this student's performance scores had been steadily rising. There was also a record of him recently repaying all of his bank loans at once, including the interest at maturity, without waiting for the loan's scheduled deadline and without paying the accrued interest. He must have been working diligently. It could have been a case of him awakening to his magic talents. This was the prestigious Mädchen Academy, after all. It was a place where nothing was out of the ordinary, no matter how brilliant the student. Professor Fernando decided it would be better to give a positive review this time. He wrote an additional personal evaluation of Isaac's feedback. Isaac is a student who has shown exceptional growth. He tends to rely heavily on magic tools as an alternative to mana, but given the timing at which he uses it, he deserves a positive evaluation for his actual combat ability. However, as a first-year student, it seems necessary to refrain from using magic tools as much as possible and focus on developing the ability to effectively apply pure personal abilities. Students who demonstrated their potential were fascinating to watch. Aside from Isaac, Ian Fairytale, who was also evaluated as grade E in terms of mana, was also showing incredible growth these days. It's fun. Watching the students you teach grow, that was Fernando's favorite aspect of his job as an academy professor. Footnotes: Wonsillim-dong is a statutory division of Gwanak District in Seoul, Korea. Korea National University is here, which is most likely what Isaac is referring to here. The morning sun was peeking through the curtains. Mary, the Austrian family's exclusive maid, woke up with a firm spirit. She got out of bed and folded the duvet neatly. After a light meal of a sandwich and hot coffee, she washed up and changed into her maid outfit and neatly combed her long purple hair. The whole process was done like a machine. Her place was neat and tidy, and everything was well organized. She inspected herself in the full-length mirror, tying her finely combed hair into a ponytail while checking the fit of her clothes. Everything seemed fine. The 20-year-old maid tidied herself up and left the maid's quarters. In a room on the 4th floor of Charles Hall, the top-class dormitory of Mädchen Academy, there was a young lady she served. The young lady was always up on time. Her long green hair was disheveled as she sat on the bed, dozing off. Even when she was dozing off, she kept the duvet neatly folded, a habit she inherited from her father, Gerald Austrian, the head of the household. Mary served the young lady breakfast, which she ate blessedly well, for she was a voracious eater. When the young lady finished being bathed and was dressed in her school uniform, Mary trimmed her hair and sat her down at the dressing table to make her face even prettier. Then, with a black cloth, her light green hair was tied into 2 pigtails. Even today, Lady Kaya Austrian looked perfect. Mary was satisfied. Mary, yes, my lady, but why? Kaya glanced up and down at her reflection in the mirror, and then a frown formed on her face. What is it? Your appearance looks perfect today too, doesn't it? Well, I'm feeling a little. I'll fix it. Kaya didn't really care about her appearance. It was only because she was from Duke Austrian's household that she had to dress up beautifully with the aid of a maid to protect her dignity. As such, Kaya had never once expressed dissatisfaction with Mary's work. In addition, Kaya's appearance, which was created by Mary's touch, had always been praised by many. Mary's skill at styling played a large part in her being selected as Kaya's exclusive maid and ending up following her to Mech Academy. In other words, her ability to dress up Kaya in the prettiest way possible was something she took pride in. Nobody could ever take Mary's pride away from her. As such, Mary couldn't help but have doubts. Did she make a mistake without realizing it? No. She closely examined the young lady's reflection in the mirror and found nothing wrong with her work. The two-pronged hairstyle was perfectly symmetrical. The makeup was also perfectly suited to the innocent, yet elegant appearance of a student. As usual, a pretty lady was there. So what's the issue? I mean, what did I overlook? I'm thinking of changing my style for once. What do you think? Yes, making it a little more feminine, Lady Kaya said with her eyes raised, as if it were something she uttered after careful consideration. Mary wondered why the young lady had a sudden change of heart and instinctively guessed the reason. Lady Kaya, may I ask why you want to change your style? Just I want to dress up a bit more. She was ashamed of herself that Lady Kaya wanted to embellish herself further. Mary sighed. She wanted to accept it as a simple desire to become prettier, but Lady Kaya's behavior had been far too suspicious as of late. She showed a dazed appearance as if she were an empty shell, or she would be lying in bed at bedtime, kicking the duvet out of the way saying, "Why did that happen?" And then, a recent suspicious memory flashed through Mary's mind. She went to her room to serve tea to Lady Kaya, only to find her silently looking out of the window. There was no response when she knocked on the door and asked to enter. Mary snuck over to the side and watched her. Lady Kaya was blushing with a blank expression on her face, while staring at a silver blue-haired man passing. Then when Mary said that she had served her tea one more time, Lady Kaya's face flushed with surprise and embarrassment. Mary, the moment had come. It was obvious that Lady Kaya had a crush on the silver blue-haired man. Since when? Maybe the last time she stayed out. That was the day Mary's life expectancy was cut short. She was so worried she thought she was going to die. Fortunately, Lady Kaya came back safely and said, "I have been protecting the peace of the academy." Even though Mary didn't understand what she meant, she assumed everything was fine since Lady Kaya said such things with a serious face. Lady Kaya's behavior only became strange after that. At that time, what if she had stayed out with a man overnight? Could it have been that silver blue-haired man? It's a mistake. She would not have done anything indecent. Because if she did, it would have been plainly obvious on the young lady's face. But the mere fact that she had stayed up all night with a man must have been a tremendous stimulus to Lady Kaya because of her vulnerability towards the opposite sex. Until she graduates from the academy, treat her as though she is a man. That was the order of the family head, Gerald Astrian. She could clearly imagine his enraged figure. Mary rubbed her forehead. Her head was already throbbing. "My lady, this appearance suits you the best. Is that so? It can't be helped then." Kaya twirled her fingers through her ponytail with a flushed face. The surrounding atmosphere seemed to be indifferent to Mary's feelings of frustration and disappointment towards herself. House Astrian Code of Conduct. What is the third principle? Second daughter, Kaya Astrian. Respect your instructors. Respect your elders. Behave with respect to those who deserve it. Maintain your appearance. The family code of conduct was etched into Kaya Astrian's mind by Gerald Astrian. The real meaning behind the third principle was, train yourself to be a person who, in the future, can stand shoulder to shoulder with those you admire. However, Kaya realized that she hadn't been living up to the teachings properly. I want to look good for Sir Isaac. The only person that Kaya currently admired was Isaac. Did she present him with a neat demeanor and a decent appearance? No. Speaking on her demeanor, she only showed immaturity when they went to take down the ant demons. Every time she thought of the foolish side she showed to Isaac, she kicked the fuzzy duvet while thinking, why did I do that? Besides, what about her appearance? Wasn't she always wearing the same outfit? Even in front of the person she admired, she didn't look any different from her childhood self. Kaya arrived at the Class A lecture hall for her morning class. Her mind was filled with thoughts about Isaac, but the fact that she hadn't seen him much lately made her heart sink. Whenever she looked at Isaac, he seemed to radiate an ethereal light, but she lacked the courage to approach that light. Even when he'd told her never to observe him again. If he had reached the realm of an archwizard, he would easily notice Kaya's approach. She couldn't afford to observe him. It was simply a matter of speaking to him normally, but after returning from defeating the ant demons, she became nervous when standing in front of him. It felt psychologically difficult. The House Astrian Code of Conduct, was it always this difficult to follow, Father? She thought about changing her appearance at the very least, in an attempt to catch Isaac's eye. When Mary told her that her usual twin tails suited her best, she couldn't say anything. Kaya was never much of a beautician, even in her own mind. I want to see Isaac. She just had to go for it. What was so difficult about it? She knew the answer, but she couldn't bring herself to do it. Kaya wrapped her hands around her head and groaned. I've decided, let's give Kaya a gift. She was extremely helpful when I went to kill Garzia the Hermit. If I didn't give her something in return, my heart would be troubled. However, because she had a lot of gel and lacked financial constraints, monetary rewards were unlikely to appeal to her. Then, should I give her an item exclusive to the heroines? In Magic Knight of Machen, you could give a heroine a gift that she would like in order to increase her lickability. The chocolate that I gave to Amy during the childhood friend kidnapping case was one of those gifts. Kaya was also one of the official heroines. I knew very well what types of gifts she would like. Among them, the best was by far the Armana wand. Among the heroine's endgame weapons, this was the only item that could be obtained from the secret shop, a wand made of the 8-star giant tree, Armana, which guarded the great forest. It was the only wand among the Magic Knight of Machen weapons that resonated with plant mana. In addition, it had a gemstone made by condensing Armana's mana. In other words, if she had it, she would be much more attuned with plant mana. The elemental firepower and elemental efficiency of the existing elemental magic would also noticeably improve. If Kaya had a great desire for improvement, she would jump up and down with happiness the moment she received it. It's so expensive. I walked out of the secret shop after buying the Armana wand. The Armana wand was very expensive. The price was a whopping 120,000 gels. That was why at the beginning of Magic Knight of Machen, it felt like a pipe dream. It's surprising that I still have money left over. Even after using 120,000 gels, I still had quite a bit of gel left. The Academy provided all the textbooks and high-end writing supplies. I wouldn't have to worry about the cost of living as long as I didn't spend too much. I checked the Armana wand as I walked. On the outside, it appeared to be a piece of grayish-brown wood with a gemstone roughly inserted into it, but it would feel different in the hands of someone with excellent mana perception. I have to give it to Kaya later when the time is right. I went back to the dormitory, put the Armana wand in a box, and headed to the corner of the garden as usual. Now that I had finished my lessons for the day, it was time to focus on training. I arrived at a corner of the garden and took my seat. I feel like I'm going to level up today. I was filled with excitement. After some light stretching, I conjured up a frostfire in each hand. Level up, your level has increased to 51. You have gained an additional 2 bonus stat points. Status. Passive 7, Psychological Insight Skill Tree, details unique attributes Hunter. In the evening, the night sky was slowly driving away the glow of the sunset. In a corner of the garden, the grass was frozen around me. These were the traces of me using magic in order to increase the proficiency of Frost Explosion, Frostfire, and Ice Wall. I only used Frost Explosion once, since using it consumed a third of my total mana. But the increase in proficiency was proportional to the amount of mana consumed, so my proficiency would rise quickly even if I used it fewer times than other spells. I was in the middle of casting a spell when the leveling system window popped up in front of me. My level had increased by 1. That's great, I was overjoyed. I finally reached the mana power spike zone, level 51. My mana increased to 1,000 in one fell swoop. My mana that was only rising gradually before had now increased by half of my previous mana. Frost Explosion consumed 200 mana each time it was used. Thus, after using it 3 times, I would almost run out of mana, but now it was possible to use it 4 or 5 times. In addition, the increase in mana rose exponentially with each level, to the point where the expression exponential would be overshadowed. The Isaac coin is going to skyrocket. While I was happily looking at the system window, a new system window suddenly appeared and overlapped it. You have acquired the passive skill Demon Detection through the effect of the unique trait Hunter. Oh right. If I had the unique trait Hunter, I would be granted a passive skill based on my level. By the time I got Hunter in the game, I was already at a high level, so I didn't realize that I had already acquired it. I opened the status window, went to the skill tree details, and tapped on the neutral slot which activated the passive skill Demon Detection, a skill derived from the unique trait Hunter. Demon Detection 5 detects nearby demons and determines their identity. As you level up, the range at which you can detect demons increases. Type, passive skill. Elements, neutral. Acquisition conditions, LV51O. Possesses unique trait Hunter O. I knew where and how the demons would appear in the future, but I wasn't sure if they would behave the way I wanted them to, meaning demon detection would be useful at times. I invested the newly acquired 2 stat points in physical training efficiency. Besides, my magic training efficiency was grade A, so I could afford to do it. It would be better to invest in physical training efficiency as much as possible and aim to become Iron Man Isaac. Potential physical training efficiency has improved from grade B to grade B. Good. Now, there are only 3 events left that could be considered important until the end of the first semester of the first year: the duel, familiar summoning, and end of semester evaluations. The dueling chapter in Act 3, Scene 1 of Magic Knight of Machen, was significant because it showed Ian Fairytale challenging Luce Altania to a duel and fighting, revealing to the students that he had the light element constitution. There was no need for me to intervene, as there was no impending bad end. There was also nothing special about summoning a familiar. I guess you could say it was a good thing in terms of increasing my power, but there was no crisis. There was a reason why these crisis-free chapters would be repeated twice. It was because the last part of the first semester, the Thunderbird subjugation, was excruciatingly difficult. In Magic Knight of Mädchen, the maximum level was 200 and the level of Thunderbird Galia was 175. On the other hand, even with the Hunter trait activated, I would be level 151. The higher the level, the greater the gap a single level caused. In fact, it meant that it would be impossible to win against the Thunderbird. The best I could do was avoid him as much as possible. The villain of the Thunderbird subjugation part was Vera the Summoner. If I killed that bastard before being overwhelmed by the Thunderbird, the situation would be over. I have to train hard. Now was the time to focus on my training. Slapping my cheeks with both hands to drive away my worries, I put my fingers together and created a gap between my hands. Ice mana began to condense as it flowed through the gap. Light blue ice mana condensed into a dense mass. It flowed quietly, like the calm before a storm, and gathered in my hand, softly shining like moonlight. In order to use Frost Explosion with the body of an ordinary Isaac, it was necessary to spend time in this position. It took about 5 seconds to condense mana as quickly as possible and use Frost Explosion. If I wanted to increase the power, I needed to spend more time in the preparation process. Condensing to 15 seconds was the limit at my current level. After that, the mana stopped gathering and leaked into the surroundings. Then in my mind, I engraved the magic circle for Frost Explosion. When the magic circle of Frost Explosion appeared in the air, it implied that the spell activation condition had been met. It appeared in front of my hand this time. The light blue mana that had condensed in front of my hand began to rotate slowly. It was a shape that seemed to gather the radiating cold air. I held it in my right hand and extended my right arm forward, aiming at the air. The magic circle of Frost Explosion followed the movement of my right hand, now that I shot this. What was that? A scream? No, it seemed like laughter. My concentration shattered in surprise and the condensed mana was dispelled. I raised my head. In the sunset sky, a female student was falling at a terrifying speed. A witch hat pressed tightly against her head, a shawl draped over her shoulders, and the hem of her skirt fluttering wildly. Her long, flowing hair was a light shade of purple, tied up at the very end. And a slight glimpse of her face, full of laughter, could be seen from under the hat. Chararara. A cluster of beautiful, vibrant starlight flowed out from the girl's toes, causing her fall to slow dramatically. She landed lightly in front of me. At the same time, the starlight that was seeping out disappeared. Ahahaha, that was fun. She, who had a pretty and cute appearance, smiled brightly as she let out a cheerful voice. Oh my god, for a brief moment I wondered if I was mistaken. As long as I was transmigrated in Magic Knight of Mädchen, I was bound to see her someday. An opponent I hadn't expected to suddenly fall out of the sky. It was like running into a celebrity when you least expected it. She turned to face me, as if she had finally noticed my presence. With eyes that seemed to contain the universe, her star-shaped pupils captured my appearance. Psychology, officially, everyone could only use 2 types of elements. The only exception was when you received the power of a fairy, just like the girl standing right in front of me. She had made a contract with Stella, the star fairy, and used magic with an unusual element called starlight. It wasn't derived from the main elements, but it was an element in its own realm, so there is nothing to discuss. That was why she was called the Star Witch and was one of the most powerful forces in the academy. You're a first year. What were you doing here? She asked with a smile as she straightened her witch hat. It was Dorothy Hartnova, my favorite character. A magic talent that seemed to be blessed by the heavens. The depth of her power was said to be unfathomable. With a level of 180, she was overwhelming. Oh my, I never thought I would see Dorothy Hartnova in person. I couldn't help but be mesmerized by her beauty. Perhaps because she was the character that I liked the most, it may have been that I was looking forward to seeing her. A small blue jewel brooch hung from the ribbon of her school uniform. Color blue represented second year. I was training, but what about senior? I struggled to maintain my composure, and when asked what I was doing here, I responded back with a question. Despite asking just now, I already had a guess as to why Dorothy fell from the sky. She must have descended from the sky while admiring nature's beauty. She did it here and there, but today she just happened to use the corner of the garden as a landing point. Me, you saw, didn't you? I was falling from the sky. And why were you falling from the sky? I was watching the rain clouds gather. I left because there was nothing more to see, so I came down. Dorothy answered with a smile. When I'm up there, I can see the horizon. I love the line between the sunset sky and the sea. It's so romantic to watch the sun disappear beyond the horizon. In an excited voice, she started talking about things I wasn't even curious about. I especially enjoy the moment when rain clouds form. Should I call it aesthetically pleasing? So. I was flying around watching it when I said, I'm done now, and came down. Naihi. Dorothy said innocently. Her starlight magic allowed her to manipulate natural world forces such as gravity, electromagnetism, and strong and weak forces, which allowed her to see the horizon as she levitated. It was on an entirely different level from simply floating with wind magic. So what kind of training are you doing? Ice element. Why are you doing it here? Are you usually alone? What kind of magic are you using? How many stars can you use up to? She walked up to me with quick steps and showered me with questions. Since she was pretending to be curious, I went along with it. In reality, there was no curiosity or interest in her questions. It was just an act to ease the other person's mind. Dorothy treated others in a friendly way, but despite how friendly she appeared to be, she never opened her heart to another person. She wore the mask of a smiling face and always drew an invisible boundary between herself and others. She was the exact opposite of Luce Eltania. While Luce was indifferent to others, if she opened her heart, she would open it up completely. This was because she didn't know how to maintain a proper distance. Whoa, snap. Dorothy leaned her face close to mine. Startled, I reflexively jerked my head back. She was always smiling, always trying to make everyone like her. However, there were a lot of pretenses mixed into that smile. Beneath the witch's hat, her eyes, which appeared to hold the entire universe, were staring into my own. It was as if they were trying to penetrate my very soul. It wasn't an analogy. She really could see straight through my soul. Fear, affection, longing, love, friendship, and more. She could tell what emotions the person she was looking at was harboring towards her. In addition, she also had a unique trait called All in the World, which allowed her to see into the essence of living things, though the exact scope of this ability was not revealed in the game. It must have been to add a sense of mystery to Dorothy. Well, the ability to see into the essence of things came later in the game. It was relegated to a basic skill for high-level characters. Do you know me? As expected, she could see right through me. I wasn't sure how my state of mind was being reflected to her, but it wasn't looking good. I couldn't just answer. I know you because I played Magic Knight of Mädchen, so I decided to fake it a bit. Yes, because you are Senior Dorothy. Dorothy tilted her head as if I didn't give a very satisfactory answer. In hindsight, her reaction made sense. It would be strange if I didn't know Dorothy Hartnova from Mädchen Academy. There must have been a deeper meaning to her question. She was my favorite character. In other words, there was a high possibility that my feelings were seen as something like affection, which was a pretty big deal. In Dorothy's situation, it would be strange to see those emotions in someone she never met before. If so, what would be an appropriate answer? Maybe I should say something like this. It didn't take me long to come up with something I knew Dorothy would like. I'm a fan of Senior Dorothy, I said with a confident snort. Oh, really? Dorothy looked surprised. She was an attention seeker who loved to stand out. It was called celebrity syndrome. She liked to stand out from the crowd, and that was why she always used starlight magic unconditionally when standing in front of people. That's why I like her. Dorothy was a named character, but wasn't an official heroine. Even so, my favorite character in Magic Knight of Mädchen was definitely her. When I was living exhausted from studying for exams, I felt like a nobody with nothing special in this world. It was an empty, everyday life. I would go to the study room at dawn when the sky was not yet bright, and when I left the study room, the stars embroidered in the night sky would welcome me. It was because of such an insignificant daily life and routine that Dorothy, a person who wanted to shine and reveal herself wherever she was, resonated so strongly with me. You don't know how much strength I've gotten from thinking about you. I see, a fan of mine. Dorothy stepped back, closed her eyes, and nodded as she cleared her throat. She looked embarrassed. That was a genuine reaction. I knew it because I'd seen it in the game. Thus, fans were the best being to disarm Dorothy. It was a situation where the person concerned could even read my feelings. There would be no doubt about the answer that I was her fan. If I have a fan in the first year, doesn't that mean I already have a fan club? Yes. Does that exist? No, wait, is it actually real? Oh, what the heck? Can I have a fan meeting? The time has finally come for my autograph to shine. Dorothy's thoughts quickly escalated and excitedly counted on a fan meeting happening before it was even certain. Still, she was cute, so I just watched her in silence. It was as if my daughter, who hadn't even graduated from kindergarten yet, revealed her aspirations, saying, I will become a celebrity when I grow up, and she seemed already worried about a fan meeting. How could that not be cute? Of course, I had never been married, so I didn't truly know the feelings of a parent, but I still felt that way anyways. Who's the president? For the first year, me. Is it already divided into grade years? I didn't know. In the first place, even if there was such a thing as a fan club, I was just trying to be nice. I had no clue about the other years, but I was pretty sure I was the #1 fan of Dorothy in the first year. Magic Knight of Mädchen, yeah, I had a lot of experience. I mean that autograph. I decided to get her autograph in order to follow Dorothy's rhythm. I took out a piece of parchment from the class materials I had brought to review and handed it to Dorothy. She giggled, took out a quill pen, and scribbled her autograph on the parchment. I got it back. It was just scribbles. Nyahi, nice to meet you. I'm happy that you're happy. Nice to meet you too. Look at the way you talk, it's so cute. Nyahaha. Dorothy smiled broadly. Just looking at her smile made me feel good. Oh right, I'm taking time away from your training, President. Ah, it's okay. That's right. Since you're my fan, just looking at my face will recharge your energy, right? I wish that would give me strength. Because otherwise, it seemed like I was going to fall behind in training. Just kidding, I have to go now. Train hard. Ah, yes. Dorothy turned to the side and started to walk away, waving her hand at me as she did so. Then when her figure disappeared into the trees and out of sight, my expression melted. It was a nice sight. She was really nice and pretty. Why was Dorothy not an official heroine? That was my biggest complaint in Magic Night of Mädchen. If Dorothy had a lover's ending, I would have spent 2/3 of my Magic Night of Mädchen playing time on her route. Anyway, it was time to focus again. Regardless of the nice experience just now, it was time to get back on track and concentrate on training. Now that I had gotten a bit stronger, it would be better to go to the training ground for a while and work on increasing my elemental synergy as well. President, Dorothy's cheerful voice hit my ears. Turning my head in the direction of her voice, I saw Dorothy's peeking her head out from behind a tree. She still had a big smile on her face. What's your name? Ah, my name, it's Isaac. Yes, Isaac, see you again tomorrow. Yes, see you again tomorrow. Just as I was about to ask why tomorrow, Dorothy waved her hand and walked away, her feet imbued with starlight mana. A cluster of colorful lights floated for a moment in her wake and then faded away. Tomorrow, what all of a sudden? It felt like a nuance that said, you must see me tomorrow, because I'm a fan. No, wait, I am a fan, but... I pondered, trying to figure out what Dorothy meant. However, thinking that it was a waste of time, I decided to focus on my training again. If she really does come tomorrow, I'll have to ask tomorrow. That's interesting. It's the first time I've seen anything like this. The silver blue-haired man who had been training a while ago, he was hiding something sinister that even Dorothy Hartnova had never seen before. Her unique trait, all in the world, allowed her to see through the essence of everything under the heavens. Using this power, Dorothy saw the essence of the man named Isaac as soon as she saw him. Inside his essence was an enormous existence, capable of swallowing everything in the world, the unknown. It was an existence that could only be described with that expression, and its identity was completely unknown. It was something of immense size and looked terrifyingly ferocious, a mass of near-infinite mana that defied providence. Its countless eyes all stared at Dorothy in unison, each one giving her a strong sense of oppression. It made her feel as though she were an insignificant being, and then it spoke to her. It sounded like high frequency, but Dorothy could instinctively grasp the meaning of those words. It must have meant something like, "You are looking at me with your bare eyes, do you want to die?" For a brief moment she was scared. It was fascinating that she felt fear simply because of something hidden in the essence of human nature. Moreover, the giant thing had been completely assimilated by Isaac. It belonged entirely to him. When it starts to rage, Isaac would be able to wield immense power. She didn't know how strong he would become, but it was probably beyond her imagination. In short, Isaac seemed like a mild-mannered student on the outside who was simply being sincere, but in reality, a monster. Dorothy's lips curled into a wry smile. She had heard rumors of the so-called geniuses among the first years, like Luce Eltania and Kaya Estrian. Looking back, they were definitely talented, especially Luce Eltania, who seemed to have the potential to reach the top in no time. Even so, it was clear that if Isaac used his original power, they would not be able to withstand it, even if all of the first-year students, including the girls, attacked him. Besides, if Isaac could borrow that power at will, he could easily surpass even Dorothy herself, who was called a genius among geniuses. In conclusion, Isaac was not an easy opponent, even for the person called Dorothy. He was the person who might become the strongest in the academy, as expected of Mädchen Academy. This is why I like this place. There was a reason why it was called the most prestigious academy on the continent. With the power of all in the world, she thought that she had reached the point where she knew everything. There was nothing more to be interested in. But now, something new and mysterious had appeared. It was fun. Dorothy smiled brightly and walked across the academy ground with light steps, hopping like a rabbit while doing so. She decided to observe Isaac for the time being. It was the middle of the night. The sky was filled with rain clouds, making even the moonlight invisible. High above the ceiling of the tall Collie's Hall, a demon clad in black was sitting on the railing, watching the surrounding landscape. His grayish-brown hair cascaded neatly down his back. His face showed a hint of mischief, and his physique was dwarfed. Strictly speaking, he was a human male, but his skin was a dull gray. A black flame curtain made up of black flames surrounded him. As soon as the raindrops hit the curtain, they evaporated and disappeared. The demon hummed a song as he swung his outstretched legs back and forth in front of the railing. He was scanning the surroundings with his two pairs of eyes, looking up and down on both sides. Earlier, he had come here to catch some fresh air after talking with Alice Carroll, the student council president of Mädchen Academy. When a unique sight caught the demon's eye. Far away, a man in a navy blue tracksuit was running across the academy grounds, with ice curtain wrapped around his body. It would be understandable for someone from the night department to be running in such bad weather, but the tracksuit clearly belonged to the magic department. Ah, he's that grade E, the demon spoke in a low voice. Silver hair with a slightly bluish tint and crimson eyes. He recognized the silver blue-haired man who was running at once. The lowest rank that was rated as grade E in terms of mana. It was Isaac, a commoner and the man who was said to be the weakest in the academy. You're a fool, you're a fool. You're not at the bottom of the first grade for nothing. Try exercising in this weather for 100 days, 1,000 days, and see if your mana goes up or not. The demon giggled. Isaac looked pathetic. No wonder he had a miserable life at the bottom. He would be much better off at the training grounds, practicing his magic, instead of running around in the rain. Ah, I want to play with you if I see something weak, I just want to crush it. The demon swayed his upper body from side to side and fell into agony. Should he harass that jogger or not? He gave up. After all, that guy was in the first year. Before the start of the dueling evaluation, he shouldn't disrupt the schedule by doing something so conspicuous. On the day of the PvP performance evaluation in the first year of the magic department, the demon planned to murder all the students. First, he would imprison all the students with the 8-star magic fictional hell and play a large-scale death game. Let's hold on until that day. Suppress your desire to torment and kill humans, so that when the planned day finally arrives, you'll feel even more exhilarated. Come quickly that day. Suddenly, one day, he remembered the mission he had received from the evil god, Nephid. It was an instinctive feeling: kill the Child of Light. The Child of Light was a man named Ian Fairytale, right here at Mechan Academy. The light element had a property that made demons fearful, so it was easy to distinguish. If possible, it would be better to deal with the demons and the troublemaker who were roaming around all at once. Ah, he was looking forward to it. The thought that he would be able to play with the Child of Light, that troublemaker, and the many students all with his own hands, before mercilessly killing them. The demon, Lifa the Elusive, that night was gradually drawing closer. There was an anomaly in the familiar landscape. You don't have to worry about me. Sun was shining in the afternoon. Today we had the last class off, so I went to the corner of the garden earlier than usual to practice my magic. Suddenly, Dorothy Hartnova jumped out of the trees. She decided to lean against the tree behind me and watch me train. However, the fact that someone was watching me made it difficult for me to concentrate on my training. How can I not care? I wondered if she realized I was uncomfortable as she began to read a book she got from who knows where. Even if she was reading a book, the mere fact that she was there made me uneasy. Senior, are you going to stay here forever? Yeah, because I'm bored. Why are you here? Because I'm bored. Then why did you ask to see me today? Because I'm bored. Dorothy gave a weak answer that didn't really explain anything at all while reading the book. I wondered if she was going to keep answering that way, so I asked, "What are you having for dinner tonight?" and heard the normal answer of chicken. Anyway, as a junior and a fan, I couldn't say anything. Self-hypnosis. Let's ignore Dorothy. Even if she did come into view, I would just regard her as another piece of the landscape. Then it would work somehow. Hugh. I took a deep breath while conjuring frostfire in both hands and began to intently focus on my training again. 40 minutes later, the time when the sky was dyed by the color of the sunset. Blood flowed out from my nose. My whole body began to violently ache, and my magic output was becoming erratic. In addition, even the slightest use of magic triggered a strong rejection from within my body. It was now a daily routine. If I pushed myself a little harder at this point, I would get stronger. It was the same logic as strength training when you feel like you couldn't do it anymore, but then you did one more rep and your muscles would stretch. Today, as I mainly used spells with high mana consumption, it seemed that I had reached my limit earlier than usual. I wiped the blood from my nose and got into a preparatory stance to cast a spell. "Are you okay?" Dorothy, who suddenly came beside me, asked. Startled, I spun around to find her staring at me from up close. "Don't push yourself too hard. Won't you damage your mana circuit otherwise?" Dorothy smiled softly and began to wipe the bridge of my nose with her handkerchief. It was a kind and gentle touch. I was dumbfounded, so I just stood there and watched her in silence. "Do you usually do this?" "Oh yeah, I guess so, huh?" When Dorothy finished wiping my nosebleed, she took the handkerchief back. The pink handkerchief was stained with red bloodstains. Then suddenly, green mana began to flow from the side of my chest. It appeared to be coming from Dorothy's outstretched hand. Oh, what? Suddenly, I felt a surge of strength, and the stiffness in my body disappeared in an instant. A buff. I used just enough so that your body won't be overwhelmed tomorrow. Whoa, isn't this the best? I feel like I've just gotten a caffeine fix after studying and my mind was flashing. I could be a little more intense with my training today. You can't overdo it, President, okay? As if she could read my mind. Hee, resume training. Slap. Dorothy laughed and slapped me hard on the back, then headed back to the tree that she was leaning against. If Dorothy was around every time I trained, I wonder if it would be okay to get some more buffs. I wouldn't say anything overtly, but I thought it would be a good idea to ask for it when the opportunity arises. There was something out of place in the familiar landscape. Luce Eltania was watching the silver blue-haired man training in the corner of the garden. She was seated on a stone wall. It was quite the distance from the garden's corner, with trees obscuring the view. Nonetheless, she had no trouble keeping an eye on the man with silver blue hair. This area was sparsely populated, so she hadn't seen anyone come and go for a while. It was one of the best vantage points. The silver blue-haired man seemed to have improved his magic proficiency since the last time she saw him. It was a remarkable rate of growth. Every time she looked at him, she felt a strange stimulus. It made her want to work harder and harder herself, and maybe that was why she couldn't help being mesmerized by his hard work. He was the reason why she had recently become passionate about her lightning magic. But at some point, a woman appeared on the other side, a woman with light purple hair wearing a witch's hat. Upon closer inspection, with her excellent eyesight, she was wearing a blue brooch on her academy uniform ribbon. She was a senior in the second year. The woman chatted affectionately with the silver blue-haired man, then leaned against a tree behind him and began to watch him practice from her special seat. Who is that person? Luce had never seen such a person before. Was she a friend of the silver blue-haired man, or maybe his lover? She had no idea, but the women appeared to be interested in him, although Luce couldn't tell if the interest stemmed from friendship, a crush, or something entirely different. But the way she wiped his nose with a handkerchief was certainly unusual. For the man to have a lover was a matter of little concern. She just wondered if it would be impolite to observe. As she watched the scene quietly, memories from her childhood suddenly flashed in front of Luce's eyes. Gretel, look at this. Yap, it's cool, big brother. Poor family, the figure of a young older brother who wielded a wooden stick like a sword and the image of herself as a child, sitting against a tree and admiring him endlessly. Her former name, which she had already thrown away along with the past. Once again her heart sank as she sifted through her memories. Luce gently closed her eyes. 1, 2, 3, only 3 seconds. That was how long it took her to bury the memories she didn't want to recall deep in her heart, and to put her feelings under wraps. I will announce the contents of the next performance evaluation. The next morning, inside the Class D classroom, Professor Fernando stood at the podium and started making announcements to the students. The students were taken aback as this was the first time the contents of the performance evaluation were announced from the beginning, since it had never been revealed before. The time had come. It was something that must take place every semester. Duel, a one-on-one fight. We plan to evaluate your combat sense and practical skills in combat. Duel. As soon as they heard that, some students rejoiced and exclaimed, "The time has finally come," while others despised it. If I had to ask, I was happy. This duel evaluation would be a good indicator to judge how strong I had become. I'm confident. I was now able to use both offensive and defensive magic spells. I could even use the 5-star spell Frost Explosion. My confidence soared, comparing myself now with the time of the class placement evaluation. Ah, how amazing I am now. The ticket I just handed out is to apply for duel. Take 2 each. 2 small tickets floated next to Professor Fernando. They floated with the help of telekinesis magic. In my pocket were the 2 dueling application tickets that had been distributed earlier. You can use 1 ticket to challenge the opponent you want. If the other party accepts, the duel will proceed on the day of the performance evaluation. If the other party refuses, the spent dueling application right is returned to the person concerned, and that is the end. And that wasn't all. However, if you use 2 tickets to request a duel, the opponent must unconditionally accept it. To get a high score from the judges during the duel, it was best to demonstrate a variety of combat methods. Therefore, the dueling performance evaluation was structured, in which it was advantageous to receive good grades, as the number of duels you participated in increased. The only time a student would use up 2 tickets to request a duel was if they really wanted to fight a specific opponent. The Academy made the mandatory duel rule to respect the student's will. By the way, Ian Fairytale used both of his tickets to challenge Luce Eltania to a duel. His reasoning was that he wanted to fight the strongest person. In a good way, it showed his spirit and passion, and in a bad way, it showed his recklessness and bravado. Still, since he was the protagonist, it worked out. When I was playing Magic Knight of Mädchen, it was one of those scenes that made me think, oh, if you're the main character, you have to have this level of ambition. Each person can engage in up to 4 duels. If you have a good opponent, it would be better to apply as soon as possible. This rule was implemented so there wouldn't be a backlog. Applying for a duel only needs to be done between first-year students of the magic department. Classes are irrelevant. However, if a high-ranking student wins a match against a low-ranking student, the score will be reduced by the difference in mana and grade. Conversely, if a lower-ranking student wins a match against a higher-ranking student, he or she will get a large number of points. Because of these rules, most people would only duel students in their own class. They would be too scared to pick a fight with a student in a higher class than themselves, and they don't get points for picking a fight with a student in a lower class. That was why it was unusual for Ian to request a duel with Luce. Once you've decided on an opponent, report to me. For now, I will leave this time slot empty. Move only within Orphan Hall. Do as you please, but focus on gathering your opponents. Over. The moment Professor Fernando finished making the announcement, bang, the door slammed open, and the gazes of Professor Fernando and the Class D students turned toward the door in unison. A confident voice followed. Ha, this is the Class D, so this is what the air at the bottom feels like. Suddenly, the door burst open, and the person who appeared was Tristan Humphrey, a conceited blonde aristocrat. Long time no see. I had been dying to do something with him since the class placement evaluation. Tristan Humphrey. He's from the upper classes, isn't he? Why would someone like that be here? Tristan was at the top of Class B maybe, that was why all the students seemed intrigued and fearful at the same time. There you are. Tristan looked around at the students, then his eyes fixed on me. He charged toward me at a brisk pace. What the? I, a nobleman, challenge you, a lowly grade commoner, to a duel. Bang. He slammed his hand on the desk in front of me and flashed me an arrogant smile. You bastard, were you waiting? What, did you just ask for a duel with a grade E? There's no merit at all. How much do you hate him? When did you get on Tristan's bad side, dude? Of course he's going to refuse, right? How can a grade E beat him? Professor Fernando's eyes were filled with intrigue amidst the students' interest and whispers. Tristan smiled as he stared at me steadfastly. He seemed very happy at the thought of beating me up already. I wonder how frustrated I would have been if he managed to beat me up that time during the class placement evaluation. Still, I had to say that I was glad that he was trying to legitimately harass me through the curriculum. Wait a minute. Lately, I think I've gotten a little cocky from hunting demons and fighting demonic creature illusions, but wasn't this a sign of trouble? Although Tristan was much weaker than the demons I fought so far, he was still much stronger than me. Psychology delighted at the thought of beating you up. I wonder when he leveled up like this. He was probably level 71 last time. Of course, he wouldn't have stayed still after being beaten by me. Given his personality, he definitely put in significant effort to get stronger. He must have learned defensive magic as well. I'm in big trouble. I'll be dead. I won't take no for an answer. Ha 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 ha. Tristan laughed, taking out 2 tickets and throwing them at me. The thin sheets of paper brushed past my cheek and fell onto my lap. You're really trying to make me lose it, aren't you? Even if it means stepping on horse shit, I'm definitely going to beat the shit out of this guy. The duel evaluation will now commence. The day had finally arrived. Duke Hall, an arena dedicated to the first-year students in the magic department. The interior of the spacious building was divided into 4 equal sections, each of which contained its own arena. The first-year students of the magic department were divided into 4 groups, and each moved into a different arena. I was in Group A. I recognized Luce, Ian, Mateo, and Tristan among the many students, but Kaya and Amy seemed to have gone to another group. Next to the arena, there was a judging stand with middle-aged wizards sitting side by side in their seats. They were all presiding judges. The rules are simple. You win when your opponent is unable to continue, or by forcing them to surrender. However, please note that surrender is not possible during the first minute of the duel. Due to the nature of this performance evaluation, no sudden actions are authorized. Be aware that you may be restrained by the proctors. In the arena, Professor Fernando, along with his zombie-like teaching assistant Marco and an associate professor, were giving the students a briefing on the performance evaluation. The only time you are allowed to run amok is during the duel. We have the best medical staff and clerics are on standby, so focus on showing your full capabilities. That is all. Professor Fernando finished his brief explanation and walked out of the arena. Then, the associate professor called out the first rounds of students who were going to face off. Mateo, Jordana, and a student I had never seen before stepped into the arena, and when the referee called out, "Match start," the match began. Psychology wants to catch up to you. Mateo had grown considerably in my absence. HMPH, he's been working hard to target me. I may be caught in the act sooner or later. What should I do about Tristan? Even though I promised myself that I would beat the shit out of Tristan no matter what, after he humiliated me, it was an undeniable fact that he outclassed me in terms of strength. Besides, I didn't even know how he honed his skills. The conflict between Ian Fairytale and Tristan Humphrey in Magic Night of Mädchen was during the familiar summoning. At that time, Ian lightly knocked down Tristan and refreshingly blasted him. After that, Tristan also began to learn defensive magic, but I had already provoked him during the class placement evaluation. It wouldn't be strange if he had properly learned defensive magic by now, so I had to defeat him with a single move. Otherwise, I would be defeated unconditionally. Professor Fernando whispered something to the assistant professor and then quickly stepped out into the hallway. His usual poker face seemed shaken. Well, it's probably nothing. I calmed down my anxiety that briefly rose. That was because nothing serious would happen in this dueling chapter, nothing that could be called a crisis anyway. Maybe he ate something wrong or needed to use the restroom in a hurry. Matteo Giordano wins. Matteo easily subdued his opponent with rock magic. After the duel, the judges gave their feedback. Most of them had things to say regarding Matteo's wits, things to praise, and things to work on, but one judge had some harsh words. It's pathetic, your proficiency in rock magic is very low. Rock is an element that can be shaped at a moment's notice, which means you need to be able to sculpt rock forms with forethought and precision in combat. And yet, do you know anything other than violent battles? No wonder your skills are only at a Class B level. Must be because you're a commoner. Oh, that one, I knew who he was. A middle-aged man with red hair, an openly discriminatory professor. It was Professor Philip, who was in charge of Class A. Psychology displeased because a commoner has defeated a noble. He was a professor with a notorious reputation, but his skills were certain. He treated nobles well, meaning there was little reason to dislike him if you were a noble. Matteo clenched his fists and trembled, then calmed down. Matteo bowed his head and calmly accepted Professor Philip's feedback. Contrary to how one would expect, his obedient demeanor seemed to have angered Professor Philip. Matteo was determined to prove his worth through his skills. He was confident that he would be as solid as a rock regardless of the challenges he would have to face, and Professor Philip's provocation wouldn't faze him. Next, Isaac from Class D and Tristan Humphrey from Class B, come forward. It was my turn now. Hugh, after taking a deep breath, I stepped up. When it was my turn, the stadium looked bigger than ever. Perhaps because of my nervousness, my heart was racing wildly. I slowly made my way up the stairs and into the arena. On the other side, Tristan Humphrey, the conceited blonde aristocrat, was grinning as he approached. We faced each other at a distance, with the referee in between us. It was then that the system window appeared in front of me. A demon has been detected nearby. Hui. Suddenly, I heard the sound of the wind in my head, and it felt as if my heart was being pulled upwards. I reflexively raised my head. Above the high ceilings, I could sense an intense energy from beyond. At the same time, information about the demon that was probably on the roof appeared before my eyes. Lifa the Elusive. LV 130. Race Diamond. Elements darkness, fire. Danger very high. Psychology wants to kill all students, including you. Was this part of Act 3, Chapter 1, Duel of Magic Knight of Mädchen? What's going on? The final boss of Magic Knight of Mädchen, Act 6, Chapter 3, Fictional Hell, Lifa the Elusive. He still had a long way to go before appearing. Why was he here already? Under the clear sky, the wind whipped through the rooftops of Duke Hall. Lifa the Elusive, a dwarf-sized demon with gray-brown hair, was leaning against the railing and staring down at the ground. The roof floor was carved with a large magic circle that emitted a faint purple light, but Lifa's interest laid beyond that. With his unique skill clairvoyance, he could see through nearby places, and now, with the power of clairvoyance, he gazed beyond the roof floor and into the interior of a certain building. It was an arena divided into 4 areas. While each student was engaged in a duel, no student stood out yet, no troublemakers yet. Lifa spoke in a bored voice like a mischievous child, a troublemaker who went around slaying demons. He had yet to see anyone who could be the slayer, but when he did, he intended to play a death game centered around that person in Ian Fairytale. The participants would be every first-year student of the magic department present at Duke Hall. The boring judges were a bonus. Soon, very soon, I'll trap all of them with my magic and let Ian Fairytale and that troublemaker protect the people. Ah, that will be fun, Lifa giggled. The heightened anticipation was filling him with ecstasy. It was then, kick. The roof door opened, revealing a stoic-looking man. Silver hair and blue eyes, it was Professor Fernando Frost. Lifa's eyes turned to Fernando. A demon. Fernando's eyes narrowed as he glared at Lifa cynically. Lifa grinned from ear to ear. He hadn't expected a professor to show up here. What are you doing, Professor? Aha, you were in the middle of the first year's dueling evaluation of the magic department, right? It was forbidden to enter Duke Hall. Alas, I forgot, I'm sorry. Lifa answered like a little child, but he didn't show any sign of remorse. You spoke. What surprised Fernando was that Lifa spoke like a normal human being. Demons were inherently less intelligent and were known to be unable to have normal conversations. But what happened? Didn't you only net inside of the building? Aha, I guess you extended it outside of the building this time. It was too much. Where did you hear that? Normally, when a test or a performance evaluation took place inside a building, Fernando would set up a net using telekinesis magic throughout the building. It was a kind of barrier. Therefore, if an abnormality occurred, Fernando would immediately notice it. However, only key groups within the academy were aware of that fact. The faculty, the 4 constellations, and the student council. Do you have a mole? Q-hoo-hoo. Lifa only laughed with his characteristic cackle, but did not respond. As if he didn't need to answer. The implication was clear. You're going to die here anyway. What are you planning? Fernando held out his right index finger toward Lifa. Water mana and ice mana flowed out in front of his finger and compressed into a small round ball and formed a bullet. Water generation water element, 1 plus ice generation ice element, 1 plus compression neutral element, 4 equal elemental magic bullet water plus ice element. Oh my, calm down, let's talk peacefully. That's quite a thing to say. The magic circle engraved on the rooftop was in the form of jumbled strokes that tangled here and there. He had memorized almost every circle. That was why Fernando had a strong feeling that this ominous and unknown magic circle was extremely dangerous. No mana was detected from it. Maybe it hadn't been activated yet. No, normally when a magic circle was about to be activated, shouldn't some amount of magic power be felt? I didn't want to be interrupted. Still, I suppose you could be an appetizer if nothing else. With the demon's shrill voice, the purple light emitting from the magic circle became more intense. Then, a blackish yet bizarre mana spread out in an instant, swallowing Lifa and Fernando in one fell swoop. Have fun, Fernando Frost. And a circular purple space was created on the roof, fictional hell. The natural mana floating in the air was sucked in, and a new world that was disconnected from the laws of nature, the principles of this world providence, was created. Fernando was forcibly invited into such a world. His current level was lower than I knew, but it was clear who he was by looking at his elements. There was no way he would appear so early. Act 6, Chapter 3 was in the second semester of the first year. It meant that fighting Lifa was still a long way off. In Magic Night of Mechen, during the 4 constellations, part of the second semester of the first year, Lifa transformed into a human and became friends with Ian Fairytale's party. He was able to disguise himself and infiltrate the academy by altering people's perception with illusion and perception-type magic. If you were a player who hadn't been spoiled, you would have thought that's a new character when seeing Lifa for the first time and moved on. I was like that at first too. However, as we entered Act 6, Chapter 3, it was revealed that the Lifa was a demon, and the battle to subdue Lifa began. At that time, his level was 150. I remember the difficulty level being horrendous. I don't think I've ever experienced a story twist that big before. This meant that something I didn't know about triggered Lifa's appearance. Lifa the Elusive was a demon who had been manifesting in this world for quite some time. It could be seen as one of the few demons who adapted to life in this world with its own intelligence. So even though he was tasked with the mission of killing Ian Fairytale, a light element user, he was capable of demonstrating caution. I quickly racked my brain. The reason why he appeared early, what was it? No way. With a little thought, I was able to figure it out. He had a close relationship with Alice Carroll, the student council president of Mechen Academy, and a shadowy figure with her own agenda who was manipulating events behind the scenes. It was a shallow alliance, since they could betray each other at any time, and would be more appropriate to define it as friendship. In the original story, it was self-evident that the man dealing with the demons was Ian Fairytale, so Alice or Lifa simply had to watch Ian's every move. Even if Ian was a member of the Fairytale family, he could still be trapped and killed at the right time. However, it was currently unknown who the demon hunter was. Alice must have been desperate to find me. It was highly likely that Lifa was also interested in the unknown entity after seeing his reaction. That was why he probably couldn't overcome his curiosity and appeared now. Since the troublemaker first appeared during the class placement evaluation for the magic department, they were likely a student in the magic department. This dual evaluation allowed him to gauge the strength of the first-year students of the magic department. It was a golden opportunity to find out who that person was. This is too fast. Still, Lifa's level was only 130. There would be no problem with fighting him one-on-one, but Lifa's specialty was more than just simple confrontation. It was not like Lifa's subjugation happened for nothing. The stage for fighting him was fictional hell, an 8-star magic capable of destroying an entire country, a magic that creates a world that ignored the laws of this world and transcended the concept of illusions, even though it was a type of illusion itself. It was a unique magic that no one else could copy. It didn't emit mana, but rather absorbed mana around it into its own world, so you couldn't even sense it. Just like how a black hole absorbs light and becomes invisible, Lifa was absolute inside, akin to God playing around in a world of magic that was entirely his domain. If you didn't know the strategy, even a level 180 giant like Dorothy Hartnova would have a hard time defeating Lifa with fictional hell activated. I didn't want him to become a god. By the way, dying in that world meant losing your soul. You would become a human vegetable. The normal strategy was to not get caught in the fictional hell. What should I do? He likes to toy with humans, and in case he finds the troublemaker, he would most likely trap them at Duke Hall and suck them into fictional hell and play a game of death. Ian would most likely struggle to keep the people safe. So what should I do now? Ha, are you praying to the heavens? Too bad, you can't see the sky from here. Ha 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 ha. Tristan laughed loudly and then cleared his throat. I lowered my head and looked at him. I was not in a position to comfortably engage in a duel here. It wasn't a comfortable situation currently, but rather a crisis. In any case, I need to get to the rooftops as soon as possible, but I couldn't just give up and run to the roof. As Professor Fernando said earlier, the waiting proctors were expected to subdue anyone who looked suspicious. Because the dual evaluation encouraged students to fight, there were times when the adrenaline rush could sometimes get the better of them. Those who acted unexpectedly were therefore reprimanded and then questioned about why they didn't follow the rules. And if that happened to me, I couldn't say how long it would take. I wouldn't be free until the duel was over, and then I would have to hear feedback from the judges. Furthermore, I cannot surrender during the first minute of the duel. I couldn't just give up and leave right away. Even if I decide to surrender, Tristan's magic would wreck me in that 1 minute. He looked like he was determined to beat me to death, and if I got beaten by Tristan, I wouldn't be able to go defeat Lifa the Elusive. What if I were to challenge Lifa directly at this moment? The hunter trait would activate and I would become stronger. But unless I wanted to be openly caught by Alice Carroll, it was probably best to refrain from such ignorant behavior in front of the other students. No matter how secretly the performance evaluation or exam is conducted, there was no stopping the word of mouth. Then the only option left is. It was the best option. I made my decision and glared straight at Tristan. The means are unlimited, no surrendering for the first minute. Now show your opponent some respect and get ready for the duel. Ready, begin duel. After the referee gave his instructions, he shouted and fell back. The duel with Tristan had begun. Ku, I've been waiting for this moment. This time I can ruthlessly cut off that ugly face of yours with my magic. I ignored whatever he said. Stay focused. I couldn't afford to make a mistake here. Level mana, he was much better than me in all criteria. If we start exchanging blows, I would be screwed. Let's postpone assessing my current skills with pure magic to the next duel. For now, I should just focus on getting through this situation carefully and quickly. I wrapped ice mana around my fingers and blasted it toward Tristan. Tristan was tormented by the painful memory of his defeat during the class placement evaluation, a mere commoner with only grade E mana and no special skills. He was defeated by his poor tactics and for some reason by Kaya Astrian as well. Tristan gritted his teeth. Through his life, he had always been respected and held to high standards because he was special. Even at the prestigious Mechan Academy, he was able to take the top rank in his class because he himself was a competent person. Therefore, it didn't make sense for someone like him to lose to a grade E commoner. Even if something went wrong, it must have been seriously wrong. This time, he would use this opportunity to right that wrong and make it clear to Isaac that a grade E commoner like him couldn't even reach his toes. During the class placement evaluation, he had only let his guard down for a moment. Ice wall, ice element. A wall of ice rose from the ground in an instant, trapping Tristan from all sides, a trick to his eyes. Tristan channeled his mana into a sharp form, carving a light green sword in the air. Wind sword, wind element, 3. Sasasasasasak. The dense wind sliced through the ice wall as easily as if it were cutting a cake, and in the blink of an eye, the ice wall with several hatches collapsed helplessly. When the students saw a 3-star spell slice through a 4-star, especially a defensive magic, with such ease at once, they exclaimed as expected, as if it were only natural. Elemental firepower meant the power of magic, and it was an obvious fact that Tristan, a top-ranked honor student, far surpassed the level of Isaac, a low-ranked inferior student. Hugh, as if he already knew his magic would be shattered disastrously, Isaac threw out his next move as the ice wall collapsed. Processed fog. A whitish fog emanated from the magic tool, enveloping the arena. Cold divergence, ice element, 1. As the cold air released by Isaac cooled, the processed fog grew thicker and turned into advection fog. Snow pellets, ice element, 2. In the fog, the magic that Isaac had learned specifically for the dual evaluation, snow pellets, pounded the arena mercilessly, dispersing the sound. It was a spell that created a large amount of small icicles in the air and sent them crashing into the ground like hailstones. The purpose was obvious, to make sure that no one could hear where he was. Not again. Is this the only trick you can pull? Of course, since that's all I'm good for as a grade E commoner. Tristan's mouth curled into a sneer. He was starting to find that grade E commoner almost cute now. Ever since the class placement evaluation, Tristan had been working hard on his magic training. Now he was even capable enough to use defensive magic at a decent level, hiding like a coward. Oh, so he's trying to anger me again. How shallow. You think I'm going to fall for your tactics twice? Pathetic. Tristan stretched his right arm upward, casting wind magic. A light green magic circle formed above the right hand, and the wind mana began to swirl violently. The newly created whirlwind barrier absorbed the dense fog. Wind wall, wind element, 4. Hui SSSHHHHHHHH. Ha, I Tristan Humphrey am getting stronger at every moment. The thick fog cleared and the snow pellets were absorbed into the whirlwind. In a short period of time, as the fog cleared, the arena revealed itself, and soon the figure of Isaac, who was running toward Tristan, was also revealed. As he ran, he put his fingers together, creating a gap between his hands to gather ice mana. Huh, what kind of athletic ability. Almost there. I got here much faster than expected. Tristan quickly tried to retreat, but his feet wouldn't move. In a fleeting moment, he glanced down and saw that the soles of his shoes were frozen. It wasn't just his shoes. The entire arena was covered in ice. Ice generation, ice element. 1. When did he? The processed fog created by Isaac was of water element. Even if his elemental firepower was insignificant, his elemental synergy, which enhanced the combination effect between elements, could not be ignored. Thus, it was possible for him to freeze the arena thick enough to trap Tristan's feet. Before long, ice mana was gently condensed in Isaac's hand. A pale blue magic circle formed, following his hand. Isaac clutched the mass of mana in his right hand and stretched it out toward Tristan. You think you're going to get away with this? He didn't know what kind of magic that was, but Tristan himself wasn't generous enough to tolerate it calmly. Today would be the day Isaac would be beaten into dust. It would be a day to unravel his own regrets. Tristan released his whirlwind barrier wind wall and swung his left arm, which was covered in wind mana, in one swift motion. And at the same time, the light blue mana in Isaac's grasp exploded towards Tristan. Frost explosion ice element. 5 whirlwind wind element. 4. Hui. Shut up. Tristan's lone scream could be heard as an explosive flood of ice attacked him. The whirlwind shattered the mass of ice that had formed in an instant, sending large shards of ice scattering into the air. However, the impact of the explosion had yet to be fully received. A strong wind pressure was generated, and the impact caused Isaac's body to bounce back like a ball. However, after rolling on the floor for a while, Isaac got up without much difficulty. Hugh. Tristan's spell caused no damage because it did not directly touch him. However, the wind pressure created by the collision of frost explosion and whirlwind only caused a brief pain in his abdomen. It felt as if he had been punched in the stomach with a huge fist. How? What? Did I misread that student's information? There was a look of bewilderment and confusion in the judge's eyes. Class D student, who was supposed to have grade E mana, used 5-star magic that most first-year students didn't even have access to. The judges began to sift through his information, reading the papers on their desks once more to make sure if Isaac was indeed a grade E or if they had misremembered. The students watching the duel were also stunned and soon started talking with faces full of disbelief. What just happened? That was 5-star magic just now, wasn't it? Isaac used 5-star magic, but he's grade E in mana. The atmosphere centered around Isaac started to become chaotic. As for Tristan, it was a very embarrassing situation for him. His school uniform was tattered as if it had been pierced by numerous thorns, and his body was covered in frostbite and bruises. At least, the whirlwind and basic protection magic seemed to have softened the impact of frost explosion. Q-cuck. He groaned and staggered in pain before straightening up again and glared at Isaac with a furious gaze. At the same time, he activated Wind Sword and smashed the ice that was binding his feet to the ground. Because of the collision with Whirlwind, he trampled on the remains of the ice block that had been shattered into pieces. His anger was fully expressed with that one step. Amidst the calmly flowing cold air, he began to generate a strong wind. Wind generation wind element 1. As if to represent Tristan's anger, light green wind began to sweep around the arena fiercely. Then a whirlwind began to form in his outstretched hands. A grade E commoner wounded me again. You let your guard down again, Tristan. That was when Tristan, in a fit of rage, let his guard down and took an offensive stance. Isaac gently clenched his left hand, which was hidden behind his back, into a fist. The flow of mana in his left hand suddenly ceased. Ice generation ice element 1. Before he knew it, a large block of ice that had formed above Tristan's head suddenly crashed down. Crash. The block of ice hit Tristan squarely on the head. Amidst the screams of some startled female students, Tristan staggered and fell to his knees on the ground, a chunk of ice rolling straight to the ground. Blood trickled down from his head. The colors present on his face were a mix of his skin and red blood. Tristan stood up, gnashing his teeth to the point of making a clicking noise. Ugh, his anger exploded as if it would pierce the sky. He shuddered and managed to get up, then stretched his right arm over his head again. A light green magic circle began to materialize in double and triple layers. Tristan had often referred to his power as dense, thick, limitless mana. The wind whipped menacingly, a swirl of mana, almighty as he called it, that would tear through someone straight to their bones. Isaac no longer had a chance to win. He must now bear the wrath of the conceited blonde aristocrat who was covered in blood. Are you done already? Come on, it's my turn. I am definitely going to kill you right here, right now. They say anger is a catalyst for an awakening, and Tristan, who used his anger as fuel, was unleashing a torrent of mana that could crush anyone. The students watched and gulped without even realizing it. Even though they were simply watching, they felt overwhelmed by the mana. Isaac no longer had a chance to win. From now on, Tristan's magic would hack Isaac to pieces without mercy. Yes, I surrender. That is if the fight continues. Isaac calmly lifted his arms up and said, exactly 1 minute had elapsed since the start of the duel, and a quick glance at the clock above the judges' heads could confirm this fact. As if he'd heard something he shouldn't have, Tristan's expression was tinged with astonishment. Because he was so surprised, his concentration broke, his wind mana dissipated, and the magic circles were dispelled. Student Isaac. Are you aware that if you surrender, you'll lose the opportunity to get feedback from us? Yes, Mr. Judge, my opponent is too strong. Even though it's a shame, I will surrender. No, you can't, do not say that. The fight is just starting. Even though you lost, don't put on a refreshing face as if you fought well. I lost. It was a good fight. Isaac lightly patted Tristan on the shoulder with a look of, I acknowledge you, and walked away. At that moment, time stood still for Tristan. In this awkward atmosphere, I hurriedly stepped out into the hallway. The students had begun whispering about me. Things like what was the reason for that, why did I start running away, or why I didn't just do that from the beginning, that I was a coward, and so on. Even though Luce didn't care about anyone else, she was staring at me rather attentively. Was I really that noticeable? Of course, from her perspective, I was probably just a passing extra one, maybe extra 4 at best. Well, she would stop paying attention to me soon anyways. Mateo nodded, a look of approval on his face. I didn't want to read his psychology because it was obvious that he was thinking something along the lines of Isaac adjusted his power to Tristan's level. Now is not the time to get distracted. As soon as I got to a place where people couldn't see me, I started running. Come on. Normally, it would take me quite a while to get to the roof. Fortunately, my stamina was in good condition. I could reach the rooftop by running at full speed without stopping. Predictably, there was a high possibility that the Lifa the Elusive intended to confine the entire Duke Hall in fictional hell. He must have engraved a magic circle into the roof, so I had to get rid of his spell before it attacked the students. I sprinted up 3 stairs at a time. Still, it didn't consume much stamina. This was where all my hellish PT performances came into play. As I ran up the stairs, I took out the cloak of disguise from my magic pouch and put it on. I wore the ultramarine blue hooded cloak, put a mask over my mouth, and pulled the hood over my head. Magic cloak of disguise berserker. From now on, I would look like a monster. Fortunately, I arrived at the rooftop entrance door earlier than I had expected. The entrance door was wide open. The first thing I saw was a large ashen eyeball floating in the air. Second eye. It was a skill used by the Lifa the Elusive. The eyeball was fixed on the rooftop below. It seemed like Lifa's eye was watching over the arena from inside the building with clairvoyance. Even when I went up on the roof, there was no response from it. I guess it couldn't see the hallway and the stairs leading up to the roof. Otherwise, it would have seen me coming up. I was relieved. Then, just beyond the eyeball, a strange, darkish membrane stretched into the shape of a hemisphere came into view. It was a small fictional hell, covering part of the rooftop. Why is that thing already activated? At that size, it must have been used against a small group of 1 or 2 people. Someone came to hunt Lifa. No way. Professor Fernando had disappeared during the dueling evaluation, and he hadn't returned, even after I had finished my duel. When he conducted an exam or performance evaluation inside a building, he used telekinesis magic to set up nets. It was similar to a radar. If an uninvited guest got caught in there, Professor Fernando would immediately notice. In any case, Professor Fernando had to be the person fighting Lifa in that small fictional hell. Crazy. There shouldn't be any victims. There was also the problem of intertwined affairs, and I hated the idea of an innocent victim, not to mention the mess it would create. In particular, Professor Fernando was a very important supporting character in Magic Knight of Machen, as he was there to keep Alice Carroll in check. He would play a big role in awakening Ian, who was going to fall into a slump later on. I have to save him no matter what. It's like a timed attack. I have to be as quick as possible. Lifa was toying around with Professor Fernando, and once the mana contained in the magic circle was full, it would instantly increase the size of fictional hell. I'll have to hunt him before that happens. Thinking so, I jumped into fictional hell. The sea was like a mirror. The shallow sea reflected the ultramarine blue sky. It was as if the sky had been turned upside down. The sky was densely packed with stars, with the Milky Way drifting by. Every direction led to a horizon that stretched out as far as the eye could see. There were nothing but abandoned buildings scattered about. They were so shabby that they looked like they would crumble at the slightest touch. Fresh blood was splattered across that beautiful landscape. Cool. Fernando's body ricocheted through the air like a ball and slammed into the building. Letting out a lone shriek, he was swept down to the ground. The shallow sea soaked his lower body. Haag. He coughed blood out of his mouth. His blue eyes, however, glowed with a fighting spirit. When he looked up, he saw a swarm of monsters staring back at him. They were alien beings with an appearance as though the Milky Way was flowing through their jet-black skin. They looked like they were one with the night sky, so Fernando named them night sky monsters. The night sky monsters took various forms, ranging anywhere from the forms of humans to animals and magic beasts, and even an overwhelmingly large octopus flying in space. The octopus was so unrealistically large that it was impossible to gauge its size. However, the thing that stood out the most was the near full moon. It had to be far away, but it was so massive that it easily dwarfed the moon he was used to seeing. It was an incredibly beautiful sight to behold. So much so that he had the ridiculous thought that it might be a good place for a grave. A grave. Fernando groaned as he got to his feet. His legs felt weak and wobbly, but he managed to stand up by holding onto the wall of a building. He remembered what he had told his associate professor. He told them that if he didn't return after 20 minutes had passed, they were to immediately stop the dueling evaluation, evacuate the students, gather their forces, and head for the rooftop. Currently, the demon was having fun toying with him, so he had to stall for a little more time. The odds were stacked against him. He was sure that he had killed quite a few monsters, but the number had increased rather compared to before. The monsters seemed to be replicating themselves infinitely, a meaningless war of attrition. It was a structure where you were bound to lose. It was at that time. On the full moon that was rising in the night sky, there was a mouth growing, a mouth so large that it took up half of the moon. Its jaw was too even and the teeth were too white. Tens of thousands of eyes opened above it. It was no longer a moon, it had already become a living being. Fernando's eyes widened. The sight was so unsettling that it tingled his senses. The overwhelming sight had rendered him speechless. Tens of thousands of the full moon's ominous eyes turned toward him in unison. It started laughing, ahahaha. The grotesque laugh echoed throughout heaven and earth, as if it were the sound of all things combined. Even the night sky monsters grew mouths large enough to fill half their heads. They also burst into laughter like the moon. It was as if everything in this world was telling him to despair. Before he knew it, a muscular night sky monster had reached Fernando and threw a fist the size of his entire body. Fernando hurriedly deployed basic protection magic to soften the blow. Basic protection magic neutral element 1. The monster's fist struck Fernando's temple. Coo-woo-woo-woo-woo. An explosive roar rang out, shaking his brain. Fernando's body flew lightly backwards, bouncing off the surface of the sea like a skipping stone, and then rolled around in the shallow sea for a while. He made a thumping noising, then he finally stopped moving. All of his strength left his body. Fernando blankly looked up at the sky. It's beautiful, it's really beautiful, but let's save the appreciation for next time. With all his strength, he raised his upper body. He was still surrounded by monsters who were all aiming for his life. His muscles refused to listen. He couldn't stand up on his own 2 legs. It was okay. He could still fight. Fernando stretched out his right arm toward the monsters. In front of each of his 5 fingers, compressed elemental magic bullets were created with telekinesis magic. Water generation water element, 1 plus ice generation ice element, 1 plus compression neutral element, 4 equal elemental magic bullet water plus ice element. Bang! Fernando fired 5 shots of elemental magic bullet. However, none of the magic bullets hit their mark. His hands were trembling, he didn't even have the strength left to hit the enemy. He didn't have enough mana to use powerful magic like telekinesis magic, and to make matters worse, the number of monsters was increasing again. Out in space, the giant octopus stared back at him. The full moon was still giggling and mocking him. The realization that he couldn't win was agonizing. He would surely die here. Even so, he couldn't back down now. I'm a professor. To shake off this despair, he reminded himself of who he was. His voice didn't come out right, but he spoke with all his might. So for my students, I must. He became a professor, not for academic purposes, but out of a pure desire to teach aspiring wizards. For some reason, the memory of teaching magic to a young student who dreamed of becoming a wizard came to mind. He had only taught a small part of fire magic theory, but their eyes sparkled as if he had taught them so well. He didn't show it at the time, but whenever he remembered it, a smile spread across his lips. He used up his last remaining mana and fired 5 shots of elemental magic bullet once more. It was a precarious move that looked like the elements would disperse at any moment due to lack of mana. It might have simply been a meaningless struggle. Nonetheless, he needed to stall for time, even if it was just a second more. Protect. Fernando's small, firm voice was drowned out by the demon's laughter. What a funny face, Fernando. It was fun, goodbye. The eerie full moon bade him farewell with a patronizing voice. The night sky monsters began to mimic Fernando's technique in unison. Darkness generation darkness element, 1 plus fire generation fire element, 1 plus compression neutral element, 4 equal elemental magic bullet darkness plus fire element. Their elemental magic bullet appeared in the form of dark red flames, materializing in front of each monster's fingers, mouth, and forehead. Their sizes varied. There were monsters who made small-sized magic bullets like Fernando, while some made large magic bullets to match their size. Numerous elemental magic bullet spells were aimed at him from all directions. He was going to die this time. Bang 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 bang. The night sky monsters started shooting their elemental magic bullet all at once, the sound of each shot blending with the next, filling the air with the sound of a machine gun firing bullets. Their elemental magic bullets sliced through the air toward Fernando. On the other hand, the elemental magic bullet he fired was futile, dispersing helplessly before even reaching the enemy. Taking one last look at the night sky monsters and the dark red flames flying towards him, Fernando closed his eyes. It was then. Ice Wall Ice Element 4. Kulu Woo Woo. Frostfire Ice Element 4. A majestic ice wall formed in front of Fernando, and a tsunami of icy cold flames poured down, engulfing the sea. His eyes widened at the sight. The elemental magic bullet that were fired by the night sky monsters couldn't even scratch the ice wall despite their elemental advantage. As soon as the solidly rising ice wall fulfilled its role, it dispersed into powder while scattering blue light. A vast expanse of ice began to appear in Fernando's field of vision. The bodies of many of the night sky monsters were fatally frostbit, with purple blood oozing from their scorched or torn skin. Kung, a man descended from the sky and landed on a thick sheet of ice. A crack was formed in the ice sheet. The man was releasing cold air from every inch of his body. With his arrival, the massive amount of ice that froze the sea became blue powder and scattered. In that glittering scene, the night sky monsters collapsed helplessly. Fernando caught a glimpse of the man's back. He had a rugged, muscular build with a broad back that stood out. He was at least 2 meters tall. He was wearing an ultramarine blue hooded cloak, with his hood draped over his head. Gruwung. From the big man came a beastly cry. It wasn't a sound that a human would make. It was the sound of a beast warning its enemy. Fernando found himself unable to speak. It was as if his brain had shut down. He knew who that monster was. It was unmistakably the suspicious being that appeared during the class placement evaluation. But why did the monster appear here? Why did the monster protect him? But before he could find the answer to those questions, Gah. The monster ferociously roared at the full moon. Meanwhile, beyond the fictional hell, Dorothy Hartnova, a schoolgirl wearing a witch's hat, skipped her class in order to admire the blue sky and ocean horizon. The symmetry of the landscape today was so appealing that she couldn't help but look at it. Dorothy floated comfortably in the sky while in a seated position as she gently let the light of her colorful stars flow. This was possible because starlight magic could manipulate natural forces such as gravity. Then she looked down at the academy and noticed something strange. On the roof of Duke Hall, a strange magic space had formed. It wasn't emitting any mana, so she hadn't noticed it until now. Rather, it was an unknown spell that was absorbing the mana floating in the air. It was as if that magic had been cut off from the rest of the world. Another world. It appeared to be just in an initial demonstration phase, but was rapidly expanding and would soon cover the entirety of Duke Hall. Dorothy sensed that something suspicious had happened and flew toward the spell. I almost had a heart attack. Of course, I knew there would be a full moon, but my heart still skipped a beat at the realization. I took a deep breath to calm myself down. I guess I'm weak against things like this. On top of that, the berserker's cry escaped my lips without me realizing it. It didn't match my voice at all. It was as if it felt my emotions and spat them out like an AI. Anyway, if I had been a second too late, it could have been an irreversible situation. Looking at Professor Fernando, he was on the verge of collapsing. He looked like he would pass out at any moment, but he was doing his best to hold on to his consciousness. Poor thing. I should probably reassure him and let him pass out in peace. Who are you? The moon's voice echoed softly. That thing doesn't look very pleasant. Look at that nice-looking set of teeth. I really want to give it a light uppercut and knock him out. This was fictional hell, and that repulsive-looking full moon was Lifa the Elusive, the creator of this world, and this was his domain. You can't tell what I'm saying anyway. Grrrr. I was currently unable to communicate. I was a berserker with 0 language skills. In this state, it would be difficult to communicate with words. I would instead communicate with my fists. Ah, it's you. Only then did Lifa, in the form of the moon, seem to realize I was the demon hunter. Groom. Before long, the night sky monsters began to rise out of the sea. Dozens, thousands, tens of thousands of monsters, countless monsters with different shapes and sizes appeared. Koo-woo-woo-woo. It was then that an earthquake occurred, and a massive arm stretched out from the ground to beyond the horizon. Wee-you. A gigantic monster rose from the sea. It was a giant wearing a skull mask on its face, its whole body covered with the night sky where the Milky Way flowed. Seeing it from this far away, it appeared to be of a size that went beyond imagination. Even then, it was much smaller than the octopus in the sky. the troublemaker. You're the one who's been a nuisance to us demons, aren't you? Of course. You will also be dealt with soon enough. The fictional hell would soon grow in size and engulf Duke Hall. I had to defeat him before that to prevent any victims other than Professor Fernando. Ah, I wanted to meet you. I've been wondering what that crazy guy was like. Hes hes hes, I'm so happy right now. Is that so? Grrr. Troublemaker, troublemaker, let me play with you. The full moon cried out, laughing like a child, as the monsters began to pounce on me, their huge mouths grotesquely laughing. Psychology wants to bite you. If I get killed by these monsters, I would lose my mind and become a vegetable. The strength of each individual couldn't be ignored, and with an infinite number of them spawning, no matter how hard I fought, it would only be a long-term battle that I was bound to lose. I didn't know if they even gave a lot of experience points, because in the game they wouldn't give any at all to prevent abuse from easy power leveling. It was a part of Magic Knight of Machen, Act 6, Chapter 3, Fictional Hell, the subjugation of Lifa the Elusive. The player must protect the students by defeating the fictional creatures. That was because Lifa held a defense game against Ian and his colleagues while imprisoning the students. If even one student died, it was game over, so I remembered swearing a lot and retrying. After surviving for a certain amount of time, a story cutscene would appear. This was the scene where Ian Fairytale learned how to attack this world. The main character, Ian Fairytale, struggled with his supporters, but somehow endured with the determination to protect the students. As he swung his sword, he repeated to himself, I can do it. Eventually, he started self-hypnosis while saying, I am strong, or I can be stronger, and then he became surprised by how strong he really was. That was how the full-scale subjugation against Lifa began in earnest. Yes, the fictional hell strategy is self-hypnosis. I have to be like a delusional person. It was to confront the world of illusion with delusion. If I hadn't learned this strategy, even a level 180 Dorothy Hartnova would have no choice but to struggle. However, if one learned how to play around it, even a normal level 51 Isaac could defeat him with Hunter inactive. The key was that I had to visualize myself getting stronger. The more I know what would happen if I became stronger, the more effective it would be. If I couldn't visualize myself becoming stronger, there was no point in learning this strategy. As a veteran of Magic Knight of Machen, I had a clear understanding of what it was like to master the ice element. In other words, I was Lifa's natural enemy. Everything in this world was against me. Firstly, I put an ice barrier around Professor Fernando. Ice barrier, ice element, 6. Let's visualize myself becoming a munchkin 1. Korean word for overpowered. For just a moment, I shut out the world, a skill I had acquired while studying when confined to my desk during my exam life, disconnecting myself from the world. I colored myself and my own life into nothingness. The world became silent as I redefined myself in it. I am strong, I am strong, I am the strongest in the world, strong. The unique trait Hunter is activated. The level and stats are temporarily greatly enhanced. The skill tree temporarily becomes +10. The unique trait Hunter is activated. The level and stats are temporarily greatly enhanced. The skill tree temporarily becomes +10. The unique trait Hunter is activated. The level and stats are temporarily greatly enhanced. The skill tree temporarily becomes +10. It's already maxed out. The skill tree temporarily becomes +10. It's already maxed out. Status. You have realized the full extent of the ice element, reaching the level of a sovereign. You have learned the passive skill Ice Sovereign. Ice Sovereign, Ice Element, 9. Every cell in my body felt unfamiliar. I gently lowered my head and took a brief moment to get used to this unfamiliar sensation. My skin was more saturated, and my body seemed brighter. The hair on the inside of my hood felt like it stood on its ends, and my nerves were alert. Light blue cold air flowed gently from my whole body, and I felt as if I was capable of using the most powerful magic in the world. My body, everything in me felt so dense and heavy, but at the same time I became light. Passive skill, Ice Sovereign. Its effects were simple and clear. It maximized the output of the ice magic I was about to use. My eyes took in the world rushing toward me. A light blue chill escaped from my breath. It's time for you to sleep. Since from now on, I'm a Super Saiyan. Dorothy entered fictional hell. It was easy to enter that magical space. It was as if she were crossing another dimension. She was swimming in the black hole like darkness, and a beautiful landscape opened up in her field of vision. An open sea that mirrored the night sky and abandoned buildings dotted the landscape. The night sky was filled with stars and the Milky Way, a giant octopus watching her from beyond the universe, rings of planets streaking across the sky, and a full moon with a mouth large enough to cover half of its body. And an army of monsters rushing at Professor Fernando, and a hulking figure in an ultramarine blue hooded coat. Dorothy watched the spectacle from the sky, frozen in place. With the activation of her unique trait all in the world, Dorothy confirmed the unknown existence hidden in the giant's essence, a near infinite mass of mana, an overwhelming power that could swallow everything in this world. She would never forget where she had seen it. Isaac. It was Isaac, a silver blue-haired first-year student. But it was definitely not him. The hulking man was a hooded, muscular monster. A magic disguise. Dorothy got the answer. Other than a magic cloak of disguise, nothing could explain Isaac's drastic change in appearance. But why? The being in Isaac's essence was staring elsewhere, its countless eyes all bright red, as if Dorothy didn't matter. The place all those eyes were focused was the full moon. Dorothy realized that the true identity of the full moon was a demon with the power of all in the world. Only then did she know. The unknown being in Isaac's essence was hostile to the demons. It was a very harsh life. The being in Isaac's essence began to chant. As soon as the introduction rang out, a chill ran down Dorothy's spine. This is dangerous. Dorothy channeled her mana to its maximum output, covering herself with a powerful shield of starlight. Isaac intended to use powerful magic that could destroy this world. He was so focused on casting the spell that he didn't even sense Dorothy's mana. In other words, Dorothy would have to defend herself against Isaac's magic. Fernando didn't have to defend, since Isaac had already prepared the safest means of protection, the ice barrier. Not a single thing remained by my side. Nothing had meaning in my life. In ancient times, there was someone said to have fully mastered the ice element, a woman whose name had been lost to time, and was now referred to by Ice Sovereign, or witch with a scythe had created magic with her own life. The miserable words of an archwizard who found no meaning in continuing to exist in this world. A chant filled with grief and resentment. At the end of her life, a calamity plunged the world into a 100-year ice age. Soon behind the berserker-shaped Isaac, a series of light blue magic circles began to materialize in quick succession, like cogs in a wheel. Loneliness. Only you were by my side. I did not revel in the glory of endless victories alone. Fame and fortune had no meaning. Only when the owl of dusk spread its wings did I realize. The giant octopus floating in space sensed the danger and began to strike down with its feet. The air vibrated. The giant octopus, which could easily subdue an army of monsters with a single arm, fell with a violent crash. The scenery of the beautiful night sky disappeared, and the surroundings were colored with shadows. This world with only you. In the darkness, clusters of magic circles carved out the thin air at irregular intervals, even as the octopus arms descended upon the world. Behind all those magic circles, a huge magic circle drew a trajectory that seemed to touch the sky. It glowed brilliantly. Isaac stretched his right arm upward. Massive amounts of ice mana coalesced like a whirlpool and became a cold sun that cast a pale blue light. The cold sun grew larger and larger in an instant, even surpassing the sky itself. Is like hell. When the unknown monster's essence finished those words, Isaac lowered his arm. The cold sun began to fall on the hordes of monsters that began to look like ants, and it was only for a moment. Cocytus Ice Element 9. Huaya, chaya. The cold sun's rays pierced through the clouds. It drove away the darkness and brought blue light to the sky. In the blink of an eye, the sea froze over, and an icy cold wave raged violently, ravaging the world. A rampaging freeze of death, cold winds and heavy snow. Numerous ice spikes rose from the ground, penetrating the already frozen monsters. A beam of light spread out in all directions, engulfing everything in its path. Snap. The night sky turned white, and this world became a frozen hell, as its name suggested. Cold gusts of wind and frozen ice prevailed, transforming the land into a hellhole of extreme cold that would kill anyone who entered. The army of monsters and abandoned buildings were obliterated by the beam of light. Outside the sky, the giant octopus was frozen solid, and time seemed to stand still. Dorothy and Fernando were speechless. What did I just see? It was far beyond their imagination. Dorothy's starlight shield was a wreck. Despite the distance between herself and Isaac, despite the fact that it was a shield made by using the maximum output of her mana, and despite the fact that she controlled and blocked the surrounding natural forces. It was not difficult to imagine the scene where she would have been annihilated if she ran at Isaac like a certain army of monsters and was hit by Cocytus. Fernando burst into laughter as if it were absurd. The overwhelming strength of the man standing in front of him evoked a sense of emptiness rather than admiration. For whatever reason, it was a relief to know that a monster among monsters was on his side. He could no longer hold on to his consciousness. In relief, Fernando laid down and collapsed. How? Compared to others, Lifa was less affected by Cocytus. He must have been watching over this world from farther away than anyone else. Even so, his full moon body was frozen in various places. Because of its gigantic form, its condition was reflected even in the eyes of Isaac and Dorothy. Then, Isaac bent his knees and kicked off the ice. Kuong and started running toward the full moon. Kuong, Kuong, Kuong. Isaac ran across the ice, his body soaring through the sky with every step. To Lifa, it was the sound of approaching death. Isaac took one step after another, and then he propelled himself like a rocket toward the full moon. Kwayang, oh no, Ji, get away, do not come. A deep sense of dread washed over Lifa. His survival instincts were screaming at him. He's dangerous, he can't be defeated. The possibility of winning doesn't even exist. How can such a being exist in this academy? How can there be such an abnormal monster? The only one who could deal with someone like this was the evil god Nephid. Isaac conjured frostfire from both hands behind his body and propelled himself across Cocytus. The frostfire vastly increased his momentum as he traveled across the frozen sea. The speed was incredible. He couldn't follow Isaac's movement with his eyes. Do not come. As soon as the distance closed a little, Isaac's magic would be able to reach Lifa. Lifa screamed in terror and released fictional hell. He wanted to escape as quickly as possible. Clink. Charararara. The world shattered into pieces like a broken pane of glass. In an instant, light engulfed everything, fictional hell was released, and bizarre purple mana dispersed into the air. All those who were inside returned to the outside world. The familiar and ordinary scenery of Duke Hall's rooftop was reflected in their eyes. Roar. As soon as fictional hell was released, a wall of black flame rose up and split the center of the rooftop. Flame wall fire element, 4 plus black flame fire element, 5 equal black flame wall fire element. In the meantime, Lifa tried to quickly run away. Ice wall ice element, 4. Walls of ice rose from all sides, creating a ceiling and blocking any means of escape. And then, snap. Gotcha! Isaac's hand cut through the flames and grabbed Lifa's head. Before he knew it, his mask was off and his hood was down, and Isaac had regained his original appearance and voice. Ice generation ice element, 1. The ice lightly created by Isaac ignored its elemental disadvantage and extinguished the flames. Die. Lifa trembled and examined the overwhelming monster with his second eye. For a moment, Lifa doubted his own eyes. Wavy silver hair with a bluish tint and cold red eyes. The weakest of Mech and Academy's freshmen in the magic department, with a grade E in mana. He was a candidate who could not even be considered a hindrance more than anyone else. Because of that, he didn't even watch his duel. Grady, how could you? His mind started to jumble with confusion. Lifa couldn't understand this situation at all. Isaac, without answering, began condensing ice mana into his other hand, and a magic circle of frost explosion materialized in front of him. Lifa was startled. Save me. Spare me, please, a pitiful voice. However, Lifa's desperate cry only echoed helplessly in the small space made by ice wall. Footnotes: 1 Korean word for overpowered. There was some information I wanted to extract from Lifa the elusive, so I unmasked myself. I wouldn't be able to talk to him while disguised as the berserker. As soon as fictional hell began to unravel, I quickly began to lock Ice Sovereign deep inside my body. Even with the hunter trait activated, I was weaker than I was in fictional hell, so there was no telling what kind of strain Ice Sovereign would put on my body if I kept it activated for even a moment. As a result, my skin had regained its original color. Don't do anything stupid. Oh, of course. From now on, answer what I ask you, I said in a cynical tone as I narrowed my eyes. Lifa was terrified. Like a common idiom, he was shaking like a leaf. The tremors were transmitted through my hands as I held his head. Yes, I'll answer anything. I will answer, so please. How much does Alice Carroll know about me? If Alice found out about me at this point in the story, it would be game over. Thus, the amount of information she had about me was of great importance to me. I was the weakest extra with the worst potential in all of Magic Knight of Mechen. In other words, in order to defeat the evil god Nephid, I had to focus on becoming stronger as quickly as possible. That was why I prioritized raising physical training efficiency and magical training efficiency first, but later on, when they've reached their maximum potential, it'd be better to increase versus human combat power as well, to help me stand a chance against dark forces like Alice. So until I reached the level where I could stand up to Alice, I needed to hide my identity as much as possible. The reason why I put up an ice wall before capturing Lifa was to prevent someone from witnessing this. It's time for me to take care of things. Child, how do you know Alice? Frost explosion ice element, 5. I triggered a short burst of a frost explosion and froze his right arm. If he tried to remove the ice, his right arm would be hacked off. Just answer me. I don't know anything, I don't know, child. Alice is still trying to find you. Lifa gritted his teeth and cried while enduring the pain. He responded politely. He and Alice had a relationship where it wouldn't be surprising if one of them betrayed the other at any time, and he was a light talker in the first place. I expected this for now. The student evaluation data of Mechen Academy was kept under strict security. The two who played the biggest role in this were the headmistress Alina and the magic of Arya, the tower master of the Hegel Magic Tower, which was in a contractual relationship with the Academy. As long as they were there, I didn't have to worry about my information being leaked. Then next, what is Alice's plan? Tell me how she intends to find me. Since it was me, not Ian Fairytale, who was hunting the demons, it was difficult to predict what Alice would do in the future. She wasn't the type to act thoughtlessly, except for when she was around cute things, so she is definitely up to something. Just looking at how the final boss of Act 6, Chapter 3 of Magic Knight of Mädchen had already appeared, I could guess. The story is going to get really twisted. I don't know that kind of thing. I shot another short burst of frost explosion at Lifa's leg. Kwaera, Kaya, Lifa screamed at the top of his lungs. However, he didn't show the slightest sign of defiance. Lifa the elusive. Psychology dreadfully frightened of you. Yes, he was afraid. It must be because my hand was holding Lifa's head at the moment. If I conjure magic with this hand at any time, it would crack open his skull and he would die instantly. Really, I don't know, Ka. He really didn't seem to know. I wasn't surprised that there was little information to dig up. Alice wasn't the type of person to go around talking about her own plans, much less to a person she didn't have a close relationship with. The only thing I could call a harvest this time was that Alice still hasn't figured out my true identity yet. Since I answered your question, are you sparing my life? What are you talking about? When did I say I was going to let you live? It seemed that he was seriously mistaken. I never said that I would let him live if he answered all my questions. You were going to toy with me, the students, the professors, and kill them all, right? Human life was like a toy to him. Now and in the future, he would live with that murderous intent. Why would I let a guy like that live? Before Lifa could beg for his life, I shot another short burst of frost explosion at the back of his head. Quang. There was a small explosion of light blue cold air, and in the blink of an eye, I saw Lifa's mangled upper body trapped in a block of ice. After dispelling the ice mana that had turned into a block of ice, Lifa fell to the ground, his whole body turned into gray powder and piled up on the floor like cigarette ash. Phew. Only then did I relax my expression. Successfully took care of the problem. That was really fortunate. Congratulations. You've defeated the demon Lifa, the elusive LV-130, and gained EXP. Level up. Your level has increased to 56. You've gained 10 stat points. You have unlocked the achievement An Illusion Within an Illusion. You have gained an additional 10 bonus stat points. It was Act 3, Chapter 1, Duel, where I thought I'd just measure my combat ability and move on, but I somehow ended up getting 20 stat points. However, more importantly, I already got this. An ashen bracelet laid on the ground where Lifa the elusive had disappeared. I picked it up. You have obtained the Loot Elemental Bracelet. Elemental Bracelet increases the elemental resistance of certain elements by 40, excluding the light and darkness elements. Rank, Tier 1. Effect duration, 24 hours. Cooldown time, 24 hours, Elemental Bracelet. Naturally, I thought I'd get this in the second semester. For now, I had to think about my stat points and the Elemental Bracelet later. There were other things I had to take care of first. My body suddenly grew heavy. The Hunter trait had been deactivated. Before that, I sensed mana around me, but there wasn't much. Still, there was nothing wrong with being safe. Afterwards, I put on the mask and the hood on my head and transformed into the Berserker. I dispelled the ice barrier placed on Professor Fernando and the ice wall that imprisoned me. As soon as the ice wall dispersed into bluish powder, I turned my head toward Professor Fernando. If I took his unconscious body out now, the situation would be over. Although I was sure Professor Fernando must have instructed his associate professor to come up to the roof after a certain amount of time had passed. However, I couldn't just leave a dying man on the roof without confirmation. I must turn the fainted Professor Fernando over to the administration without revealing my presence. A professor was injured. If it was discovered that I was with Professor Fernando, I would be summoned by the Truth Investigation Committee for questioning. The Student Council President was also included in the emergency contact list of the Truth Investigation Committee, so it was better to avoid that situation as much as possible. You worked hard, Professor. There was an easy way out. I headed for the rooftop entrance with Professor Fernando on my back. Luceltania was walking down the hallway of Duke Hall. The duel had been her triumph. At first, she was going to go easy on Ian Fairytale for his courage in challenging her to a duel, but then she simply finished him off with a 5-star water magic. This was because Isaac bothered her too much. He had nosebleeds every day and worked hard, but eventually he met a dead end and declared his surrender. How upset would he be? With a face of resigned acceptance, Isaac patted Tristan on the shoulder, acknowledged him, and left. The fact that he was trying so hard to look nonchalant, as if he was relieved, made her feel even more sorry for him. She hadn't decided what to say to him, but she wanted to meet him. She quickly ended her duel and swiftly stepped out into the hallway so as not to be stopped by the guard wizards. Ever since she was 10 years old, she had not been interested in others, so she was not good at consolation or encouragement. Even so, if she could pretend to run into Isaac by chance and then say something along the lines of "cheer up," she felt like he would feel at ease. "Where are you?" But Isaac was nowhere to be seen. Had he already left Duke Hall? No, he wasn't allowed to leave Duke Hall while the dueling evaluation was in progress, which meant he was still somewhere in the building. I wonder where he is. Luce headed for the stairs. Since Isaac wasn't on this floor, he was probably on the upper floor or on the roof. Student Luce, what are you doing here? Luce ran into an associate professor who was coming toward the stairs from the opposite direction. He was accompanied by examiners and 5 healers. Seeing them appear in a group, Luce was puzzled. The dueling evaluation has been suspended. Please return to your seats and comply with academic regulations. The associate professor spoke in a polite yet urgent voice. She couldn't understand what was going on, but it was clear that something unexpectedly bad had happened. They passed Luce and began to climb the stairs. Isaac was probably up there as well. Luce contemplated whether to follow them up or not. Student Dorothy. Just then, a female student came down from the top of the stairs. She stopped the associate professor's party in the middle of the stairwell. Luce's eyes widened in surprise when she saw the pretty schoolgirl with long light purple hair wearing a witch's hat. Her cosmic star-shaped pupils seemed otherworldly. This was the same senior who had recently been spending time at Isaac's training grounds every day. Wait for a moment, Dorothy said, a faint smile tugging at the corners of her lips as she looked at Luce and the associate professor's party standing below. Wait, yes, please wait a moment. Why all of a sudden? Luce and the associate professor's party couldn't understand, because it's dangerous now. Then, closing her eyes, Dorothy snapped her fingers and began to drum a rhythm. The associate professor's party watched her eccentricity from afar. Dorothy Hartnova was a force to be reckoned with at Mädchen Academy, a genius whose talents seemed to have come from the very heavens themselves and the pride of the academy. That was why when she used the word dangerous, it was unavoidable that the associate professor and his party felt uneasy. Still, as a professor, he couldn't be influenced by the words of a student. Student Dorothy, said Philip Meltron, the professor in charge of the magic department's freshman class A, as he stepped forward. It's over now. Dorothy opened her eyes and moved out of their way. Her eccentricity was over in just 5 seconds. The associate professor and his party did not understand why, but they started climbing the stairs again. After climbing to the 2nd floor, Professor Fernando, a man collapsed in the hallway, had caught their eyes. It was Professor Fernando, covered in wounds and unconscious. His body bore the traces of a fierce battle. Beside him, Dorothy's familiar was casting a healing spell on Fernando. A white cat with a pink ribbon on its tail was rubbing its own cheek against Fernando's. He needs healing magic. Please move Professor Fernando quickly. Getting Fernando to a hospital room took precedence over assessing the situation. The associate professor gave urgent instructions to the healers. Meanwhile, Dorothy stood leaning against the corner, listening to the bustle of the associate professor's party. Soon after, the healing squad passed her on their way down the stairs, carrying Fernando on a stretcher. The rest of the group seemed to be heading for the roof. Only then did Dorothy begin to descend the stairs. You're inexperienced, President. You should thank this older sister for buying you time to escape. Dorothy shrugged her shoulders triumphantly. Isaac, there must be a reason why such a strong being was hiding his identity. Whatever that reason was, Dorothy decided to keep his secret. The fact that he had fought to protect the people of the academy was enough to convince her. It was natural for her to be considerate, thought Dorothy. You. As Dorothy descended the stairs, she met the eyes of a schoolgirl who had been watching her. Her rose gold hair was delicate, and her detailed features were very elegant. The morpho butterfly-colored hair straps on either side of her head looked exquisite. Dorothy knew who she was. She was Luce Eltania, the undisputed head among the first-year students of the magic department. She'd often spotted her watching Isaac before he went to training. She was a cute junior. Perhaps she had a crush on him. Dorothy tilted her head with a bright smile on her face. Do you have something to do with me? I was just wondering why Senior was here, since Duke Hall should be off limits right now. Yeah, that's right. However, rules are meaningless to me. Luce frowned at her. What the hell, did something happen upstairs? None of your business, cute junior. After replying in a playful voice, Dorothy walked past Luce. Luce's gaze followed her wordlessly. Suddenly, Dorothy realized something and stopped in her tracks to look back at Luce. Your crush, it's going to be a little difficult. What do you mean? Luce asked with a question mark hovering over her head. Dorothy smirked in amusement and walked away with light steps. Dual interlude. Fortunately, the plan was successful and turned out smoothly. With Professor Fernando on my back, I stepped through the exit of the rooftop, and after I was sure no one was nearby, I carefully placed him on the ground. I then took off the cloak of disguise and placed it in my magic pouch and carried him back down the stairs. When I was certain we were close enough to the arena, I gently placed him in the hallway. I took out firecrackers from my magic pouch. Since I had to go around hiding my identity, I made sure to stock up on tools that would distract others. Then, using a fire generation scroll, I lit the fuse and placed the firecrackers nearby. If the firecrackers exploded, the proctor or security guard who heard the sound would immediately notice and rush here. After everything was set up, I ran down the hallway and headed for the window. Could it be because of the hellish PT performance? I jumped out the window like a stuntman and quickly ran away. If I couldn't hear the sound of the firecrackers anymore, then nothing more needs to be said. I sprinted all the way to the first floor training room. Since the aisles were wide open, I was able to enter naturally and blend in with the students. A few moments later, I realized my plan had worked when I heard that Professor Fernando had been sent away. I also heard that dueling evaluation was suspended, and it was easy to guess the reason. Professor Fernando probably said something like this to his associate professor: if I do not come back for a certain period of time, stop the dueling evaluation and go up to the roof with the combat troops. It was a guess I had made earlier, but I guess I was right. It would have been fine if I had just left him on the roof. Still, I didn't have a choice. Unless there was concrete evidence, speculation was just speculation. Anyway, let's consider the result. Things worked out the way I thought they would, right? Well, a good thing is a good thing. I didn't feel the need to overthink it. Suddenly, an announcement was made that the dueling evaluation would resume after the truth of this incident was clearly revealed, a few days later. The findings of the Truth Investigation Committee's investigation were posted on the bulletin board in Orphan Hall, a dormitory building for the Magic Department. The Truth Investigation Committee investigated the statements of those involved in the case, the traces of mana, and more. They were able to conclude that a demon appeared and was eliminated. The person who played an active part was the suspicious individual who had appeared during the class placement evaluation. That would be me in the form of a black monster. The details of the investigation were kept secret, so it was unclear who was involved in the case or what happened. In any case, it was fortunate that there was nothing about Isaac. Now the atmosphere is getting worse. The atmosphere of the academy had sunk to an all-time low. Demons, who were considered once-in-a-lifetime natural disasters, had appeared several times in such a short period of time. The students had repeated discussions about why demons appeared so often. Some suggested that it was just bad luck, while others believed that it's because people with high mana gathered together, which attracted the demons. By the way, once again, the academy authorities were planning to make a concerted effort to settle the issue regarding the frequent appearance of demons. However, after the Thunderbird subjugation, the situation would spiral out of control, and eventually, even the Imperial Knights would be called in to investigate the case. My condolences to the faculty and the academy authorities, who would be facing an even harder time in the future. Ah, that's right, something like that happened. I suddenly remembered what Kaya had said to me when she came to me with a shocked expression. Sir Isaac, the black monster appeared during the class placement evaluation and now again. Could it be that it's a demon who betrayed the other demons? Of course, she was an idiot, so I just let it go. Passive 7, Psychological Insight 5, Demon Detection, 9, Ice Sovereign Skill Tree, details unique attributes Hunter. In the middle of the quiet night, I once again came to the corner of the butterfly garden to train. I checked my status window. The ultimate buff skill of the ice element, the 9-star passive skill Ice Sovereign, was still on my list of skills. Regardless of the Hunter effect, I had acquired it after fulfilling the acquisition conditions. Awesome. It was a great outcome. The day I defeated Leafa the Elusive, I noticed that Ice Sovereign still remained in the status window, so I started shadowboxing while kicking up a fuss. If I could handle Ice Sovereign properly, my power would increase by leaps and bounds. I already have the Elemental Bracelet. The Elemental Bracelet was a magic tool that, when worn on the wrist, would greatly increase one's resistance to any single element except for the light and darkness elements. I tried it with a 2-star magic scroll right away, but the scroll wasn't very effective, which made it difficult to accurately test. After the dueling evaluation, it was time for Act 3, Chapter 2, Familiaroff Magic Knight of Mädchen to begin. At that time, when I have my own familiar, I'll have to ask them to cast spells on me, so I could test it properly. Using the newly acquired stat points, I invested 10 in physical training efficiency and 10 in learning efficiency, and with that, they increased to B+ and C+ grades respectively. Now, the rate at which my stamina and strength will develop would be faster than most of the night department students who regularly worked out. Phew, I took a deep breath and calmed my emotions. It was time to retest the Ice Sovereign skill that I had recently tried out. I'm nervous. I almost high-fived Great King Yomra 1. Yomra, also known as Yomra Diwang, was the Korean god of the dead. He was the 5th of the 10 kings of the underworld called Shiwang and was believed to be the supreme ruler of the underworld. The other day when I unleashed the power of Ice Sovereign. Still, it was critical to continue testing it and to eventually make it my own, especially since Ice Sovereign was the ultimate buff skill of the ice element. Focus. I touched something cold that was nestled deep inside my body. It was the trigger to draw out the power of Ice Sovereign that lay dormant inside of me. As a rule of thumb, I raised the power of Ice Sovereign, which had been reduced to 0, to a rough estimate of about 1. At the same time, an excruciating pain shot through my entire body. It was as if every cell in my body was being stabbed by a needle. Aga. I immediately suppressed the power of ice sovereign to zero. The pain subsided as if nothing had happened, but before I knew it, I had collapsed on the lawn, groaning. I must have blacked out for a moment. I think I'm going to get PTSD. It hurts so much. I still had a long way to go. Right now, I couldn't properly handle Ice Sovereign with my normal body. Perhaps it would be better to try it again properly after I trigger Hunter. After I composed myself, I got up and started training other spells as usual. In the meantime, while I was doing so, what are you practicing? I was startled when someone poked me in the back. I quickly turned around and saw a schoolgirl wearing a witch hat, covering her mouth and suppressing her laughter. Soon after, she started giggling. Naya hihi. Oh, what was that reaction? The president is cute. I was feeling a little nauseous, but I gritted my teeth and endured it after seeing her face. What are you doing this late at night? The stars are so beautiful tonight. I was watching them and suddenly thought of you, so I came to see you. You're still training, huh? The sky was embroidered with beautiful stars. The stars appeared in great abundance due to the cloudless sky. I had a feeling. Our president is diligent. Dorothy mischievously opened her half-closed eyes and smiled slyly. I felt uncomfortable for some reason. There was no clear basis for it, but my experience of playing Magic Knight of Mechen told me that this person didn't come here because she suddenly remembered me. Senior, do you have something to say to me? So I probed her at once. I couldn't read Dorothy's mind because it was protected by Starlight Mana, so I had no choice but to find out this way. Dorothy was still smiling. But the silence that followed was no different from affirming my words. Only then did I know the true nature of the sense of my discomfort. Dorothy's always natural, pretentious smile was showing a falseness that shouldn't be there. It meant that her mind was a little disorganized. What makes you think that? Don't underestimate me because you're my favorite. It just seems that way. Dorothy thought about it for a moment. Then, with a wry expression, she looked me straight in the eyes. You're sharp, President. It's only been 2 weeks since we've known each other, yet you know me very well. It's like we've known each other for a long time. It was because I saw you a lot in Magic Knight of Mechen. Of course, I couldn't really answer that, so I remained silent. I wasn't sure how my emotions were coming across right now, but Dorothy looked doubtful. Can I ask you something? Ask me anything. Will you answer? I'll answer whatever it is. Naihi, okay, swish. Dorothy suddenly leaned toward me and stuck her head out. I had already gotten used to her act of leaning her face close to mine. I stared at her in silence, not pulling my head back. Soon after, she asked, why is the president working so hard? What is she talking about? Is there some reason you have to train yourself to death? I'm definitely nearing death with all this training. So to a person who is gifted with exceptional magic talent such as Dorothy, someone like me might be a rare breed. My goal is to defeat the evil god Nephid, and knowing just how powerful Nephid was in hell difficulty, I simply can't afford to neglect my training. I couldn't rely on the master fainter, Ian Fairytale. Of course I could confide in a munchkin like Dorothy Hartnova that the evil god Nephid would resurrect in the distant future. It would seem reasonable on the surface. But I can't. Dorothy was cursed to die within the next year. In addition, the curse is accelerated when she comes into contact with a being whose origin comes from demons. For example, the fictional creatures that I fought a few days ago, a miscellaneous mob created by a demon. It was one thing to fight with someone like Thunderbird Galia, who became a demon on the day of the end of semester evaluation. However, if she got into a fight with Vera the Summoner, a demon by birth, she would surely lose her life in no time. Other natural demons were no exception either. If I told you, you'd undoubtedly sacrifice your life to protect the academy. That is not what I want. She would treat her life as expendable since she was going to die anyways. There is no reason. I lied on purpose. Dorothy should have known right away that I was lying. It's just that it's good to be strong. Dorothy looked at me with a disapproving expression, but she didn't bother to dig into my answer and just laughed. You're no fun, President. A smile tugged at the corners of her mouth, but she looked disappointed. It didn't matter. I don't want to put you in danger. I'm going to save you, my favorite anyways. After that, you'll just have to help me. Soon Dorothy turned her back and began to walk away. Senior, are you leaving? Dorothy just waved her hand without answering. Then, as she disappeared among the trees, I began to hear the sound of grasshoppers. It feels strange. It was a very uncomfortable feeling. I didn't do anything wrong, but I felt a faint sense of guilt, like the kind you feel when you say or do something wrong. Let's just focus on training. I slapped my cheeks hard with the palms of my hands to drive away any distracting thoughts, then started pouring mana into my hands. In the dorm for the top students of Mechen Academy, Charles Hall, a certain room was dark, illuminated only by the moonlight shining softly through the window. Dorothy, dressed in her nightgown, was lying on the bed, her head turned to the side. In silence, she stared blankly at the moonlight shining on the floor. She had countless questions for Isaac. Why are you so strong? What is the reason you're training so hard, pretending to be weak and not using your full strength? What is your reason for antagonizing the demons while hiding your identity? He was already strong enough to be considered an archwizard, which made it impossible for Dorothy to understand his eccentricity. It didn't even feel like he was honing his basic skills like a great master perfecting the fundamentals, above all. Why do you feel that way? Earlier, Isaac had lied. He didn't reveal the real reason for training to death like that. Why then did she see emotions of concern and affection on his lying face? Her emotion detection could never be wrong. Isaac was clearly worried about her. You lied to me for my sake. What connection could there be between Isaac's lies and his concern for Dorothy? Besides, I'm not someone to be worried about. In the first place, it was ridiculous that he, the most powerful person at Manhwaedit Academy, would be worried about her. It was comical. Dorothy, what are you doing up so late? A graceful voice rang at Dorothy's bedside. As she turned her head, a white cat with a pink ribbon on her tail reflected in her eyes. It was her five-star familiar, Ella. You've been tossing and turning ever since we got here, oh my, are you in love or something? You still haven't digested the firecrackers yet. What are you talking about? Didn't I tell you not to talk about firecrackers? Just thinking about it makes me sick. Dorothy said teasingly as she opened her half-closed eyes. Ella was furious. The day Isaac defeated the demon, Ella ate the firecrackers he had left near Professor Fernando. It was to give Isaac time to escape. If the firecrackers had exploded on time and the Academy's personnel who heard the sound had come running, Isaac would have been caught in the act. The Academy's personnel weren't stupid. I'm worried. Dorothy stroked Ella's soft body, and Ella closed her eyes, enjoying her touch. I wonder if the president knows about my curse. Isaac seemed like an ordinary man on the surface, but he was the strongest person she had ever met, far beyond Dorothy's wildest assumptions. If so, there was a high possibility that he had also figured out the true nature of the curse she possessed. If there was a connection between Isaac's lie and Dorothy's curse, it might be related to the demons. HMMMM. Dorothy had been stroking Ella and thinking for so long that her brain started to overheat. Dorothy, as if her brain had been pushed to the limit and exploded, she started spacing out. Using her brain was her Achilles heel. The dueling evaluation had finally resumed. I thought things must have gone according to the original scenario, except for the appearance of Leafa the elusive. But while having lunch with Amy Holloway, I heard that Luce had knocked Ian out with a single blow. Why on earth? Ian was supposed to reveal that he was a light element user during the duel and leave a lasting impression on the students. This was because of one of the official heroines, Seal Carnitas. She had already been involved with Ian during his practical training. She was shocked to see Ian's light magic, because the promise with the heavenly beings had been passed down through her family. If you find the child of light, please bring him to the heavenly realm. That was the promise Seal's great-great-grandfather made with the heavenly beings when he went to the divine realm. Thus after that, Seal approached Ian and they became involved with one another. As they continued to interact, her fondness for him grew, and later she told Ian how to go to the divine realm, that is, heaven. Ian would need to travel to the heavens to obtain the ultimate light elemental weapon, the luminous sword. Even though Ian was a master fainter, there would come a time when only he could help. Especially later on, when the demon with immunity against all elements other than light appeared, the bad ending would become a foregone conclusion if Ian didn't use Expelled from Paradise with his luminous sword. Whoa, what was that? Am I not mistaken? Did you just use that as that light magic? Fortunately, Ian successfully demonstrated the use of his light magic in his duel against the dueling applicant Matteo Giordana, and Seal Carnitas was also among the crowd of students watching. Only after seeing her eyes widen in surprise could I finally breathe a sigh of relief. You must have been scared to death. In Magic Night of Mädchen, when Ian was dueling with Matteo, he was determined not to use light magic. However, after being easily defeated by Luce this time, he seemed to have changed his mind, thinking, if I don't use my light magic first, I won't stand a chance. Of course, I figured out that idea through psychological insight. Anyway, there were no longer any problems with this scenario. Hooray, now regardless of the original story, I could focus on the duel. Matteo was defeated by Ian's unexpected use of light magic, but he grasped the hand that he held out to him, creating a heartwarming scene. HMPH, as expected, no one can touch the strength, greatness, and mana of my being. Tristan Humphrey was in a depressed mood at first, but his bravado and self-esteem were boosted by his easy victories in his duels against other students. Luceltania won, winning casually with water magic. Is this all your strength? During the course of the tournament, the groups were switched each time, so I got to see Kaya Estrian's duel as well. Just like Luce, she easily subdued her opponent with wind magic, but she showed her opponent a degree of mercy in giving and receiving attacks. Amy Holloway ran away in terror, but when she was cornered, she squeezed her eyes shut and unleashed a barrage of fire magic at her opponent. Her opponent collapsed, looking like a burnt chicken, leaving Amy looking visibly flustered. Rose Red Rivera laughed with a ho-ho and began to excitedly stomp on her opponent, a male student, with her foot as he fell to the ground. The faces of the students who were watching were priceless. The expression of the boy who was being trampled on was very happy. He looked like he could die happy right now. Next, Class D Isaac, Class C Donnelly Jenkins, forward. The referee called my name and I stepped up onto the arena. Across from me was a Class C male student with which I had applied for a duel. He straddled the fine line between Class B and Class C and was a perfect opponent to measure my combat power against. All skills are unrestricted. Surrendering is prohibited for 1 minute. Now, show respect to your opponent and engage in a duel. Kaya's sparkling eyes. Luce's meaningful gaze. Mateo's tense eyes. Amy's supportive eyes. Tristan's inferiority, complex flaring. Risse's annoyed glare, Ian's focused eyes. They all turned to me in unison. Ready, even though I was the weakest, I was able to become stronger by playing an active role in teaching those demons who the person in charge was. I was sure I could compete with the top Class C students now. Begin the duel. With the referee's shout, I conjured Frostfire in both hands. Magic Knight of Mech in Act 3, Chapter 1. The dueling part was coming to an end. Hey, you worked hard, Enoch. Ha 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 ha. Enoch, your sword skills are as good as ever. It was an eerie night when a party of 4 adventurers, 2 warriors, 1 wizard, and 1 cleric were on their way back to their inn after a day of dungeon exploration. Today's harvest was quite abundant, from Halcori's claws to Demyrus wings, and even the gold and silver treasures that the monsters were hoarding in the storerooms. The bags of harvest held by the 2 strong warriors looked very reassuring. Now that the quest received from the guild office was safely completed, it was time to celebrate by throwing a party and drinking to their heart's content. In the midst of all the excitement, the group was walking through the forest when they suddenly came across an open space. Bathed in moonlight, the group of adventurers felt a presence and stopped in their tracks. Wait. The next words were unnecessary, for their gazes turned to the same place. A woman around 3 meters tall was strolling along the beach. Her tattered dress and ashen skin seemed to ooze with age, but in her open mouth the number of sharp teeth were too numerous to count. Stop. The woman's feet stopped. In an instant, her head bizarrely twisted toward the group of adventurers. They held their breath at the chilling spectacle. Suddenly, the woman's mouth was stretched open, forming a grotesque smile. Good morning, everyone. Under the dark night sky, the woman greeted them cheerfully. Can you hear the birds chirping? How cute, how cute. Despite the woman's excessive hand gestures and body language, there was no chirping of cute birds. There was only silence. The adventurers group sensed an unusual aura and drew their weapons. Soon the hoot of an owl rang out. Yes, this sound. Hoot, 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 hoot. The gray-skinned woman swayed her body from side to side like a trumpet. She whispered rapidly, then began to make a duck cry, blood splattering from her mouth. Ah, cute thing, do you have any cute ones too? It's cute, it's cute, it's cute. Then, as if the woman's cries were a signal flare, the adventurers' familiars were forcibly summoned. What is this, Zordic? The familiars were engulfed in darkness mana with pained expressions. Soon, countless familiars were summoned around the woman. An army of animal-like and hideous-looking magic beasts were under her command. All of them were magic beasts who had once been someone's familiars, and as they drained the darkness mana, they looked like puppets that had lost their will. Even the adventurers' familiars forgot their masters and flew toward the woman. After being consumed by the darkness mana, the familiars became no different from the rest of the woman's magic beast army. From now on, I am your new owner. Ah, how cute, how cute, how cute. The woman caressed the 4 new familiars, and her eyes took in the branding on their bodies, evidence of their contracted master-servant relationship. The sight made her uncomfortable, so she frowned in annoyance. Alas, there's no use, it's okay, this stepmother will set you free. Soon, the army of familiars closed in and attacked the adventurers. It was a one-sided battle. The 4 adventurers, who seemed to have bright futures ahead of them, fell prey to their familiars and departed from this world. The woman summoned her familiar army back, and in an instant, the army of familiars was engulfed in darkness mana, and their figures disappeared. Smells better. It's cute, Smelly. Does the Child of Light have a cute one? Veer the Summoner, a demon with absolute domination over familiars. She walked back to Mechan Academy, staggering with each step. Footnotes: 1 Yomra, also known as Yomra Diwang, was the Korean god of the dead. He was the 5th of the 10 kings of the underworld called Shiwang, and was believed to be the supreme ruler of the underworld. The academy issued a statement to the students after the dueling evaluation was over. They were currently in the process of investigating the cause of the frequent appearance of demons, and would prepare the best safety measures to ensure that no students were harmed. The curriculum proceeded as normal, as if nothing had happened. Some students protested that the academy was hiding something and demanded the truth, but they were in the minority. Of course, it's not a logical situation. An existence that threatens people's lives had appeared several times, yet the academy was going back to its normal operation even though a student or professor almost died. Even if demons were regarded as natural disasters, it didn't make sense. However, in reality, the board of directors, the principal, and the academic staff were working day and night to get the situation under control. Unless they had been living under a rock, there was no student who didn't know that fact. However, by the end of the first semester of Year 1, the Thunderbird subjugation the matter would escalate and would become too big, forcing the Imperial Knights to eventually intervene. And this served as an opportunity to bring together the so-called Golden Generation, which included a relatively insignificant princess, a saintess who handled divine power physical, and a sociopathic priestess from the East. The princess had planned to enter the school from the beginning. The saintess came because of a sense of justice to face the darkness of this world. No, it was because of her love for winning. And then there was the priestess, who had a plan of her own. I wasn't certain, but it appeared that those with special status or birth tended to have a peculiar way of thinking. If I survived, they, the Golden Generation, would become my juniors. But that's for later. What mattered now was that the original story had been greatly twisted. During the dueling evaluation, the final boss of Act 6, Scene 3, Lifa the Elusive, appeared, and because of his loose lips, he had leaked some crucial information to Professor Fernando. The very existence of a mole. How did I, a commoner, know about this, you ask? Worried about the future because the demons have a mole at the academy. In that case, I should prepare for an if scenario when the truth that Alice is the mastermind becomes revealed sooner than in the original scenario. For reference, even Dorothy's All in the World couldn't discover that Alice was the person controlling everything from behind the scenes. It was because Alice had a unique trait called the Red Queen's Paradox. To conclude, no one could read Alice's psychology or essence. Anyway, I have to prepare for a situation where Alice's identity is revealed sooner than expected. Rock collapse rock element 4. Kuung ugh ah, it hurts. I thought I told you to keep it within moderation. Nothing higher than 3 stars. The yellow glowing boulders slammed into my body, crashing into each other, causing an explosion of mana. The impact sent my body tumbling across the grass before slamming into a tree. Phew, that was a surprise. I groaned and managed to raise my upper body. The being that had knocked me off my feet was a small golem, tilting its head. Its body was made of solid stone that looked incredibly hard. It was my 3-star rock element familiar, Eden. Q, don't pretend to be cute while tilting your head. It doesn't suit you. Psychology wants to look cute to you. Caillou. 2 days ago, I had the opportunity to summon a familiar during Magic Night of Mech in Act 3, Chapter 2, Familiar. The students took turns summoning familiars using the summoning circle. I was worried that there would be unexpected variables like there were in the dueling evaluation, but fortunately, it ended safely, without any incident. One could summon up to 4-star familiars with the familiar summoning circle. From 5 stars and above, you had to meet in person and sign a contract. A 3-star like Eden exceeded my expectations, so I excitedly signed a contract with him. The main character, Ian Fairytale, summoned a fire element familiar named Rex as per the original story, a whopping 4 stars. He resembled a newborn Tyrannosaurus, and according to the original plot of the familiar part, Ian and Rex would soon have a confrontation to clarify their master-servant relationship. As a result, Rex would become the partner of the Master Fainter protagonist, and this time he would win because the demons weren't his opponent. Well, that's that. I should focus on my familiar. I stood up from my seat, rubbing my battered stomach. I could endure this kind of pain 3 or 4 more times. Well, not really. It seemed that the penalty for disobeying orders, pain, had not come to Eden. Disobedience was judged by the familiar's perception. They must be aware of the fact that they were not following their master's orders. Eden seemed to think that he followed my orders well. In other words, it was also proof that his intelligence was so low that he didn't even realize that the spell he had just cast was a 4-star spell. Well, this was something that could be explained and taught. Well, it certainly hurt less than I thought it would. I was testing the elemental bracelet, an unexpected item I obtained by defeating Lifa the Elusive, with Eden. The elemental bracelet increased my resistance to a specific element by 40. Elemental magic of a certain level would no longer be able to harm me. This effect lasted 24 hours, i.e., once 24 hours have passed after the bracelet effect was activated, the increased elemental resistance would return to its original state. Then I could use the effect once more. Presently, I had set my elemental resistance to the rock element. To modify the setting, all I had to do was simply adjust the ring attached to the bracelet to the pattern of the desired element engraved on the bracelet. As it turned out, the effect was more amazing than I had expected. It didn't hurt unless I was hit by high-star spells, and I was much less likely to be pushed away. Even if I got hit with 4-star magic, it just hurt, and that was it. Oh, who am I kidding? It hurt like hell, but I would have passed out without the elemental bracelet. What if I was wearing the elemental bracelet during the dueling evaluation? When Tristan Humphrey unleashed his whirlwind, I could have given him a proper blow without being blown away. Eden, 3 stars. Remember, 3 stars. What you just cast was a 4-star, so don't use it anymore. Okay, Eden replied, raising his right arm in the air. His voice was more on the neutral side. Pretending to be cute didn't suit him, but was it because he was my familiar? My heart seemed to be filling up with affection. Rock burial rock element 4s. Judo. Aha, Q, this blockhead. If you had to choose the tallest building on the Merchant Academy site, it was definitely the Hegel Magic Tower. However, since it only had occupancy rights on the Academy site, it was safe to say that it was a kind of private company that had nothing to do with the Academy. The Hegel Magic Tower was home to many wizards from Merchant Academy. This was because, in exchange for occupying part of the Academy site, additional points were given to Merchant Academy graduates who took the entry test. The tower itself was so prestigious that it was often mentioned as a possible career path for Merchant Academy students. The entire top floor was used exclusively as a research laboratory for a single wizard. It was a place only those who opened their heart to her were allowed to enter. Professor Fernando Frost stepped inside. It was a large circular room, many books were floating in the air, and the walls were lined with them. Traces of alchemy were everywhere, and the high ceiling was made of glass, allowing a clear view of the sky. In the center of the lab, a female wizard with auburn hair sprawled comfortably on the floor. With a small stature and physique, she read her book calmly while waving her legs. Aria Lilias, Fernando's teacher and the tower master of Hegel Magic Tower. She raised her head and glanced at Fernando with an impassive face, then turned her gaze back to the book she was reading. I came to say hello, master. What happened? I wanted to ask you something. You did not even ask how I am doing first. As expected of my disciple, losing your manners. Aria Lilias had a habit of speaking in simple sentences. Your question, have you heard the latest news from the Academy about the demons and Black Monster? Repeat that nonsense. On the first day of the dueling evaluation, I almost lost my life to a demon. The news of her disciple's near-death experience caught Aria's attention. It was a fact she knew, of course. Since Hegel Magic Tower was located near Merchant Academy, she couldn't help but hear news about the Academy. But the Black Monster protected me, and was even able to use even 9-star magic without difficulty. It is presumed that Monster has already reached the realm of an archwizard. So, how do you perceive this? The identity of someone who suddenly appears one day and vanishes immediately after. A Black Monster. It first appeared during the first-year class placement evaluation of the Magic Department, and defeated a demon that appeared out of nowhere. During this dueling evaluation, that monster protected Professor Fernando by overpowering the powerful demon that had created another world. What does the Academy think? They see that monster as a demon who rebelled against the other demons. What do you think? I assume you have already guessed it, but that monster is probably one of your students. It was something Fernando had already thought of, so he didn't question it. One thing is clear, that monster was trying to protect you. Fernando's figure was reflected in Aria's profound gaze. My advice is, do not interfere. Do not pry into the secrets of someone who is trying to protect you for no reason. Just analyze and solve the cause of the demon's appearance. May I ask why? Hey. In the blink of an eye, Aria's face was right in front of Fernando's. She had levitated her body with telekinesis magic. From a distance so close that their faces were almost touching, with an emotionless face, she spoke in a sarcastic tone. You still don't understand. That monster came after observing an anomaly of this academy that even I had not noticed. It came to protect the people at this academy. You can't help, so don't do anything stupid. He knew that the Black Monster was on the academy's side and was trying to protect people. Fernando testified before the Truth Investigation Committee that the monster was not an enemy, but after numerous discussions, the conclusion was reached that the Black Monster is likely to be a demon that rebelled against the demons. How else could he have known when and where the demons would appear? Most of the faculty were afraid of the monster. Fernando was different. He wanted to be on the monster's side, just as the student had been on his. Of course, master, Fernando answered in a calm voice. Darkness began to tinge the sky. Luz Eltania, the first-year head of the magic department, went to the training ground for the first time in a while to practice lightning magic and was on her way back to her dormitory. With all of the students' attention focused on her, she felt overwhelmed and left after half an hour. Even when she left, the students exclaimed, as expected of the top student, does that mean she only needs to practice that much? Which made her feel even more overwhelmed. Oh really? That's hilarious, hehe. Suddenly, Luz's eyes caught sight of the girls passing by on the street. They were walking side by side, chatting happily. Later, see you tomorrow, see you tomorrow. As the road diverged, the female students waved goodbye and parted ways. It was an ordinary sight, eating together, chatting together, and at the end of the day, looking forward to the next time they saw each other. It was just an ordinary daily life for the other students, who she always saw and never paid any attention to. But for some reason today, the sight of them stirred something in Luz's heart. Suddenly, the image of a man came to her mind. Luz's footsteps began to take a different course, and instead of going straight to the dormitory, she took a roundabout path. The place she arrived at was near the corner of the butterfly garden. Just passing through, just passing through. Even if she took this path, she could still reach the dormitory, so it was the right way back. It's just that it would take 5 times longer than her normal route. The road at the end of Butterfly Garden was usually deserted. Only the sound of bugs echoed loudly. There it is. Luce's gaze darted in all directions, scanning left and right, until she spotted Isaac in the corner of the garden. It was indeed a coincidence. On the first day of the dueling evaluation, Isaac had succumbed to the magic of Tristan Humphrey. Everyone present must have felt the stark difference in magic power between the two. How disappointed Isaac must have been when he felt that insurmountable wall. On the contrary, he pretended to be unaffected by it, and the memory of him, who looked more pitiful, came to mind again. However, frustration did not deter him. During his subsequent duels, he showed a burning desire. I was happy. Seeing this, Luce felt a sense of satisfaction. As she reflected on the dueling evaluation in her head, she suddenly remembered the incident of the demon's appearance. Groong had appeared again. It was said that he protected Professor Fernando and then disappeared again. If she had focused her mana perception, she might have noticed him appearing. It was a pity she didn't. Every time she thought of the monster, she felt a subtle emotion she had never felt before. It was not an uncomfortable feeling, but more of a favorable one. Recently, Luce realized the true nature of said emotion. This feeling was the feeling of wanting to get to know someone. For this reason, she spent a considerable amount of time pondering the concept of friendship through books. But the more she did, the more difficult it was for her to understand what a friend was. How do people understand and accept this ambiguous concept as if it were so natural? It was really strange. And recently there was one more person she wanted to be friends with. The wavy, silver blue-haired male student who came into view was that person, but what is he doing? Luce was taken aback. For whatever reason, Isaac was getting beat up by the magic of his own familiar. Isaac's condition looked awful. His eyes were forced open. His breathing was ragged. His condition looked precarious, as if he would collapse at any moment. Suddenly, water mana began to gather next to Luce. The mana took the form of a small killer whale, and with a light coating of water mana on its body, it began to swim through the air like an ocean, shouting, "Emergency! Emergency! A familiar is beating its master." It sounded as if a little boy were shouting in an innocent voice. The little killer whale magic beast, Bello. It was a 4-star familiar who responded to Luce's call during the familiar summoning. Bello emergency dispatch. No violence, go back, huh? Luce was trying to unsummon Bello, who was about to fly toward Isaac while saying go back. Suddenly, Isaac's eyes rolled back and his body slumped to the side. Thud. He fell onto the grass and lost consciousness. Luce's heart sank. She didn't bother to recall Bello, but instead hurriedly ran towards the unconscious Isaac. Incident occurred. Arrested for beating your master, dude. K. Caillou. Passing through the noisy familiar, Lucy held the unconscious Isaac's upper body in her arms. Sometimes I dream about my 3-pyong studio in Silim Dong. The already tiny room was half filled with thick books. I spread 3 open books on my desk, trapping myself in a narrow world. I looked like an ordinary civil service examinee. I felt as if I were walking through a tunnel that was pitch black and had no end in sight. I wondered if I could reach the end of this tunnel. Sometimes, when I felt like my heart was about to collapse at that thought, I would mercilessly slap my thighs. Otherwise, my narrow world would shrink and my existence itself would cease to exist. The pain was a means of maintaining my sanity. But why am I reminiscing about that time? I remembered. I kept receiving Eden spells to experiment with the elemental bracelet in various ways. The pain reminded me of my examination life. It seems the damage must have accumulated, and the fatigue that had been building up must have caused me to pass out. So, am I just lying there in the corner of the garden? No, my body is warm and cozy. I'm pretty sure this sensation is a bed. My eyes fluttered open. What kind of bed is this? Then my eyes caught the sight of a familiar yet unfamiliar ceiling. I wasn't talking about déjà vu. It was a familiar ceiling in Magic Knight of Machen, but it was an unfamiliar ceiling to me as Isaac. What? I raised my upper body. Even at a glance, this was a luxurious room. Even the bed I was lying on was unnecessarily large. It was the size that usually comes to mind when imagining the bed of rich people. I looked around. No matter how I looked at it, this place it looked like the interior of Charles Hall, the dormitory for top-tier students that I saw in Magic Knight of Machen. In addition, looking at the dressing table and interior, it seemed to be a woman's room. Wait a second. A woman's room. All dormitories were divided into male and female dormitories. Of course, it was strictly forbidden to enter the dormitory of the opposite sex. Why am I in such a forbidden area? Soon, the damp towel that was stuck to my forehead fell off. It was a neatly folded towel. Was I being taken care of? My mind raced. Who brought me to Charles Hall? Kaya. Was it Kaya? It was then. The victim woke up. A small killer whale flew in front of me, swimming through the air as if it were the sea. Now that I think about it, I think I might have heard this familiar's voice right before I passed out. and I knew who the owner of this familiar was because I had played Magic Knight of Mechen until I got tired of it. Are you awake? It was a soft yet soothing voice like the moonlight. It seemed to seduce my ears. When I turned my eyes to the head of the bed, my eyes caught the sight of a girl with rose gold hair sitting somewhere. One of the official heroines with a graceful beauty, with morpho butterfly-colored hair ties adorning either side of her head. She was scanning me with eyes that seemed to contain the blue ocean. It was Luce Eltania, the top seat of the first year's magic department at Mechen Academy. Bello, go back. As I watched Luce unsummon the killer whale familiar Bello, I organized the situation in my head. While I was experimenting with the elemental bracelet, I passed out and collapsed. Even though my body was exhausted, suddenly losing consciousness was unexpected. I fainted and was seemingly saved by Luce, who happened to be passing by. Luce, on the surface, there was nothing unusual about this sort of situation. However, the problem was that it involved Luce. Unless you took the Luce route, she would display her true nature as an outsider by living the entire first semester her way, without caring about anyone else. She wasn't the kind of character to get upset when she sees a person like me lying on the ground. It would have been much more in character for her to just say, "He must have fallen asleep." She was the kind of character who left people alone, dead or alive. This made me feel uncomfortable. I opened Luce's status window. Psychology, relieved that you seem to be okay. Her level was 5 higher than when I first saw her, but that wasn't important right now. Her psychology was strange. Why are you worried about me? Even if she had saved me because of her mood today, why would she feel relieved? That couldn't be the case. As Isaac, the only interaction I had with Luce was when I gave a passionate performance worthy of winning the Best Actor of the Year award during the class placement evaluation. Then the conclusion is, could it be that I was caught? My face became pensive at the thought. What's your name? Groong. Groong, I recalled the events of the class placement evaluation. Had Luce realized that I was Groong, the one who saved her? If so, the pieces would fit together like a puzzle. I touched my forehead with my right hand. Oh my God, does your head hurt? What happened? I was just passing by and accidentally saw you pass out, so I used magic to bring you with me. Luce emphasized the word accidentally, her tone as gentle as the moonlight. Ah, now I'm stumped. How did she realize? The reason I brought a magic cloak of disguise during the class placement evaluation was because of Luce's perceptive eye. If she had realized my identity, she would have reported it to the Academy's administration. There was also another reason. It was to cover up the fact that Isaac saved Luce. In Magic Knight of Mechen, one of the conditions to win Luce's favor was to protect or save her during the class placement evaluation. And if that happened, the player had one more thing to worry about. Because even Luce's lickability is a bad ending factor. Luce was the type of person who, once she opens her heart to someone, opens it fully. Maybe that was why the speed at which her lickability increased was speeding up like a runway train. Even without doing anything special, the lickability meter would rise. If the player didn't regulate her lickability by behaving appropriately, the lickability meter would eventually burst. Then the player would face extra bad end and 13. An extra bad end referred to a bad ending that had nothing to do with the main storyline. It was similar to getting killed in a car accident while walking down the street. Among them, N13 Birdcage. The main character, Ian Fairytale, was kidnapped and imprisoned by Luce, who had become his psychotic lover. It was an ending where he helplessly met his end in her loving care. Therefore, Luce's lickability was one of the factors I needed to be wary of. Is this your room? Yes. Anyway, there was really no other way to explain this other than that my identity was revealed. All the bruises on my body were healed. When I pointed out the wounds on my body, Luce explained, "I've healed most of them myself. I know how to use healing magic too. I think you've been pushing yourself too hard. Lie down some more. I'll wet a towel and give it to you. Don't be so nice. You are not that kind of character." Water Generation Water Element 1. I pondered while Luce picked up the towel off my leg and soaked it with water magic. I hadn't realized there would be such a variable. How and when did she find out? I'm ready. Lie down some more. The bad-end variable with rose gold hair was wringing the wet towel into a bowl placed next to me, then folded it neatly and approached me. Startled, I reached out and stopped her. Wait, hold on. Luce looked at me with a puzzled expression. Then where should I have taken you? There was the Academy Hospital. And the infirmary was also close. I didn't think of it. I've never been to those places before. It seemed that a hospital room as an option was hard for Luce to imagine, since she had a strong body and high mana. How did you manage to get here without being noticed? I didn't run into anyone on my way here. Why, is there a problem? Perhaps it was just good timing. No, nothing. I couldn't think of anything else to say, so I just took the towel. It was cold. I touched my forehead and felt a definite fever. I placed the cold towel on my warm forehead like a hand warmer. Lie down. I'll bring you some warm soup. As Luce slid off the bed, I weighed my options and decided to ask her, "Do you know me? Why are you taking such good care of me?" Luce's shoulders shook as she stopped dead in her tracks. Luce Eltania. Psychology, at a loss for words and doesn't know what to say to you. Ah, never mind about that. I'm just curious what kind of feelings Luce has towards me. I do not know either. Luce's cheeks flushed and left a meaningful remark. Crazy, an inexperienced response. It was a reaction that would only appear in a youth romance story. Isaac. Luce turned around to look at me. She even called my first name. I had never even told her my name before. Luce hesitated, trying to figure out what to say with flushed cheeks. To be honest, I've known you for a long time. This is not good. Not that introduction. Stop. This uneasy air. The romantic atmosphere. In a mood where a confession without context wouldn't be out of place. From the moment Luce confessed her feelings, she would quickly become obsessed. It was a case where the fact that she confessed would make her feelings grow stronger, but it was too soon. Could it be that my face was more to Luce's liking than Ian's? Is that why the lickability was increasing much faster than in the original game? I saw you the other day by chance, and I've been watching you ever since. And I've been wondering, why do you train so hard? Luce spoke in a calm voice, barely above a whisper. I'm sure she must be curious. When I was growing, I displayed immense power. It was incongruous to see a guy like that practice magic to death that Luce found so questionable. The other students train hard too. They don't push themselves to the point of nosebleeds every day like you do. She saw every day, so I've been watching you and thinking a lot. So I guess what I'm trying to say is, oh, what is that? A very unnatural change of topic. I couldn't help it. I wasn't ready to hear her utter those words. My head was still hurting because of the early appearance of Act 6, Chapter 3 final boss. The last thing I needed was one more bad-end variable to worry about. That. Luce was kind enough to explain the names and uses of the objects I pointed at. Each time I would point to a seemingly mundane object and exclaim, wow, that's amazing. What's that? And ask questions. What's this? It's luxurious. Chessboard. I got it as a present once. What's this? It has a nice design. It's my family's ceremonial knife. It was in my luggage when I came to the academy, so I left it here for now. What's this? It's beautiful. It's a grimoire I received from someone special to me. It's made of human skin. What's this? It's cute. It's a cursed doll used in black magic. I've heard that if you put a human's hair in here and poke it with a needle, that person will feel pain. It's probably superstition, but do you want to try it? Before I knew it, Luce was leading me around the room, pointing out and explaining to me all sorts of mundane objects. Oh, there are a lot of books here. You can't touch those. As I spoke while looking at the bookshelf, Luce's voice, which had been as soft as the moonlight, turned cold. For a moment, I felt a murderous aura. I quickly turned my head away from the bookshelf. Yes, of course it was because I was scared. The bookshelf was lined with things she was too embarrassed to show me. Nothing special, just books with titles such as How to Make Friends, What is Friendship, and How to Open Up to Others. You really made up your mind to open up your heart. But are you okay with walking around? I had been looking around the room with the towel on my forehead from earlier. My head felt lightheaded, but it wasn't serious enough to be noticeable. This, again, I almost reflexively asked, what is this? What caught my eye was a small cylindrical box. It sat on her desk while it bathed in the light from the luminescent lamp, showing off the color of black pearls. Luce stood next to me and narrowed her eyes, as if to say, don't ask me what it is. There was a moment of silence, and I was about to pretend I didn't see it. Isaac. Luce spoke to me in a soft, yet almost seductive voice, as if drawing me in. Do you think the witches of calamity are all bad? Why set the mood by asking something like that out of nowhere? Why is that? Just I suddenly felt like asking. Luce stared at the small, black cylindrical box and then subtly lowered her head. Witch of calamity. That was how history referred to the vilest of witches, those who possessed natural magic talent and committed inhumane crimes against humanity. They've done unspeakable acts of cruelty, so it was only natural for anyone to consider them as bad existences. But it didn't take me long to realize why Luce was asking the question. Inside that black box were Luce's eyeballs. A witch of calamity had plucked out Luce's eyes, preserved it, and handed it to her. Luce kept the box on her desk because she wanted to remember the witch at every moment. Luce's current eyes were implanted by the witch of calamity, and that seemingly cruel act was done to protect Luce's life, which incidentally explains why her eyesight was beyond that of humans. No. I shook my head and replied indifferently, because I had seen all the stories in Magic Knight of Machen. I knew what kind of person the Great Witch of Heaven's Wrath was like. She was the Witch of Calamity that Luce missed so much. Contrary to her unfair notoriety as the Witch of Calamity who lured many children into a candy store and brutally murdered them, she was someone who had sacrificed everything for the sake of children. Although I knew I shouldn't attempt to use my knowledge as an advantage to increase Luce's lickability, I didn't want to deny the person she missed so much. I don't think they're necessarily all bad. Luce shook her head in disbelief. But it could be a story made up by people. I haven't actually seen a Witch of Calamity myself. How can I be sure? Luce stared in my direction, wide-eyed, obviously surprised by my answer. I deliberately pretended not to see and looked at other objects. Yeah, you're right. Luce's voice was a little teary, and a deep sense of loss could be felt. The Great Witch of Heaven's Wrath was a very dear person to Luce along with her biological brother. However, the witch was falsely accused of sacrificing many children to a mythological magic beast and had been sacrificed in front of Luce. The people in the country have placed the blame on the great witch of heaven's wrath for all their sins. Luce fell apart that day. She closed her heart towards people. The world that she had tried to see as beautiful, even after being abandoned by her biological parents, was so cruelly exposed to the 10-year-old girl. There was an air of awkwardness. Did I make things weird? No, what should I do about her sniffles? How do I react to her forcing back tears? I suddenly have a headache. I can't help it, I'll just pretend to be in pain. It actually hurts, but I have to act like it hurts even more. I swayed gracefully, yet naturally, and moved towards the bed. It was a brilliant gesture, even in my own opinion. As I sat on the bed, I tilted my head back and pressed the towel against my forehead. Are you okay? My head feels dizzy, I guess I must have overexerted myself. Lie down. Oh, I'll bring you some warm soup. I was not hungry, but I nodded because I wanted to buy myself some time to think. Luce looked at me with a look of concern for a moment before going into the kitchen. Suddenly, she poked her head around the corner and glared at me. Isaac, I want to be friends with you. What? Upon hearing the words that contained a slight hint of amusement, I looked straight ahead again. Luce was staring at me, a pure smile drawn across her face. Soon, as if embarrassed, she blushed and scratched her cheek while avoiding my eyes. Friends, it was bewildering. In Magic Night of Mädchen, there was no option to be friends with Luce. Her lickability just meant romantic love from beginning to end. Ever since I saw you training so hard, I thought I wanted to be friends with you. Come to think of it, didn't she say she'd been watching me train every day? That doesn't necessarily mean she realized that I was. Groong, does it? There was no mention of me being Groong either. Yes, it was a separate issue. Luce simply happened to stumble upon me, was impressed by the way I trained while nosebleeding, and began to feel friendly toward me. I was not sure what kind of psychological change led to this, but it was just a matter of accepting her words at face value. In the first place, I should have suspected something when I saw a plethora of books on Luce's bookshelf titled Friendship. Therefore, she doesn't know that I'm Groong. Did she just want to be friends with me? I felt like I had been hit hard in the back of the head. It was a feeling similar to betrayal. I had gone through all sorts of thoughts and emotions alone. I felt embarrassed. I couldn't let my guard down just yet, but being friends was not so bad. It'll be fine. In the beginning, I was reluctant to be friends with someone like Kaya Estrian. But after I became friends with Amy Holloway and Mateo's gang, I thought about it and realized that it was okay to have a somewhat limited approach to friendships. I stand out when I meet Kaya, so we would meet in inconspicuous places, although I rarely run into her these days. Anyway, I was open to welcoming such a relationship. I set the towel I'd been holding to my forehead aside, climbed out of bed, and approached Luce, my second favorite character in Magic Night of Mädchen, Luce Eltania. I flashed her a bright smile and held out my right hand. Of course, Luce's eyes started to sparkle with life, and her rose gold hair began to rise slightly, as if electrostatically. She tried to maintain her cool, keeping the corners of her mouth from rising. She took my outstretched hand, to be friends. It wasn't a big deal to me, it's just something I have to accept when asked to be friends, but it must have been very difficult for someone like Luce. She spent so many years of her life building walls between herself and others. She may have had vague fears about what it meant to have a friend. She probably tried to understand the concept of friendship by reading countless books on the subject, and even in her recent words, there were likely a lot of worries and concerns. In the game Magic Night of Mädchen, whenever I spoke to the NPCs wandering around, Luce's dialogue was always, she always went around alone, ate alone, and studied alone. She spent the first semester of her freshman year alone like that. However, there were moments when she, too, laughed with others. No matter how skeptical she was of humanity, and no matter how hurt she was, her true feelings were different from her outward behavior. The crackling sound of the fireplace lasted for a long time, like a lingering afterglow. After what seemed like an eternity, I broke the silence. But you stand out too much, and that's a little overwhelming for me. So just because we're friends doesn't mean we can hang out all the time, you know. Well. Luce's voice trembled slightly. She couldn't even make eye contact with me. Was that the right answer? Did she even hear what I just said? Well, she must have heard me. Anyway, I should probably go now. Luce didn't realize that I was Groong. Now that I knew that, I had no reason to stay here any longer. Even if it hurts, I would just have to toughen up. Even if I said I was going to rest, I couldn't stay in the girls' dormitory forever. Oh, it would be nice if you had some soup before. It's okay, I appreciate the thought. Oh, do you have a cloak or something by any chance? A cloak? Yeah, I have one. Why? Luce gave me a black cloak, and I draped it over my head and body like a hijab. Eden, Kyu, K-kun. Light brown mana gathered right beside me and took the form of a small golem familiar, Eden. It landed on the floor while cheering with a cute cry. Luce, I have to go. Ah, yes. Eden and I approached the window, and as we got closer, the scenery 4 stories high appeared in front of my eyes. It was terrifying, but I had no choice but to escape this way. Eden, create some rocks to land on. Make them in a stair-like formation. Okay, ice generation ice element. 1 rock generation rock element. 1. Sharawera. Dida dida dida. I created a crude ice ladder leading from the window to the ground beneath it. Eden's boulders surged up, creating a makeshift staircase. Luce, see you tomorrow. I waved at Luce before climbing over the edge of the window. Suddenly, Luce's eyes widened. Did I greet her in a weird way? Well, I must have looked weird wearing the cloak like a hijab. Eden immediately jumped out of the window and I started descending the ladder. Kaya, it's a man. Pervert. A pervert is here. Damn, my worst fears were realized. I unsummoned Eden and hurriedly ran away from Charles Hall. Luce stood still for a long time after Isaac left. The window was open and the cool night breeze gently rustled the curtains. Tomorrow. Isaac's greetings drifted through Luce's mind like a lingering memory. It was a greeting exchanged between people with a close relationship who looked forward to their next meeting. Kaya, catch the pervert. Stop there, stalker. Roaring, quaguagwang. Luce's lips quirked into a smile. She couldn't even hear the sound of the riot outside the window. She felt a thrill that felt as if her body was floating in the sky. Yeah, see you tomorrow. The voice that expressed her innermost thoughts drifted away in the night breeze. Beyond the window, the shining moonlight seemed exceptionally bright tonight. It was a very refreshing morning. I hadn't slept this well since the day I defeated Garzia the Hermit. My fever quickly subsided. It seemed that the influence of Luce's healing magic was great. My body felt light, so I left Doris Hall, the dorm for inferior students, while I suppressed the urge to run. Even though the interior facilities of Doris Hall were inferior and outdated compared to the other dormitories, the surrounding garden with lush greenery and Corinthian pillars combined with the design to create a beautiful atmosphere. I headed for the dorm gate with light steps. Suddenly, I caught a glimpse of the male students leaving the dorm gates. They all had strange looks on their faces. They were Doris Hall male students who, like me, were leaving to attend the academy. They were passing by the corner outside the entrance, sneaking glances and side-eyeing. What could everyone be blushing about? It's understandable if it's Dorothy Hartnova. Thinking that as a joke, I walked out the door. I glanced in the direction of the male students' gazes. Then for a moment, my eyes were dazzled, like the halo effect that occurs when you see a handsome or pretty celebrity. It was that kind of feeling. A female student was standing there with her bag in both her hands. Her long, straight, rose gold hair was adorned with morpho butterfly-colored braids on either side of her head, a typical example of a noble lady. The bright sunlight beating down on her made her beauty stand out even more. The moment her blue, oceanic eyes turned to me, I swallowed my breath. Hello, Isaac, it was her, Luce Eltania. She greeted me with a bright smile and waved her right hand at me. The gazes of the male students passing by turned to me this time. I'm fucked. The weather is nice today, isn't it? I stared at Luce in disbelief as she blurted out a cliché comment that sounded like it had been rehearsed many times before. I should have been more cautious in this situation, but I suddenly ended up casting an AoE aggro and was caught off guard. What's wrong with your expression? Is the weather bad? This girl, the weather in my heart, is what's bad. It was obvious why I didn't want the students to see me with Kaya. I was still a Class D commoner. If Kaya, a Class A noble from the ducal house of Astrian, was seen eating or hanging out with someone like me, it would naturally draw the attention of other students. This would be very suitable as a topic of conversation among first-year students, and such rumors carried the risk of reaching Alice Carroll's ears. There was no need to consider the case of Alice simply passing by and overhearing something. She was too busy as the student council president, so she didn't go to the student cafeteria and instead relaxed by getting drunk by herself. What I had to be most wary of was Alice's subordinate, who was among my classmates. That person was a prospective member of the student council, recruited by Alice, and reported all the trends of the first-year students they had learned to Alice. It was not just the student council. In addition to the student council, Mädchen Academy also had a student faction called the Four Constellations. If we were to compare it to the Korean political system, members of the Four Constellations who became part of the student council could be seen as the ruling party, while the remaining members of the Four Constellations would become part of the opposing party or other political parties. Of course, the details were different. There were also first-year prospective members who had already been recruited into the Four Constellations in advance. These first-year students gathered information and relayed it to their own factions. They were spies of sorts. This was done for two reasons. First, to gather information about the students they wanted to recruit into their own faction. Second, to identify potential candidates who could be useful for other factions. Their ultimate goal was to produce a student council president from within their own faction, and if they succeeded, they would be able to wield enormous power within the academy. Alice would probably use this as justification to find the troublemaker and stop him. Perhaps the fact that I used 5-star magic during the dueling evaluation has reached her ears already. However, because there were other students who were more impressive, that information was most likely buried. But well. Let's eat together, Isaac. It was while eating lunch in the student cafeteria of the magic department. Suddenly, Luce came up to me and put down her tray and sat down in the seat across from me. The gazes of the students around me stung. They all looked surprised. Some looked so flustered that orange juice was dripping from their mouths. Luce Eltania is eating with Isaac. No way. This is the first time I've seen the top seat smile. Me too. What kind of pairing is this? Of course, the occasional meal with Amy or Mateo's gang never received such attention. However, Luce was the first-year head of the magic department at the prestigious Machin Academy. She was the object of envy for many students. Moreover, she was famous for always being cold and indifferent. Her dramatic mood reversal, where she only showed her bright side to me, was bound to be noticed by the students. It feels like having a meal with a celebrity. I wondered if this was the right time to use the phrase. I can't tell if my food is going through my mouth or nose, but that was exactly how I felt right now. How was class? Luce smiled as she made another cliché comment. I remembered something I have to do. I'll go first. I hurriedly got up with my tray and ran away quickly. Luce reached out her arm towards me, as if telling me not to go, but I couldn't bring myself to give in. Orphan Hall, Class D classroom. The students' eyes were all drawn to me. The same went for Ian, who had a band-aid on his cheek after fighting his familiar, Rex, yesterday. No wonder, because right next to me sat the top seat with rose gold hair staring at me. She rested her arms on the desk and leaned her cheeks against it, while the original owner of the seat was standing in the back, unable to speak and fidgeting. Luce, the class is about to start. Shouldn't you go back? I'll go when class starts. This was the Class D classroom. Meanwhile, Luce belonged to Class A, where only the top 5 students could enter, and she was even the top student among them. Just her presence in this classroom made the air feel incredibly heavy. What's the relationship between the top seat and Isaac? Isn't there that feeling, wanting to be close to the person you like? The top seat, is that even a question? I could hear the whispers of the students. Seriously, it's really making me feel restless. A choice I had made while I was relieved that she hadn't recognized me as Groong had led to such devastating consequences. Luce, I told you not to do this because you stand out a lot. But I want to stay close to you. I spoke in a quiet voice, but the students with good ears seemed to understand what I was saying, and their eyes widened. Did you hear that? Isaac is pressing the top seat to leave. Rather, the top seat is the one begging. Are you kidding me? I was at a loss for words here. Just then, Professor Fernando Frost walked into the classroom. Let's start class now, Professor Fernando, who was standing in front of the podium, was about to speak but hesitated when he saw me and Luce. You are Class A's Luce Altania. What are you doing here? Goo. Luce's eyes snapped toward Professor Fernando. It was a cold glare, like a murderous threat, and for a brief moment, all of the students in the room could feel a strong flow of mana. I didn't need psychological insight to know that they were all scared. It gave me chills and made my whole body trembled. Luce had a habit of taking a defensive posture like this when others spoke to her, even if the other person was a professor. Professor Fernando, who was in charge of grading the magic department's first-year performance evaluations and exams, had to be familiar with Luce's personality. Maybe that's why he only slightly narrowed his eyes and didn't react. I'm leaving. See you later, Isaac. That's why you have no friends, you idiot. Of course, I didn't say that and just waved my hand and sent her off, because I was scared. The owner of the seat where Luce had sat at finally got his seat back and let out a sigh of relief. He looked like he was going to argue with me, but then he went as quiet as a dead mouse. He must have realized that touching me would mean touching Luce. Afterwards, Professor Fernando cleared his throat with a and began to speak in earnest. Before we start the lecture, I'd like to announce the next performance evaluation. It was the last performance evaluation before the end of the semester. We are going to evaluate your magic craft skills. As I had mentioned in our last lecture, magic crafting boasts a very high efficiency as a way to train mana control. The act of using mana to create crafting items was known as magic crafting. Although it was referred to as craftsmanship, it was more of an art that sought fleeting beauty rather than practical utility as a commodity. The level of difficulty varied greatly depending on the design, and it was primarily used in places such as performances. In addition, mana efficiency and control were greatly involved in shaping elemental mana into its desired form. Together, these two abilities were known as mana mastery. Either way, the higher the magic efficiency, the less mana was required in order to cast a spell. As mana control ability increased, it became possible for one to more intricately shape the form of magic according to one's will. That meant I could make the shoddy ice ladder I built to flee from Charles Hall look a lot better. In addition, it had the advantage of speeding up the casting speed of magic. In my case, it should be possible to shorten the preparation time required to activate Frost Explosion. In the game, it was just a dialogue, but here it's real. Well, I could think of it as part of my training. The theme is Elemental Flower. If you have an ice or rock element, it will be a level 3 challenge. For other elemental types, it will be a level 2 challenge. It was only natural. For the ice or rock elements, once the elemental flower was created, there was nothing left to do beyond the final carving. For elements such as fire, water, lightning, and wind, it was necessary to continuously maintain the form of the elemental flower, requiring a higher level of mana mastery. For example, refer to the textbook. It would be more effective to practice elemental flowers in pairs with 2 people helping one another. The performance evaluation will be in 3 days, and it will be during this time. Practice thoroughly. That's all. Let's start the lecture. When one student asked, "Professor, what if I don't have friends?" Professor Fernando gave a cold response, "Then do it on your own." I was still inexperienced in using magic. It might be a good opportunity to focus on developing my mana mastery for 3 days. Is the lecture over? As soon as class was over, Luce greeted me at the doorway of the classroom as if she had been waiting. A shiver ran down my spine for a moment, but I took a deep breath and tried to keep my composure. To my knowledge, this was the first time Luce had ever made a friend. She had always lived with her heart closed off to others, so she didn't know how to gauge emotional distance, which was why she was clinging to me to the point of it being burdensome. Her lack of common sense also contributed to this. Really, what should I do? In Magic Night of Machen, Luce didn't make any friends at all. The only reason she even slightly broke out of her loner status was due to her romance with the protagonist. Therefore, being friends with Luce was an area where my knowledge of games didn't apply. As I said before, I naturally assumed that it would be a casual friendship like Amy and Mateo's gang, but that was a mistake. I let out a sigh. The end, I left school with Luce. While walking around the academy grounds, the magic department students' attention was drawn to me. Their eyes filled with envy, resentment, and doubt were directed at me in unison. It was only natural, no matter how many times I said it. Luce was the top seed of the magic department's first year, and an official heroine in the game, and she ranked in the top 5 for her beauty in the whole academy, and yet she was showing me a smile she had never shown anyone else. Not to mention the fact that she was following me around. These kids are really causing my heart to be in bittersweet agony. Under normal circumstances, I would have felt smug, but considering my position, I just felt helpless. What the hell? It wasn't that I hated Luce, but I couldn't have her sticking to me like a piece of chewing gum. Luce, I have somewhere to go. Can't you stay with me a little longer? Luce kept her head down, as if she knew what I was going to say. I know you have to train, but even for a little bit, I've had a lot of fun today. Oh, don't stimulate my emotions. It's heartbreaking. Judging by Luce's reaction, parting ways from her right now might have the opposite effect. Her feelings of wanting to hang out with her friend would fuel her, meaning tomorrow could be even worse than today. And if she follows her feelings and kidnaps and imprisons the protagonist, it's extra bad. End 13. This was an urgent mission. I needed to reduce the time I spend with Luce, just to the level of my current friends. So today, I'd better honor Luce's wishes and spend some more time together and then have a serious talk. I just so happened to have the perfect excuse, something that would benefit me, and something that would appeal to Luce's desire to spend more time with me. I'm going to practice my elemental flower crafting from now on. Doesn't Class A have the same topic for the performance evaluation? Yeah, do you want me to help you? Her first response was not. Do you want to do it together? But, do you want me to help you? For Luce, it seemed like crafting elemental flowers was a piece of cake. Anyway, if someone with excellent mana control like Luce helped me, I'd be more than happy. I'll be in your care then. A gentle smile spread across Luce's face. Luce and I returned to Orphan Hall and found an empty classroom. The door to the small classroom was open. We went inside and sat across from each other at a single table. I took off my coat and hung it on the back of the walnut chair next to me. Evening. The sunset's light was seeping through the windows into the classroom. However, it was not yet the time to light a luminous lamp. First of all, the elemental flower asked of me is a level 3 challenge, right? And since you are a water element user, it's level 2 for you. Isaac, do you know how to do it? I can manage up to level 2, but level 3 feels a little daunting. I took out the textbook and flipped to the magic craft section to look at an example of the level 3 elemental flower. It had a picture of a hydrangea model, and it looked quite intimidating. Let's start by warming up. I rolled up my shirt sleeves and began to channel mana with both hands on the desk to create ice crafts. Ice generation, ice element, 1. Firstly, I started with an easy-to-make model of a baby hippo and a cannon. What is this? It looks cute. It's a baby hippo. Whoever touches it is fucked. Oh, so there's such a thing then. What about this? I've never seen one. Neo Armstrong Cyclone Jet Armstrong Cannon. I don't know what it is, but it looks highly complete. Okay, I can do this. Next, I managed to pull off level 1. A simple elemental flower with a few petals, and a slightly more difficult level 2 elemental flower. Luce quietly clapped her hands and exclaimed, "Wow, great job." Excited, I went on to challenge level 3, the ice hydrangea. I'll try too, said Luce as she began to create her own elemental flower by channeling water mana from her seat. Water generation water element 1. My head was about to explode trying to pay attention to the design of each petal. It was incredibly difficult to control mana in such a delicate way. In the end, what I made was just a block of ice that looked like granite with holes here and there. Level 3 was just too much for me. On the other hand, what emerged on Luce's side was a very sophisticated and detailed hydrangea model. The water element maintained the shape of a hydrangea, boasting an incredibly fast and complex flow of water. It was as if a new law of physics had been established within that flower. With the best and worst results in front of us, Luce and I fell silent. Pretty good. It was my praise that broke the silence first. It was truly astonishing perfection. It did, however, bruise my pride a bit. If I could get help from Luce, who was this good, I could improve my magic crafting skills much faster than if I did it by myself. I'll help you, Isaac. Suddenly, Luce put her hands on the backs of mine. I was startled by the sudden physical contact, but I quickly composed myself as Luce started pouring out mana to create a mold made of water. I began pouring my ice mana into the mold. Don't elementalize your mana instead. Let it flow freely for the time being. And remember this sensation. Luce's intimate tone tickled my eardrums. Her pale, slender hands were soft and warm to the touch. Her water mana flowed gently through the back of my hand. The light blue ice mana that had yet to be elementalized was becoming an elaborate hydrangea. My mana was fitting into the mold that Luce had created with her water mana. It was similar to pouring a drink into a specific mold and freezing it to form a popsicle. Even the water that Luce created was flowing so fast that I couldn't see any signs of it freezing under the influence of my ice mana. Wow, amazing. How can something so difficult become so easy? A hydrangea model so elaborate that it was hard to believe it was made with my mana was about to be completed. I'm going to release it now. Not yet. When Luce suddenly tried to release her own mana, I hurriedly stopped her. The reason why I hadn't turned my mana into ice yet was because I wanted to create a higher quality ice hydrangea. Luce, on the other hand, had already removed the flower mold before I could even say anything, but as soon as she heard my voice, she tried to re-elementalize the mana that had been released, but it was too late. In the end, my mana, which wasn't in an elemental state yet, and Luce's mana clashed and caused an elemental reaction. The mana force field was to blame. It was the force that repels mana away from one another. It happens when mana that hasn't yet been elementalized collides, a phenomenon that only appears between the mana of living beings. That was why I couldn't use the trick of activating ice generation inside the enemy's body. Eventually, the unstable water element and my ice mana spread like a watering can in all directions. Cha. The light blue ice mana scattered in the air, while the water made of Luce's mana splattered all over our bodies. Before we knew it, we were like mice soaked in water. Water dripped, drop by drop, from my damp hair. Luce glared at me, her face dripping with water. The silence lasted for a while as we stared into each other's eyes when... Phew-ha-ha, Luce burst out laughing. Ah-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha. What are you laughing at, girl? Luce laughed, even as she wiped the tears from her eyes. It was like watching a gag that suited your taste on a comedy show and you start laughing out loud. To be honest, I found the whole situation hilarious as well. The more I thought about it, the funnier it became, and the more I started laughing out loud. It was probably influenced by Luce's laughter. Oh, that's so funny, my stomach hurts. Come to think of it, it was the first time I had ever seen Luce burst into laughter so happily. In Magic Night of Mädchen, she always wore a stoic face, only occasionally displaying a gentle smile. It was a strange feeling. I got hit right in the face. Ha-ha-ha-ha. When I said something ridiculous, Luce burst out laughing again. I burst out laughing as well, and we both happily laughed for a while. Oh, I'll wipe it off you. Soon after, Luce took out her handkerchief from the school uniform jacket hanging on the chair next to her and stood up. She leaned towards me with her upper body resting on the desk. You could just evaporate, you know. You can't get rid of water magic that has seeped into your clothes. Luce responded while wiping my face with her handkerchief. Evaporate was similar to my defrost. It was to undo one's own water magic. Come to think of it, even in Magic Night of Mädchen, after using water magic and evaporate, the wet clothes did not dry. It was the same when they got dirt on their clothes. They could only get rid of the stagnant water. As I thought about it, I raised my eyes and gasped for breath at the ecstasy that spread across my vision. Luce's assertive chest was right in front of my nose. Her black underwear peered through her water-soaked white shirt. My eyes darted to the side, then back to the mesmerizing view, then back to the side again. Where are you looking at? Like a scene from a thriller, my heart sank. I lifted my head in remorse and saw Luce's face peering down at me. Her face lit up with amusement, her cheeks flushing with a rosy hue. A mischievous grin spread across her youthful face, damp with sweat as it glistened in the warm glow of the sunset. Isaac, you pervert. Luce's intimate voice tickled my ears like a feather. That brief moment felt like an eternity to me. The colorful leaves were turning dark green with the passage of time, and the warm season was just around the corner. Due to the mildly warm weather, students had begun to take off their school uniform jackets. I was no different. We had decided how we would spend our time together. Even if we did choose to meet, it would be in private with just the two of us. As a justification, I reiterated that I stand out too much when I'm with Luce. She appeared to have enjoyed our friendship so much that she couldn't help but regret it. It seemed that she expected a daily routine of going to and from school together, eating together, and hanging out together, regardless of what others thought. What could I do? I wasn't in a position to do that. And as expected, rumors were already spreading that there was an unusual atmosphere between Luce and I. Well, it was already spilled water. There was nothing I could do about it now. Sooner or later, I'll have to pretend to be as incompetent as possible so that they'll stop paying attention to me and think, ah, Isaac's a hopeless bastard, and the top seat has gone off the deep end. If Alice Carroll ever heard about the rumor regarding the two of us, I could only hope that she would think it wasn't a big deal and move on. Hey, I'm going to be the test proctor for the end of semester evaluation for this freshman year. I was in a corner of the butterfly garden at noon with the sky shining brightly. It was the weekend. Today I planned to spend twice as much time practicing magic than I usually did. This was because I took up quite a bit of time practicing magic craft. Even today, Dorothy Hartnova sat with her back against a nearby Zelkova tree and interrupted my training with her chatter. But this time, her chatter was worth listening to. It was a story that had a lot to do with the scenario. Aren't you a senior? Wouldn't you normally hate that kind of trouble in the first place? Nyahaha, of course. But because this elder sister wants to see if our president will do well in his exam, aren't you so honored as a fan of mine? Ah yes, it is an honor. That reaction is boring. Dorothy pouted her lips and grumbled. Originally, being a test proctor was not a position that students could be entrusted with. However, the Academy's administration has been plagued by the appearance of demons recently. In the end, it was decided that the strongest students within the Academy would be chosen as test proctors. One of these candidates was Dorothy Hartnova. It was the same as the original scenario of Magic Knight of Machen. Without Dorothy, the Thunderbird subjugation itself would be impossible, because without her, the odds were stacked against the Academy. I even got rid of the student council president. My head twitched. Alice Carroll volunteered as a test proctor, the student council president. Yeah, because she said she wanted to do it too, so we made a bet and I won. It was different from the scenario I knew. It was clear that she had taken it upon herself to find out who was going around fighting the demons. I asked Dorothy what kind of bet it was, and she answered that it was a violent one. I didn't ask any further questions, thank goodness. In the end, it was a great relief that Alice Carroll, the student council president, didn't become the test proctor. I let out a sigh of relief and muttered to myself, but Dorothy's ears perked up as she wrapped herself in starlight mana and flew towards me. Do you like me being that? Ah, I was just talking to myself. As usual, Dorothy stuck her head out to me and asked me with a lively smile. I nodded. I didn't want to disappoint her, even if it was just a misunderstanding. Yes. I'm a fan of yours, senior, so no doubt. Dorothy let out her signature Nyahi laughter and brightened up with a smile as bright as the sun. Magic Knight of Machen Act 3, Chapter 3, End of Semester Evaluation leads directly to Act 3, Chapter 4, Thunderbird Subjugation. At that time, Luce's 8-star familiar, Thunderbird Galia, became a demon. Dorothy, who played the role of a test proctor, would be a key player in the Thunderbird subjugation along with the main character, Ian Fairytale. Originally in a one-on-one fight, Dorothy was strong enough to defeat the Thunderbird. However, the battle would have been fierce enough that the entire surrounding land would vanish. Since Dorothy had to fight while protecting people, she couldn't rush into a full-on fight with all her strength. If she did, they would all die. This was where the protagonist Ian came into play, as he could deliver the killing blow with his light element, which was the demon's weakness. Do you like me, President? Suddenly, Dorothy opened her mischievous eyes and asked with a sinister laugh. That expression seems a bit ambiguous. Oh my, I wonder if our cute junior has heard this embarrassing talk. Dorothy flashed me a mischievous grin and tilted her head towards the schoolgirl that stood at a distance from me. Rose gold hair cascaded down around her face, and the sides of her head were adorned with morpho-butterfly-colored braids. She was my classmate and one of the official heroines, Luce Eltania. She had her arms crossed with an expressionless face as her eyes were locked with Dorothy's. Luce exuded an oppressive aura of unspoken pressure, as if warning me not to speak, a pressure that enveloped my entire body and struck fear into my heart. Chills, even someone as bright as Dorothy was not immune to Luce's antisocial persona. It's not like it's anything to be embarrassed about. By the way, Dorothy didn't even like me, but today she was using a lot of ambiguous expressions as if she were secretly flirting. Of course, I didn't hate it. My favorite character, Dorothy, felt like a lovely daughter. Of course, I have never been married, let alone had a daughter, but that was the general feeling. Dorothy covered her mouth with her right hand and flashed a sly smile. Didn't the president say he likes me? Isn't that kind of embarrassing? I said that I liked that senior became the test proctor, didn't I? No matter how I look at it, that's the context, isn't it? What a nice boy, you're so embarrassed. How cute, Nyahi. Dorothy, being shorter than me, stretched out her right arm and stroked my hair. Afterward, Dorothy hummed a tune as she returned to the Zelkova tree. She then leaned back against the tree, pulled out an unknown book from the witch's hat on her head, and began to read. I straightened the hair that Dorothy had stroked. There was a lot of physical contact these days. Dorothy was not an official heroine in Magic Knight of Mädchen, and she was an opponent whose mind I couldn't read with psychological insight. Even though she was my favorite character, it was difficult to tell if her behavioral pattern changes were accidental or if there was a cause. I didn't have enough information to make an informed decision. Isaac, let's get started, said Luce in a soothing voice. I turned my head towards her. Her expression, which had been ice-cold when facing Dorothy, softened to a gentle smile when she saw me. It truly was a dramatic change of expression. Please take good care of me. Come on, Rock, this Bella will deal with you. Q. Besides Luce, the little killer whale magic beast, Bella, was busily swimming through the air with water mana wrapped around her body. Next to me, Eden, the small golem magic beast, tilted his head and pretended to be cute. Luce said she would help me with my training over the weekend, and here she was. I readily agreed because we were out of sight and Dorothy was not a threat. Luce had an excited expression on her face at that time, and her cheeks were flushed enough to make me blush. I should have been happy, but she seemed to be the one who was most excited. Of course, as soon as she saw Dorothy, she reflexively raised her guard. Dorothy was briefly offended by Luce, who was cold to her, but seemed to understand as a senior and took a step back. Eden, prepare for battle. Q. Luce was the top student of the first year at the magic department. Among the freshmen, there was no one stronger than her. Even though she was using over half of her original power to suppress the Thunderbird, she extended her right hand towards me. Then, a blue magic circle appeared in front of her hand and slowly began to rotate. I could feel a dense mana that made my whole body shudder. Motivation surged through me. I conjured up cold ice flames frostfire in each hand and faced Luce. From now on, I would engage in a duel with her. I would cast magic at her, block or dodge her magic, and so on. Dueling with her would be of great help to me in the mastery of magic warfare. Soon, Luce and I began to battle each other with magic. It was more like a one-sided assault. I guess I was right after all. Near the butterfly garden, on a certain hillside, Eva Hylov, a glasses-wearing schoolgirl, was hiding behind a tree, secretly watching Isaac and his group. She was a student at the bottom of Class D of the Magic Department, but had a talent that other students of the Magic Department did not have. It was her stealth magic that allowed her to conceal her own presence. In the eyes of others, her translucent body was indistinguishable from the surrounding landscape. Is there something special about you, Isaac? A male student with silver-blue hair. She recognized him because they were in the same Class D. His name was Isaac. He was the one who surprised the students by using 5-star magic during the dueling evaluation, despite having the lowest grade E when he measured his mana at the start of the semester. It was an amazing sight, but it was quickly forgotten. Even if a grade E wizard consistently polished his skills and achieved tremendous growth in a short period of time, he only succeeded in mastering 5-star magic at an immature level. In front of those who were already capable of using 5-star magic at a high level, it would only look like that. Then there was the light element, indisputable in terms of rarity, which had appeared. As a result, Isaac's single use of 5-star magic was hardly enough to make him stand out. 4 Constellations, a student faction that could be involved in the administration of Mädchen Academy. Eva Hylov was one of them, an intelligence gatherer chosen to represent the Red Elephant seat. The 4 Constellations could each recruit 10 first-year students as members starting from the second semester, so they secretly competed to recruit talent and collect information from the first semester. So the 4 Constellations secretly approached students who had abilities that seemed to be useful for information gathering, but were below the middle of the pack and could never even imagine of joining a constellation. They would whisper sweet proposals such as gather some useful information. If you perform well, we will let you into our constellation. Just being affiliated with one of the 4 constellations was attractive, even outside of the academy, so most people, whether they were interested in the power within the academy or not, accepted the offer. Eva Hylov was one such recipient of the offer. The top-seed ice princess, cold to everyone, friendly to only one person, and that's you. A few days ago, Eva had overheard a rumor that Luce Eltania, the #1 target for recruitment, showed a particularly cheerful side only to Isaac. So she started keeping a close eye on Isaac, and the harvest had exceeded her expectations. Don't overdo it. Whenever I see our president in pain, this elder sister's heart aches. Mädchen Academy's strongest, a genius who seems to have received Lord Manhala's blessing. The second year's top seat, the Star Witch, Dorothy Hartnova, the sophomore girl who had been called all of those, was wiping Isaac's face with her own handkerchief. Besides, he's even involved with the famous senior Dorothy. Dorothy didn't belong to any of the constellations. Naturally, the 4 constellations had tried their best to recruit her, but she had flatly refused every offer, saying she wasn't interested. She was self-assertive, self-centered, and lived in her own world. To think that such a monster was staying with Isaac, it was amazing. It was clear that Luce and Dorothy had favorable feelings for Isaac. It was unclear whether it was a crush between the opposite sex or a friendship between friends, but either way, the fact that 2 monsters from the magic department were hanging out around Isaac was important information. What is it about Isaac that makes him so special to those 2? Eva monologued to herself in a low voice. Isaac seemed to have something special enough to attract those 2, but what the hell was it? I'll have to report to the right people and talk to the seniors first. Then, Dorothy, who had been wiping Isaac's face, turned her gaze to Eva. In an instant, shivers ran down Eva's spine. She was in stealth mode, and this magic consumed very little mana. Even Eva's measly grade D+ mana was very small. In other words, there was no way she could be detected at this distance. No, I overlooked it. Dorothy was a monster among monsters. It was highly likely that her mana perception transcended common sense. Eva quickly ducked behind a tree and leaned back. Her breathing quickened. She was terrified. She was an inferior Class D student with nothing to show for it other than stealth, a commoner whose last name was her hometown name. If she was caught spying on Isaac, she wasn't sure what she could do, especially against those monsters. Ha ha, Hugh. After a while, Eva took a deep breath and calmed herself down. She poked her head to the side of the tree and looked back at Isaac. Isaac and Luce were clashing spells again, while Dorothy leaned back against a Zelkova tree, watching their dual one-sided assault. Was it because of my mood just then as she breathed a sigh of relief? A white cat with a pink ribbon on its tail approached Eva, an imprint of its owner on its back. It was a familiar. Hello there, friend. The white cat greeted her with the voice of a mature lady. She greeted Eva so casually that Eva forgot that she was in stealth for a moment. Why are you spying on my Dorothy? Eva's face turned pale, because she realized that the white cat, Ella, was Dorothy's familiar. No, it was Isaac. Eva's shoulders trembled. Ella's sharp eyes did not miss that response. Where are you from? Black tiger, blue wolf, golden eagle, red elephant. Well, that's... The 4 constellations have certainly been annoying recently. Why do they keep doing the same things? Eva asked in confusion, but she understood exactly what Ella meant by that. There were other students who had heard the rumors and followed Isaac. It was obvious that they were in the same position as her. Then, Dorothy's message. Chararara. A sudden cluster of colorful stars appeared in the air. The starlight spell that Dorothy had implanted in Ella was activated. I know your purpose. It's irritating, so can you stop being such a nuisance? The starlight magic surrounded Eva on all sides, leaving her with nowhere to escape to. Eek! Fear engulfed Eva like a tidal wave, causing her whole body to tremble violently. Dorothy's magic seemed to weigh heavily on her. Before long, Ella chuckled and withdrew Dorothy's starlight magic. Keep what you've learned between us if possible. Otherwise, who knows what Dorothy might do. She might even completely get rid of the 4 constellations, depending on her mood. Because of you. In the first place, there was no one who could stop Dorothy Hartnova at Mechan Academy. Her presence at the academy could only be described as the equivalent of a large-scale natural disaster, simply playing around with students. Eva released her stealth, which no longer meant anything, and nodded her head hastily with a frightened face. Yes, yes. Her sobbing voice cracked. Eva bowed her upper body to Ella and quickly ran away from the area. Scary. Eva sniffled and disappeared from Ella's sight. Ella breathed out a deep sigh. This was already the 4th time she had driven out the stalkers under Dorothy's orders. My Dorothy is finally starting to show some interest in a boy, but why is it that they can't leave her? Don't disturb my Dorothy's pure love. For the record, Dorothy never said that she had a crush on Isaac. More accurately, she said she was curious. Well, curiosity was a very good emotion for love to sprout. Ella was like a mother rooting for her daughter to find a good man and live a happy life. In the first place, just watching people fall in love was fun. Dorothy said that a friend with a crush on Isaac had arrived today. She seemed excited at the thought of teasing the girl with rose gold hair. She wasn't sure of Dorothy's true feelings, but if she had any affection towards Isaac at all. Ella hoped that her master wouldn't regret him being stolen away. But what is there to see in that child? I don't think there's anything special about it other than being cute. Even made me eat firecrackers for him. Phew, Q. The sight of Isaac and his golem familiar Eden being swept away by Luce's water magic was reflected in Ella's eyes. Ella furrowed one eyebrow. Ooh, that must have hurt. But Isaac scrambled to his feet and fought back against Luce. Eden, get up, let's go. Q. Ella sat there and watched the dual one-sided assault between Isaac and Luce. Still, the man's willpower was admirable. It's almost time for the end of semester evaluation. Inside Class A's classroom in Orphan Hall. The top 5 students who arrived for class that morning were seated far apart from one another. It was an overwhelmingly large space for the number of students present. They were looking at Philip Meltron, a middle-aged professor with red hair, standing in front of the podium. With his hands behind his back, he made his announcement in a gentle tone. The end-of-semester evaluation consists of 2 parts, a written test and a practical test. The written test will be held for 5 days, 9 hours a day, and the practical exams will be held on the grounds of the old academy for 5 hours. You are the elite of the elite, nobles among nobles, and I trust you will all achieve excellent grades in the end, nobles among nobles. Professor Philip, who is notorious among his students as discriminatory, frequently used this phrase to describe his Class A students. Of course, for the 5 Class A female students, it was a compliment with little meaning. Lysetta Lionheart, a female student who wore a male school uniform with her shirt unbuttoned. Caradna Whiteclark, who always wore a sinister smile for no apparent reason. Seal Carnidas, who was always dozing off. Kaya Estrian, with her sparkling eyes and soldierly demeanor. And Luce Eltania, the pinnacle of the first years and indifferent to everyone. Professor Philip was pleased with his Class A, which was made up of all the best and brightest students and none of the commoners that he disliked. Seal Carnidas, will you be dozing off like that during the end-of-semester evaluations? Seal Carnidas, a beautiful girl with short, wavy blue hair, shook her head and struggled to keep her eyes open. It wasn't the first time she dozed off in class, and it certainly wouldn't be the last. This was an insincere attitude that would reduce her attitude score, but Philip, who was intolerant of commoners and generous to nobles, tended to let it slide every time as if there were no problems. The words he'd spoken earlier had been half in jest. Seal wiped the drool from her face with her sleeve, then rubbed her helplessly open eyes and looked at Philip. Maybe. Excluding Luce, who was not interested in others, the other 3 students looked at her in disbelief. Philip just let out a friendly smile. Well, let's start class then. Professor Philip was now used to Class A, which was filled with weirdos. I will now explain the rules of the Fell Card competition, the practical exam for the end-of-semester evaluation. Up until last week, I had to take the written exam for a total of 5 days, 9 hours each day. It was so hard to actually do something that was easily skipped in the game. In particular, the subjects were especially stressful: Introduction to Basic Magic, Study of Basic Elements, Ecology of Magic Beasts, Study of Magic Tools, Analysis of Magic Circles, etc. Since I came from a liberal arts background, I felt like I was dying while trying to solve calculation problems. I could only study so much on top of my training, so I was unable to fully grasp all the materials before I took the exam. But I gave it my best shot, so I expect to get a decent grade. This was the site of the old Mechan Academy. It used to be a functioning school, but was now closed. The first-year students of the magic department, including myself, stood in the site in an orderly fashion. Closed buildings with beautiful exteriors were nearby, as were gardens overgrown with weeds due to neglect. On the stage in front of the students, Professor Fernando was speaking with a megaphone. Behind him stood the professors and exam proctors. The rules are simple. If you collect 5 of these fell cards and bring them to the designated location for submission, you pass the exam. Professor Fernando levitated a card with telekinesis magic and showed it to the students. It was a sophisticated card with a symbol representing a grimoire and a wizard. The fell cards are hidden throughout the sprawling grounds of the old academy. They will be difficult to find, as they emit only the faintest trace of mana. The radius of the old Mechan Academy grounds was unknown, but it should be considered comparable to Uedo in Korea. Anyways, it was rather spacious. The submission location will be revealed once you have collected 5 fell cards. It will be assigned at random, so don't be surprised if you happen to discover the location by chance. By the way, it is possible to steal fell cards. If you knock out a student with a fell card, it will be transferred to you. It is enchanted with telekinesis magic. The students started whispering, "I can't fight, what should I do? Isn't this just another survival rule?" These conversations were ongoing. It was exactly the same repertoire as during the class placement evaluation. Meanwhile, I caught sight of the test proctor, Dorothy Hartnova, who was standing behind Professor Fernando. She tilted her head and waved her hand at me, her smile as bright as the sun. The star and moon earrings on her earlobes glistened in the sunlight. "My favorite is too cute." I waved back and greeted her while trying to hold back my dad-like laughter. But for some reason, the cheeky boys around me saw Dorothy's smile and blushed. "I'm sorry, but that greeting is mine, kids, and the biggest part of this semester's end-of-semester evaluation is." Professor Fernando extended his index finger upward. The students followed his gesture and looked up at the sky. It means that the information from 1st to 5th place will be disclosed in real time. A large amount of mana grains that looked like sand were engraved in the crystal-clear sky. There were 2 large squares, and inside each square there were 5 vertical lines of inscriptions. It was enormous. Fell. The left column shows who has the most fell cards, while the right column shows who has eliminated the most students. It was a live broadcast of those who ranked first through fifth in terms of card count and kill count, respectively. Now, take a look at the bracelets we handed out. The students looked down at the bracelets handed out by the Academy's administrators as per Professor Fernando's instructions. They were all wearing one on their wrist. Each bracelet had a button with the words "fell" and "eliminations" on it. The bracelet cannot be removed until the end of semester evaluation is over. As long as it's on, your location will be relayed to us in real time. This bracelet was like a GPS with magical powers. If you pass the end of semester evaluation, it will unlock itself on its own, and you can use it to check where the students ranked from first to fifth are. Take their fell cards or run away, it's up to you. Whatever choice you make will be reflected in the evaluation, so act carefully. In other words, this was a survival game, a game of wits and a game of control. It was a method to evaluate overall mana perception, combat ability, tactical ability, and problem-solving skills as a wizard. The time limit is 5 hours. Collect 5 fell cards within that time and arrive at the designated location for submission. At that time, you can take off the bracelet and go home. Even if you bring more than 5 fell cards, there will be no bonus points, so don't do anything unnecessary. Professor, what happens if I fail the exam? When a male student raised his hand and asked, Fernando explained with his usual icy face. If a student becomes incapacitated or fails to pass the exam within the time limit, they will have to take compulsory supplementary classes later today. Who? The students were taken aback, but they quickly calmed down when Professor Fernando casually extended his hand. This is a penalty. I won't even unlock your bracelets in case you try to run away, he said, as if he didn't care about their complaints. Students either reacted with fright or disgust. Finally, today marks the end of your first semester. May you reap the fruits of your labor. That's all there is to it. When Professor Fernando was done, the facilitator next to him directed everyone to board the carriage. As the students began to grumble and leave, I started to walk away. Suddenly, Dorothy turned to me, cupped her hands around her mouth, and mouthed the word, "Good luck." 1. "Aw, she's so cute. I'm gonna die." A group of small carriages that had been modified to resemble minicars waited behind the site. You could hop in any of them, and they would take you to a designated location. I chose a carriage and decided to organize my thoughts as we rode to the designated location. The final part of the first semester of the first year. End of semester evaluation and the Thunderbird subjugation. I had already planned everything. During the end of semester evaluation, around the time Luce passed the exam and nightfall was approaching, the demon, Vera the Summoner, appeared to steal Luce's familiar. It wouldn't be unreasonable to consider her one of the strongest in the world of Magic Knight of Machen, particularly when it came to controlling familiars, as she possessed an extreme level of dominance over them. That demon forcibly summoned Luce's familiar, Thunderbird Galia, and placed the familiar under her control. The demon then goes to the examination center and tries to kill the main character, Ian Fairytale, but was later foiled by Dorothy's intervention. When Dorothy was forced to retreat for the sake of the student's safety, the demon would unleash the barrier of the Thunderbird and enshroud the site of the old Machen Academy. If I didn't pass the end of semester evaluation before that, my plan to kill Vera the Summoner at the optimal time would be thrown out the window. In other words, my purpose was to pass the end of semester assessment as quickly as possible, remove the bracelet, and set myself free. It was to prepare for Magic Knight of Machen's Act 3, Chapter 4, Thunderbird Subjugation part. As a side note, there was no option to miss the exam. I did not attend the exam for reasons other than those specified in the Marx Treaty. I would be automatically expelled. Phew ha, I inhaled and exhaled to relieve the tension I felt. Now it was time to check my current status. There had been no dramatic change in my stats from the day I defeated Leafa the Elusive until now. Ice Sovereign, which was always active, was still unusable, so I've been suppressing it to the point where it didn't even have an effect. My current level was 57. I had recently gained one more level. My growth rate was snail-like in comparison with the top students, but that was the way Isaac was, so I couldn't help it. I just had to deal with it. For reference, I had invested the newly acquired 2 stat points in learning efficiency. I've grown a lot from being the weakest in one semester. Of course, it still felt like there were more students in the first grade who I couldn't beat yet. We have arrived, students. Work hard. I bid the coachman farewell and got off the carriage. We arrived at Sarin Hall, a 4-story stone building surrounded by green foliage and vines. It was originally designed that way, but due to neglect, even the windows were now overgrown with plants. All I needed were 5 fell cards. But as soon as I got the fell cards, my name would shoot to the top of the rankings, and all the first-year students would know where I was. After that, I'll become everyone's target, and I would undoubtedly be attacked. In other words, the main goal was to survive until I collected 5 fell cards and arrived at the submission location. I needed to do it as quickly as possible, but what rank should I be? I did some quick math and came to the conclusion that I should be able to pass while ranking first or second. That's a hell of a difficulty level. It's a test I've played countless times in Magic Night of Mechen. It'll be fine, please work out as planned. To get rid of my worries, I warmed up my body by lightly stretching, and soon, pang. In the center of the old Mechen Academy grounds, firecrackers loudly exploded, signaling the start of the exam. I swallowed my dry saliva and started running straight ahead, ignoring Saren Hall right behind me. Footnotes. Survival rules, it's been a long time. Her light green pigtails fluttered in the early summer breeze. Kaya Astrian, first-year second seat of the magic department. She was wandering around the grounds of the old Mechen Academy, holding a wand while remaining alert. The fell cards were supposed to be discovered via mana perception. However, no matter how much she wandered around, she could only sense natural mana without any abnormalities. Furthermore, she couldn't solely focus on mana perception in a situation where she had to prepare for ambushes from other students. During the class placement evaluation, the mana emitted from the mana grains was easy to detect, so she had nothing to worry about, even while she was on high alert. But the end of semester evaluation was different. The mana emitted by the fell cards was so difficult to detect that it was incomparable to mana grains. However, if she only focused on detecting mana, it would be difficult for her to stay alert, so she was in a pickle. Will Sir Isaac do the same? No, he wouldn't. Sir Isaac is an amazing person. Kaya cleared her mind and concentrated on her mana perception as well as her alertness. If she struggled in a place like this, she would never be able to catch up with Isaac for the rest of her life. She hoped to one day be strong enough to stand shoulder to shoulder with the man she admired. Focus, focus. She hoped to breeze through this type of exam. Suddenly, she heard a clink, clink sound coming from the sky. It was the sound of small particles colliding against one another. Kaya raised her head. She saw the scoreboard that Professor Fernando had mentioned before. The mana grains engraved with telekinesis magic were slowly changing their shape. And then, fell first place Red Mateo Jordana fell card +1. An unexpected name was listed on the scoreboard on the left. It was the ranking of fell card holders. Did he find one already? Even that man. This hurt her pride. Come to think of it, didn't they say that the locations of the students ranked 1st to 5th could be located? Kaya raised her left arm and examined the bracelet around her wrist. Each bracelet was engraved with the words, fell, and eliminations. When she put her finger on the word, fell, the mana grains inside the bracelet oozed out and formed a map on the bracelet. Someone had stored magic with certain rules into the bracelet. It was an awe-inspiring level of mana mastery. Professor Fernando was also an excellent telekinetic wizard, but the capabilities of this bracelet were far beyond his level. There was only one person on this island who could use this level of telekinesis magic, the magic of the Hedgel Tower Master. Arya Lilia is the Tower Master of the Hedgel Magic Tower. This must be her work. The mana grains represented the grounds of the old Mechen Academy. Kaya diligently studied the map. Kaya's location was indicated by a light green grain among the light yellow mana grains. In one location, she noticed a red mana grain slowly moving. It appeared to be Mateo Jordana. So next to the first place marker, red, was written, meaning Mateo was being marked with a red mana grain. Mateo Jordana is here, come to think of it. I can't seem to go to the outskirts or Carly Hall. I guess the entirety of the old academy grounds isn't being used for the examination site. The iconic building of the old Mechen Academy was, of course, Carly Hall. At the far end of the old academy's grounds, perched on top of a high hill, was a palace-like building that overlooked the old academy grounds. They must have thought that the range would be too large if the building and its outskirts were used as exam sites, seeing as it didn't show up on the map. To be fair, the massive, transparent barrier that separated the exam sites didn't cover the entirety of the old academy grounds. Even with the naked eye, it was clear that the outskirts and Carly Hall were excluded from the exam site. Well, this was just a simple reference. Kaya touched the fell part of the bracelet once more. Then the mana grains flowed into the bracelet like sand. By the way, she got a rough idea when she thought about it. If you get a fell card in the beginning, you're at a huge disadvantage. Fell cards must be hard to find. Kaya herself, who was confident in her mana perception, felt the same way, and she could only imagine how the other students felt. Therefore, being at the top of the rankings made you a target for many students. In that case, the structure of this exam became clear. The first half of the exam sets the stage for the top students. Of course, even if the opponent was a top-ranked student, there would be students who tried to attack them, but there wouldn't be too many of them, since the victor was obvious. And once the top students have passed their exams, those below them would fight it out. As time went by, the grounds of the old Mechen Academy would gradually become a battlefield for the weaker students. In other words, if one entered the rankings in the early stages, they were bound to be the target of many students, including the top-ranking students. In the end, it was a mind game after all, especially for those who are average or weak if they're lucky enough to make it into the top rankings early on. They would definitely be targeted faster than anyone else. In conclusion, one would need to carefully consider whether to defeat Mateo and take his fell card or not. Even if they did defeat him and took his fell card, their name would stand out on the list. Kaya, no matter how strong she was, couldn't win against a stronger opponent. She needed to think carefully and act with caution. There's a lot to consider. She was already preoccupied with mana perception while she stayed on guard, but now she had to engage in this battle of wits as well. Her head was about to explode. Meanwhile, inside an abandoned store on the grounds of the old Mechan Academy, the students were mercilessly firing elemental magic at a man. Whirr, boom, wee-ear, tusk. The target was Matteo Giordana, a brown-haired man who had climbed to the top of the rankings by being the only one with a fell card. Ha. It's meaningless to resist in front of me. Wind generation, wind element, 1. Tristan Humphrey, the conceited blonde aristocrat, shouted from the rooftop of the abandoned store while he looked down at Matteo. The surrounding area was dominated by Tristan's wind. The students Tristan had gathered while using his social status also took their positions and were all aiming at Matteo. There were a total of 4 students from Class B to Class C 5-1. Despite the disadvantageous situation, Matteo leisurely smiled. Aren't you weaker than me, Tristan? You can't do anything unless you gang up on me. Provocation won't work, Matteo Giordana. My goal is not just you, it's to get the best ranking in this semester's end-of-term assessment, to make it clear to you and even the grade E commoner how great I am. Grade E commoner? Are you talking about Isaac? Isn't that obvious? Who else can be a grade E commoner other than him? Ha, he must be scrambling to survive right about now. Hugh, just thinking about it brings me joy. Matteo scratched his head with an uneasy expression. Tristan usually talked like a thug or a third-rate villain, but now that he thought about it, Tristan had never actually done anything cowardly to harm others, even to someone he despised like Isaac. If someone pissed him off, he would say, "I'll prove how great of a being I am with my grades kekek." And somehow, he always showed a sincere image of himself, which wasn't quite in character with a thug. Maybe that was why Tristan was sorta likable. Is that so, then shall I surrender? There was a sense of playfulness in Matteo's thick voice. With a slight raise of his arms, he recreated a scene from the dueling evaluation, which caused Tristan's subordinates to laugh. Snap. A red vein appeared on Tristan's forehead. The word surrender was nothing more than an insult to his pride. He still trembled just thinking about the dueling evaluation. "Oh, I'll kill you, Matteo Giordana." Tristan screamed at the top of his lungs and stretched out his arm towards Matteo, a light green magic circle appearing in front of him. Tristan unleashed a powerful whirlwind at Matteo, and Matteo countered by creating a thick wall of rock in front of himself. Whirlwind, wind element, 4 rock wall, rock element, 4. The rock wall remained steadfast even after being hit by Tristan's whirlwind. Tusk, wind sword, wind element, 3. Tristan followed up with a sharp blade of wind, wind sword, but the result was the same. It was a stark contrast to when he had lightly slashed through Isaac's ice wall during the dueling evaluation. Matteo's defense was rock solid. Tristan suspected that even if he used the most powerful magic spell available to him, Matteo's defenses would be impenetrable. I'll have to use an elemental reaction to break through. Tristan glanced at his 4 men. If they could use elemental synergy, which increased their magic power by combining different elements, it would be enough to break through Matteo's defenses. Meanwhile, as Matteo and Tristan's group were having their showdown, Cherak. A new name began to appear on the scoreboard that was spread out in the air. Matteo and Tristan's group looked up to confirm the name. Eliminations, first place Blue Loose Altania Eliminations, +1. It wasn't the scoreboard with Matteo's name on it, but the eliminations scoreboard next to it, where students are ranked according to how many they've eliminated. The name of the first-year top seat of the magic department was engraved on said scoreboard. Top seat. Matteo was the only one who had a fell card right now, so why did she kill someone? Tristan was taken aback. The purpose of this exam was to collect fell cards. Did the top seat eliminate another student for no reason? Suddenly a question popped into Tristan's head. Come to think of it, why is there a eliminations ranking? If you thought about the exam structure, there wasn't a need for such a ranking, right? As he was thinking about it, an unbelievable sight began to unfold before his eyes. First place Blue Loose Altania Eliminations, +2 first place Blue Loose Altania Eliminations, +4 first place Blue Loose Altania Eliminations, +8. In the blink of an eye, the number of students loose eliminated was rapidly snowballing. First place Blue Loose Altania Eliminations, +10, first place Blue Loose Altania Eliminations, +12, first place Blue Loose Altania Eliminations, +15. Didn't stop, for some reason she was on a killing spree. The top seat, this monster, has she gone mad? A cold sweat ran down Tristan's cheeks. Mateo and Tristan both swallowed dryly and quickly grabbed their bracelets and pressed the eliminations, but a map made of mana grains unfolded before their eyes. Blue, the blue grain that represented the location of Luz Altania, was reflected in their eyes. The devil was coming this way to slaughter each and every one of them. Damn, everyone run. Luz Altania is coming this way. Tusk. Tristan barked orders at his men while his eyes widened. Mateo clicked his tongue and began to flee as well. Now was not the time for them to fight amongst themselves. For now they had to survive. Luz Altania. None of the first-year students in the magic department stood a chance against her overwhelming strength, especially when she was slaughtering them with such ferocity. If one came face to face with her, they would be eliminated without fail. Geyser Water Element 4. Huwoo, from Luz's position, a stream of steaming hot water wildly surged through the air, threatening to pierce the sky. It was an extremely skilled geyser. The helpless screams of the students who had been blown away by the geyser echoed powerlessly. Tristan was horrified and started fleeing in terror. No matter how conceited he was, it was always better to flee in the face of a monster you could never defeat. It was only then that he realized why there was an eliminations ranking. At the prestigious Merchant Academy, there were always some freaks of nature who were admitted, like Dorothy Hartnova, who was called the Star Witch, or Alice Carroll, the Student Council President. No matter how much Merchant Academy's educational policy was said to be the law of the jungle, they couldn't just sit back and watch as the balance of the exam helplessly collapsed. Therefore, there may be many reasons, but the biggest reason for the creation of the eliminations ranking was first place Blue Luz Altania eliminations plus 18. When a predator appears, you should flee as quickly as possible. Third place Green Kaya Astrian Fell card plus 1. I finally found one. The underground warehouse of Jiro's hall was cluttered with old junk. As Kaya made her way through the junk, she could sense the faint but unusual mana. After she searched through the box where she sensed the mana, she was able to find one fell card. Kaya looked at the card and felt a rush of joy that made her heart race. Kaya, did you find the fell card already? Your skills are improving day by day. Kaya's expression melted as she imagined Isaac praising her cynically. Hehehe. She giggled as she put the fell card into the small pouch in her arms. It was a card case handed out in advance by the Academy's administration. I've got the hang of it now, Sir Isaac, 40 minutes into the exam. It was much harder to find a fell card than she had anticipated, but she managed to find one somehow. Not to mention, other students would eventually find fell cards as they narrowed down their search. However, the exam would increasingly take on the aspect of a battle royale. The top seat is the biggest problem, Luz Altania. She was hunting students indiscriminately, regardless of fell cards. The scoreboard she had seen before she entered this building showed that she had already eliminated 34 people. She seemed to be purposely hunting down students and eliminating them. She must be sensing their mana, not their fell cards. Otherwise, her elimination count wouldn't have increased so dramatically. I wondered if she was trying to eliminate all the competition, so she could take her time searching for fell cards, or if she was just killing for the sake of killing. Either way, it was a chilling thought. I want to fight with all my might at least once, but Kaya had always had this thought when she looked at Luz. That was always the case with being the second seat. She felt like she was barely an arm's length away from the top seat, but not being able to close the distance was frustrating. But she needed to be realistic. Her current goal was to collect 5 fell cards within the time limit and achieve an excellent grade for the end of semester evaluation. That would be the best way to beat the top seat. Kaya left Jiro's hall. Just in time, the engravings of the scoreboard that floated in the sky were changing. Fell first place Red Mateo Jordana fell card, plus 1 second place Purple Seal Carnitas fell card, plus 1 third place Green Kaya Astrian fell card, plus 1 fourth place Yellow Tristan Humphrey fell card, plus 1. Eliminations, first place Blue Luz Altania eliminations, plus 44 second place Yellow Tristan Humphrey eliminations, plus 1. Luz Altania was still on a rampage. Seal Carnitas, a freshman in the magic department and classmate of Kaya from Class A, seemed to have made her way up on the scoreboard while Kaya was looking for a fell card in the warehouse. Tristan Humphrey appeared to have claimed a card by eliminating the student who had gotten it just moments before. Gradually, the number of students who were getting fell cards was increasing. Naturally, it was the top students who dominated the rankings. What is Sir Isaac up to? However, Kaya's attention was drawn to Isaac rather than the top students. She had no idea what he was going to do. If he, who was widely perceived as weak, obtained 1 fell card and rose to the top of the rankings, there was no telling how chaotic the end of semester evaluations would become. Kaya garnered her second fell card by eliminating a Class B male student, and as a result of this, she discovered something new about the end of semester evaluation. It was that if she had a fell card, it would be listed as in her possession, even if she put it somewhere else. She was able to discover this when her fell card telekinetically flew away in the wrong direction after she had eliminated the male student. In other words, as long as she made physical contact with the card, it didn't matter even if she hid elsewhere. Of course, it didn't mean anything. If you could just defeat them, the card would come to you anyway. In any case, Kaya looked up at the scoreboard floating in the sky. A female student was raising her score at an alarming rate. Fell first place Purple Seal Carnada's fell card, +4 second place Green Kaya Estrian fell card, +2 third place Red Mateo Jordana fell card, +1 fourth place Yellow Tristan Humphrey fell card, +1 fifth place Blue Luce Altania fell card, +1. Eliminations: first place Blue Luce Altania eliminations, +53 second place Yellow Tristan Humphrey eliminations, +4 third place Green Kaya Estrian eliminations, +4 fourth place Purple Seal Carnada's eliminations, +3. Seal Carnada's, after she found her first fell card, she found 3 more cards in a mere 30 minutes. Her speed was unbelievable. However, upon careful consideration, it made sense. During the class placement evaluation, Seal took a leisurely nap and had a late start, yet she still managed to secure 3rd place. She was faster than Luce and Kaya in terms of scoring speed alone. Even though she was always sleepy-eyed and slept whenever she had a chance, Seal firmly held on to the 3rd place rank in Class A. She didn't even realize that she was a dark horse in this semester's end-of-term evaluation. I have to do better. She vowed to beat Luce Altania, but what if she fell down to 3rd place? Kaya continued to move her feet without rest in search of fell cards. The sunset colors were slowly spreading across the sky. It had been 2 hours since the end of semester evaluation began. Kaya blankly stared at the scoreboard floating in the sky, her mouth hanging open. No matter how much she thought about it, she couldn't understand Seal's performance. Fell first place Purple Seal Carnada's fell card, +7 second place Green Kaya Estrian fell card, +2 third place Blue Luce Altania fell card, +2 fourth place Black Caridna Whiteclark fell card, +2 fifth place Red Mateo Jordana fell card, +1. Eliminations: first place Blue Luce Altania eliminations, +62 second place Purple Seal Carnada's eliminations, +12 third place Green Kaya Estrian eliminations, +8 fourth place Black Caridna Whiteclark eliminations, +6 fifth place Yellow Tristan Humphrey eliminations, +5. Why 7 fell cards? Perhaps other students were perplexed by this as well. The end of semester evaluation would be over once you had collected 5 fell cards. Even if you collected more than 5 fell cards, there were no bonus points, so Professor Fernando advised against doing anything unnecessary. Once you had collected 5 fell cards, the designated location for submission would automatically appear, so Seal must have already figured out her submission location. In other words, it was meaningless for her to scrape up that many fell cards. First place Purple Seal Carnada's fell card, +8. First place Purple Seal Carnada's fell card, +9. But it didn't stop. Seal's fell card ranking was increasing at a terrifying rate. Seal Carnada's, was she actually a genius beyond Luce? What a ridiculous mana perception ability. It was as if she were showing the students who were taking the end-of-semester evaluations, "This is who I am with those high numbers." What are you thinking, Seal Carnada's? Kaya took care of her complex thoughts and selected, fell on her bracelet, looking at the map of the Old Mechan Academy grounds. The purple mana grain, which represented Seal Carnada's, was in a place that could be reached within 20 minutes by running from where Kaya currently was. I have no choice but to go and see myself. Kaya conjured wind magic at her feet and started moving towards the place where Seal was. Whatever Seal's intentions were, she wanted to get 5 fell cards as soon as possible, so she could turn the tables on her. Kaya's goal was to rank first in the end-of-semester evaluation. Realistically, it was difficult for her to choose the option of simply looking for fell cards. In that case, it would be best for her to eliminate Seal and take her fell cards. Perhaps other Class A students were thinking the same thing. That's right. It was going to be a battle of the Class A students with Seal at the center of it all. Guwuwo. As Kaya walked past the blue rose garden, a murderous mana enveloped her entire body, triggering her survival instincts. She swallowed a breath and came to a halt in the middle of the rose garden. A woman with rose gold hair was slowly trudging towards Kaya. She was a sophisticated-looking schoolgirl with a morpho butterfly-colored hair tie. The floral path embroidered with blue roses blended well with her atmosphere, as if it existed solely for her. Above her head, water mana swirled with a clear blue light. 5 blue magic circles with a diameter of about 2 million were engraved in the air around it and followed her, ready to use water magic at any time to eliminate her opponent. Seal Carnada's had been so noticeable that she had overlooked the top student in the eliminations category. She should have been paying attention to the slaughterer, the most important person in this end-of-semester evaluation. Tension washed over her like a tidal wave. The strongest student in the first year of the magic department was coming this way. Wind Generation Wind Element 1. Kaya drew her wand and prepared for battle. Luce Eltania, the rose-gold-haired top seat, cast a glance at Kaya with her emotionless eyes. When her eyes met Kaya's, Kaya felt a chill run through her body for a moment. First seat and second seat. Only one rank separated them. But that one wall that stood between them was more solid than she could have imagined. Luce also stopped in her tracks. The top seat and second seat stared at each other from a distance in a flower garden full of blue roses. The tension was high. Kaya materialized a light green magic circle around her, ready to fire a spell at any moment. Luce Eltania, are you trying to take me down too? Luce didn't answer. Kaya knew that reaction. It was the same expression that Isaac had shown her during the class placement evaluation, a look that said, "You are boring. Sir Isaac is an amazing person, so even if he did that, you shouldn't." Kaya frowned and pointed the wand in her right hand towards Luce. A light green magic circle materialized in front of the wand. It was a magic circle for Gale Fang, a 5-star wind magic. Let me ask you one thing. It looks like you are deliberately getting rid of students. What is the reason? Kaya asked in a tense voice. Then Luce closed her eyes tightly and opened them again, revealing her blue eyes, reminiscent of the sea. Her face suddenly blushed. She seemed embarrassed to answer. Kaya hadn't expected such an innocent reaction from her. Because of my friend, just in case, I wanted to clean up anyone who might be dangerous. The expression friend had the power to make Luce appear vulnerable. Whenever that small ripple of emotion passed through her lips, she felt her whole body shudder and her face flush. A friend, Class A only had 5 people. Kaya knew this because she was in the same class as Luce. Aren't you friendless? It was a very rude thought, but it was true. Luce was an outsider who treated everyone coldly and was always alone. It was natural for her to not have any friends. Kaya suddenly remembered a rumor that had been going around among the students up until the end of semester's written exam. Isaac and the top seat seemed to have an unusual relationship. The top seat seemed to be interested in a commoner from Class D. The top seat, who always treated others coldly, would only smile brightly at Isaac. The top seat seemed to be constantly trying to stay by Isaac's side, and so on and so forth. Rumors were just rumors. Kaya had dismissed them as probably some kind of misunderstanding. Isaac was always a person with a deep meaning behind his actions. In the first place, judging people based on rumors was against Kaya's beliefs. Moreover, the other person involved in the rumor was Luce, who had a cold attitude towards everyone. Surely it must be nothing more than a misunderstanding, Kaya thought. Could it be that friend? Isaac, is she talking about him? Luce, who was aloof with everyone, harbored special feelings for Isaac. Could it be that the rumors were true? Today, she was reminded once again of how beautiful Luce was. As she pictured Luce smiling brightly only at Isaac, Kaya felt a tingle in her chest for some reason. Somehow, this fight, she felt as if she couldn't afford to lose here in more ways than one. Luce had second thoughts when she saw Kaya, who appeared to be burning with a fierce determination. Kaya's strong will could be felt in the air and on her skin. She could be a danger to Isaac, too. I have to take care of her. It didn't matter. Luce would just have to get rid of her. The blue magic circle that had materialized around Luce started glowing even brighter. It was a showdown. The moment anyone made even the slightest movement, they would both unleash their magic on each other. It was then, Charak. The mana grains engraved in the sky began to move in a frenzy. Luce and Kaya maintained their combat stances while facing one another, then glanced up to check the scoreboard. Fell first place Purple Seal Carnata's fell card, +9 second place Green Kaya Astrian fell card, +2 third place Blue Luce Eltania fell card, +2 fourth place Black Caradna Whiteclark fell card, +2 fifth place Red Mateo Jordana fell card, +1. Fell first place White Isaac fell card, +5 second place Purple Seal Carnata's fell card, +4 third place Green Kaya Astrian fell card, +2 fourth place Blue Luce Eltania fell card, +2 fifth place Black Caradna Whiteclark fell card, +2. Luce and Kaya stopped dead in their tracks. They weren't the only ones. Within the grounds of the old Mechan Academy, every student who was taking the end of semester evaluation stopped. The students who were fighting ceased combat. All of the students who had been looking for their fell cards came to a halt, their mouths wide open. They looked as if they couldn't believe what they were seeing. They stared in disbelief at the fell card holder who was ranked first, Isaac. He'd beaten all the top students and rose to first place in an instant. Shortly after the start of the end of semester evaluation, my plan was simple. I was going to find a strong person and stick to that person. I remembered most, if not all, of the locations of the fell cards. It was game knowledge I had gained from countless hours of playing Magic Knight of Mechan. I had even written my own game strategy walkthroughs and posted them in internet cafes. Therefore, all I had to do was find a suitable trading partner, tell them where the fell cards were, and in exchange receive a promise of protection and my share of fell cards. Of course, the trading partner should be someone who follows the principle of good faith and the duty of a righteous administrator. Kaya, who followed me without question, would be the best candidate. The problem was that time was running out, and I had no idea where she could be. However, because the carriage carrying me arrived in front of the Sarin Hall, I was able to visit one of the candidates I had in mind ahead of time. She was a sleepyhead who would be holed up in a small forest until halfway through the end of semester evaluation. She wasn't far from Sarin Hall. When I arrived at a forest lake with clean water and fresh air, a pretty girl with wavy blue short hair caught my eye. She was sound asleep, her back against a tree. Her profile reflected in my eyes was absolutely gorgeous. The scenery around the lake was beautiful, with pure white sunlight filtering through the cracks in the leaves. She completely integrated into nature's landscape, as if she were in a painting, to the point where the title Sleeping Beauty won. Her distinctive snores were the only thing that disturbed her elegant atmosphere. She was Seal Carnitas, a freshman of the magic department. Seal Carnitas. LV92. Race human. Elements fire, water. Danger X. Psychology Krurung. In Magic Night of Metchen, you could find Seal Carnitas sleeping in this forest until midway through the end of semester evaluation. She awakened in the second half and joined the end of semester evaluation. From then on, the difficulty of the test drastically spiked. If it's Seal, she fits my plan. She was the type of person who strictly kept her promises. After all, she was the one who was trying to keep the promise that had been passed down through the Carnitas family. If you find the child of light, bring them to the divine realm. She's trustworthy, right? All right, let's go. Seal Carnitas, I've come to make a deal. I strode up to Seal with confidence. At that moment, Fireball Fire Element 3. Suddenly, a spherical flame the size of a yoga ball formed in the air and flew towards me at the speed of a pitcher throwing a baseball. Please save me. Wah Yua, I quickly threw myself to the side and avoided Seal's fireball. The heat menacingly grazed my side. I was terrified. See, calm down. I didn't come here to fight you. Fireball Fire Element 3. Then another fireball flew towards me. Should I block it with Ice Wall? There was no way I could. Not only was I at a disadvantage in terms of elements, the skill gap between Seal and I was far too great. Her fireball would instantly melt my ice wall, turning me into charred meat. Once again, I dodged the incoming attack. The fireball passed me and hit the ground, then turned into orange mana before it dispersed into the wind. Who are you? Who are you to disturb my sleep? Seal spoke, her voice still hushed. Her head was lowered, and her violet eyes only turned to look in my direction. Her expression was indifferent and lifeless, as if the world disinterested her. How about sleeping in your dormitory instead of somewhere like this? Are you picking a fight? Another fireball, the size of a yoga ball, appeared next to Seal. I quickly panicked and raised my arms. No, calm down. I came here to make a deal with you. Are you good at sensing the fell cards? Words are pointless. Seal's fireball gradually grew in size. It was big enough to cause damage even with my reflexes taken into account. Soon enough, the fireball fiercely sliced through the air towards me once more. Hey, let's talk. There was not enough time to activate Frost Explosion because it took a while to condense the mana required for it. In the end, I used the offensive spell I was most familiar with, Frostfire Ice Element 4. I coiled icy cold flames around my hands and fired them at the fireball that flew towards me. The frostfire engulfed the fireball, but I was struck by the aftermath. Wea, KQ hack. The high-temperature magic and the low-temperature magic collided, causing an explosion of misty steam, which lightly blew my body away. The fireball lost some momentum from the collision, but was still raging onward. It pierced through the steam before it ultimately crashed into the ground. I was saved by the steam explosion. My body rolled around on the ground several times, and my school uniform was soiled as a result. As I couldn't completely avoid the fireball, parts of my uniform were burned, and I was even scratched by the sharp rocks as I rolled, tearing off pieces of my uniform and cutting my skin. Only when I hit the rocks around me did my body come to a halt. Wow, I almost died for real. Go away. The next one will be a 4-star spell. You won't be lucky enough to avoid this one. This bitch. Would it kill you to just talk a little? I wanted to protest, but I gave up because I was scared. Ha, I didn't intend to use this. I grumbled and reached for the magic pouch inside my pocket. Then, Seal gently extended her hand towards me, perhaps feeling wary. Fire mana began to gather in front of her, and an orange magic circle appeared. I had studied that technique and remembered it. It wasn't Fireball, she was going to use the 4-star spell Sea of Fire. Sea of Fire was a spell that poured flames as if they were tsunamis. It was no wonder why it had such a large area of effect, and as she said before, it'd be impossible to avoid it as luckily as I had done before. But I had a trump card up my sleeve. Do you think I haven't figured out a single strategy for you after I'd played Magic Night of Metchen countless times? Before Seal used Sea of Fire, I swallowed dryly and took out my trump card from my magic pouch. I saw Seal's eyes dart around. They slightly widened in shock. She was definitely surprised. Let's make a deal, Seal. What I pulled out was a navy blue pillow, a pillow of the highest quality with an ergonomic design to ensure a comfortable night's sleep. It was a heroine-only item that was available at the secret shop, which could significantly boost Seal Carnata's affinity. The item was dubbed the pillow that makes anyone pass out. For Ian, it was unnecessary. Seal examined the shape of the pillow based on her numerous naps. As a seasoned napper, she must have noticed that the pillow was of the highest quality. Her head, which had only glanced at me from the side, turned completely towards me, and the fire mana that had gathered to activate Sea of Fire dispersed. This pillow appealed to her. She had slept against a hard tree without a pillow. Like a person without an umbrella on a rainy day, it was bound to be in demand. Where did you get that? You want it? Seal gave an affirmative answer of silence. She was too proud to nod. Like I said before, I'm here to make a deal with you. If you fulfill my request, not only will you get this pillow, but you will also receive some additional benefits. What benefits? You haven't properly detected the fell cards yet, have you? How do you know that? I asked her that earlier. She didn't listen to me at all. Fell cards were items that emitted a very weak trace of mana, so even Class A students couldn't easily detect them. Seal Carnata's was no exception. Since she had already decided to take a nap, Seal planned to find a nice spot where she could take a nap since she couldn't detect the fell card. It wasn't a thoughtless action, however. In Magic Night of Mädchen, Seal awakens from her nap and joins the battle from the middle to the latter part of Act 3, Chapter 3, End of Semester Evaluation, which caused the difficulty level to spike. She decided to attack and loot students who already had fell cards, reasoning that it would be more efficient because she was stronger. I'll find fell cards for you and give you this pillow as well. I know who you are. An inferior student from Class D with grade E mana. How could you possibly expect to find the fell cards? Come and see. Seal swept her eyes over me with suspicion. Seal Carnata's psychology, suspecting you of having set a trap. If you're really suspicious, just remember that you're always in a position to attack me. If you even have a sliver of doubt about my actions, then you can just eliminate me from the competition. Seal furrowed her brows and pondered for a moment before she got up and followed me. Seal's height was up to my neck. I smiled as I looked down at her. It was a capitalist smile meant to relieve my opponent's vigilance. Of course, despite my efforts, she did not reciprocate. She simply covered her mouth and yawned with a tired expression. Hurry up. Yes, of course, I knew where the fell cards were in this forest. After walking for a while, I came to a rock shaped like a raccoon's head. Here it is. I squatted down and picked up a slightly larger rock that lay next to it. Sure enough, a fell card was there. How? Seal appeared surprised, as evident by the widening of her sleepy eyes, but I didn't touch the card. This was due to the fact that the person who made physical contact with the card was considered to be in possession of the card. That's right, physical contact. Fell cards were treated as the possession of the last person who touched them, so even if you didn't kill the opponent, you could make them your own by simply stealing the card. But I didn't have to think that far, because once the cards are exchanged, it would end peacefully. My in-game knowledge made this all possible. You are from Class D, right? What kind of monstrous mana perception do you have? Think of it as a trade secret. Seal narrowed her eyes and stared at me suspiciously. I sensed your mana level when our magic clashed earlier, and there's no way someone as weak as you could have this kind of mana perception. What's going on? If you don't tell me, there will be bloodshed. I quickly pushed the pillow in front of her. But it's a trade secret, so it can't be helped. Everyone has secrets they want to keep. So what kind of deal do you want to make with me? I stood up and looked at Seal. Finally, we could get down to business. I'll be your guide for the fell cards. Wouldn't it be better to finish this test quickly and have more time to nap? Of course, I'll even give you this pillow, but on 2 conditions. I thumped my chest. First and foremost, you must protect me. Second, you must collect all of the fell cards at once and then give me 5 of them, so I can pass the exam. Students would be targeted if they had a fell card in the end of semester evaluation, and the holding status was relayed in real time, as well as the holder's location. Moreover, there were 5 fell cards that I needed to collect. In other words, if a weakling like me tried to collect fell cards quickly, I would only be targeted by students and easily eliminated. If lost all the cards I collected, I wouldn't be able to unlock my bracelet and have to attend the supplementary classes. As a result, I would be unable to prepare for Thunderbird subjugation. Is that all? I nodded. Seal showed me her slender right palm, and I gently slapped my left palm against hers. Deal done. Pillow. Seal said calmly, held out her hand, and I handed her the pillow. She hugged the pillow, her cheeks flushed with pleasure. Soon, her expression melted like ice cream on a midsummer day. With Seal by my side, the search for fell cards was a breeze. Seal was always impressed whenever I found a fell card. Although she didn't show it, I could tell through psychological insight. If any students came to bother us, Seal dealt with them on her own. All I had to do was relax and act as a guide. When we found the 5th fell card, mana grains popped out of her bracelet and formed a map. One of the gleaming grains pointed to a specific location, which served as the submission point. For reference, there were a total of 10 submission points, and when we obtained the fifth fell card, one of these places would be displayed at random. I took that into account as I guided Seal to a place that wasn't too far off from it. By the way, why is Luce rampaging like this? I don't know why. I wonder what else went wrong with this scenario. In any case, I couldn't stop here. My first priority was to collect the fell cards as quickly as possible and pass this test. I relegated Luce's rampage to a lower priority. Who are you, really? Seal inquired when we had found the seventh fell card. It was the time when we had entered the honeycomb building that held two fell cards. It was a large central hall. The interior of the building, which once boasted luxurious facilities, was now rusted and worn with the passage of time. Seal walked alongside me, clutching the pillow I had given her. With a voice as cold as frost, Seal asked, "Seal Carnitas. Psychology suspects that you are a strong person hiding your skills." It seemed that Seal had thought about it a lot while walking around with me, even though she said that I was weak at first. What is your true identity? You can't have such great mana perception with only a tiny bit of mana. Mana perception is directly related to the absolute amount of maximum mana that one possesses. Isn't that too harsh? I'm level 57, a level that can compete against the top Class C students. Well, it wasn't unreasonable. From Seal's point of view, who is talented even compared to Class B students, the expression that my mana was at the level of a speck of dust could be seen as a reasonable statement. It's impossible to hide one's mana, but it's also impossible for you to have this level of mana perception with your mana. How can such a contradiction exist? Seal shot me a cold glare. The only way for that to be possible is if you can hide your mana. There's no way you reach the level of an archwizard at your age, and it's impossible to bribe the proctors because of the pact. There are two fell cards here. I gave out the information as a way of telling her to shut up, and as expected, Seal looked puzzled. It wasn't just one, as I thought you can sense even that. I shook my head. When I first entered this building, I noticed the shape of the grass in the front yard. I washed my eyes and looked around, but there was no sign of anyone having walked on it, which meant that the two cards must still be there. Tusk, Seal Carnitas. Psychology feels inferior to you. Seal had no interest in those weaker than herself, but now she was starting to harbor an inferiority complex towards me. She even clicked her tongue. I'm a background character, aren't I? Let's hurry up and find the rest. You're walking faster all of a sudden. You talk too much. Seal disregarded my words. I kept my mouth shut and quietly followed her will. Even if this was a transactional relationship, I knew there was bound to be a certain amount of power involved. It wasn't like she wasn't going to fulfill her obligations anyway. We found the two fell cards in the building. First place purple Seal Carnitas fell card +9 was engraved on the scoreboard. Even Kaya, who is in second place right now, only had 2 cards. I know it was my own work, but that was some real good aggro. I'm done now, Seal said after she found the 9th fell card. The place where I found the card was a spacious hall reminiscent of a wedding hall. The overall atmosphere was elegant and full of dignity. The walls were adorned with a beautiful gold and white design, with green vines that dotted along the walls, and on those vines bloomed brilliantly colored flowers that resembled passion flowers. It was a place that hadn't been maintained, and the signs of age were evident, which gave it a distinct feel. Seal and I stood in front of the podium while we faced each other. Anyone who saw us would think that we were having a simple wedding. Of course, I was currently dressed in a dusty school uniform that was far from wedding attire. There's one card left, right? This card is yours. I'll find the other one on my own. Perhaps it was her wounded pride. Well, it was understandable when one considered the fact that the guy she deemed to be inferior to herself showed an incredible mana perception that was incomparable to her own. Of course, that was just Seal's speculation. I didn't mention anything about having found the fell cards using my mana perception. I was in a position where I couldn't come up with any other reason, so I didn't deny it. For now, take this. Seal handed me a flimsy stack of cards. The submission location was random. Even I didn't know where my submission location would appear, though I figured it would be best to get the fell cards here as soon as possible and go. I received the stack of cards and counted them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Perfect. Outside the window, I could hear the collision of mana grains. First place White Isaac fell card +5 appeared on the scoreboard engraved in the sky. Mana grains also flowed from my bracelet and formed a map which marked my submission location. Luckily, it was the closest one to me, a distance I could reach in less than 20 minutes if I ran. Let's go. Yeah, Seal nodded, and her face turned serious as she hugged the pillow I'd given her with both arms. It must have been because she couldn't predict what kind of mayhem would unfold from now on. The 2 daughters of the Astrian family took different paths. The eldest daughter followed in her father's footsteps the sword saint, Gerald Astrian, and became a knight. On the other hand, the second daughter admired her mother, a genius wizard, Historia Astrian, and chose the path of a wizard. However, even though their paths diverged, Gerald Astrian's ironclad rule remained the same. Be the best wherever you are. It would be strange if they weren't the best, he reasoned. They had both inherited the talents of a swordsman and a wizard. As a result, the sisters were admitted into Mädchen Academy, the most prestigious academy on the continent. The eldest daughter had firmly held her top position in the night department, and she had even passed the Imperial Knight's entrance exam. The second daughter entered the magic department as the second seat of the first years. She wasn't the top seat, she wasn't the best. But she knew she had the talent, so she nodded her head and said, "I'll just have to work hard," and devoted herself to magic training and study. She believed that the fruits of her blood, sweat, and tears would surely make her the top seat. And so she tried hard. But no matter how hard she tried, the gap with the top seat showed no signs of being closed. In a flower garden full of blue roses, Luz and Kaya stared at the scoreboard for a while. It was a situation where the existence they both cherished had overtaken the top students and achieved first place. Kaya's eyes lit up as she exclaimed, as expected of Sir Isaac, while Luz's mouth dropped open. Isaac, he got 5 fell cards and took first place at once. Seal Carnitas, she dropped to second place after she had lost 5 fell cards. That didn't mean she was eliminated, however. If she had been eliminated, her name would have disappeared from the leaderboard. The implications were clear. Isaac and Seal Cardenas had worked together. Luz judged with a smile that was as faint as the moonlight in the middle of the night. She whispered softly, "Isaac, you had a plan." The two lowered their heads with a sense of satisfaction, but they had to return to reality. They had to fight the enemy in front of them. Hugh. From now on, Kaya decided to only think about herself. Although she was momentarily excited about Isaac's situation, she couldn't get too worked up in front of such a formidable foe, as it would only exacerbate the difficulty of the fight. She calmly adjusted her posture to an appropriate level. "Luz Eltania, I've always wanted to fight you someday." Second place. Ever since she came to Mädchen Academy, Kaya had never left her position as the second seat. She wanted to catch up with the top seat. The gap between them ate away at Kaya's self-esteem like a rat in a cupboard, which only served to fuel her inferiority complex. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't get any closer to her, only further away. She felt as if she were swimming in an endless sea. Kaya lowered her eyes and spoke with deep sincerity. "From the very beginning, I was determined to surpass you, the top seat, as the second seat." Others praised her for being the second seat, but the only thing that caught Kaya's gaze was the back of Luz's head. "I will surpass you. That's why I've been working so hard. So this fight is for me." Kaya's resolute voice dissipated powerlessly the moment she saw Luz's confused expression at her words. Luz calmly tilted her head, as if she had heard her voice for the very first time. An ominous thought flashed through Kaya's mind. Luz's following indifferent response, which seemed to indicate that she wasn't interested, had swallowed Kaya whole. "I didn't know you were the second seat." The top seat, Luz Eltania, was an existence Kaya Astrian, the second seat, wanted to catch up with. The existence that had always stood firm in front of her and guarded her place. Kaya had been running diligently while keeping the back of the top seat in her sight. For Luz, the top seat, the second seat, or whatever, was of little interest. Even during the mana evaluation, she didn't listen to Professor Fernando's announcement of mana capacity rankings. She had never even glanced at the report cards posted in Orphan Hall. She knew she would be the strongest and get the highest grades anyway. It didn't matter one bit. Even now, all Luz wanted to do was defeat Kaya and go see Isaac. Kaya gripped her wand tightly and channeled her mana, her mouth tightly clenched. The blue rose garden was drenched as if a sudden shower had poured down. The majestic glow of the setting sun seemed to have faded. Her throat was parched as she quietly sat in the flower bed and admired the view. Her dark green hair and uniform, both thoroughly soaked, refused to dry. In reality, only a short amount of time had passed. However, for Kaya, who was sitting by the blue rose garden, it felt like an eternity. She lost. Kaya's wind magic was far too weak to push away Luz's heavy water magic. After exchanging several blows, Luz left indifferently. She believed Kaya was unable to fight and walked away as if she had just stepped on a bug. Kaya couldn't even stand up as her legs gave out. She could only blankly stare at the distant sky. It seemed that she had narrowly avoided elimination. If she had been eliminated, a signal would have appeared on her bracelet, and an exam proctor would have come to escort her away by now. It felt as if her ribs were broken. She felt a tingling sensation in her intestines, as if something had ruptured. Hick. Kaya wiped the edges of her eyes with her wet collar. She was glad that Luz was a water element user. "I have to hurry up and pass the end of semester evaluation so that I can prepare for the Thunderbird subjugation." Seal and I made our way to the submission location where I needed to go. Maybe it was because I was now ranked first, but the number of students who attacked me had increased compared to before. All of them were easily knocked out with one shot of Seal's magic, however. Clearly, since the Class D kid took first place, there will be many envious people who can't stand that thought, hurriedly rushing in without knowing any better. All of them were dangerous opponents to me, but in front of Seal, they were just another punching bag. Stop. Flame Pillar Fire Element 4. HYR, suddenly, a pillar of flame menacingly rose in front of us. I would have been charred black if Seal hadn't reached out her arm to stop me. The pillar of fire quickly disintegrated into powder, which scattered into red light and disappeared. It seemed to be a spell to stop us in our tracks, rather than to harm us. Seal's eyes followed the source of the spell. I also turned my head in the direction of Seal's gaze. It was a time when the sky was slowly taking on a vivid sunset color. On the roof of a nearby tall abandoned building, a female student was perilously perched on the railing with her eyes peering in our direction. Her short pink hair that fell slightly below her shoulders was fluttering in the wind. Under her school uniform skirt was the fair skin of her smooth, long legs, revealing delicate curves. In front of her outstretched right hand was a bright red magic circle, ready to shoot magic at any moment. She was Caradna White-Clark, one of the top honor students of Class A. Caradna White-Clark. LV 90s. Race human. Elements fire, wind. Danger low. Psychology hoping to kill your spirit by denouncing you. Caradna White-Clark had a very high elemental efficiency, and the higher the elemental efficiency, the less mana it took to cast a single spell. It also increased the range of magic and the success rate of joint attacks. None of the magic department's first years could contend with her in terms of elemental efficiency. As a result, Caradna was one of the most feared opponents in battle, as she could create more variables than anyone else among the first-year students. Caradna had a menacing smile on her face. It was like a villain saying, "You're done now," and with a wicked smile on her face she began to speak. But it was inaudible. It sounded like she was shouting at the top of her lungs, but it kept getting drowned out by the evening wind. "Can you hear what she is saying?" I asked Seal, and she shook her head. Caradna passionately shouted something as she made flashy gestures, like she was performing in a play. I suppose it would be polite to respond, but no matter how hard I strained my ears, I couldn't understand what she had actually said. "I'm sorry, but I don't want to pointlessly waste my time." As I thought that, Seal and I turned our heads and started to walk away. Caradna White-Clark began to shout frantically with a bewildered look on her face. I, of course, had a hard time hearing what she was talking about, and at that moment. Whirlwind Wind Element 4. A menacing whirlwind raged overhead. After I had sensed it, I quickly stepped forward and threw my body to the side, embracing Seal. Whoosh! As the whirlwind struck the ground, a fierce wind spread in all directions. I rolled on the floor as I hugged the small-sized Seal. "Are you okay?" Seal glared at me with her half-open eyes, hugging her pillow tightly. "Move," she replied sharply, as if annoyed, but her expression remained unchanged. She acted as if she were unaffected by the earlier attack. I helped Seal to her feet, and we stood up together. Then a vain blonde aristocrat caught my eye. He gazed down at us from the roof of a nearby shed, a smug smile on his face. Tristan Humphrey. LV 77. Race human. Elements wind. Danger low. Psychology wants to humiliate and eliminate you. Ha, so that's how it is for a grade E commoner. Were you begging a Class A student? You can't live without leeching off others. How ridiculous. Tristan Humphrey laughed loudly, ha 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 ha, then coughed to clear his throat. However, I had no time to worry about him. I quickly tried to move forward with Seal. Soon after, the earth shook, and another bolt of magic slammed into me and Seal. Rock wall, rock element 4. A solid rock wall powerfully erupted from the ground to entrap Seal, and the rock walls reached high into the sky. It was a thick wall that exuded powerful mana. "Seal, I know." I interlocked my fingers and began to condense ice mana through the gap in between my hands, and at the same time, Seal materialized 3 blue magic circles towards the rock wall. Frost Explosion Ice Element, 5 Hydro Cannon Water Element. Boom, 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 boom. My frost explosion caused a crack in the rock wall, while Seal's magic circle shot out water with the power of a cannonball. Quadadadadang, the rock wall collapsed. Shards of rock and ice scattered into the air, and at the same time, a wind of moisture-laden dust blew in, and in it, Seal and I assumed our battle stances. Eventually, the dust settled. The landscape reflected in my eyes was a bleak situation. Not only Tristan, but a group of about a dozen students, who I assumed to be Tristan's subordinates, surrounded us. In addition to that, there were twin female students who came out of nowhere, a long-haired male student who was giggling with a sinister aura, and even a magic prodigy with a tiny physique. All of them were top students in Class B. Even Caradna White-Clark, a Class A student who was muttering something on the roof, glared at us like a predator would at its prey. And then, "I like combat." In the dust that slowly settled, a husky female voice came from the front. The owner of that voice had a wooden bat studded with topaz-colored magic stones slung over one of her shoulders. Seal could handle Caradna White-Clark. However, if that woman was added to the mix, our chances of winning would really disappear. The dust had completely settled now. The image of that woman stood in our way. I could clearly see her in my field of vision. So I've been waiting for this battlefield to ripen, and then I was planning to smash everything to pieces, said the orange-haired pretty girl holding the wooden bat. She wore a school uniform with tight-fitting pants that accentuated her wide hips and legs. Her free hand was in her pocket, and her insolent attitude made her look like a delinquent. Her hair was pulled back into a ponytail. Her white shirt was unbuttoned, which revealed her smooth abs and the black bra-like tank top she wore. I wanted to finish it before it got to this point. I bit my lip. The situation had shaped up to be the worst-case scenario. In the original Magic Knight of Machen scenario without Luce's rampage, if I had to choose the most dangerous person in the end-of-semester evaluation, it would undoubtedly be the orange-haired female student that stood in front of me. She took her time during the first part of the exam and leisurely enjoyed the meat and drinks she had prepared ahead of time. Then she joined the battle during the second half of the end-of-semester evaluation. The difficulty level, which had already increased due to Seal's intrusion in the mid to late half, skyrocketed to an insane level. This was because that orange-haired woman had randomly eliminated students. The reason was simple: combat is fun. What's up with you? Isn't it getting really fun now? Ah, the orange-haired girl exclaimed as she let out a giggle. She was Lysetta Lionheart, Class A delinquent. She had established herself as the final barrier. Lysetta Lionheart. LV 94. Race human. Elements rock. Danger low. Psychology wonders what your identity is. As a member of a renowned family of knights, House Lionheart, she had been educated with an emphasis on etiquette and dignity. However, after she entered the academy, she broke free from her family's suffocating traditions and began to live life according to her own personality. In short, she became a reckless girl. Lysetta Lionheart. Cold sweat trickled down my cheeks. Caridna Whiteclark and Lysetta Lionheart from Class A, as well as the top students of Class B such as Tristan Humphrey and his around a dozen subordinates, and a slew of other Class B students, had all targeted us at the same time. These people probably didn't even consider the possibility that their actions right now could lead to the end of the world. Even if you take us down, everyone here will be your enemy, so what's the point? My desire: to destroy everyone and everything. Come on, cut us some slack. This is so unfair. I don't take orders from those weaker than me. If you want to make me submit, prove you're stronger than me, fool. I tried testing Lysetta Lionheart, not expecting anything, and her reaction was as predicted. Was she intentionally doing that? If you dominate me, I'll do whatever you ask of me, whether that be stripping off my clothes and dancing on top of you, telling me to be your lover, or fulfilling your obscene fantasies at night. I'll do anything. The male students around her started to blush. Her provocative words and actions seemed to set their hearts ablaze, which stirred their manhood. Lysetta's ideal type was clear-cut, a male peer who was stronger than her. If she met such a man, she was prepared to give her heart and body. In fact, it was as if she was talking about her true desire. In the first place, Seal Carnitas, I don't think you're the type to team up with anyone, Lysetta said, her golden eyes fixed on Seal. What the hell is that man doing to help you? Seal took a step in front of me and hugged the pillow I'd given her tightly. She extended her right arm towards Lysetta. An orange magic circle materialized in front of her right hand. You are noisy. Fight me or shut up. Seal's intention to fight silenced the air. Lysetta smirked and lowered the wooden bat slung over her shoulder. She tightly grasped the handle with both her hands. It was no ordinary bat, but a magic tool modified to increase the power of rock magic. Just like Kaya's wand, it was a weapon exclusively for Lysetta. Yes, that reaction. I like it, Seal Carnitas. Lysetta shouted with a thirst to fight. Her eyes widened to cover an even larger area of her whites. She was like a gladiator who let her lust for battle spill out like a volcanic eruption. Tristan Humphrey, his subordinates, and the top students of Class B also deployed magic circles and prepared themselves for battle. The same was true of Caridna Whiteclark, who had aimed at us from the building's roof earlier. There were only students stronger than me, but I couldn't stay still. I moved to stand next to Seal, hoping to help even just a little bit, but she held out her arm to stop me. Don't get in the way. I don't think you're going to help us at all, seeing how you used such crude magic to break the rock wall earlier. Crude magic. If you had taken a hit from my frost explosion, you wouldn't be saying that. To be honest, I'm still not convinced. Are you acting weak in order to get out of this situation? Or are you some kind of freak with exceptional mana perception? Surprisingly, neither answer was correct. It's true that I am weak, and my mana perception is at a terrible level, even worse than yours. Isaac's body is just originally like that. Whatever I do, it's my decision. Anyway, you're not trying to run away, but you're trying to protect me in accordance with our deal. What good am I if I can't help you? You're an idiot. An idiot what? Let's try to write a 3-line acrostic poem with. I accidentally said that out loud and quickly tried fixing my mistake. Seal glared at me. Nonetheless, it was a relief that there was no time to attack me because the situation was desperate, although it was a little irritating not to rhyme with ba. Either way, I have no choice but to fight. To protect myself from those who are aiming at me, and to survive, I must fight my way through them. To be honest, I'm terrified of failing. Even for Seal, taking them down is too much, and I'm still weak. But with a deep breath, I gathered my emotions and shook off my fears. There was no point in being scared. I steeled myself and remembered all the battles I'd fought so far. I took an old dagger from inside my school uniform and drew it from its scabbard. In my right hand, I held the of disaster, and in my left hand, I held a normal blade. It was no different from usual. I would leap over obstacles and slay the demons. What the hell? I was determined to be brave, but somehow the atmosphere was strange. Lysetta's face, which had been so fiery just a moment ago, was now filled with wariness. Caridna, who watched us from the top of the building, was troubled. Even Tristan, his men, and the Class B honor students were tense. None of their gazes lingered on me or Seal. Isaac, a voice as soft as moonlight, came from behind me, and as soon as I heard it, I understood the whole situation. Seal and I turned around, and our gazes were drawn to a graceful female student who stood a decent distance from us. Her rose-gold hair, as well as the morpho-butterfly-colored braids that hung down the sides of her head, reflected the sunset light. Her face, which usually gave me a gentle smile, was cast in a deep shadow due to the backlight. The female student with rose-gold hair swallowed a gasp. Her eyes widened as if in shock. I could feel her blue oceanic eyes scanning me in detail. Only then did I realize that my outward appearance was in disarray. I must have appeared to have come here after tumbling around hard somewhere. It was all Seal's fault. The powerful mana flowing from Luce seemed to weigh heavily on the air. The intense, murderous aura that emanated from her was enough to send chills down my spine. Who made you so? An icy cold voice cut through the air. Then, Seal, who stood next to me, pointed in the direction of Lysetta with a brazen face. It was surprisingly audacious. Soon, Luce's cold and cynical gaze pierced through Seal and drove a wedge into the enemies behind her. It was an unexpected turn of events, even for me. To Luce Eltania, others were like a hedgehog whose entire body was covered with sharp quills. If she got too close, the quills would prick and sting. The Candy House Witch won. The Witch in the Candy House from Hansel and Gretel, some may also refer to Candy House as Gingerbread House, was dead, the one who had taken in Luce, who had been abandoned by her parents and had nowhere else to go. Someone who meant so much to Luce had died right in front of her in a futile manner. Candy House Witch, you sacrificed your life for the people you wanted to protect, and were recorded in history as the infamous Great Witch of Heaven's Wrath, a name still cursed by people to this very day. History wasn't just a relic of the past. It was also a work of art that was molded by the hands of the people who lived in the present. As such, the ending was too grueling for Luce to endure, and a deep sense of distrust washed over her. A deep-seated disgust and hatred for humans had taken root and sprouted. It happened when she was only 10 years old. Luce had forgotten everything she had seen that day, but she vividly remembered the pain of that time whenever someone spoke to her. So she lived like a mute and avoided others. Eventually, she developed a knack for hiding memories she didn't want to recall deep inside her mind. However, the painful memories lingered like an echo, and anyone's approach still felt like a needle was piercing her heart. And then, for the first time, she made a friend. It was very unusual for Luce, who normally felt disgusted and hateful whenever someone spoke to her. They ate alone together, they exchanged small talk and silly jokes, and even studied together. She taught him things he struggled with, helped him train, encouraged him, and they hadn't even been friends for a month, yet the time she spent with him gave Luce a sense of fulfillment that couldn't be compared to any she had experienced prior. He was the only person she didn't hate. After she had witnessed the Candy House Witch's death at the age of 10, Luce had closed herself off from others. But to her, this friend felt like an incredibly precious existence. He felt like the sunrise that illuminated the darkness of dawn. And unlike everyone else, this friend made her feel neither disgust nor hatred. Under the sky tinged with the color of sunset, Luce's eyes caught a glimpse of Isaac, a scorched school uniform that held traces of fire magic. In addition, he was covered with dust and dirt. It was as if he had rolled around somewhere. Through the tears in his uniform, blood stains were visible. She wondered who was responsible for such injuries. His rolled-up sleeve revealed the large bruises on his forearm. She was curious as to who had beaten him so severely. Even a single droplet on the surface of a calm body of water could create circular ripples that spread out several times over the appearance of Isaac, on the other hand, was like dropping a boulder into calm waters. This caused a turbulent flow within Luce's heart. Luce, it's a pleasant sound. That's why it hurts me so much when you call my name. Right now, she knew that this situation was part of an exam. It was only natural to get hurt. Luce understood that in her head. However, no matter how much she believed that, if Isaac was being targeted by dozens of enemies, and they were all trying to hurt him. Luce felt overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness as her anger soared and became unbearable. Pua, in an instant, her water mana converted into the water element and scattered a clear blue light that swirled overhead. It was grand enough to encompass the whole area. Her mana control was so excellent that not even a single droplet of water splashed around her. This meant that she could use even a single droplet of water to attack. At the same time, 5 blue magic circles about 2 million in diameter materialized around her, each with a 5-star rating or higher. They were all ready to activate, so she could unleash their spells all at once. The enemies that had targeted Isaac and Seal all swallowed their saliva and became wary of Luce. They were in no position to act hastily. Everyone here was within the range of Luce's magic. She was in a position where she could eliminate anyone at any time. Run away. We will never win against the top seat. If you run away, I will kill you. Tristan hurriedly ordered his men to flee, but Lysetta's murderous voice cut him off. I can't stand it when a coward tries to flee before even fighting. Shouldn't you at least cut something if you've drawn your sword? Tristan and his men stared at Lysetta with terrified faces. Besides, if I steal the fell cards, you'll all be my enemies. Wouldn't it be more fun for me if there were more of you to fight against, huh? Something was off about Lysetta. At least Tristan thought so. Lysetta glared at the top seat with a smirk. From the start, she had no intention of passing this test quickly. She was just excited about the prospect of how many enemies she could fight if she got the fell cards in such a chaotic situation. In such a chaotic situation for someone who loved intense battles like her, there was no way she could not be excited. Her entire body shuddered. The always stoic top seat was enraged. She couldn't believe she was getting nervous. Lysetta giggled and gripped the bat tightly with both hands. Soon, a light brown magic circle materialized in front of her. The person who sat on the roof, Caridna Whiteclark, also had no intention of running away. She was simply annoyed with the top seat. Ever since she joined Class A, Caridna had been kind to her Class A classmates. It was clear that they were different from the rest of the students, and she intended to use them as potential connections to solidify her social foundation. However, Luce had never even acknowledged Caridna's greetings. Luce Eltania always had her brow furrowed and looked at Caridna as if she were looking at garbage. Luce never said anything to her. She only expressed her displeasure. She couldn't argue with the top seat, but now she had the opportunity to unleash her rage on that arrogant face. Although her mind was confused for a moment by the top seat's sudden appearance, she was composed now. Caridna broke out into a cold sweat, and with a forced smile, she unleashed her light red magic circle. Isaac. Luce turned her gaze towards Isaac. A gentle smile hung over her face. It was a gentle smile that didn't match the eerie swirls and magic circles that formed overhead in the slightest. Go quickly, so that Isaac could pass the exam and be safe. Luce was going to help him escape. After he judged the situation, Isaac simply nodded his head and began running in the direction of Lysetta, that grady commoner. Soon after Tristan had shouted, a light green whirlwind was sent towards Isaac. The moment Luce tried to protect Isaac with a water barrier water wall. Firestorm fire element, 5 plus whirlwind wind element, 4 equal fire dragon fire plus wind element. Roar! The raging whirlwind turned away from Isaac and began to soar through the air like an oriental dragon while wrapped in flames. Caridna's firestorm was directed at Tristan's whirlwind, which resulted in a synergized attack. It wasn't a predetermined plan, but Caridna had anticipated what Tristan would do and used her fire magic to synergize with it. Obviously, it was not an easy feat to accomplish. Caridna waved the wand she held like a baton. The whirlwind that was spiraled in flames roamed the skies at her command. At each passing moment, the flames became even more magnificent as it ate away at Caridna's mana. Then, Lysetta shouted, Gah! Rock avalanche rock element 4. D. Coo-woo-woo. Lysetta swung her bat sideways at the magic circle, triggering the magic and causing boulders of topaz to ferociously blaze through the air. The magical blunt weapon, Rock Bat. The bat, which increased the power of rock magic, increased the power of rock avalanche dramatically. It was a weapon that made the use of mana more difficult, but that wasn't a problem for Lysetta, who had practiced with Rock Bat for many years. The magic boulder, densely packed with rock mana, headed straight towards Isaac. Isaac already held the dagger and the sheath of disaster with his index and middle fingers, while his remaining fingers were interlocked to condense ice mana. He was willing to use the sheath of disaster to unleash 2 consecutive frost explosions in order to counter Lysetta's magic. Roar! At that moment, Caridna swung her wand downwards, and as a result, the fire dragon that had grown to an impossibly large size plummeted towards Isaac, Luce, and Seal. A long whirlwind with torrents of spiraled flames threatened to engulf them. Tristan's men and the Class B top students also launched counterattacks with various elemental spells. Water flow barrier water element 6. Then a clear blue shield of water formed around Isaac like the blue sky. It was a shield that nullified Luce's water magic. At the same time, a magnificent blue magic circle instantly materialized on the ground. Afterwards, a humpback whale leaped out from the magic circle. Flying whale water element 6. Poo-woo-woo-woo-woo, Kua-ah. The giant whale devoured all of the enemy's magic. More accurately, it was a terrifyingly fierce spectacle of condensed tidal current that took the form of a whale. It surged with overwhelming force. If they were swept into the whale's body, they would be crushed by the intense water pressure and hurled around inside the whale's body at breakneck speed. Flying whale was triggered under Isaac's feet. The water-made whale destroyed half of the building that came into contact with its body. The wreckage of the building was swept away by the whale's torrent. The building Tristan and his men took shelter and collapsed. The water-made whale seemed to have swallowed them whole and even drowned out their screams. Soon after, flying whale and fire dragon clashed. However, the fire dragon was uselessly devoured by the whale's body, only to explode into a burst of hot steam. Lycetta's rock avalanche was swept away by the torrent and swirled around inside the whale's body. It was not much different from the fate of the half-destroyed buildings, truly overwhelming. In front of Luce, the first-year student's magic was meaningless. It's scary, really. Isaac unleashed the spell for Frost Explosion in admiration and continued to run. The moment flying whale turned into blue powder and dispersed, Isaac caught sight of Lycetta, who had deployed a magic circle aimed right at him. I won't miss. With her bat raised, Lycetta smashed the magic circle. Rockfall Rock Element 4. Isaac noticed that a shadow had been cast all around him. When he lifted his head, he saw a large topaz-colored rock menacingly fall from the sky. It appeared to be from a light brown magic circle that was carved into the sky above. Seal and Luce tried to block the attack by deploying a water wall. When suddenly an unexpected gust of wind came crashing down onto the rockfall. Whirlwind Wind Element 4. A light green whirlwind of great power, incomparable to that of Tristan's magic, sliced through the air. It swallowed the rockfall that was headed towards Isaac in an instant. That whirlwind boasted a high enough mana density to blow Lycetta's rockfall away. Wind Generation Wind Element 1. An unnatural wind began to flow around the area. The wind gained momentum in a matter of seconds as it ferociously ruffled the hair and uniforms of the nearby students. And then, a girl descended from the sky, her light green pigtails fluttering around. Woo-woo-woo. She landed lightly on the ground, with wind at her feet. Kaya Astrian stepped in between Isaac and Lycetta. Kaya Astrian. LV 96. Race human. Elements wind, ice. Danger X. Psychology wants to help you. The moment I saw Kaya's back, I couldn't help but stop in my tracks. It was because I could see her clutch her rib cage in pain. Ha ha ha, even the second seat is participating. Who the hell is this extra that you bitches are making such a fuss over, Ang? Lycetta excitedly shouted as she looked from the top seat to the second and third. Her voice, however, did not seem to have reached Kaya. Go ahead, Sir Isaac. I don't know what you have in mind this time, but I will always be on your side no matter what. Kaya's low voice had a faint tremor, as if she had just been crying. It bothered me, but now wasn't the time to think about it. Time was running out. I thanked her and started to run towards the submission location once again. And then, you loose Eltania, Kaya furiously shouted at the top of her lungs. It was the rose-gold-haired top seat who reacted to her. Kaya's gaze snapped towards Luce. An angry side profile caught my eye. Luce had an apathetic expression on her face as she looked at Kaya. She appeared to have judged that because Kaya protected me, she was not an enemy. Kaya Astrian. Psychology feels a strong inferiority complex to Luce Eltania. If there was someone who could put Kaya in such a state, the only person who came to mind was Luce. She appeared to have narrowly avoided elimination, but her battle with Luce seemed to have stimulated something deep inside of her. Lycetta and Caradna were stunned, as this was the first time they had ever seen the diligent Kaya raise her voice. Kaya Astrian, my name is Kaya Astrian. I'm the one who has been chasing you to the brink of death. I've always been right behind you. But you don't even remember me. Kaya's sincerity echoed throughout her tearful voice. I hate you. The hand holding her wand started to tremble. The inferiority complex she'd been harboring towards the top seat had been building up and finally erupted. Kaya was clearly shaken by her fight with Luce. That inferiority complex of hers wouldn't get any better in the future. The gap between Luce and Kaya would widen over time. The only thing that awaited Kaya was a deep sense of self-doubt. I can't help but think that I can only receive this kind of treatment from you, and it makes me feel pathetic, that I'm so weak in your eyes. Ice Wall Ice Element 4. I created a wall of ice around Kaya so that the other students wouldn't see her cry. By the time I regained my senses, my feet had already moved towards Kaya. I pulled Kaya into a hug from behind and took out a wand from the magic pouch in my arms, softly placing it in her hand. A wand made of Armana, an 8-star colossal tree that guarded the great forest. It was the only wand that synergized with plant mana, and it was Kaya's final weapon that would boost her abilities to new heights. This is my gift from me to you. I thought I told you before. Besides her tears, Kaya's tremors had ceased as if time had stood still. Over the course of my countless playthroughs of Magic Knight of Mechen, I had grown attached to the characters. Kaya Estrian in particular was one of the official heroines. It goes without saying that I had a lot of affection for her. Maybe that was why the sight of Kaya's tears made me feel sick to my stomach. I couldn't help but reach out to her. Your true worth will be shown in the future. Sir Isaac, Kaya had previously mistaken me for a super strong person. She even admired me. In reality, I was just a weak man, but my current false self held tremendous influence over Kaya. I wanted to use that to give her the best comfort I could offer. I hoped she would be able to draw strength from it, so I whispered in her ear in a calm voice, "Don't forget, you're someone I recognize." With those words, I pulled away from Kaya, released the ice wall, and started to run again. The students looked back and forth between Kaya and I with confused expressions. They seemed to be curious about what kind of short conversation had taken place inside the ice wall. It was Kaya who was the most flustered. Her tears had long since dried up, and her eyes were fixed on the Armana wand I had given her. Soon, Kaya's face was flushed red, and steam began to rise from her head. I had momentarily forgotten that Kaya was weak to men. Running away again, you coward. Lysetta's boulder tried to fly towards me once more. Wind sword wind element 3. Kaya's wind, now stronger than ever, shot out dozens of meters like a sharp sword, easily slicing through Lysetta's boulder. Lysetta's pupils dilated. It was a boulder that had been imbued with the power of rock bat. The sight of such magic being easily destroyed by wind magic shocked Lysetta to her core. Kaya herself appeared to be surprised, and rightfully so. The mere act of holding the wand of Armana had greatly boosted her elemental magic and combat power. With this, my debt to you is settled, Kaya. I turned my back on the battlefield, where all kinds of elemental magic and screams rang out, and ran towards the submission location. The time for the Thunderbird subjugation was nearly upon us. Footnotes 1. The Witch in the Candy House from Hansel and Gretel. Some may also refer to Candy House as Gingerbread House. Isaac was a bit of a celebrity within the magic department, in a bad way, of course. He was in Class D with grade E mana. In the class placement evaluation, he took last place with a score that would have been difficult to achieve even if he deliberately tried, and he was ranked at the bottom of the bottom among the first years of the magic department. He was, without a doubt, the weakest student of the magic department, but now things were different. If you stopped any student and asked them if Isaac was the weakest first year, they would shake their heads. During the dual evaluation, he used 5-star magic, albeit at a low level. Among the first-year students of the magic department, there were only a handful of students who could use 5-star magic. Isaac, who was thought to be the weakest, had done it. It was an incredible growth rate. Even so, it didn't prove that Isaac was special. If anything, Ian Fairytale, who was also evaluated as having grade E mana during the mana evaluation, was special. His growth rate was much faster, and he even had a constitution that allowed him to use the light element. In addition, some students were already at a level where they could use 5-star magic at a high level. This naturally overshadowed the fruits of Isaac's hard work, as people's attention was drawn to those who were more impressive. However, that man not only was he involved with the top seat in Senior Dorothy, but also the second and third seats. Eva Hylov couldn't believe her eyes. She was watching a large-scale battle while she secretly hid behind a tree in stealth mode. From the looks of it, it seemed that Luz Eltania was very upset over Isaac's injury. During the battle, even Kaya Estrian, the second seat, joined in and took Isaac's side. And to Eva's surprise, even Seal Cardenas, who had helped Isaac find his fell cards, was on Isaac's side. "Isaac, who the hell are you?" Eva wondered in fear. The thought that all the strongest students of the magic department were favoring Isaac was terrifying. What kind of fearsome man was he? Kayak. Suddenly, Luz's water magic sliced through the trees around Eva. It was something that had been misfired in the middle of the large battle. Eva trembled, covering her head with both hands, like when someone was caught in a crossfire between two sides. Isaac, pass. The submission location was a small passageway whose entrance was adjacent to the barrier for the exam. I was greeted by a young female professor in charge of Class C who was on standby there. I handed the 5 fell cards to the female professor as I caught my breath. She checked them all, nodded, and unlocked my bracelet. When she inserted something that looked like a key into it, it clicked and unlocked. I didn't expect you to beat out all those Class A students and get first place. Ho, you must have had some tricks up your sleeve. You seem like a guy who's good at taking the easy way out. I had already anticipated that I would be doubted over how someone like me could come in first place, and I had already thought about it a lot. But the female professor's meek attitude still made me discouraged. If you walk out of here and go straight ahead, you'll see a carriage. If you ride it, you can go back to your dormitory. Great job. I lowered my head and bowed, then walked out of the passage. My suffering doesn't end here. I was barely at the starting line. The sun was still shining in the sky. As soon as the setting sun disappeared over the horizon, the Thunderbird won. The Thunderbird is a legendary creature, in particular, North American indigenous peoples' history and culture. It is considered a supernatural being of power and strength, would be summoned. Until then, I have to go around the outskirts, just outside the boundary of the end of semester evaluation. I headed towards the building called Carly Hall, which sat high on a hill. I took off at full speed, using the calf muscles I had worked so hard on. Magic Night of Mädchen Act 3, Chapter 4, Thunderbird Subjugation. Just as the sun was setting, Vera the summoner rode on her familiar and flew towards the exam location like a speeding bullet. As soon as the demon appeared, she immediately stole Thunderbird Galia from Luce, which caused her to lose all of her mana and faint. Afterwards, Vera stormed into the exam location to kill the main character, Ian Fairytale. Because of this, the Academy was forced to declare a state of emergency. Subsequently, the Old Mädchen Academy was surrounded by the barrier of the mighty Thunderbird. As a result, the Academy's administration was unable to help. Anyone who approached would be electrocuted by the high-voltage current, and it would be difficult to break through the barrier. Meanwhile, Vera the Summoner decided to go to Carly Hall with Thunderbird Galia and Luce in order to observe the situation. The inside of the Thunderbird's barrier was infested with the Thunderbird's minions called lightning harpies. These mobs would give exp when you defeated them. Luce's unconscious body was protected by the Thunderbird's lightning shield, which made her the safest person in the Thunderbird subjugation. Confused by the unexpected disaster, the exam proctors, professors, and the students with strength remaining tried to locate the rest of the students and carry out a rescue operation. This process was carried out quickly and without any casualties. The bracelets worn on the students' wrists made it easy to locate them, and the lightning harpies were no match for the exam proctors and professors. By the way, those who passed the test before the appearance of the Thunderbird were safe, since the Thunderbird's barrier was only set up to the entrance of the exam site. Even if you had stayed at the entrance, you wouldn't have to worry, since the professors would evacuate you to a safe place immediately. Ultimately, the story of Act 3 Scene 4 was about the remaining students, professors, and exam proctors joining forces to defeat Vera and the Thunderbird. The leaders would inevitably be Ian and Dorothy, who are the only ones who could deliver an effective blow to the Thunderbird. So what I need to do is go to Carly Hall in advance and hide, and wait for the optimal time to kill Vera the Summoner. There were two important points in this mission. First, that I shouldn't kill Vera the Summoner in advance. The Thunderbird was consumed by destructive instincts due to the curse of the 8-star magic beast, evil dragon Orcus. Because of that, they couldn't control themselves, and Luce had to pour out her lightning mana every second to suppress the Thunderbird. Vera's domination magic, on the other hand, could even consume the curse of the evil dragon to gain complete control. As a result, if Vera was defeated, the Thunderbird would return to normal. It was also important to note that Luce regained her original powers, which was crucial for future scenarios. Second, Vera must be alone. Just as the Thunderbird subjugation party was slaying the lightning harpies and about to reach Carly Hall, the Thunderbird stops them. This meant Vera would be by herself. That's when I come into play. This was Plan A, the most likely way for our SSS Class Master Fainter protagonist to not die. There was no need to worry about anyone dying in the process of defeating the lightning harpies as long as Dorothy was there. The problem was Thunderbird Galia. As the subjugation party dealt with the Thunderbird, it would unleash the 7-star lightning spell Thunderstorm Annihilation when its HP dropped to 20. It was a spell that poured out massive amounts of lightning, insta killing anyone who wasn't Dorothy. In order to stop Thunderstorm Annihilation, all the purple magic stones on the Thunderbird's body must be struck by a single light elemental sword, which was easier said than done. That was why I have repeatedly stated that the Thunderbird subjugation was extremely difficult. In other words, there was no way the protagonist would be able to stop Thunderstorm Annihilation. Therefore, it would be safer for me to participate in the Thunderbird subjugation battle, even at the risk of my identity being revealed. Plan A, which was to quickly take down Vera the Summoner before Galia's HP dropped to 20, was the safest way, both for preventing bad endings and for the future. As a secondary note, defeating familiars wouldn't give experience points. However, if I killed Vera, the subjugation party that fought against Thunderbird Galia would be treated as if they had fought Vera and would receive cooperative experience points. Ian, in particular, must be as powerful as he needs to be to progress the story. Let's hope he gains good party exp. Gasp, 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 gasp. My breathing became heavy, but I couldn't stop, because the sky was slowly darkening. The outcome of the end-of-semester evaluation battle was obvious from the start. With the top, second, and third seats of the magic department on the same team, no one at the exam site stood a chance against them. When the dust settled, only Luce, Kaya, and Seal were left standing amidst the fierce battlefield. Their enemies had all been knocked out, left sprawled on the ground as the exam proctors gradually gathered them with stretchers. Sir Isaac. The wand in Kaya's hand was the one Isaac had given her earlier. Its body, made of beautiful grayish-brown wood, was studded with magic stones that gave off a brilliant rust color. The wand's mana sensitivity was far different from her usual wand. It felt as if clogged mana circuits had been unblocked, which allowed her to channel even more mana. Your share. Luce quietly approached Kaya and handed her 2 fell cards. Given that they had taken all the students' fell cards in the large-scale battle, they must have some leftovers. As she received the cards, Kaya's mind was filled with a slew of emotions. The anguish and humiliation she'd felt earlier when she realized she was nothing to Luce, as well as the thrill and relief she'd felt when she heard Isaac's whispers, were all entangled in a complex web of thoughts. But Kaya shook her head and pushed aside all these musings. She had lost and Luce had won. It was as simple as that. Whether the winner remembered the loser or not was up to her own discretion. Moreover, she was someone who was acknowledged by Sir Isaac. There was no reason for her to feel down. Kaya flashed a gentle smile and took the cards from Luce. Luce narrowed her eyes. She claimed she was the second seat. Even when she ran into the spell in the Blue Rose Garden, and when she first appeared here, she had an expression full of anger, but now she looked strangely relaxed. What did she and Isaac talk about in that brief moment inside of the ice wall that caused her attitude to change so suddenly? Luce's eyes turned to Kaya's hand. Kaya's wand had changed. She had noticed it a while ago. It had to be a gift from Isaac. Was she also Isaac's friend? At that moment, Luce realized something she had overlooked. For her, Isaac was her first friend, but she couldn't have been Isaac's first friend. He must have built up countless human relationships. It wouldn't be surprising if the girl with the light green twin tails in front of her was one of them. She felt her heart ache. It was a fact that subtly irritated her. She was already dissatisfied with the amount of time she spent with Isaac, and if he had many friends as well. Wouldn't the already insufficient amount of time become even more scarce? As Luce came to such a conclusion, she began to feel a deep repulsion towards Kaya. She knew it was her own selfishness and childish thinking, but she wanted to monopolize Isaac's time. He was her only friend, and being with him was really enjoyable. Luce clicked her tongue as she handed Kaya the cards, then quickly turned around and left the scene. As Luce walked away, Kaya stared blankly at her back. Did she just get annoyed? Why, she honestly couldn't figure out what the top seat was thinking. It was then that the demon appeared with her back to the setting sun. Good morning, everyone. The gazes of the students and the test proctors immediately turned to the 3-meter-tall woman, the gray-skinned demon, Vera the Summoner. A creepy smile tugged at the corners of her lips. My whole body was drenched in sweat. The school uniform I was wearing felt heavy. Throughout the run, I kept an eye on the scoreboard in the sky. It was difficult to make an accurate judgment, but it seemed that about 13 people had passed the exam. This was all while the first, second, and third seats were in the midst of a fierce battle. My destination, Carly Hall, was located at the top of a high hill. The red palace-like exterior still exuded a beautiful grandeur, along with the traces of the passage of time. Along with Bardot's Hall, it was a building that symbolized Mech and Academy. A hill covered with colorful flowers appeared before my eyes. Without resting, I ran up the hill. But as I reached the middle of the hill while running, a deafening screech rang out. I stopped in my tracks and immediately turned my head back. The setting sun was disappearing beyond the horizon as twilight slowly crept down. Kaya, krrrrrr, clang clang clang, the loud cry of a bird of prey. The screech of the thunderbird rang throughout heaven and earth, and thunder rose from all directions. Dozens of purple lightning bolts streaked across the sky, each carving its own shape into the ultramarine blue sky. In an instant, dark clouds covered the sky. From a location where you could capture the panoramic view of the old Mech and Academy with a single glance, a black thunderbird entwined with purple lightning and darkness mana soared into the sky. A massive creature appeared, and despite the distance between us, it felt as if it was right in front of me. It was the 8-star magic beast that could destroy a country, Thunderbird Galia. Thunderbird Galia. LV 175. Race Diamond. Elements Lightning. Danger Highest. Psychology hoping someone will stop him. Footnotes: 1. The Thunderbird is a legendary creature, in particular, North American indigenous peoples' history and culture. It is considered a supernatural being of power and strength. Thunderbird Galia flashed a red glare from its eyes while wrapping purple lighting mana around its massive wings. It was trying to cast a barrier. There was no doubt that the Thunderbird had exchanged spells with Dorothy just moments ago. Dorothy must have strategically retreated with the students. In an instant, a thunderstorm condensed around Galia. Then, when the large amount of lightning mana had gathered, it formed a dense mass that was incredibly small. Lightning mana erupted with the roar of the Thunderbird and swept across the old Mech and Academy grounds in the blink of an eye. Thunder God's Barrier Lightning Element, 7. Ka pajajajajajik. Uek, a violent gust of wind blew me away, which caused me to roll down the hill. For a brief moment, I felt a tingling sensation spread throughout my entire body. Some buildings were smashed to pieces, and trees were uprooted and toppled. Lightning strikes flashed countless times. The lightning mana spread out by the Thunderbird had transformed into a wide barrier. With a jolt, a powerful purple barrier was formed from a large amount of lightning mana. This generated a large amount of high-voltage currents. Thunder God's Barrier. The stage was set for the final part of the first semester of the first year of Magic Night of Mech in Act 3, Chapter 4, Thunderbird Subjugation. Boom, boom, boom. At the same time, countless lightning bolts struck multiple places across the grounds of the old Mech Academy, and the Thunderbird's minions, the lightning harpies, emerged from them. A particularly intense lightning bolt struck the side of Carly Hall, and a large number of lightning harpies were concentrated there. This was because Vera the Summoner had marked Carly Hall. Arg, how many times have I rolled today? Seriously. I grumbled and quickly rose from the ground, resuming my run up the hill. The Thunder God's Barrier was impenetrable. This was due to the effect of Nest, a unique trait of Thunderbird Galia, which caused a large amount of lightning mana to form a dense and solid barrier. If I had to estimate the level of the spell itself, I would say it was around level 190. So even if all of the Academy's staff, including Dorothy, fired spells at it all at once, it wouldn't produce any meaningful results. They would come to realize this later when they tested their spells against the barrier together. Kaya. The entrance to the palace like Carly Hall was shattered, and lightning harpies busted out. Lightning harpies were winged humanoid creatures whose entire bodies were composed of lightning mana. Lightning harpy. LV-85. Race Diamond. Elements lightning. Danger medium. Psychology wants to kill humans. I arrived at Carly Hall just in time. The demons have been recognized as enemies. The unique trait Hunter is activated. The level and stats are temporarily greatly enhanced. The skill tree temporarily becomes +10. Frostfire Ice Element 4. HYAC. My entire body became as light as a feather. My exhausted body went beyond being recovered and started to overflow with power. I felt as if I could shatter a building with a single punch. The flow of the mana within my mana circuit accelerated, and the quality of my mana fundamentally changed. The unique trait Hunter had activated. I slaughtered the lightning harpies with a blast of cold blue flames of unparalleled power as I continued briskly moving my feet. After I entered Carly Hall, I found myself in a wide central corridor. A swarm of lightning harpies glared at me in unison. The top floor of this building was where Vera the Summoner would bring loose. Therefore, that was my destination as well. Kaya. Yeah, mobs. I ran up the central stairs 3 steps at a time and burnt the lightning harpies with frostfire. Level up. Your level has increased to 58. You have gained an additional 2 stat points. The lightning harpies were a good source of EXP. I'm sorry, Ian, but the Carly Hall free EXP is mine. Phew. I finally made it to the top floor, which was lined with statues of wizards and knights. Although they showed signs of aging, their designs were still magnificent. At the end of a red-carpeted room stood a grand altar. With its high ceilings, the view from the top floor of Carly Hall was magnificent. The scenery was even comparable to that of a breathtaking cathedral. I wiped the beads of sweat that trickled down my forehead and cast a glance out the window. The Thunderbird flapped its wings in a spectacle of overwhelming power. It slowly made its way towards my location, accompanied by Luce and Vera the Summoner. They would soon destroy the top floor's roof and come in. Luckily enough, they wouldn't go out of their way to look for the traces of the lightning harpies I killed. I fought cautiously because I didn't want them to find any traces of magic outside Carly Hall. Eden. As light brown mana gathered in front of me, it took the form of Eden, my small golem familiar. Q, run away. Q, Vera the Summoner could steal her opponent's familiar at will. However, I could avoid the disaster of Eden being taken away from me by getting rid of him ahead of time. Eden tilted his head in confusion, perhaps wondering about my intentions. After I urged him to quickly leave Carly Hall, Eden nodded his head with a puzzled expression and trudged out. This simple action ensured that Vera wouldn't be able to steal my familiar, a fate that had befallen many because they were unaware of this tactic. Now, I just had to hide according to my plan. Tap, tap, tap. Fortunately, I knew the perfect place to hide. I started knocking on several places behind the walls of the altar. In Magic Night of Mechen, once the Thunderbird subjugation was over, one would be able to enter a secret location within Carly Hall. My plan was to hide in that secret location. The game depicted it as something that could be found when one knocked on a certain place along the wall. I must be close to it by now. Tab, tab, tab. Thud, thud, it's here. It sounded hollow on the inside. I checked the pattern on the wall and found the location of the handle. I put my right hand near the handle and faintly channeled my mana through it. Then it slowly absorbed mana from my hand to the inside of the wall. It felt like being on the shore of a calm lake, and just like that, I was inside the wall. The first thing I noticed inside the inner room were the luminescent stones that lined the walls, emitting a faint light. My gaze was immediately drawn towards a cramped and run-down study. It was filled with bookshelves stacked high with books. It was a cramped, stuffy space. At the far end of the room stood a miniature-sized desk with a dusty book on top of it. It was nothing special, just a book with a setting from Magic Knight of Machen. It contained hints related to the archwizards of each element. There was nothing worth reading. To begin with, I didn't even have enough time to look. A demon has been detected nearby. Demon detection had activated. Vera the Summoner was nearby. I felt an intense aura from beyond the wall. Vera the Summoner. LV 125. Race Diamond. Elements darkness, lightning. Danger highs. Psychology rejoicing at the thought of having obtained the strongest familiar. I put my ear against the wall to understand the situation. Quaring, I heard the ceiling collapse. The outer walls and ceiling had been shattered to accommodate the Thunderbird's gigantic body. By now, the Thunderbird subjugation party should have been formed with Ian Fairytale, a light element wielder who could deliver a devastating blow to the Thunderbird and the strongest powerhouse of Machen Academy, Dorothy Hartnova, at its core. For reference, the Thunderbird subjugation party wasn't easy to create. The main reason for that was because the Let's Wait for the Academy's administration camp and the Let's Go on the offensive camp were at odds with one another. As a result, the first-year students stepped forward to fight, in a scene straight out of a shounen manga, and so the Thunderbird subjugation team was formed. I remember feeling a rush of excitement as I watched that scene. If there's a variable, it's the honor students. Originally, it was normal for the honor students to have passed the end of semester evaluation before the Thunderbird subjugation took place. For example, in Magic Knight of Machen. After Kaya got her third fell card, she managed to get a feel for mana perception, which allowed her to easily find the two other fell cards. Since she passed her exam like that, she didn't play much of a role in the Thunderbird subjugation. The same went for other Class A students and the Class B honors students, but this time it was different. Due to Luce's rampage and me being the focus of a fierce battle, the Class A students and the top-ranked honor students from Class B couldn't pass the exam before the Thunderbird appeared. It was a fact that could be inferred by the scoreboard as one climbed up the hill. As a result, it was highly likely that they were organized as a full-scale subjugation party. This was because the injured students joined the subjugation party after being healed by the shelter's healing wizards. However, it should be noted that only those who wanted to join the subjugation team actually participated. At the very least, Class A's Kaya and Lysetta would participate unconditionally. Kaya had a sense of justice to protect people, and Lysetta had a courageous desire to fight against the lightning harpies and the Thunderbird. I guess you could say this is a favorable variable for me. The mission of the Thunderbird subjugation party was simple: defeat the lightning harpies and storm Carly Hall. When the Thunderbird appeared, Dorothy focused on protecting people, while Ian focused on striking the Thunderbird with a sword attack enveloped with a light spell. Lastly, go to Carly Hall and defeat Vera the Summoner. After that, the mission would be over. They argued amongst themselves and said that the plan was absurd. At that moment, Mateo exclaimed, "There is no other way," and I witnessed the students' resolve grow as they said their lines one by one. This was also one of my favorite scenes. Of course, only the main lines of the plan were easy to understand, but the subjugation party still moved systematically after predetermining their formation and route. They must have worked together to implement the strategy in a timely manner in order to minimize casualties. Dorothy is there too, so don't you dare recklessly charge in and faint, Ian. I'll quickly get rid of the crazy bitch and put an end to this situation. I should start preparing soon. I took out the magic cloak of disguise berserker from my magic bag and began to put it on. It was just in case I was ever in a situation where my identity could be revealed. Kaihuhuhu, on the top floor of Carly Hall, beyond the wall where Isaac was hiding. Even though the sky was not visible due to the Thunderbird's barrier, it was a gloomy evening. Vera the Summoner, a gray-skinned demon with a height of 3 million, twirled around in circles with her arms outstretched to her sides. Despite the sloppiness of her dress, her movements were reminiscent of an actress on a stage. Ah, the best, ah. To have the best familiar in my hands, I, Vera the Summoner, am very lucky. Ah, it's so cute. The ceiling and one of the outer walls were blown in half as the Thunderbird's huge body filled the top floor of Carly Hall. Vera screamed with affection as she stroked Galia. Her eyes were bloodshot with bulging veins, her voice was raspy, and blood spurted from her mouth. Kaya, so cute. My familiar is so cute, I'm going crazy. Afterwards, Vera the Summoner scratched her frizzy brown hair like a dog and hit the horn on her forehead. She scratched and rubbed the Thunderbird's cheek with her nails and palms, which were covered with scraped skin and blood. The darkness mana that coursed through Thunderbird Galia's body made it unable to resist Vera, and it merely shivered. Vera's absolute domination, familiar limited magic, was so powerful that not even the powerful Thunderbird could resist. This black bird belongs to me, Vera, my new son. It's such a waste for someone like you. Vera the summoner hummed her own impromptu song as she gazed up at Thunderbird Galia's original master floating above the altar. A female student with rose gold hair was restrained in a standing position within a powerful lightning shield made of the Thunderbird's mana. She was like a stuffed doll. She couldn't move. All of her mana was drained by the Thunderbird, and all her strength left her body. She didn't even have the strength to open her eyes properly, and she laid limp like a corpse. It's a wasty. Vera the summoner screamed with her fists clenched, then bared her sharp teeth and giggled. Hey, 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 hey. Oh no, the humans are on their way. They're coming to save you. They're coming to save you, to save you, to save you. But what can they do? My familiar, my black bird, will kill all of your friends, Kiyek. Within the lightning shield, no answer came out of Luce's mouth. She drifted along the far sides of consciousness and reality. Ah, here they come, here they come. Vera the summoner shouted as she looked out of the window. The subjugation party was charging towards Carly Hall. While enveloped in a translucent protective shield made of colorful starlight, it was a group of professors, proctors, and students in their school uniforms. They had already begun climbing the hill that led to Carly Hall. They're here, even the Child of Light, they're already marching towards the underworld on their own. Vera, who had been laughing manically while splattering blood, suddenly stopped and glanced at Thunderbird Galia. There was a change in the atmosphere, as if she had a sudden change of heart. Vera's waist bent grotesquely to the side, and then she commanded solemnly, "Kill them all." Suddenly, the darkness mana that enveloped the Thunderbird surged even thicker. The Thunderbird screamed in agony and flashed his red eyes. He spread his massive wings and soared above the already collapsed ceiling. Kia, boom, 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 boom. The lightning barrier responded to the Thunderbird's roar. With a single flap of his wings, menacing purple thunderbolts struck in several directions. The Thunderbird subjugation party stopped in their tracks and gasped at the sight of its imposing presence. A murderous tension settled heavily in the air. With a bolt of lightning, the Thunderbird arrived in front of the subjugation party. The battle had begun. Hey. Oh, everyone's going to die. They're going to die. Vera the summoner laughed with an excited voice, stretched her arms out to the sides, and began to spin around again. Oh, you foolish creatures, you've made a stupid choice by trying to save that ugly woman. Kia, frost explosion ice element, 5. While Vera the summoner frantically screamed, she felt a sense of danger from behind and quickly threw her body to the side. However, her left arm had already been completely blown off from a brief blast of ice. Her frozen arm brought her excruciating pain, causing her to let out an ear-piercing scream. Ice wall ice element, 4. At the same time, the ice wall draped over the shattered outer wall. Vera instinctively felt danger and quickly bent her knees, then leapt over the broken outer wall with incredible speed. Before the ice wall could be fully erected, she barely landed on top of the building. What are yao? The ice mass created by the frost explosion, and the ice wall that failed to encapsulate Vera turned into light blue powder that scattered and disappeared. A monster appeared in front of Vera's eyes as it stood before the altar. It had an unruly appearance with a navy blue hood tightly pulled over its head. The razor-sharp teeth that were tightly packed in its mouth were more menacing than those of any beast, and its skin was as pitch black as ink. Above the altar was a female student with rose gold hair, protected by a lightning shield. The monster turned its back on the altar and glared at Vera the summoner as if to protect the student. Cold Divergence Ice Element 1. The black monster was emitting a pale, chilly aura from its entire body. His large, round red eyes glowed with a murderous intent. Gehahahaha. The monster's roar shook Carly Hall, magic cloak of disguise berserker. To others, it looked and sounded like that, regardless of the will of the one who wore it. Heavy mana flowed like the wind and brushed against Vera's skin. When Vera realized what was happening, she shut her loud mouth. The mana she felt from it surpassed her very own. Vera smiled. She had thought of something fun. Kiyang Kia. A multicolored beam of starlight pierced through the Thunderbird's shoulder. The light exerted a gravitational force on the parts it touched, tearing off the flesh and pulling the bones, before exerting a repulsive force that crushed the Thunderbird's shoulder. The power of starlight magic mercilessly tore apart its opponent with irregular physical force. The Thunderbird let out a scream and unleashed a barrage of lightning. The purple magic circle carved in the sky rained down countless lightning strikes towards the subjugation party. It was a wide-range attack that could cause fatal injuries with just a graze. The proctor, Dorothy Hartnova, hastily deployed a starlight shield to protect the subjugation party. As soon as the Thunderbird's lightning bolt touched the shield, it was distorted and neutralized. Ah, that electric chicken. Dorothy was frustrated by her inability to launch a powerful attack at the Thunderbird. She could have used high-powered spells to her heart's content if there was no one in the barrier, but she now had to prioritize protection. In the end, Dorothy had no choice but to quickly use Starlight's shield to protect the subjugation party. The Thunderbird subjugation party was engaged in a fierce battle against Thunderbird Galia. Their goal was to win while preserving everyone's lives. They were able to set such an absurd goal even with an 8-star magic beast as their enemy because there were 2 beings who could deal effective damage to the Thunderbird, and one of them could even create a powerful Starlight shield. However, when did he pass out again? Someone wake him up. Ian, Amy Holloway, the healing wizard of the subjugation party, cried out in desperation. Ian Fairytale, a key force capable of using light magic that could counter the Thunderbird. At some point, he had passed out with his back leaning against a pile of rubble. Quagwang, I tried to chase after Vera the summoner when suddenly, a lightning bolt struck right in front of me. It made me instinctively jump back. Hey. Vera looked at me with bloodshot eyes and let out an eerie laugh, despite the fact that she must have realized that she was much weaker than me. This was because the true power of Vera the summoner lied in her ability to control familiars. Her strength or weakness wasn't determined by her own strength, but by the strength of the familiars she controlled. Darkness mana rose like thick clouds, spreading out far and wide. The darkness mana covered the sky like a dense fog, and countless familiars revealed themselves from within it. Beyond the collapsed ceiling, an army of various animal-like familiars, their own elemental mana imbued with darkness mana, filled the sky. Kai-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha, and evil laughter echoed throughout. A colossal familiar, large enough to even overwhelm the army, revealed itself within the massive pool of spherical darkness mana. A muscular body covered in red armor. Its 3 pairs of wings were riddled with bizarre eyeballs, and its face, which resembled that of a sea turtle, bore a grotesque smile. It was Hackle, a 7-star familiar that had become a demon. Psychology wants to tear your limbs off. Hey, you cute little things, have you come to protect your mommy? Nee. Vera the summoner climbed onto a winged pterodactyl familiar, infused with darkness mana and light green wind, and flew upwards. She asked questions and answered them herself as she posed with exaggerated gestures, as if she was performing in a play. The winged pterodactyl familiar flapped its wings and spat out blood from its mouth with a squeaky sound. Splendid, our lovely little ones. Let's subdue that bastard, chew on their entrails, and carefully separate their limbs. You got all that. No. Upon Vera's command, the horde of familiars roared at me. It was a sorrowful roar, filled with grief. The army of familiars, now deeply corrupted by darkness mana, had become magic beasts of darkness that could never revert back to their original state, even if Vera were to die. Their resentment spilled out through their cries. Hackle laughed wickedly and stretched his arms towards the sky. A huge purple magic circle trailed just out of reach of the Thunderbird's barrier. At that moment, numerous magic circles of various shapes and colors dazzled in midair. They were only aimed at me with the sole purpose of taking me down. It would have been a breathtakingly beautiful sight if it wasn't a spell meant to kill me. Quang, the ground was ripped apart. With a single stomp, cracks appeared on the top floor of Carly Hall. I channeled ice mana into my hands and took a battle stance, amidst the large-scale magic circles that covered my field of vision. A lone light blue magic circle emitted light from within the half-destroyed building. Kai-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha, alongside Hackle's hearty laughter. The magic circles of the army of familiars simultaneously unleashed their spells. Whir, quagga, quaggagagagag, drrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr cut through the air and rocks attempted to crush me. The oncoming elemental spells rained down on me, with nowhere to hide from it. Then all those attacks suddenly stopped, as if time itself had frozen for a moment. Frost Wave Ice Element 6. Swee Charararak. With a single powerful swing of my arm, the magic circle I created unleashed a fierce wave of cold in an instant. The pale blue cold gale and thick snow swallowed all the elemental attacks and spread out in all directions, solidly freezing the army of familiars. After they met their futile end, the familiars began to fall vertically. Their bodies, frozen to the core, shattered helplessly into pieces as they hit the ground. The sound of glass shattering echoed. Ha-ha. Vera, riding her pterodactyl familiar from far away, had a horrified expression on her face. The 7-star familiar, Hackle, appeared to be unaffected by the frost wave I had cast from a distance. He seemed to have high elemental resistance. I bent my knees and gave strength to my legs. Then I kicked off the ground and leaped towards Hackle with all my might. Kuwuong, my body fiercely cut through the air with the sound of a cannon firing. For a brief moment, only the sound of my hood flapping vigorously echoed through my ears. In an instant, I reached Hackle and grabbed him by the nape of his neck. Kayak, Chuuk. Hackle's scream intersected with my berserker's roar. In order to shake me off, Hackle writhed his body and engraved purple magic circles all around us. His magic circles followed his left hand. He then aimed at me. Thunderclap lightning element. FZZZZZZZZ. Quackakakag. The magic circles aimed at me simultaneously fired spherical lightning bolts. With a thunderous roar, dozens of purple currents branched out, which threatened to electrocute my body. They tried to fry me with the extreme heat they generated, despite being struck by the powerful and destructive thunderclap. Ice Barrier Ice Element 2. The basic elemental spell, Ice Barrier, was enough to protect my body. Ice created with an ice spell is unable to conduct electricity when struck by a lightning spell. Thus, one must solely rely on brute force to penetrate ice magic with lightning magic. On top of that, I was wearing the elemental bracelet. To prepare for Act 3, Scene 4 of Magic Knight of Mechen, I had increased my lightning elemental resistance. Furthermore, my basic elemental resistance for lightning was especially high. Not to mention, I was 18 levels higher than Hackle. His attack felt like a slight static shock at most. It's my turn now. Giarararararuo. I channeled ice mana into my right hand and condensed it. Soon, a light blue magic circle materialized in front of me. Hackle struggled violently, trying to shake me off, but the more he resisted, the tighter I clenched his throat with the intention to tear it out. Just like that, I unleashed the condensed ice mana at him. Frost Explosion Ice Element 5. Kayak. An explosion of ice erupted. The explosion of mana shredded Hackle's insides, and the ice surged in an instant, freezing his battered body. I dispersed the ice, and a massive amount of light blue powder scattered into the air. Although Hackle's mangled body leaked purple blood, he still screamed and resisted. Once more, I condensed ice mana into my right hand again. The magic circle for Frost Explosion appeared before me. I unleashed the mana towards Hackle. Kayak. The light blue ice rampaged and completely obliterated Hackle's body. A huge ice formation extended from his body and cut through the air. Hackle struggled to maintain his balance and started falling straight down. I dispersed the ice and fiercely threw my right fist towards him. Boom, my fist, much smaller compared to Hackle, buried itself into his sea turtle-like head and distorted his face. The eerie sound of breaking armor and a skull being crushed was heard. The air pressure spread out and the sound of the punch resounded loudly. The light blue powder from the ice dissipated and circular shock waves formed in the air. By then, Hackle was already falling to the ground at a terrifying rate. Woowash, quang. Hackle's massive body fell with a violent crash. Plunged into the ground, he destroyed half of Carly Hall. Dust swirled like a storm, but it couldn't hide Hackle's enormous body. He laid there with half his head caved in, covered in blood. He could no longer muster the strength to futilely resist me. My children, Kaya, my babies, my babasea. Vera cried out in anguish. She was heartbroken at the sight of her familiars dying so gruesomely. Her mental anguish stemmed from her possessiveness. Now there was nothing left to protect her, as my body slowly fell under the influence of gravity. I wrapped my hands in an icy flame and imbued it with black ice before I directed it at Vera. Frostfire Ice Element, 4 plus Black Ice Ice Element, 5 equal Winter Hellfire Ice Element. Hayak! The dark blue icy flame spread out and covered an area large enough to engulf the entire academy grounds. It dispersed on such a large scale that Vera couldn't avoid it. Soon, between the gaps of the icy flame, I saw Vera and her pterodactyl familiar fall to the ground while engulfed in flames. I extinguished the flame and let my body fall to the ground, surrendering myself to gravity. Thud. I landed on the top floor of Carly Hall, now barely recognizable as a building. In front of me, Vera and her pterodactyl familiar writhed on the ground like trampled earthworms. Their entire bodies were frozen stiff due to the deep chill that penetrated their very bones. They trembled as if they were victims who wandered through a snowy mountain ravaged by a blizzard, and then collapsed. Vera the summoner was vulnerable without her familiars. My babies, Dead Dioad sobbed, Dioad dead. Vera frantically clawed at the ground and bitterly wept like a parent who had lost her child. Now it was over. I approached Vera to finish her off. At that moment, a dense shield of lightning enveloped the demon. Kaya, the screech of a bird of prey. My heart sank. I hurriedly deployed a thick ice wall, ice element, 4 chain lightning element, 5. FZZZZZZZT, quang. Jarok, a flash of light. Thick lightning struck me like a chain. It twisted and turned in order to ambush me. The chain lightning destroyed the ice wall with sheer destructive power and completely engulfed my body. The intense current coursed through my entire body. I lost consciousness for a moment as my insides burned with pain. 1 second. That was how long it took for me to regain consciousness. I smelled burnt flesh. It was my own. Smoke billowed like mist from my scorched skin. Crazy. My hood and part of my mask had been burnt off by the lightning. As soon as I realized that my berserker disguise had been compromised, I took off the suffocating hood. Cold Divergence Ice Element 1. I released a faint cold air to cool my body. I caught a glimpse of the black thunderbird Galia, draped in darkness mana and purple lightning mana, flying toward me. Chararara, chararara. Bang, bang, bang. A cluster of colorful stars emitted light and protected the subjugation party from the dozens of lightning bolts that struck down from under the purple thunder god's barrier. The Thunderbird's lightning spell was meant to prevent Dorothy from finding the opportunity to perform such an attack. In the distance, I could see the subjugation party being protected by a shining barrier. The Thunderbird's magic could attack the subjugation party from anywhere. Dorothy couldn't recklessly chase the Thunderbird. Her best option was to protect the subjugation party with a barrier while she chased the Thunderbird down the hill. But now the Thunderbird was spreading its massive wings at me, blocking the sky. Thunderbird Galia. LV 175. Race Diamond. Elements Lightning. Danger Highest. Psychology I will kill you, I don't want to hurt anyone else. Ah, my cute baby bird, have you come to protect mommy? Vera twisted her neck grotesquely as she looked at Thunderbird Galia. The flesh of her throat was torn and blood oozed from it. The Thunderbird's condition wasn't great either. Its body was battered and torn, and purple blood leaked from its entire body. From Dorothy's perspective, it must have been more convenient to reduce the Thunderbird's HP compared to the original scenario. I didn't know how well Ian performed, but I could see traces of light mana here and there. It seemed that he managed to land some attacks. Then he must have passed out. Kaya! The Thunderbird screeched at me. It opened its beak full of neatly arranged sharp teeth. A giant purple magic circle was engraved around the Thunderbird. The moment I saw it, I sensed my impending doom. An insta-kill pattern that was used once the Thunderbird was cornered, the 7-star lightning spell Thunderstorm Annihilation. The reason it was an instant kill was purely due to its immense power. To block that spell, one must use a light elemental sword attack to strike down all the purple magic stones that would protrude from the Thunderbird's body as soon as the magic circle manifested. In other words, I couldn't stop that spell. I could feel the high-density mana that Hackle couldn't even begin to compare to. It was the worst-case scenario. Truly the worst. Plan B, Plan C, Plan D, all the plans I had prepared to counter various variables that would prevent a bad ending had been thrown out the window. In my focus to ensure Ian would survive the Thunderbird's instant kill pattern, I had failed to consider the possibility of the Thunderbird actually coming after me. Failure. I failed. An overwhelming amount of mana, unlike any demon I had ever faced before, weighed down on me. The magic circle's majesty overwhelmed me. Despite the situation being seemingly hopeless, my fiercely pounding heart began to gradually calm down. Even as the Thunderbird screeched and its earth-shaking thunder roared, I carefully assessed the situation despite Thunderstorm Annihilation trying to engulf me in terror. Then I suddenly remembered a setting I had forgotten about. The secondary effect of the passive Ice Sovereign. It was a setting that had nothing to do with the story of Magic Knight of Mechan, so I had forgotten about it. It was an effect that gave me a heart as cold as ice in the face of an utterly hopeless situation. It was the frozen soul effect contained within Ice Sovereign. I tried not to become used to failure. During the days when I studied in a 3-pyong 1-room apartment in Silim Dong for 5 years, I piled up law books like a mountain in preparation for the bar exam. What scared me the most was getting used to this lifestyle. Even though I failed the bar exam every year, I tried not to get used to failure. I tried to think of that cramped space that confined me as just a temporary accommodation. So while I studied under heavy pressure every day, I played Magic Knight of Mechan as a reward for finishing my daily studies. I tried to distract myself from the repeated failures and despair I faced each and every year. They say that if a person wore a psychological mask, that mask would become their face. Maybe the influence of those days played a part in my ability to resist despair, even in the face of such a hopeless situation. Well, it was a boring story. Ice Sovereign Ice Element 9. Cough, blood regurgitated and poured out of my mouth. It was because I had unleashed the full power of Ice Sovereign. I felt as if every single cell in my body was being pricked by needles, but it was more than bearable compared to when Hunter was deactivated. The saturation of my skin increased. My silver hair bristled, and a gentle pale blue cold air gently flowed from my body. Instinctively, I judged that I could only endure for up to 10 seconds, if it's 10 seconds. It's not just enough, it's more than enough. I judged that I had a chance of winning. No, I wanted to believe in that sliver of hope. Otherwise, my feet wouldn't be able to move. I kicked off the ground and leapt towards the Thunderbird like a spring. 8 light blue magic circles followed me from behind, and in front of the dark blue mana condensed in my right hand, the magic circle of black ice explosion was engraved. Kaya, in the blink of an eye. My magic circle and the Thunderbirds emitted a brilliant light, unleashing their respective spells. Thunderstorm Annihilation Lightning Element, 7. Abyssal Glacier Ice Element, 7. Supapapapapets, quagigagigaging, quararea. A bright light engulfed everything in my sight. As colossal bolts of lightning roared, they engraved their presence in all directions without any gaps. The eerie blue light of the abyssal glacier materialized. It caught up with the speed of lightning, and even froze the lightning bolts that should have disappeared in an instant. A cold gale accompanied by snow mercilessly lashed my skin with Carly Hall at its focal point. The pale blue chill flowed from my body due to the effect of Ice Sovereign. It broke the momentum of the lightning strike. However, I couldn't block the sensation of currents coursing through my body, and amidst the unstoppable collision, I slammed the dark blue ice mana I had condensed in my right hand into the Thunderbird. Again and again and again. Without rest, I condensed the dark blue mana in both hands and wildly swung my arms. I relentlessly fired black ice explosion at the Thunderbird. My ears rang. I couldn't hear properly. Even so, I couldn't think of anything other than casting spells until the Thunderbird fell. I ignored the pain that engulfed my entire body. I roared out like a beast as if my throat was about to burst. I condensed ice mana in both my hands and exploded it again and again. I blasted black ice explosion towards the Thunderbird. Every time I unleashed black ice explosion, dark blue ice crystals spread through the area and crumpled into dust, only to repeat this cycle over and over again. The subsequent explosions shattered a huge tree of frozen lightning that had grown to encompass the area. Dark blue masses of ice erupted. The ice of the afterlife scattered in all directions. I couldn't think of anything else. I instinctively used defrost to eliminate the ice created by abyssal glacier. A cold wind rushed in. The eerie blue mana ran rampant as the ice of the afterlife disappeared. At that moment, what caught my eyes was the black Thunderbird, twisted and trapped within the enormous piece of ice. Vera the summoner, who had been lying beside the ice, had half her body blown off. The rest of her body was no different from a severely injured person that was frozen and frostbit. It seemed to have happened when my ice mana exploded, condensed, and exploded again. She looked at me with a distorted face before turning into ash like dust and scattering. When I finally regained my senses, I was amidst a snowstorm and cold gale. I just stood there, standing. Congratulations. You've defeated the demon Vera the summoner LV 125 and gained EXP. Level up. Your level has increased to 60. You have gained 4 stat points. You have unlocked the achievement Unfazed by 7-star magic. All elemental resistance has increased by 10 points. You have unlocked the achievement Defeating the Thunderbird. You have gained an additional 15 stat points. You have bravely defeated the nation, destroying Magic Beast Thunderbird Galia LV 175 and Vera the Summoner LV 125, the Great Witch of Heaven's Wrath, who has been overseeing the world as a mediator between this world and the next, expresses her gratitude to you. You have unlocked the achievement to Gretel. You have received a gift from the Great Witch of Heaven's Wrath. Thunderbird Subjugation 4. It felt like I was nestled in a cozy cocoon. The intense pain that had enveloped my entire body had softened. As I blinked a few times, my blurry vision cleared and the surrounding scenery was revealed. Then my eyes widened. It was a bright world. That was the only way I could describe it. The sun that hung in the sky emanated a gentle sensation that did not dazzle the eyes. Surrounding me were rows of trees that emitted a pale yellow light. Beyond the horizon, there was nothing but an unfamiliar light. What is this place? I was invited to an unknown world. It was like the fictional hell that Leafa the Elusive had used. However, the difference between this bright world and fictional hell was that I had never seen this place in Magic Night of Mädchen. It was uncharted territory. Despite my bewildered state, I tried to make sense of the situation. Are you surprised? A deep voice rang in my head. I quickly turned my head in the direction of the voice. There stood a massive black bird that appeared out of place in the surrounding scenery. It folded its wings and looked down at me. It was Thunderbird Galia. My heart sank for a brief moment, but when I realized that it wasn't in a combat stance, I dropped my guard. What's going on? It seems that we are in the Mid-Heaven Realm. It appears that my former master invited us here, the Mid-Heaven Realm. A place where souls who were near death, or who had died but had not yet passed on, were invited in order to sort out their thoughts and eventually find solace. It also served as a relay point for the souls who yearned to meet other souls in the afterlife. This allowed them to spend the rest of eternity together. It was a setting in the Magic Night of Mädchen guidebook. It was known as a setting prepared for the characters who had unfortunately died. In the game's story, however, there was no reason for Ian to come to this world. The game ended with him becoming a renowned magic knight who had established a happy family with the chosen heroine. So here I am. As far as I knew, the Mid-Heaven Realm was located on the boundary between this world and the afterlife. In this world, time passed indefinitely, and thus no time passed in reality. There was nothing to do here. Not even magic worked here. It seemed that the one who had invited me into this world was the previous master of the Thunderbird, the great witch of heaven's wrath. A tragic witch from Luce's past who embraced death under false accusations. Where is your former master? The thunderbird raised its head and pointed its beak towards the sun, which emanated a gentle light. Its rays softly warmed my entire body. The scent I longed for is coming from over there. Did that mean that the sun was the great witch of heaven's wrath? Although I somewhat understood the situation, I couldn't help but feel a little confused. Moreover, the Gretel achievement was one of the legendary achievements that were unlocked when one cleared a major scenario, but there were no separate rewards or new events. It was merely a trophy of sorts. Who could have ever imagined that it would turn out like this? I want to know your name. The voice of the Thunderbird echoed in my head. It felt like it resonated within my head. Isaac. The deep yet gentle voice of the Thunderbird contained a subtle sob. I could only watch his figure in silence. Dadapubu, suddenly the voice of an energetic boy came from my feet. As I lowered my head, I saw a small familiar staring at me intently. It was a raccoon familiar with lightning mana wrapped around its tail. A status window did not appear. Perhaps it was because there was no physical body. But what is this? Suddenly, numerous magic beasts with elemental mana wrapped around their bodies surrounded me. They appeared in front of me in the blink of an eye. I was startled and hastily looked around. These familiars were ones I fought earlier. These were the familiars that had been completely corrupted by the darkness mana and met a gruesome end by my magic. However, there were no longer any traces of darkness mana on their bodies. The purple raccoon familiar shouted at my feet before tightly hugging my leg. Then the familiars that had surrounded me started to approach me. They gently rubbed their cheeks against my body, cuddled me, or licked my cheeks and the back of my hands with their tongues. I felt utterly bewildered. Gratitude to the Great One. The voices of countless familiars gently echoed in my head like waves. The bitter emotions they had harbored while being controlled by Vera the Summoner were seeping into me. With each word they uttered, an erratic, lukewarm wave seemed to continuously engulf my heart, giving me a solemn feeling. Kaihahaha, your strong friend, you took a good hit. Hackle, the giant red magic beast, approached me with a hearty laugh. His turtle head, muscular body, and the eyes on his 3 pairs of wings were still the same. The familiars stopped their affectionate gestures and looked at Hackle in unison. Hackle stopped in front of me, looked down at me gently, and bent one knee to sit down. The eyes on Hackle's wings were all closed. His wings were slightly folded as if to show his respect towards me. You see, I always wanted to explore the vast world with my master, Hackle murmured with his eyes lowered. But after being controlled by that demon, I ended up killing my master with my own hands. That day, I lost everything. A grumbling voice faintly echoed in my mind. Hackle couldn't hold back the tears and covered his eyes with his large hands. After Hackle, the other familiars began to share their own stories. I listened in silence. I met that demon while eating meat with my master, Meow Now. I can never forget the smell of my master's blood, Meow. My master always fell asleep with me in their arms. I loved being in their embrace, but I killed them with my own hands. As they were dying, they told me it was okay. They thanked me for traveling with them. My master picked me up when I was abandoned. I still vividly remember the sensation of piercing their heart. Adadapubu. Jerry, I was so angry being forcibly controlled by that woman. I was so mad. It was so hard. I cried every day. I couldn't save them. They had been so deeply corrupted by the darkness mana that they couldn't be saved, even if Vera the Summoner had died. Even if they had been freed from Vera, they would have lived a cursed existence, unable to suppress their murderous urges. They would have continued to kill people. That's right. I didn't deserve their gratitude. I had simply killed the familiars here without hesitation to prevent a bad ending, yet they thought I had saved them. They had longed for death, for an end to their suffering. Is that so? Despite the numerous voices that echoed in my head, I understood each and every one of the familiars' stories, so I felt relieved. For a while, the familiars shared the numerous stories they had accumulated over their life, laughing and crying as they spoke. I nodded my head, stroked their heads, and patted their backs. How much time had passed? On the horizon, 1 or 2 human figures emerged in the vast expanse of light. Their numbers quickly multiplied, reaching dozens in no time. As if coming to greet us, the individuals turned their gaze towards us. The intensity of the light made it difficult to make out their exact appearance, yet it seemed that all the familiars recognized them. The familiars froze in shock, as if time itself had stopped. Hackle's eyes also widened in disbelief. This place served as a relay for souls in the afterlife. It was obvious who the people in the mid-heaven realm had brought along with them. Soon, tears began welling up in the eyes of the familiars. They ran or flew towards those people. In an instant, the familiars cried as they hugged their masters. They shared how much they had missed them and how sad they had been. The masters tightly hugged their familiars, stroked their heads, and listened to their cries with a gentle smile. It's been a while, Dyke. Hackle stood in front of his master, a muscular man, and greeted him. As his master chuckled and extended his fist, Hackle hesitated for a moment. Hackle bumped fists with the muscular man. He seemed to be deep in thought as he recalled the time he had spent with his master. Soon after, the familiars and their respective masters started walking together, towards the vast world of light, into the afterlife. The familiars looked back at me and shouted their farewells. I won't forget this favor. Adadapubu, Q, this mark of flame. I will remember you forever. I'll keep the grace of your noble deed in this body of fire, even in the afterlife. Vivid light enveloped the familiars as they returned to their masters. They disappeared beyond the horizon with excitement. I silently watched the scene and felt an indescribable emotion. Now they would be together for an eternity. That would be long enough to forget the pain they had experienced. They would embark on new adventures that they couldn't complete in this world. The figures of the familiars disappeared from my sight. I closed my eyes for a moment, then quietly processed my emotions. I can feel it. The voice of the Thunderbird rang in my head. Though the sun was merely warm and gentle to me, it seemed to feel different to the Thunderbird. Gretel, the former name of Luce. I was deep in thought. I calmly raised my head and stared at the great witch of heaven's wrath, who had been watching over the boundary between this world and the next. In Act 3, Chapter 4, Thunderbird Subjugation of Magic Knight of Mädchen, there remained one final mission. To catch Luce, who was helplessly falling through the sky, her mana completely depleted. This journey would end with just that task. But then I realized why I was in the mid-heaven realm. I needed some time to organize my thoughts. I'm about to die, right? And so are you, I asked as I turned my head towards the Thunderbird. The Thunderbird bowed its head. It seemed like you were deliberately hiding your identity, so I intended to protect your secret, but it seems there's no need to do that now. A roundabout answer. It wasn't difficult to grasp what those words meant. I knew this would happen. How could I have survived unscathed after fighting against the level 175 Thunderbird Galia? It was a futile ending. I did all that to prevent a bad ending. However, there was no rush of emotions, no flicker of intensity. It felt as if even the most fleeting emotions passed by without leaving a trace. Being able to stay calm even in the face of death must be due to the effect of Ice Sovereign. Someone once said, if the world were to end tomorrow, I would still plant an apple tree today. That's exactly how I felt at this moment. Send me back. Since it's come to this, there's one last thing I need to do. Luce is about to fall. There's no one else to catch her but me. If I'm destined to die anyways, I might as well save someone I deeply cherish. I adore Luce. As long as Magic Knight of Mädchen is my reality, I can't bear to see her get hurt. So at the very least, I want to save Luce before I go. And then it happened. The Great Witch of Heaven's Wrath expresses her gratitude to you. The Great Witch of Heaven's Wrath gazes into your fate and offers you with the gift she deems most necessary for you. A new system window appeared. Suddenly I felt a searing pain on my left wrist. Startled, I looked at my wrist. A black, magic circle-shaped seal was being engraved on it. Once it was completely engraved, the pain immediately stopped. What is this? Congratulations. You have acquired the 8-star familiar contract circle. My mouth was wide open. Magic beasts from 1 star to 4 star could be summoned with a familiar summoning circle, and if their wills align, a contract could be formed. From 5 star to 7 star, they couldn't be summoned by a familiar summoning circle, but if they meet and their wills align, a contract could be formed. On the other hand, an 8-star couldn't form a familiar contract at will, even if they had a good relationship or understood each other well. A special seal was required. That seal, the 8-star familiar contract circle, could only be obtained in the very late stages of Magic Knight of Mädchen. The Great Witch of Heaven's Wrath had bestowed that upon me. What kind of fate did she see to give this to someone who was about to die? Just as I was about to ask the Great Witch of Heaven's Wrath, I lost my voice. The light emitting from the witch began to envelop my entire body. To Gretel. Suddenly, a young girl in a worn-out navy blue dress appeared before my eyes. Her rose-gold hair was particularly beautiful. She was laughing at an old witch who wore a black witch's hat with a hooked nose. A curious 10-year-old girl. She held the witch's hand and set off on an adventure. Time passed, and the girl in a school uniform was smiling brightly at the academy's graduation ceremony with the witch. Time passed again, and the woman who became a wizard boasted about her achievements to the witch. Time had passed once again, and the lady who became a tower master held the witch's hand and embarked on a new adventure. Her beaming smile was no different from the innocent laughter of the 10-year-old girl. The witch was so content with this scene that she laughed happily. The Great Witch of Heaven's Wrath. The events that would have unfolded had she not died of tragedy. The fate envisioned by the Great Witch of Heaven's Wrath, a reality that never came to be. They were fragments of a lost future, a calm solace in the sea of memories. I will always love you. Taking in that sight for the last time, I quietly closed my eyes. Thunderbird Subjugation 5. It was a famous story. Hansel and Gretel were born to a poor family in the woods. Their parents, who could no longer care for them, abandoned the young pair of siblings in the woods. The young girl, Gretel, cleverly dropped several stones along the way, which helped her and Hansel find their way back home. However, they were abandoned once again. They didn't have any stones prepared the next time, so they left breadcrumbs to mark their path. Unfortunately, the breadcrumbs were eaten by the forest birds, leaving them unable to find their way home. Hunger struck. The young siblings wandered through the woods in search of food. Unexpectedly, they discovered a house made of sweets and started hurriedly eating their fill, only to encounter the hooked-nosed witch who lived inside. The witch took in the abandoned Hansel and Gretel. She cared for them wholeheartedly, but her true intentions were. The first episode of Magic Night of Mädchen, behind the scenes Hansel and Gretel. In the game, the original story of the fairy tale, Hansel and Gretel, took a twisted turn. One day, Hansel started to fatten up. The witch checked his condition by grabbing his wrist every day. Out of nowhere, Hansel's body began to swell abnormally. Not just Hansel, but children from other places had also begun to experience grotesque swelling. It was the activation of the evil dragon's sacrificial seal. Hansel's and Gretel's parents had allowed a high-ranking noble to sequentially engrave the evil dragon's sacrificial seal on their children, in exchange for a piece of meat. The seal was engraved on parts of the eye and brain. When the witch first discovered Hansel and Gretel, it was already too late to save Hansel. Fortunately, it was just in time to save Gretel. The witch managed to replace the parts of her eye and brain where the seal had been engraved, preventing her from becoming the evil dragon's sacrifice. The witch knew that the evil dragon Orcus would appear and had tried to save the children in advance. She made her house from sweets to attract the children who had been victimized by the evil dragon. Eventually, the sky turned red. A massive black dragon, composed of countless decaying human corpses, burst through the clouds. It was the evil dragon Orcus, a catastrophe capable of destroying nations. The witch summoned her 8-star familiar, Thunderbird Galia, to confront the evil dragon and ultimately emerged victorious. Unfortunately, the curse of the evil dragon befell the Thunderbird. The Candy House Witch was falsely accused of using children as sacrifices to summon the evil dragon and was executed by the Empire in front of her house. Gretel tearfully hugged the witch in front of the numerous military forces. The witch entrusted Gretel with the Thunderbird and took her last breath. Gretel's heart shattered at that moment. Eventually, the truth was revealed, and the high-ranking noble, who was the real culprit behind the summoning of the evil dragon Orcus, was captured by the royal family and promptly executed. However, the country engraved the witch of the Candy House, who should have been recognized as a hero, as an evil woman in history. There was no better scapegoat than the Candy House Witch, who wasn't entangled in any political disputes. She was initially accused of killing many children. Although it was a false accusation, the cruel experimental area that used her own body as a test subject became a fitting piece of evidence for the charge. Thus, the Candy House Witch was labeled as the Great Witch of Heaven's Wrath by attributing all sorts of grotesque evil deeds to her, which made her an enemy of the people. Only the Altania family, who had received grace from the Candy House Witch, denied her infamy as the Great Witch of Heaven's Wrath. They took in Gretel as their own per the witch's request, and gave the child, who was struggling with her past, a new name, Luce Altania. The barrier enveloped in purple lightning turned into shining powder and scattered into the sky. On the altar at the top floor of Carly Hall, which was so severely damaged that it no longer resembled a building, Luce's body started falling as the barrier of the Thunderbird was released. A man caught her. Luce couldn't muster any strength. Her mana was completely drained by the Thunderbird, and even her energy seemed to be depleted. Luce slowly opened her eyes, but her vision was so blurry that she couldn't make anything out. However, she could tell that a man was holding her in a princess carry. No words came out of her mouth. Her mouth didn't move. With her blurry vision, Luce could barely discern the color of the man's clothes and the outline of his shoulders. Navy blue clothes and broad shoulders. She felt the faint chill of ice mana. Groong, it must be you. There was no one else that came to mind as a navy blue-clad ice element user who could have broken through the Thunderbird and the demons. His physique looked different from what Luce knew, as if his disguise had been blown. But this physique feels oddly familiar. Don't elementalize your mana instead. Let it flow freely for the time being. And remember this sensation. I'm going to release it now. Not yet. Puahaha, ahaha, hahaha. Oh, that's so funny. My stomach hurts. And she had been practicing elemental flower crafts. The memory of holding the hand of her silver blue-haired friend popped up. Groong's touch on her arms and legs overlapped with that memory. She wasn't certain because the fabric of the clothes was in the way. However, the size of the hand she felt was too similar to that man's. Luce's pupils were shaking slightly. Isaac, drained of all her mana, Luce had no strength left. Soon, her stamina reached its limit. Her consciousness faded into the far distance. Goo goo gook. As soon as I left the mid-heaven realm, I could feel how limited my body truly was. With the last of my strength, I caught Luce as she fell from the altar. I hastily erased the traces of my magic with defrost, and knew that I would soon be unable to move. I laid the unconscious Luce on the ground as the blue powder scattered. Then I summoned Eden and had her lean against the altar. I then ordered Eden to take me and run away. It was entirely possible. Eden was able to grow in size by adding rocks to his body. Eden, now a size that fitted his golem race, ran with me in his arms. He urgently shouted at me with a thickened voice. The side effects of the Ice Sovereign and the battle against the Thunderbird rendered my body unable to properly function. The pain was excruciating. It was as if I was struck by a hammer all over my body, tormenting me relentlessly. However, I didn't even have the strength to wriggle or cry out in pain. Eden let me down here. I didn't know where I was. My vision had become blurry and I couldn't see anything. I was sure we had come quite far. My senses told me that we were behind Carly Hall at the bottom of the hill, perhaps just before entering the forest. It seemed like we were on the outskirts of the old Mädchen Academy grounds. The area was filled with the vibrant scent of trees and grass. Fortunately, it seemed like we had arrived at an inconspicuous spot. Eden laid me down on the grass. His voice was full of choking sobs. I couldn't help but feel sorry. When I could still see ahead, the last sight I had captured shimmered like a mirage. Was it the beauty of the landscape? Perhaps it was because of the Thunderbird's barrier being lifted and the disappearance of the lightning harpies. Or maybe it was the purple powder being engraved in the night sky like starlight. As I drifted through the memories of that landscape, I desperately clung to my fading mind and reminded myself why I had fled. The great witch of heaven's wrath. She had looked into my fate and given me an 8-star contract circle as a gift, saying it was what I needed most. In other words, I wouldn't die. That's why I had fled, trying not to be noticed by the subjugation party. Suddenly, I recalled everything that had happened since I came to this world. I possessed Isaac, realized the protagonist's skills were terrible, and diligently tried to prevent a bad ending during the first semester. As I looked back on the past, it seemed like a futile way to meet my end, dying like this. An extra of Magic Knight of Mädchen Isaac. I was not the protagonist of this world, Ian Fairytale was. All the hardships in this world existed to make him a hero. What difference does that make? No matter what, in my position, I was the protagonist. Even if my life seemed bleak, unsuccessful, and full of failure, I firmly believed that I was the protagonist of my own story. Even if Isaac was an extra when I played the game as Ian, if I live in this reality as Isaac, then I am the protagonist, Ian Fairytale. No matter what trials and tribulations came in Magic Knight of Mädchen, he overcame them. So I too had been trying to overcome all the trials and tribulations that had come my way, following his example. So will I die meaninglessly? Will I give up so easily? My specialty was gritting my teeth and relentlessly pursuing my goals. I would never give up. Only the sound of air escaping from my lungs seeped through my lips. I was running out of strength. Slowly, my eyes closed. The anticipation of being freed from this terrible agony once I closed my eyes welled up within me. My head was spinning. Still, I would never extinguish my will to never give up. In my hazy vision, slowly, a pitch-black darkness descended. Tree of Radiance Plant Element 7. Gentle energy enveloped me. It felt as if new life was coursing through my body. I opened my eyes. The sight of the barrier turning into a purple powder that illuminated the night sky caught my eye. My vision had returned. I turned my head to look towards Carly Hall above the hill. A gigantic tree, emitting a soft green glow, had casted a faint light over the old Mädchen Academy grounds. Countless fireflies spread out in all directions without any gaps. The pain faded. Slowly, I raised my upper body. Eden sobbed, shrank back to his usual size, and snuggled into my arms. Caillou, Q, Eden. Psychology, feeling happy and relieved that you've come back to life. The radiant tree stretched above Carly Hall. I knew what that tree was. It was Caillou Estrian's plant magic, the Tree of Radiance, which appeared in the second year of Magic Knight of Mädchen. It indiscriminately healed all living creatures within a certain radius. Why is that already? The soft green fireflies from the Tree of Radiance flew over and infused vitality into the plants around me. In the midst of those fireflies, I could guess the situation and its developments. Magic Knight of Mädchen, Act 3, Chapter 3, End of Semester Evaluation immediately led to Act 3, Chapter 4, Thunderbird Subjugation. In other words, the variables that occurred during the end of semester evaluation carried over to the Thunderbird subjugation. What could have been a variable worth mentioning in this end of semester evaluation? The most significant events would have been Luce's inexplicable massacre, the great battle, and the gift I gave to Kaya. Due to Luce, the top student's search for fell cards was delayed. They must have had difficulty with mana perception, exploration, and card snatching because they were too focused on escaping from the monster Luce. Moreover, because of the large-scale battle, the second and third seats, as well as other A-class students and the top B-class students, had to remain at the exam site until the appearance of Vera the Summoner. As a result, most of the honor students joined the subjugation party, in contrast to the game. It was obvious that they would have helped Dorothy and Ian chip away at the Thunderbird's HP. That must have been why the Thunderbird's HP was reduced faster than I had expected. If they hadn't been there, I would have had to fight the Thunderbird with at least 30-40 more HP. I wouldn't have been able to avoid instant death if I lost that battle. The same went for Kaya. In the Thunderbird subjugation of Magic Knight of Mädchen, Kaya couldn't join the subjugation party. She quickly passed the exam once her mana perception improved after she found her third fell card. However, as loose became a significant variable, Kaya ended up in the exam site until the appearance of Vera. Kaya also participated in the Thunderbird subjugation and would have felt a sense of anger as she watched the casualties accumulate. It was inevitable due to her personality. She would have longed to be of help instead of only relying on Dorothy. The gift I gave her, the Armana wand, was Kaya's final weapon. It was impossible to obtain this weapon in the early parts of Magic Knight of Mechen. It was purely a matter of money. However, I managed to acquire it early. As a result, the Armana wand I gifted to Kaya would have significantly increased her sensitivity to plant mana. Kaya's desire would have been realized in the form of a tree that emitted a warm light. It's so beautiful, really. The Tree of Radiance, a spell that healed all living creatures within a certain radius. Its healing range was quite wide. It was considered one of the most powerful healing spells, as it could heal even fatal wounds in an instant. Moreover, it was a plant spell. To use this element, one must receive the help of Sylphia, the Emerald Fairy, and completely react to plant mana. It would be difficult for an ordinary person, even if they tried for 100 years. A gentle green light enveloped the grounds of the old Mechen Academy. As I unexpectedly regained my health, I felt an overwhelming sense of bewilderment. The only thing I could do was laugh. It felt as if that tree was the result of my journey throughout the first semester of my freshman year. An emotion that I couldn't put into words welled up inside of me. I quietly gazed at the Tree of Radiance. The combination of the purple powder slowly scattered by the disappearance of the Thunderbird's barrier and the giant radiant tree that stood alone in silence was incredibly beautiful. I couldn't take my eyes off it for a while. However, I couldn't just be lost in admiration. I needed to take off my magic cloak of disguise just in case. Hua, I took off my cloak and put it in my magic pouch. Although the Tree of Radiance fully healed my wounds, my strength hadn't recovered. Just the act of taking off my cloak was quite difficult. I thought I needed to bask in the light of the Tree of Radiance at least until my strength had recovered enough to return to the dormitory. It was like Isaac's photosynthesis. Eden came to my side and shook my arm. Such a cute little guy. I seated Eden on my lap and hugged him. That was when it happened. "President, what are you doing here?" A familiar voice echoed in my ears. For some reason, I felt an inexplicable sensation rising in my chest. When I turned my head towards the voice, I saw a female student wearing a witch's hat. She looked at me with a questioning gaze, her hands resting on her knees. Was it because I almost died for a moment? I couldn't help but smile as soon as I saw her welcoming face. I fought back against the tears that welled up and managed to fill my face with nothing but a smile. I took a quick, deep breath to regain my composure. I locked eyes with the beautiful female student with purple hair that was reflected in my vision. "Senior, you're late. Aren't you coming to my rescue too late?" I jokingly said to Dorothy Hartnova and deliberately showed a tired expression. Seriously, a bunch of electric bird-like demonic creatures suddenly appeared. I barely escaped, you know. Your expression seems a little too relaxed for that. It's because I'm looking at you, Senior. Nyahi, just like how my fan should be. Dorothy sat down next to me with a ucha and hugged her knees. Then she stared at the Tree of Radiance, scattering its glorious jade-colored mana. Everything's resolved. The giant electric chicken was healed by that tree magic and is no longer our enemy. All the lightning demonic creatures have disappeared. Your stalker friend is safe too. No one died. I was wondering what was going on, but it seems like it was a pretty big deal. Yeah, it was a huge deal. I'm completely exhausted, trying to protect people, doing this and that. Dorothy grumbled cheekily, then suddenly smiled and put her hand on her chest. "So give me, your big sis, a chance to be comforted by our president. Consider it an honor." Dorothy's cheeky words were so cute that I inadvertently chuckled. "You've worked hard, Senior." "Oh yeah, you're really strong and cool, Senior." Although you were too late to come and save me." Dorothy, with a flustered face, broke into a cold sweat. "Well, it seems like our president had a hard time too." Dorothy sneakily glanced at me and quickly changed the subject. I responded with a cheeky attitude, just like she had moments ago. Yes, I had to take the exams and then run away from the sudden appearance of demonic creatures. It was just awful. I should have just gone straight to the dorms. Instead, I got into this mess because I wanted to tour the old building. As I felt more relaxed, a flood of lies gushed out of my mouth. However, Dorothy's eyes, which seemingly held the universe within them, revealed a meaningful expression. It was as if she knew something I didn't. Is it just my imagination? Dorothy Hartnova. Psychology. I still couldn't read her mind with psychology, so I decided to give up on trying to read her thoughts. "Yep, you've worked hard," Dorothy replied with a gentle smile and a soothing voice. There was a moment of silence. "Senior." "Yes, President. I ran quite a lot today and my body doesn't want to move anymore. Could you help me get to the dorms?" "Nyahi, leave it to your big sis," Dorothy replied as she innocently laughed and placed her hand on her chest again. In the first semester of my freshman year, I managed to prevent all the bad endings and survived. I was more relieved than happy. For a while, Dorothy and I decided to sit side by side and admire the Tree of Radiance. It wasn't something you saw every day, so we thought we might as well enjoy it while we still had the chance. Magic Knight of Mech in Act 3, Chapter 4, Thunderbird Subjugation. The curtain falls. Thunderbird Subjugation Interlude. It was when Isaac and the Thunderbird were engaged in a battle at Carly Hall. It's the Black Monster. As the Thunderbird subjugation party made their way to Carly Hall, they immediately recognized the adversary of the Thunderbird in the army of familiars, an entity that appeared whenever demons emerged. If there was a being powerful enough to cast ice magic on such a large scale, it could only be the Black Monster. Seal, who had participated in the subjugation party, narrowed her eyes. She suddenly thought of the silver blue-haired man. Despite having a relatively small amount of mana, he possessed a mana perception that was incomparable to her own. Mana perception was proportional to the maximum amount of mana one had. Seal wondered how he could have such a frightening mana perception despite being so weak, but a possibility that came to her mind tried to resolve this contradiction. Could it be? What if the Black Monster was the silver blue-haired man who had been groveling just a while ago? A terrifying battle had taken place in Carly Hall. Seal had always thought she was talented and strong, but she felt that if she had been caught in that battle, she would have faced an end that was more futile than that of a mayfly one. This is referring to how mayflies only live for up to 24 hours. The end of an insect trampled by a passerby would have been more spectacular. Of course, this was just her suspicion. She might have mistakenly labeled an innocent person as a powerful being. Well, that would be ridiculous. Due to her disdain for running, Seal supported the rear of the subjugation party while walking up the hill. Eventually, her familiar, which she had secretly sent into the sky, flew back to her. Zabbit, a purple bat familiar with the lightning element, landed on her shoulder. It flapped its wings with a surprised look on its face. "See, Seal, you were right. It was him, the one who was with you earlier." Zabbit had urgently descended after it confirmed the situation just before the Thunderbird and Isaac had clashed. Although it had been swept up in the violent storm that followed their clash, it wasn't injured. Seal closed her eyes slightly as she looked at the fussing Zabbit. It was the moment when her suspicion turned into certainty. It was said that every year, extraordinarily powerful individuals would enroll into Mech Academy. It seemed that this year's freshmen were no exception. Furthermore, the fact that it was not Luce Altania, but someone who couldn't even be compared to the powerful top seat. Only now did Seal realize it, after the situation had ended. Above the old Mech Academy, boo, boo, a round, balloon-like creature was floating in the sky. Its arms and legs were submerged into its swollen body, and its grotesque, layered face was enough to disgust anyone. Its yellowish-brown skin had a pattern that was like cracks on a dry rice field. All that came out of its mouth was the foolish boo sound. From the end of semester evaluation to the Thunderbird subjugation, that powerless balloon demon watched all the scenes with its clairvoyance ability. The closed eyelids slowly rose. The cold, bloodshot eyes looked down at the ground. Heinkel the Hoarder. Although he was powerless right now, he was one of the worst calamities. He watched Isaac, who was admiring the Tree of Radiance, in silence. Boo, boo. Soon, Heinkel the Hoarder hid his tracks above the clouds. The Academy's staff had to go through all sorts of trouble after the appearance of a demon and the Thunderbird subjugation. It involved on-site investigations, uncovering the truth, investigating the victims, persuading investors who had a significant share in the Academy's finances, analyzing the causes of the incident, ways to improve security, etc. The Academy was putting all its manpower into it. This Thunderbird incident wasn't just significant, it was too significant. If it had gone wrong, it could have resulted in numerous casualties. Ultimately, when summer vacation arrived, the Imperial Knights who had heard the news about the Mech Academy would come. The situation would continue to escalate, and the Academy's staff would rack their brains to the point that it bled. Luce attended the Truth Investigation Committee as the owner of Thunderbird Galia. However, since it was clear that the demons had forcibly summoned Thunderbird Galia against Luce's will, there was no reason to punish the innocent girl. However, Thunderbird Galia was an 8-star magic beast. If the nation-destroying magic beast caused havoc for any reason, the Academy couldn't leave it alone. They needed to ensure that the familiar was safe. The problem was that Luce was currently in a state of mana exhaustion, which made it difficult to even use the most basic of elemental spells, let alone summoning her familiar. No matter how much mana someone had, the speed at which mana recovered would drastically drop when mana was depleted. No, even the expression, drastically, was an understatement. It would take about a week for Luce's condition to return to normal. In the end, the Academy asked for Luce's understanding and decided to place her in quarantine until she recovered. They also assigned someone to supervise Luce. "Is this the room of the clueless junior who made me suffer?" Charles Hall, a luxurious dormitory reserved for only the top-ranking students of Mech Academy. Luce, dressed in a comfortable one-piece, sat on her bed with a blanket over her head. It was only after a lavender-haired woman in a witch's hat entered the room that a thick, fog-like threatening aura began to emanate from her. Supervisor Dorothy Hartnova. She had an atmosphere of being aloof towards Luce's childish gaze. As a result, the atmosphere between Luce and Dorothy created a distinct contrast that clearly divided the room in half. After all, Dorothy was said to be a natural disaster, an existence that couldn't be bound by any law or rule. Luce's murderous gaze was nothing more than a passing ant to Dorothy. Dorothy covered her eyes with a handkerchief and wandered around Luce's room like an adventurer exploring an area that had yet to be discovered. Luce was annoyed by her behavior, but since she was in a state of mana exhaustion, she had no means to oppose Dorothy and just ground her teeth in silence. Naya haha, this room perfectly reflects your personality. What's with the interior? There's not a single cute corner. There's not even a single teddy bear. Are you poor? Do you want to borrow one of mine? Kaya, what's this? It's a cursed doll used in black magic. Our junior has a shady hobby. Oh, can I try putting our junior's hair in it when I'm bored? That's fine, right? Get out if you came here to pick a fight. Luce, unable to bear it any longer, finally spoke up. They were the first words she had spoken in the 10 minutes since Dorothy arrived. She spoke her mind, regardless of whether the other person was her senior or the strongest powerhouse of the academy. But Dorothy, as if she knew it would happen, opened her crescent-shaped eyes and approached Luce with a mischievous smile. Dorothy sat on the edge of the bed and tilted her head at Luce. Luce intentionally avoided eye contact with Dorothy. Junior, you noticed something strange, right? You don't have to suppress that electric chicken anymore. Luce frowned. Then she finally made eye contact with Dorothy. Dorothy's pupils always shined like a universe embroidered with starlight. The star-shaped pupils were still there. They were as unreal as ever. She had made a contract with the star fairy, Stella. Her eyes were uniquely altered under the fairy's influence. Luce heard that story when she was with Isaac. At that time, Luce didn't care about the details of the conversation. She just enjoyed her time with Isaac and quietly listened. It was clear that this unpleasant senior was a strong individual. Luce didn't think it was strange for Dorothy to find out she had been pouring half of her total mana, which amounted to all of her lightning mana, at all times to suppress the Thunderbird. Luce only reacted to the fact that she no longer needed to suppress the Thunderbird. Luce, the master of Thunderbird Galia, had clearly felt that he had been freed from the chains of various curses and returned to being a docile familiar. Now it was unknown what her own condition would be once her mana had recovered. However, one thing was certain. Luce would now be able to use her full power. If nothing else, it further cemented herself as the strongest first year in the magic department. Galia is free now. I know the electric chicken is a good boy. Stop calling him an electric chicken. It makes Galia feel insignificant. Luce's attitude was still cold. Nevertheless, aside from Isaac, Dorothy was the person who had talked to Luce the most. Luce had a tendency to ignore what people said in the first place. It was probably because she saw Dorothy's face often. Naihi. Dorothy laughed innocently as she got off the bed and started heading towards the doorway. That's the end of this surveillance. Already, the academy said to watch me for 3 days. Oing, Dorothy's short and concise answer convinced Luce in an instant. So, Junior, you have to stay here quietly, okay? Dorothy flashed Luce a mischievous smile, opened the door and went out into the hallway. As Dorothy disappeared, the room fell silent. It was a dramatic shift in atmosphere. Finally, the nuisance was gone. Luce let out a deep sigh of relief. Plop. Luce laid down on the bed and quietly stared at the ceiling. Now that she was alone, many thoughts began to fill her mind again. Groom. He came to save her again. As expected, he was a man who had concealed his identity with a magic cloak of disguise, and it seemed that the disguise had been undone as his cloak was damaged while fighting the demons. At that time, her vision was so blurred that she couldn't make out his appearance properly. However, from the size of Groom's hand that had touched her body and the outline of his shoulders, Luce could only think of one man, Isaac. She wanted to hold Isaac's hand right away and compare it to the size and feel of Groom's hand from her memory. Of course, if she thought about it rationally, it was obvious that the two people couldn't be the same person. Let's assume that Isaac was a strong individual like Groom. Then how could one explain Isaac's mana capacity, magic skills, and the fact that he trained so diligently every day, but ice element, hand size, shoulder outline? Luce, who could remember everything, wasn't one to rely on intuition. However, her intuition was screaming at her right now. I want to believe that Groom's true identity is Isaac. Maybe she had felt this way since the class placement evaluation. The intuition she had been continuously ignoring might have tried to persuade Luce all along that Isaac was Groom. Maybe that was why she felt so close to Isaac she didn't know. Finally listening to her intuition, Luce quickly got off her bed and headed towards the doorway. She had been saved twice by that mysterious man. She couldn't help but be drawn to him. Whenever she thought of him, the sound of her heart fiercely resonated, piercing through the silence. Even for Luce, who had never built relationships or interacted with people, it wasn't that difficult to recognize the nature of this unfamiliar emotion that she was experiencing for the first time. Her chest was throbbing. She felt like she was going crazy. Only by finding out the identity of Groom could the turmoil inside her heart subside. Let's quickly find out if Isaac was Groom. It was time to resolve the conflict between reason and intuition and calm the throbbing in her chest, just as she was about to grab the doorknob. Chirara, ouch, her hand stung and she quickly stepped back. A brief cluster of stars appeared and then faded into the doorknob. A small note that was barely stuck under the doorknob fell to the floor due to the shock from earlier. As she picked it up, a short sentence and a drawn figure with a witch's hat came into view. Didn't I tell you not to go out? Get some rest. I'll bring you food. A shadow appeared in the corner of Luce's eyes. She clenched her fist and ruthlessly crumpled the note. Afterward, she tried to escape through the window, but it was to no avail. Luce's frustration grew even deeper. 4 days had passed since the end of the Thunderbird subjugation and Luce's quarantine. During this time, the Academy's staff gathered the students and explained in detail what had happened during the end-of-semester evaluation for the first years of the Magic Department. They announced a retest, however. Bonus points would be rewarded to students who had already passed the end-of-semester evaluation or had a fel card before the incident took place. Naturally, those who had already passed the evaluation objected, but they reluctantly accepted the majority's opinion that it was a dangerous event that endangered the lives of the students. Well, that was the power of the majority. There was a retest in Magic Night of Mädchen as well. It was something I had already anticipated. In any case, the first semester grades were determined by a combination of the scores from the exams and the performance evaluations taken so far. Because of this, it was a huge advantage to have bonus points while retaking the same exam. Of course, I was the one who received the most bonus points. However, due to my surrender during the dual performance evaluation, it was difficult to expect a good grade for the first semester. And intuitively, I felt that the ice buff black ice imbued with darkness mana did not go well with Ice Sovereign. In particular, it was difficult to use black ice on ice magic that was 7-star or higher. It felt like forcibly connecting and operating circuits that didn't mesh well. It was simply inefficiency. In other words, the cost-effectiveness of increasing the power of high-level magic wasn't worth it. Moreover, the mana consumption almost tripled. In other words, unless I was in a short battle, it would be best to use black ice sparingly. I invested 5 stat points in physical training efficiency and 16 points in learning efficiency with the 21 new stat points I acquired. This was largely due to the early appearance of Lifa the Elusive, who should have appeared in the second semester. I had planned to acquire it before the end of the first year, but the condition to obtain it was met before the second semester. In other words, I planned to obtain Hilda's Frostscythe, the ultimate ice elemental weapon, during this vacation. Just by holding that legendary weapon, the power of ice magic would be enhanced. Luce Eltania, are you ready? In broad daylight on the beach. The beach near Mädchen Academy was so beautiful that it could be called a closed tourist attraction. The fine white sand reflected the sunlight, and the view of the emerald sea swaying was dazzling. A female student was the only one dipping her feet in the water. Her rose-gold hair fluttered in the sea breeze. It was Luce Eltania. Under the watchful eyes of the Academy staff, Luce nodded her head at Professor Fernando's question. The Academy had brought along high-ranking wizards and Dorothy Hartnova, who was considered one of the strongest within the Academy. This was to ensure the safety of the 8-star familiar, Thunderbird Galia. They needed to be prepared for any potential battles. Currently, Luce had recovered enough mana to summon the Thunderbird. The fact that she could summon an 8-star familiar in just 4 days after being in a state of mana exhaustion meant that her mana recovery speed was insanely fast. And I, hidden behind a tree near the beach, secretly watched the scene unfold. Luce stretched her left arm out towards the sea. Soon after, Professor Fernando instructed Luce to summon the Thunderbird Galia. The seal on Luce's left wrist began to emit a purple light. Woowash kaboom. In an instant, dark clouds covered the sky, and purple thunder fiercely roared. From the purple lightning mana cluster that began to waver in the air emerged the black Thunderbird. Thunderbird Galia had revealed himself. Psychology, he is relieved that Luce Eltania seems to be fine. Thunderbird Galia landed on the shallow water of the sea and locked eyes with Luce. While everyone held their breath, Luce seemed to be the only one who showed anticipation. Galia gently touched her cheek with the top of his large beak. Then Luce tenderly embraced Galia's head. Why did you come back only now? Why? The normally blunt and cold Luce had her head down and sobbed. To Luce, Galia was the only being who shared memories of their time in the candy house. Even though Hansel died and the witch of the candy house also died, Galia had survived despite being cursed. So one of Luce's dearest wishes was to restore Galia to his original state. That wish was now fulfilled, right here at this moment. Galia lowered his eyes. After years of being engulfed by his destructive instincts due to the evil dragon's curse, he must have felt extremely sorry for the burden he had placed on Luce. The academy staff silently watched Luce and the Thunderbirds' reunion. Luce tightly hugged Galia for a while. Someday she would become a high-ranking tower master, wielding great influence within the Empire and making history. It was this moment, the realization of her dream to restore Galia, that marked the beginning of that journey. On a dark night at Doris Hall, the dormitory for lower-ranked students, I was drying my wet hair with a towel. I had just taken a shower after I finished my daily training. When I returned to my room, all sorts of idle thoughts that hadn't crossed my mind while training suddenly surfaced. Among them, the most prevalent thought was undoubtedly about Kaya. I wanted to convey my gratitude to her for using Tree of Radiance, even if indirectly. However, Kaya seemed to be deliberately avoiding me as of late. Well, it wasn't in a bad way. According to Psychological Insight, she was always happy to see me. She also blatantly blushed and looked embarrassed whenever she saw me. It seemed like she had developed personal feelings for me as a man. It's probably because Kaya and I had experienced various things together. I had a rough idea of when I dealt a fatal blow to Kaya's heart. It must have been when we went to the ant nest and during the end of semester evaluation. The day we went to defeat Garzia the Hermit, we had to sleep together, which couldn't be helped. During the fierce battle at the end of semester evaluation, I handed Kaya the Armana wand from behind. I thought I had no choice since I was desperate at the time. It's true that I was careless with someone who had no immunity to men. I reflect on that. Of course, if a girl as pretty as Kaya became my girlfriend, I'd be so happy that I'd strip, do a grand jeet too. Grand jeet refers to a dance move in ballet where the dancer does a leap in the air and kicks both legs in opposite directions of each other, resulting in a sort of mid-air split, a 360-degree headspin, and then show off an aerial somersault while shouting "hoo" at the top of my lungs. However, I was not in a situation where I could comfortably date someone, at least not until I defeated the evil god. Moreover, there were various tangled threads of problems with Kaya that needed to be resolved first. In the first place, I wasn't irresistibly attracted to Kaya. Deeply dwelling on it now would only interfere with my training, so I would have to think about the Kaya issue later. With that in mind, I got dressed. Water generation, water element 1. Splash! Suddenly, I heard the sound of water pouring from the window. It wasn't a sudden downpour. Someone had poured the water. I walked over to the window and flung it wide open. Outside the dormitory, under the moonlit night, a female student with rose gold hair and a tiny floating killer whale waved at me. I never thought that Luce would come to see me personally. Although it was summer, the night was still cool. I put on a thin coat and left the dormitory. On the roadside of Mechan Academy's living quarters, a street composed of glowing lamps illuminated Luce, who was standing on a macadam-style street. She was wearing a one-piece dress with a cardigan. As soon as Luce saw me, she unsummoned bellow and stood in a somewhat humble posture. Her usual faint smile adorned her lips. Psychology, she is happy to see you. Luce Eltania's level had skyrocketed. The status window had recalibrated her power to be level 150. Now that Galia had returned to his original state, she could fully preserve her inherent lightning mana. In other words, it would be more accurate to say that she had returned to her original level. Luce was naturally very strong. By the way, as a player leveled up, they received potential stats and took less damage from lower-level enemies. However, other characters' levels were simply based on their combat abilities. The criteria for determining levels itself were inherently different. It's been a while, Luce. Is your quarantine over? Luce nodded her head. What's going on? I missed you, Isaac. For a moment, I took a deep breath. Sometimes, the words Luce casually uttered dealt a fatal blow to my heart. It wasn't a statement made out of a desire to become lovers. Luce simply had a style of fully opening her heart as soon as it opened a little, so she was quite close to me. The only thing was that the barrier for entry was extremely high. Moreover, she had built walls in her relationship with others due to her troubled past, so she had no grasp of how much psychological distance to maintain as a friend, where to draw the line, and what things you shouldn't say in a friendship. Therefore, I could understand and move past Luce's unconscious flirting. Are you okay? I heard you went through a lot. I was worried, but I couldn't visit you because you were in quarantine. Luce Eltania. Psychology, she is happy that you were worried about her. It seemed like I needed to be more careful with my words as well. I am okay. Isaac, I want to ask for a favor, can you listen? Luce, who always started with dull remarks, seriously asked me for a favor, which meant it was definitely an important request. Luce must have gone through many significant emotional changes recently. She had caused unintended harm to people due to the Thunderbird subjugation incident, and she had fulfilled her wish to return Galia to his normal state. She must have been in the process of sorting out her complicated feelings. It was like that in Magic Night of Mechan. What favor? I was ready to help Luce with whatever she had to say. If I fulfill your request, I hope you can sort out your complicated emotions, and as usual, give me dull remarks and talk about trivial things. So I will do my best to fulfill whatever request you have. With that in mind, I paid close attention to what Luce would say next. Can I hold your hand? Chirp, chirp. The sound of insects was loud. The silence was due to me being at a loss for words. Luce subtly extended her right hand, as if she wanted me to quickly hold it. As I took in the sight of her slender and delicate hand, I couldn't even properly open my mouth. I looked back at Luce, who avoided my gaze with her head lowered. I want to hold hands with Isaac, on a summer night. Her voice, as soft as the moonlight etched in the sky, tickled the air. I was reminded of how truly beautiful Luce's voice was. At that moment, my rationality faltered, and I couldn't think of anything. All I could do was stare at Luce's outstretched hand for a long time, and there we stood beneath the streetlight. Oh, so quietly, with our heads lowered. Footnotes: when this is referring to how mayflies only live for up to 24 hours. Tu grand jeet refers to a dance move in ballet, where the dancer does a leap in the air and kicks both legs in opposite directions of each other, resulting in a sort of mid-air split. The eastern region of Eltania County encompassed the stunning Alakar coast, which was considered one of the most beautiful places in all of the empire. If one sat on the rooftop of the Eltania family mansion, one could take in the entire view of Alakar coast, which sparkled like jewels in the sunlight. However, when Luce was young, she didn't favor the beauty of the day nor the allure of the night, but the twilight that dwelled in between, when the edge of the setting sun gently kisses the horizon. Even the sun, which illuminates the world equally, seems to fade away so futilely. And moreover, what of my brother Hansel, or the witch of the candy house? Human life is truly fleeting. Luce's eyes were lifeless. The thought of whether she could truly open her heart to anyone ever again was too much for the young girl to bear. But if there ever came a day when she opened her heart to someone again, at that time, don't regret being unable to cherish that precious person more. Don't regret being unable to protect them, Luce used to mutter to herself as she gazed at the majestic light of the setting sun. I regained my composure. Luce Eltania. Psychology: she suspects that you are groomed. Psychological insight reveals a person's current mental state. The reason Luce asked to hold my hand was displayed in the status window. Only then did I learn the reason Luce had come all this way. When the Thunderbird subjugation was over, I had caught Luce and held her in a princess carry. At that time, my hand had touched her arms and legs. Luce was clearly intent on comparing Groom's hand to mine. Were you conscious then? At the time, I wasn't fully conscious, and my vision was blurry, so I failed to notice. Luce wasn't unconscious. It was a moment when my 7 years of experience playing Magic Knight of Machen was for naught. The important thing was that I was still in the suspicious phase. It was evident that Luce had regained consciousness, but wasn't able to clearly observe my appearance. I could tell by the way she eagerly tried to hold my hand to discern whether I was Groom or not. Moreover, it seemed that Galia was doing an excellent job at keeping my secret like he said he would in Mid-Heaven Realm. It was a bit worrying, but luckily, that guy had some tact. Why do you want to hold my hand all of a sudden? Just. Luce, you should only hold hands with the person you like, not a friend of the opposite sex. I spoke in an old-fashioned tone to dissipate the subtle atmosphere that Luce had created. Did you know about Socrates' famous method of refutation 1? Socrates' famous method of refutation, also referred to as elenchus, was a method that Socrates himself developed to put someone's social skills to the test. He would use this dialectal method to reveal someone's social skills or lack thereof. When I usually pointed out something like this, Luce would argue with me by asking, why? For this reason, I usually refrained from pointing things out, but this time it couldn't be helped. I needed to adopt a conservative mindset to overcome this crisis. We've already held hands before. The moment I heard that line, I realized I didn't need to explain to Luce why male and female friends shouldn't hold hands. She seemed to know what it meant for a man and a woman to hold hands. Don't you have someone you like? I cut off Luce's words. I think I do. Luce Eltania. Psychology: she feels excited while thinking about Groom. It was over. Groom was confirmed to be on Luce's lover's route. Now, if it was revealed that I was Groom, I would be seriously screwed. Moreover, Luce's lover's route was activated on the condition that the player saved her during the class placement evaluation. I had perfectly nailed Luce's lover route on myself by saving her during the Thunderbird subjugation. Luce was the kind of character who would suffer a fatal blow to her heart if she was saved, even if it was just once. Since I had saved her twice now, once her crush's identity was revealed, her heart would race like a runaway train. Is it me? It's not you, maybe. I deliberately continued talking as if I hadn't heard Luce whisper maybe. If it's not me, then well anyways, it's something to celebrate. But then why do you want to hold hands with me so badly? And what was that just about? I calmly pressed Luce. It was an inevitable situation. If the fact that I was Groom was revealed, extra bad ending No 13 would suddenly come crashing down like the Grim Reaper. I couldn't just end my friendship with Luce either. It was already too late for that. Let's try and think about it. If I hastily deny or try to overturn the fact that I'm not Groong, it would only arouse Luce's suspicion. Luce had a brain that could remember everything. In other words, if she saw any inconsistencies in my behavior, she would undoubtedly investigate, and I would inevitably be caught as Groong. So what should I do? Avoidance would be best. The key was to keep Luce in a state of ambiguous doubt, wondering whether Isaac and Groong were the same person or not. As long as she didn't gain complete certainty, I could just prevent Luce's heart from firmly directing her feelings towards me. Slowly, very slowly. Let's gradually accumulate enough evidence through inductive reasoning to convince her that I wasn't Groong, at least until I defeated the evil god Nephid. In Magic Knight of Mechen, if one followed Luce's lover's route and defeated the evil god Nephid, there was an ending scene where Luce and the protagonist would have a happy family life. Putting the happy family life with Luce aside, the important thing was that by the time one defeated the evil god Nephid, the risk of facing extra bad ending number 13 would disappear. It isn't okay to play with the feelings of others. As I rubbed the back of my neck and spoke in a disappointed tone, Luce raised her head and showed a troubled expression. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. There was a faint whimper in Luce's voice. Luce Altania. Psychology, she is worried about being hated by you. I felt guilty. I'm sorry for pushing you away, but my situation isn't easy. No, I was too harsh. I'm sorry. But since we're already here, let's stay a little longer and chat by the lake over there. I thought I had successfully changed the subject. I also quickly came up with a plan to distract Luce with various stories, so as I was about to move my feet and gradually execute that plan, the moment I turned around and started to move my feet, I felt a weight in my right hand. The smooth touch of her skin ran through my fingers. Surprised, I stopped and looked back. Luce was holding my hand. I didn't plan on asking for permission. I just thought that it would be better to hold your hand even if it meant being hated a little. Luce said so in a lonely tone and dug her delicate and slender fingers into the spaces between my fingers. You have calluses, two calluses, a rough, thickened area of skin that appears because of repeated irritation or pressure to an area of skin. The air grew heavy. Luce raised her head. Only the sound of insects was loud. The light from the street composed of glowing lamps engulfed the moonlight and brightly shined upon us. Under that bright light, Luce looked at me, her eyes shadowed by her bangs, and asked, "You are Groong, right? Extra bad ending no 13 birdcage." That ending occurred when Luce's affection gauge for the protagonist broke a certain threshold. Luce, unable to control her emotions, confined the protagonist after she kidnapped him and took care of him with utmost devotion. She fed him every day, washed him, embraced him, and showered him with kisses. She whispered her hidden feelings in a tender voice. I love you, I like you. I love you, I really love you. As time flowed relentlessly within Luce's love, the evil god Nephid was resurrected, bringing about the destruction of the world. I was someone who had saved Luce twice despite knowing about her hidden and dark tendencies. With that in mind, I had to do whatever it took to avoid being caught as the true identity of Groong. My relationship with Luce was one of friendship. Even if there were slightly strange vibes due to Luce's unfamiliarity with boundaries, it was just right for us to be able to say with certainty, we're friends. What's that? I asked. Are you Groong? How do you do that? I immediately went into acting mode and played dumb. During my school days, I had aspired to be an actor and had tried a wide range of plays. I took pride in my acting skills and considered them to be top-notch. Luce seemed puzzled by my expression, as if she didn't understand why I didn't know anything. The black monster. You already know what I'm talking about. That. Why do you call that Groong? Because he told me so. Are you really not Groong? Idiot. Luce was taken aback and shook her head. It seemed that the expression, idiot, which she had never heard before, had provoked her. How can I be that monster? Would I be struggling every day if I was? I was just Isaac, who trained hard every day. She wouldn't be oblivious to this fact. Is it just my imagination that I feel a bit sad? Luce stared at me with a meaningful gaze. However, there was no way she could find even a trace of imperfection in my acting. My facial expressions and gestures were all perfect. I see. Sorry for the misunderstanding. Luce lowered her eyes. It seemed like she had conceded. I wasn't sure how accurately she had felt the touch of my hand during the Thunderbird subjugation, but judging from the fact that she couldn't be sure I was Groong even after reacting to the calluses, it was safe to say that she didn't feel a distinct touch. Besides, there was no need to seriously convince her. I just needed to remind her of the difference in mana and skill between Groong and me. Luce would also consider that judgment to be reasonable. She wasn't an idiot who would jump to the conclusion that I had reached the realm of an archwizard. However, this alone wasn't enough to completely dispel her suspicion. Luce had developed feelings for Groong, so doubts lingered like embers of a flame. At the slightest clue, her suspicion would flare up fiercely once again. I could never let my guard down, but it's quite novel to like such a monster. I wonder if I should say that's just like you, Luce. I'm curious about what happened. Why don't you tell me about it from over there? Isaac, Luce said while suddenly interrupting me. Yes, what now? For some reason, Luce looked like a shy girl, blushing and hanging her head. As I watched her fidget with her fingers, I had an ominous feeling. Keep calm, there was no difference from before. No matter what challenges I had to face, I would calmly overcome them. Soon, Luce's oceanic eyes looked straight into mine. Could you, by any chance, teach me how to be in a relationship? This seems like it will be quite a tough battle. Footnotes: 1. Socrates' famous method of refutation, also referred to as elenchus, was a method that Socrates himself developed to put someone's social skills to the test. He would use this dialectal method to reveal someone's social skills or lack thereof. 2. Callus is a rough, thickened area of skin that appears because of repeated irritation or pressure to an area of skin. We shall now proceed with the summer vacation ceremony for the first-year students of the magic department. The end-of-semester retest consisted of several elemental magic tests. It was very small compared to the traditional end-of-semester evaluation scale, but it was also the most intuitive. Thus, the first semester came to a close. The total grade for the first semester was the sum of all grades from the exams and performance evaluations taken thus far. I was ranked 230th out of 300 students. Well, it was expected. I had received very low scores for my grade E mana at the start of the semester, and I had no choice but to surrender during the duel. But I still had my sights set on being the top seat. Grades were an important indicator of how much stronger I had become, after all. Under the blue sky, large groups of fluffy clouds leisurely drifted across the scenery. Amidst the chirping of birds, the first-year students of the magic department belatedly held their summer vacation ceremony. In the square, students were seated in chairs that were neatly arranged beforehand. Headmistress Alina, a beautiful woman in her 70s who retained the appearance of her 20s due to the effects of her passive immortality, gave a speech. As the top seat of the first semester of the first year, Luce Altania came forward as the student representative and read the declaration. While doing so, she discreetly glanced my way and let out a gentle smile whenever she had a chance. However, the male students around me blushed as if they had seen something pleasant and sent envious and jealous gazes my way. I had grown used to it by now. What to do? My worries surfaced again, all because of a recent dilemma I had taken on. I asked her how she found out about Groom, and after listening to the story I already knew, I gave her some cliched relationship advice. I was sweating internally, trying my best to hide the fact that I was Groom. Well, Luce's story aside, I had a lot of things to do over the break. Magic Knight of Mädchen was a widely recognized god-tier game, due to its vast content and story, as well as the various interactions between objects and huge open-world map that felt like one big world. It had been loved by many users for a long time. Once I go outside, there will be plenty of content. During the break, I heard from Amy that Ian Fairytale planned to enjoy content like the guild quests outside the academy. The evil god wouldn't be able to track Ian after he leaves the academy. That was why the demons couldn't be informed about the Child of Light's whereabouts. Other light element wielders like the Saintess weren't attacked by demons for similar reasons. In the first place, an astronomical amount of mana was consumed to send it into the abyss and awaken the demons one by one. The evil god must be struggling with that one task alone, so I hope Ian enjoys his summer vacation to the fullest. I'll just go look for Hilda's Frostside. If things went well, I might be able to get my hands on my second ultimate elemental weapon before I even became a second-year student. Awesome. I could already feel the pressure from the intense floating island scenario easing. The floating island scenario was a chapter that caused many users to feel regret because of Dorothy's death. Although she was already cursed to die within a year, she ended up dying even sooner because the demons had accelerated her curse. It was a very heartbreaking chapter for me, as Dorothy was my favorite character. I won't let Dorothy die. Of course, Dorothy would also be a great help in preventing bad endings in the future. In the first place, Dorothy was my favorite character. That reason alone was enough to save her. Achieving my goals through gritted teeth and sheer determination was my specialty, after all. Whether it was the floating island, chapter, or anything else, I would definitely save my favorite character. In order to do that, I would have to train hard during this break. On the way back from the end of semester ceremony, most students were busily preparing to return to their hometowns right away. Since the first-year students of the magic department had their break delayed by 9 days, they must have been feeling impatient and discontent. Come to think of it, there won't be many students around during the break. I can have the training ground all to myself. Hell yeah. Quite a few students would be leaving tomorrow, so I had to do my training as usual today. Starting tomorrow, it would be better to go to the training ground. Was it because I had just finished a hectic semester and was now welcoming the break? I suddenly felt a sense of unfamiliarity. I stopped and looked down at my right hand. The now familiar hand shape entered my sight. Isaac. I had taken over this weak man with silver blue hair, red eyes, and an otaku-like appearance. I didn't know where Isaac's hometown was, who his family was, or what kind of upbringing he had. Is it proper etiquette to somehow find out Isaac's personal information and visit his family at least once? Now that I think about it, as I thought about it, a question surfaced in my mind. Isaac, why did you enroll here? I knew why Ian had enrolled at Mechan Academy. It was to graduate from the best academy and become a prestigious magic knight. Ian's E-rank mana was due to an upbringing that couldn't properly awaken his talents. Nevertheless, he had thoroughly honed his swordsmanship skills in order to become a knight. But what about Isaac, who also had E-rank mana? If becoming a wizard was his goal, why did he only focus on academics instead of magic training? At the beginning of the first semester, during the mana evaluation, Professor Fernando said that Isaac had received excellent grades in the theoretical field. But why? Overcoming E-rank mana wasn't that difficult. Even if he had no talent, he would have somehow surpassed the E-rank if he had diligently trained his magic. Was he really aiming to be just a scholar? If so, wasn't the distribution of effort too extreme? Isaac must have passed the Academy's entrance exam with only theoretical skills. It felt like he deliberately focused on the part he could do best. It was as if he hadn't come to Mechan Academy to become a successful wizard, but had some reason to enter Mechan Academy. There was a strange possibility. In Magic Knight of Mechan, Isaac was an undeniable extra. In other words, it's not because he was a hidden mastermind or an important figure who could influence the scenario. Something seems to be on the tip of my tongue. Suddenly, a silver-haired female student came to mind. One of the NPCs with no story importance, she was a character with a mental disorder that seemed a bit sociopathic. It somehow felt like Isaac was related to that NPC. However, the silver-haired girl was just one of the passing NPCs, so I could not clearly recall the dialogue. Was it just my imagination? I didn't know. I could be overthinking it because I'm feeling sensitive. While mulling over my thoughts, I headed to the butterfly garden. Sir Isaac, on the deserted garden path, a sudden gust of green wind brushed past my skin. Along with a familiar voice, a female student wrapped in wind magic landed in front of me. Her light green twin tails fluttered in the wind. Ranked second in total points for the first semester, the second seat, Kaya Astrian. Psychology, she's happy to see your face. Kaya, I hadn't expected her to suddenly come to me because she had recently been avoiding me. She had acquired the plant element. Well, that was only natural. Now that I thought about it, she didn't even ask me about the Armana wand. I had already prepared an answer to that. She was so nervous that her voice trembled like an earthquake. Because of the wand, yes, although it was quite late, I never expected to receive any gratitude. If anything, I should be the one thanking her. Don't worry about it. It was something you needed, so I gave it to you. Do you care about me? I didn't bother to answer. It was true that I cared. Kaya blushed, taking my silence as a positive response. Actually, I'll be returning to my family soon. So I won't be able to see you during the break, and I came to say goodbye. How did you find me? Well, I saw you while I was flying in the sky. Kaya was dressed in elegant brown clothes. She must have wanted to meet me before leaving the academy. So what I wanted to say is, Kaya Astrian. Psychology, she is in trouble because her mind has gone blank. In short, she came to see my face and express her gratitude before leaving. Because of you, I'm here now. So what I was trying to say. Kaya stared at my face with wide open eyes. Here in the corner of the butterfly garden, the street was lined with mahogany. Befitting its name, the flower beds scattered around and the butterflies dancing in the garden were quite refreshing. Kaya's ladylike demeanor blended well with the scenery. She looked lovely. The corners of my mouth unconsciously rose. She was the person I owed the most in the first semester, the one who saved my life with the Tree of Radiance after all. Eventually, I realized that my expression was the first genuine smile I had ever shown Kaya. I suddenly noticed that I hadn't smiled at her much. Have a great break, Kaya. I approached Kaya and patted her shoulder. As I was about to head to my usual training spot in the corner of the butterfly garden. Chew. An unexpected attack hit me. Something soft touched my right cheek for a moment, making a cute sound as it passed by. Startled, I tried to maintain my composure and looked to the side. Aye. Kaya was trembling, her face turning an even deeper shade of red. Her complexion had completely changed. Steam was rising endlessly above her head, her eyes spinning round and round. It seemed she had belatedly realized what she had done while failing to suppress her instincts. I've committed a grave sin. Da-da-da-da. Kaya ran away as fast as she could. It was a sprint in high heels. She wrapped wind magic around her feet and fiercely cut through the air. Her figure somewhat resembled a bullet. For a while I stood still, gazing at the spot Kaya had left while touching the cheek she kissed. I didn't expect the shy girl to be so bold. I must have been really surprised. Inside the luxurious carriage of the Carnadas family that was departing from the academy, Lady Seal, is there something bothering you? The carriage was crossing the Great Bridge and passing near the Collies mountain range. Emma, the armor-clad exclusive escort knight of the Carnadas family, asked Seal with a doubtful expression. They were riding in the same carriage. Seal would usually have been napping at this time of day. However, for some reason, she was lost in deep thought, propping her chin on her hand and staring intently out of the window. What had she experienced at the academy? A seal who didn't nap was no different from an unknown person to Emma. Just. Seal replied in her usual weak voice, "I'm just realizing how vast the world is." Emma couldn't understand Seal's response. She wasn't usually fond of the concept of appreciation. Had the academy life full of youth and the scent of flowers changed Seal, or had she become so deeply troubled that even her nap time had been affected? Feeling an unnecessary tension, Emma repeatedly swallowed her dry saliva. Seal's mind was on Isaac. The boy with silver blue hair had deceived Seal about his mana capacity and pretended to be weak. However, wizards were not existences that could act weak just because they wanted to. Because of mana perception, one could sense the wizard's mana circuit and roughly estimate their amount of mana when they use magic. That was why Seal quickly realized that Isaac was weak. However, during the final exam, he pinpointed the locations of fell cards. He demonstrated an enormous mana perception ability that didn't match his mana capacity. It was truly a contradiction. But during the Thunderbird subjugation, the contradiction was resolved when Isaac was revealed as a powerful being. And the fact that such a powerful being could hide their mana meant that they had reached the realm of an archwizard at such a young age, an unbelievable conclusion. Historically, there has never been such a prodigy. In other words, if it became known that a person of Seal's age like Isaac had reached the realm of an archwizard, the world would be turned upside down. Putting aside the royal family, the world itself would have its eyes on Isaac. Everything in the world would compete to win his heart. But that guy is hiding his identity. It had been concluded that the black monster that caused a stir at the academy was a demon who had betrayed its own kind. It was because he appeared at the right time and place whenever a demon appeared, and because he used ice magic wrapped in darkness mana, which only demons could use. In the first place, he didn't even look human from the outside. As such, Seal had no objections to the idea that the black monster was a unique type of demon. However, after learning that Isaac was the monster, she could finally think of the possibility of a magic cloak of disguise. The enemy of an enemy is a friend, as they say. Even so, the academy side was not letting their guard down against the black monster. Before all of that, why did Isaac hide his mana? Although she didn't know the reason, it was certain that Isaac was secretly struggling to protect the people of the academy. In that case, it would be much better to work with the academy side to stop the demons. But for some reason, Isaac wasn't doing that. Is it because of an informant? During the dueling evaluation, Professor Fernando found out from the demons that there was an informant within the academy. It was a fact that could be learned by looking at the investigation records posted by the Truth Investigation Committee on the Orphan Hall Bulletin Board. In other words, that informant was involved in the academy's administration. If Isaac was in a position where he would be in trouble if he got caught by that person, the situation before and after fit like puzzle pieces. Behind the scenes, unknown to the academy students, including Seal, a dangerous confrontation between Isaac and the informant was unfolding. Seal didn't want to get involved in such a complicated and dangerous situation. However, the Mech and Academy diploma was necessary for her to live comfortably, so dropping out wasn't even an option. Other students must have had similar thoughts. Then I should have that Class D guy protect me, but I shouldn't carelessly provoke him. As a result, all incidents were resolved by protecting the secret that Isaac is actually strong, and according to the information received from the Carnetta's family's informant. Now that the Imperial Knights were getting involved in Mech and Academy, if the informant was revealed at this time, will my academy life be worry-free? An informant siding with the demons and causing harm to people. Isaac, who was defeating demons and protecting people. It was clear without a doubt which side to take.